Chapter 1. The Super Striker. Hey, Gadley, wake up. In a haze, Chu Zhang heard some voices speaking German around him. Yet remarkably, he understood every word. He then opened his eyes, only to be astounded by the sight of a group of fair-skinned, blue-eyed foreigners surrounding him. Hadn't he just been playing football, knocked unconscious by a defender's powerful clearance? No matter how dazed he felt, encountering a group of foreigners was utterly unexpected. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his mind, and he fainted once more, hearing the anxious voices of the foreigners around him. Why'd he faint again right after waking up? Let's move him to the sidelines. Time passed, though he could not measure it, and Chu Zhang finally regained consciousness. This time, however, his mind was brimming with new information, prompting him to keep his eyes closed a moment longer to assimilate the influx of memories. He discovered that he had inexplicably transmigrated into the body of a German youth named Baron Gadley, who had also been knocked unconscious by a ball during a match. In a sense, he had usurped another's existence, by absorbing the memories of this body. He learned that Baron Gadley was a decade younger than himself, merely 17 years old. He was a substitute striker for the U-17 team of Nuremberg in the German Bundesliga, participating in the U-17 Southern Regional League. Today marked the first round of the 2011-2012 league season, where Nuremberg was hosting Freiburg. Nuremberg had established a 2-goal lead in the first half, prompting Coach Hollis to substitute Baron Gadley into the match in the 66th minute to acclimate him to the season's atmosphere. Unexpectedly, shortly after entering the field, Gadley was struck in the face by a defender's clearance during a challenging play, leading to Chu Zhang's successful possession of his body, at 27 years of age. Chu Zhang found himself inhabiting the youthful frame of 17-year-old Baron Gadley, experiencing a form of rejuvenation akin to a miraculous return to youth. However, it was a pity that this was merely a transmigration without rebirth. The timeline remained unchanged, grounded in the date of August 13, 2011. Thus, Chu Zhang could not leverage the advantages typical of protagonists in rebirth narratives to amass fortune. Moreover, Chu Zhang was intrigued to find that Baron Gadley hailed from a small town in Bavaria named Dithfort, which was affectionately referred to by Germans as Hua, country city. In Dithfort, both Mandarin and German were recognized as official languages. Among the town's 6,000 residents, nearly everyone could speak a smattering of Mandarin, albeit with varying degrees of accuracy and pronunciation. All road signs and directives in the town were marked not only in German, but also in Mandarin, and at the town's entrance stood a monument indicating that Dithfort was 7,698 kilometers from Tiananmen Square in Beijing, Hua country to in the town. There are no individuals of Chinese descent, yet everyone is adept at using chopsticks and celebrates the Spring Festival on the first day of the Lunar New Year, hosting a Chinese carnival. On this day, all residents of Dithfort don traditional Chinese attire, prepared dumplings, perform dragon dances, and select a few to impersonate the emperor and empress as they parade through the world, serenading with a rendition of the Bavarian Chinese national anthem, proclaiming themselves as Bavarian Chinese. Zhu Hengqiu was utterly astonished to discover a community of native Germans in Europe who held such reverence for Chinese culture. Born in Dithfort, Baron Gadley, too, was skilled in the art of chopstick usage and could converse in basic Mandarin, which significantly alleviated the sense of strangeness and alienation that Zhu Heng felt upon possessing the body of a foreigner. Upon realizing that he had become a player for the U-17 youth team of the prestigious German football club, Nuremberg, with the potential to advance to the first team and compete in the Bundesliga, Zhu Heng was engulfed by a surge of fervor as a football enthusiast. The Bundesliga, one of Europe's top 5 leagues, was a realm both distant and sacred in the eyes of Chinese football fans. Any Chinese player who graced the field in one of the top leagues was among the elite few in the realm of Chinese football. If he could truly ascend to the first team and participate in Bundesliga matches, it would be a dream come true. At that moment, an electronic voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The football striker system has successfully bound to host Baron Gadley. Ding! The system has granted a beginner reward of 10 special skill points, which the host may view in the attributes interface. Ding! The host has acquired the authority to unlock a designated skill. Ding! System task 1 has been issued. Please check your messages. The host may access this system for inquiries and relevant operations via thought. Warning. The host must not disclose the existence of this system to the outside world or face annihilation. Zhu Heng was instantly elated. Only moments ago, he lamented the absence of a rebirth's golden finger. Yet now the system's golden finger had arrived. The striker system was this not designed to cultivate him into a prolific goal scorer? It was precisely what he had yearned for. With haste, Zhu Heng employed his thoughts to operate the system interface, where he first beheld his system attributes. Host, Baron Gadley. Nationality, Germany. Date of birth, September 6, 1993. Height, 186 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Level, 0. Experience, 10,000. Skill points, 10 special. Perfect. Skills, none. Since the system had recognized him as Brunt Gadley, he resolved to embrace his identity wholeheartedly. After reviewing his basic attributes, he learned through inquiries that experience points are accrued through training and matches, and with each level increase, a new skill is randomly unlocked alongside a reward of skill points, AS indicated by the system interface. Gadley requires 10,000 experience points to ascend to level 1. During the progression from levels 1 to 10, each upgrade rewards 10 skill points. Levels 11 to 20 grant 20 skill points. Levels 21 to 30 bestow 50. Levels 31 to 40 offer 100, and this pattern continues accordingly. Skill points may be allocated to enhance skills, however. One can only allocate points once per week, with the cutoff being midnight on Monday. The 10 special skill points awarded as a novice reward by the system are exempt from this limitation and can be applied in one go to any skill Gadley wishes to enhance. Upon opening the quest interface, Gadley encountered his inaugural task. System Task 1, Promotion to U19. Task Objective. The host must perform admirably to advance from the Nuremberg U17 youth team to the U19 youth team by December 31st, 2011. Success reward, 10 skill points. Failure penalty, system termination. Upon reading that the penalty for failure involved the disappearance of the system, Gadley was instantly alarmed. The system must not vanish. He aspired to leverage the system to evolve into a prolific striker, capable of scoring effortlessly and commanding the field. Thus, seeking guidance from the system, Gadley swiftly accessed the skill page and obtained the authority to unlock a designated skill. Without the slightest hesitation, having always played as a forward both before and after his transition, Gadley opted to activate shooting, the skill paramount for a forward. However, when Gadley discovered that his shooting attribute was a mere 62 points, he suddenly comprehended why. Just shy of turning 18, he remained a substitute in the U17. Youth Team.IT is essential to note that the U17 category is often populated by prodigious talents aged 15 or 16. It does not strictly consist of 17-year-olds, but merely stipulates that players must not exceed that age, with younger players being entirely permissible that if one possesses enough talent. Even a 1-year-old could play in U17. With a shooting skill of only 62 as a substitute forward at 17, Gadley realized that without the assistance of the striker system, he might find himself discarded by the end of the season. Chapter 2. I am fine, I can persist. Given that the 10 skill points awarded by the system are classified as special skill points, they are not subject to the weekly limitation of allocating only 1 point and can be fully applied to any skill Gadley desires. Consequently, without hesitation, Gadley allocated all 10 special skill points to shooting, increasing it to 72, resulting in his skill points depleting to 0. Thus, Gadley's system attributes were updated to Host, Brunt Gadley. Nationality, German. Date of birth, September 6, 1993. Height, 186 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Level, 0. Experience, 10,000. Skill points, 0. Shooting, 72. Perfect skill, none. The archery skill has reached a commendable level of 72 within the U17 youth team, which is quite impressive, even in Germany. Next comes the earnest training, competition, and progression, acquiring skill points, unlocking new abilities, and enhancing skill proficiency, all in pursuit of advancing to the U19 level. He remains uncertain about the experience gained from each training session and match, as the system offers no clarity, leaving Gadley in a state of eager anticipation. At that moment, he hears the voice of the team doctor from his memory addressing another individual. Boss. Gadley is unaware of when he will regain consciousness. Let's make a substitution. A jolt of realization strikes Gadley. Could it be that I haven't been unconscious for long? The coach hasn't yet substituted me? Do I still have a chance to finish this match? Overjoyed, he quickly opens his eyes and declares to the team doctor, Bob, and Coach Hollis, I'm fine, I can still play. He promptly rolls over, springs to his feet, and jumps a couple of times to demonstrate his vitality, insisting that he is completely unscathed. Both Bob and Hollis are taken aback, with Hollis questioning, Are you truly all right? Gadley nods vigorously, affirming, I'm fine, I can play. The team doctor, Bob, approaches Gadley, raises his hand, and extends 3 fingers, asking, Gadley, look at me, how many fingers do you see? Gadley responds confidently, 3. Bob then displays several other numbers, and upon confirming Gadley's correct responses, he tells Hollis, he's indeed fine, he should be able to continue the match. Hollis nods in agreement, guiding Gadley to the sidelines and signaling the referee that Brunt Gadley, who had previously collapsed, is ready to return to the field. As Hollis requests the referee to allow the player back onto the field, Gadley takes a moment to observe his surroundings. He stands on the training ground of the Nuremberg U17 team, with several other training fields for U19, U23, U15, and U11 teams situated at intervals nearby. The U17 Youth League matches are essentially competitions held on training grounds, with the audience predominantly consisting of players' parents, friends, or companions, totaling no more than 100 individuals. Genuine fans who truly follow youth training programs are likely fewer than 10. Of course, it remains unknown whether any scouts from other teams are discreetly observing. Despite the simplicity of the playing field, the atmosphere is vibrant, with players on the pitch competing with the fervor typical of the Bundesliga, while the spectators cheer enthusiastically for every commendable performance from their supported team or player. The quality of the pitch is notably superior, far surpassing the makeshift fields back home. After all, this is the youth training ground of the professional Bundesliga team Nuremberg, and Germany's youth training programs are renowned worldwide, ensuring that the natural conditions are exemplary. Even though it is merely the U17 Youth League, it is a significant elevation from the amateur street matches Gadley participated in back home. Gadley's heart is already brimming with anticipation to showcase his abilities at this moment. Freiburg was on the offensive, having advanced into the 30-meter zone in front of Nuremberg's goal, creating a tense atmosphere. Consequently, the referee instructed Hollis to wait, delaying Gadley's entry onto the field. After a few passes, Freiburg still struggled to penetrate the penalty area. Ultimately, their attacking midfielder attempted a long-range shot from outside the box, but failed to find the target, sailing past the baseline. The opponent's miss resulted in a goal kick taken by Nuremberg's goalkeeper. It was only then that the referee beckoned Gadley, signaling that he could enter the pitch. With a heart brimming with excitement and trepidation, Gadley stepped onto the stage of the U17 Youth League in southern Germany. Although European football generally emphasizes tactical discipline, similar to South American football, youth training here focuses on nurturing individual player personalities, allowing gifted athletes to fully express their unique talents. Thus, both Nuremberg U17 and Freiburg U17 adopted a 433 formation, engaging in a fierce exchange of attacks, with a rapid pace of offense and defense transitions. However, as both teams consisted of U17 players, the youngest among them being merely 14 years old, numerous mistakes were made on the field. The match was fiercely contested, yet goals were scarce. When Gadley took to the field, the score was 20, with the home team, Nuremberg U17, in the lead by 2 goals. However, shortly after Gadley's arrival, as a central forward who had yet to touch the ball, a showy teammate attempted a dribble past an opponent in midfield, but was dispossessed. Freiburg seized the opportunity for a swift counterattack, culminating in a goal scored by their forward. Freiburg narrowed the score to 12. This development left Gadley somewhat dissatisfied. He was aware that the information he had previously consulted indicated that his experience points from each match were derived from being a starter or substitute, scoring goals, providing assists, and winning bonuses. The winning bonus was contingent upon the team's goal differential. Winning by 2 goals versus 1 yielded a significant disparity in experience rewards. The shift from 20 to 21 felt like a theft of his potential winning bonus. Thus, after the match resumed, Gadley began to make continuous runs, calling for the ball from his teammates, eager to score. However, as a former substitute forward who had just been momentarily knocked out by an opponent, his teammates were hesitant to pass him the ball, resulting in limited opportunities for him to engage. Coupled with his recent transition, his awareness and physical coordination were not yet fully synchronized, and on 2 occasions when he received the ball, he made elementary errors, failing to shoot and showcase his suddenly improved shooting skills, allowing the opposing defenders to intercept. The competitive pressure to advance among youth players often leads individuals to desire to shine before their coaches, resulting in distinct playing styles. Witnessing Gadley's consecutive blunders, his teammates became increasingly reluctant to pass to him, leaving him with few touches for the remainder of the match. Nevertheless, being U17 players, most of them had not fully developed physically, leading to insufficient stamina. Hence, there were ample substitution opportunities, with a total of 6 allowed. As time progressed, both coaches began to substitute players every few minutes, allowing the fatigued young athletes a moment of respite. Before long, the clock struck the 85th minute. Even with stoppage time added, fewer than 10 minutes remained. Gadley felt a surge of urgency, yet his teammates refrained from passing the ball to him, leaving him helpless. At that moment, Coach Hollis decided to substitute Gadley's closest companion, Elmer, into the game. Like Gadley, Elmer was 17 years old, possessing limited talent. Gadley played as a substitute center forward, while Elmer filled the role of a substitute left winger, both hailing from the same county of Neumarkt. Gadley was born in Ditford, a small town within the jurisdiction of Neumarkt, whereas Elmer resided in the county seat. Chapter 3. the first goal. Sharing the same county, returning home together during breaks, and lacking exceptional abilities, Gadley and Elmer naturally became steadfast friends as they navigated their way through the various levels of their teams as substitutes. Moreover, one of them is a winger while the other is a center forward, thus their direct competition is minimal. It is common for Elmer to break through on the flanks and subsequently pass the ball to Gadley for a shot on goal. One excels in providing assists, while the other focuses on scoring. Their harmonious collaboration has facilitated their ascent from U15 to U17. Without their mutual support and understanding, it is likely they both would have faced elimination from U15. However, upon reaching U17, the competitive pressure intensified, revealing that both players were struggling to keep pace. Despite their synergy, Gadley's shooting ability, rated at merely 62, makes it exceedingly difficult for him to find the net, while Elmer also struggles to accumulate assists. Unless an unforeseen circumstance arises, U17 is likely the pinnacle of their careers, even with a stroke of luck. They might only manage an additional 2 years in U19 as mere participants. Aspiring to join the first team and secure a professional contract seems but a distant dream. Yet, at present, Gadley has been endowed with the prowess of a footballing deity, heralding the emergence of a world-class striker. In the midst of this ascension, Elmer, as Gadley's close friend, is bound to reap significant benefits, at the very least, augmenting his assist statistics. Certainly, at this juncture, as a budding striker, Gadley is in greater need of Elmer's assistance. He requires Elmer to secure possession and deliver the ball to him. Gadley exchanged a knowing glance with his teammate Elmer as he entered the field, to which Elmer subtly nodded in acknowledgement. The match commenced, and after nearly 20 minutes of exertion, Gadley began to acclimate to the game. At this juncture, even when his teammates passed the ball to him, he no longer committed the basic errors of his earlier performance and was poised to seize an opportunity to shoot. Alas, his teammates harbored doubts about his abilities. In this moment, he could only rely on his dear friend Elmer. In the 87th minute, Nuremberg mounted an attack. Although Gadley found space within the penalty area, the ball was not in Elmer's possession. The teammate holding the ball overlooked Gadley's run and, after maneuvering sideways to create space, attempted a shot from the edge of the penalty area. However, under pressure from an opposing defender, the shot soared over the crossbar, squandered a promising opportunity. Even Coach Hollis gestured in frustration from the sidelines. The teammate who missed the shot was aware of his blunder and, avoiding Gadley's gaze, lowered his head and retreated to defend. Subsequently, it was Freiburg's turn to initiate an attack from a goal kick. However, their offense lacked fluidity and was intercepted before they could attempt a shot, leading to a tussle in midfield. Finally, in the 90th minute, as stoppage time commenced, Elmer received the ball on the left flank. He first evaded an approaching midfielder with a deft touch, then surged forward along the wing. While Elmer's shooting ability paled in comparison to Gadley's, his speed and dribbling were commendable, which had earned him a place in the U17 team. This particular attack was fortuitous. Facing a Freiburg fullback, Elmer skillfully altered his pace and executed a precise separation from the defender, diagonally advancing towards the outer left corner of the penalty area. Meanwhile, Gadley sprinted forward, about 20 meters behind Elmer, ready to receive a pass for a shot. Given that Freiburg's defense had been compromised, only 2 center-backs remained. One closely tracked Gadley, while the other positioned himself to obstruct Elmer's path, retreating to await reinforcements. However, Elmer denied this defender the opportunity to intercept. He did not attempt to breach the center-back's defense, but instead, with a shift in rhythm and body feints, created space to deliver a pass just outside the penalty area. The ball rolled past the center-back who was marking Gadley, and despite his desperate lunge to intercept, he failed to connect and clear the ball. Gadley then surged into the penalty area, receiving Elmer's pass to the right of the penalty spot. Elmer executed a superb pass that circumvented the defender, placing the ball directly in front of Gadley. Now, it was contingent upon Gadley to convert this chance. It is crucial to note that not only did the goalkeeper stand in the path of Gadley's shot, but a Freiburg fullback was also closing in from the side. Any hesitation on Gadley's part could allow the defender to intercept or at the very least disrupt his shot. Fortunately, Gadley was decisive. He merely paused to control the ball, adjusted his footing, and then unleashed a shot from approximately 13 meters out. Although confronted by the goalkeeper and a sliding full-back at the moment of the shot, Gadley found himself unmarked. Had he possessed a shooting skill of merely 62, he might have misfired or struck the ball directly into the goalkeeper's grasp. However, with his shooting skill now elevated to 72, he was well equipped for success at the U17 level. with no one to interfere. Gadley not only struck the ball within the confines of the goalpost, but also executed a rather exquisite angle. Furthermore, the shot taken from within the penalty area was a mere 13 meters from the goal, and the opposing goalkeeper, only at the U17 level, was a fraction too slow in his response. Ultimately, the diving goalkeeper failed to intercept the ball, helplessly watching as it glided past his outstretched hands, grazing the grass before finding its way into the far corner of the net, crashing against the side netting. Gadley achieved his first U17 league goal after his arrival in Germany, aiding Nuremberg in extending their lead to 3-1. The applause and cheers from the Nuremberg fans resonated around the pitch. This sensation was undeniably exhilarating. Consequently, the elated Gadley leaped into the air, fist raised in celebration, before rushing towards Elmer, who had provided the assist, and the two embraced fervently. Elmer shouted in Gadley's ear, "That was a splendid goal, Gadley." Gadley responded with a hearty laugh, remarking, "Your breakthrough and passing were exceptional." Subsequently, 2 or 3 other teammates approached him to celebrate with a high five, but no more followed. As a substitute, Gadley maintained a rather indifferent relationship with his teammates. Thus, even after scoring, few came forth to join in the jubilation. However, Gadley remained unfazed, for he noticed Coach Hollis applauding him from the sidelines. The coach's approval was paramount, as it could potentially grant him more playing time in future matches, which he considered a triumph. As for his other teammates, they were all rivals vying for a place in the U19 squad, and he felt no obligation to curry favor with anyone. It was sufficient for him to soar alongside his friend Elmer. Too many companions would only weigh him down. Soon, Freiburg executed a kickoff from the center circle and the match continued. Yet, Gadley's goal had come in the 90th minute, leaving Freiburg with scant time to respond. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee's whistle signaled the conclusion of the match. Nuremberg U17 triumphed over Freiburg U17 with a score of 3-1 in the first round of the 2011-2012 season, marking a victorious start to the new campaign. Gadley, having traversed time, celebrated his inaugural goal, while his friend Elmer recorded an assist. It was indeed a promising beginning. Chapter 4. Germans are not always forthright as the referee's whistle echoed, heralding the end of the match. Gadley's mind resonated with the system's notification of experience rewards. Ding. The match has concluded. Nuremberg U17 has defeated Freiburg U17 with a score of 3-1, boasting a goal difference of 2. The host, having come on as a substitute, scored 1 goal. Consequently, the experience accrued by the host, Brent Gadley, amounted to substitute appearance 1,001 goal, 2,000 victory bonus, 1,000 goal, difference to 5,000. The host's current level of experience surged to 0 level 50001, with an additional 5,000 needed for an upgrade. Despite not achieving an upgrade in a single match, Gadley felt a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, having garnered 5,000 experience points, he was merely 5,000 away from advancement, which he deemed commendable. After the match, players with family present conversed with their loved ones, while Gadley and Elmer returned to the locker room to shower and change. As they approached the sidelines, Coach Hollis patted both Gadley and Elmer on the shoulders, commending their commendable performance. In the locker room, Elmer whispered to Gadley, "The boss seemed quite pleased with our performance today. Let us be more proactive in training and see if we can secure a starting position in the next match." Gadley nodded in acknowledgement. The match commenced at 10 o'clock in the morning, and after concluding the game, taking a shower, and changing his clothes, he made his way to the cafeteria just in time for lunch. Not only the U17 team, but also players from the U23, U19, U15, and U13 youth squads dined in the same cafeteria, creating a bustling atmosphere filled with a significant number of people. It must be said that the nutritious meals served at the Nuremberg training camp cafeteria were rather unappetizing. Back in his home country, even with a modest salary, Gadley had occasionally indulged in dining out and enjoying sumptuous meals. Even the fast food and boxed meals that one typically consumes are far superior in flavor to the nutritional meals provided at the Nuremberg youth training camp cafeteria. While Elmer and the locals remain oblivious, Gadley, accustomed to the exquisite flavors of Chinese cuisine, finds it quite challenging to digest the German Western meals and nutritional fare. However, as Gadley recalls, these meals have been meticulously crafted by the club's nutritionists for the burgeoning talents among the youth players, aimed at supplying the energy essential for training, competitions, and growth, while steering clear of fats and sugars that should not enter a player's diet. Despite their unpalatable nature, Gadley understands that to ascend to the ranks of professional players and earn substantial rewards, sacrifices in these areas are inevitable. Transitioning from an ordinary fan to a player in the U17 team of the Bundesliga's Nuremberg. He deeply cherishes this opportunity to engage with the Bundesliga and is determined not to be eliminated due to physical shortcomings. Thus, he forces himself to consume the meals, eating until he is satiated. After lunch, the team returned to their dormitories for a brief rest, as no training was scheduled for the afternoon following the intense match they played in the morning. The U17 squad was granted the chance to attend the second round of the 2011-2012 Bundesliga season, where the first team faced Hannover 96 at home. Hollis procured tickets from the club, bringing all the U17 players to the match to support their older counterparts, observe, and immerse themselves in the atmosphere of Bundesliga football. Such opportunities are rare, as the club does not provide tickets for every home game to the youth teams. Given that the youth program comprises several tiers beyond just the U17, with each tier housing dozens of players, they can only occasionally enjoy complimentary access. Hence, every U17 player joined Hollis at the stadium without exception. Upon entering the Max Morlock Stadion, which accommodates 48,000 spectators, Gadley was struck by the sight of nearly every seat filled. This was the first home game of the new season, and after the first-round victory against Hertha Berlin, the turnout was understandable. While he comprehends this, the contrast with domestic matches, often sparsely attended and filled with spectators lacking a true understanding of the game, fills Gadley with envy. The atmosphere of German football is truly magnificent. As the match commenced, the enthusiastic crowd erupted in cheers and applause for the home players' remarkable performances, further stirring Gadley's spirit. Even though this body carries memories of attending matches, none can compare to the experience of being present in the stands. The sight of tens of thousands rallying together in support of their team is exhilarating indeed. Gadley yearned fervently to ascend to the first team, desiring to bask in the adulation of the home fans during matches. Alas, for both the Nuremberg first team and the U17 squad, as well as the supporters in the stands, today was not a fortuitous day. Despite playing on their home turf, Nuremberg struggled to find their rhythm, while the visiting Hannover 96 seized the opportunity to score first in the 16th minute. They further extended their lead with a penalty in the 27th minute, leaving the home team trailing by 2 goals within half an hour. At halftime, the head coach made 2 substitutions, and it was not until the 56th minute that Nuremberg managed to pull one back, narrowing the score to 1-2. The fans in the stands, witnessing a glimmer of hope, cheered even louder for their team, and Gadley, swept up by the electrifying atmosphere, found himself shouting along until his voice grew hoarse. However, despite their fervent efforts, Nuremberg could not recover the deficit, ultimately succumbing to a 1-2 defeat. For Gadley, witnessing his first live match of the first team was not a pleasant experience, especially as the team he supported faced defeat. His teammates shared his discontent as they returned to their dormitory in a somber mood. Only Elmer quietly reassured Gadley, urging him not to despair, suggesting that a poor performance from the first team might pave the way for youth players to be promoted, offering them a chance to advance. Gadley stared in astonishment at Elmer, utterly taken aback that his friend would utter such words. "Are you no longer a member of Nuremberg? Your team has suffered a defeat, and yet you seem to revel in their misfortune? Was it not said that Germans are typically steadfast and straightforward? What is going on? This is hardly straightforward." However, Gadley could not deny the validity of Elmer's argument. He found himself unable to counter it. As a Chinese individual, he merely found himself fortuitously inhabiting the body of Bernd Gadley, naturally devoid of any profound attachment or loyalty to Nuremberg. His sole aspiration was to ascend and compete in the top league. Just as Elmer articulated, the first team's underperformance might compel the head coach to seek change, potentially promoting talent from the youth ranks, thus creating opportunities for advancement. The failures of the first team, in fact, present opportunities for these young players. Though this perspective may seem somewhat unsavory, it is the harsh reality. With Elmer, a German, harboring such thoughts, Gadley felt even less burdened. Of course, given their current performances. Even if U23 or U19 spots became available, it would not be their turn just yet. They must continue to strive to enhance their skills. Chapter 5. Off the ball movement. That evening, lying in his dormitory bed, Gadley found himself unable to sleep for an extended period. He was thinking of home, both his homeland and his home in Diffford. In his homeland, he had parents and a younger sister. He pondered the fate of the original body he had inhabited. Had it vanished entirely? Had it met with an untimely demise? Or had their souls exchanged? With Bernd Gadley residing within his body while he continued to be Chuzaying, such uncertainties plagued him. At present, he could not inquire about these matters, lest the system be exposed. He could only hope for another opportunity to return home and discover the truth. Dithford, rich in Chinese cultural elements, felt equally familiar and intriguing to Gadley, who yearned for a chance to revisit and experience the charm of a European Chinese city. The following day, the U-17 youth team resumed training. The training regimen was diverse, encompassing ball juggling, ball control, passing, movement coordination, shooting drills, slow jogging, sprinting, curved runs, pole runs, zigzag runs, and more. Gadley's performance in other training sessions has been rather ordinary. However, on this particular day of shooting practice, he truly shone. With a shooting skill rated at 62, he is merely a substitute in the U-17 team, but with a remarkable shooting skill of 72. Gadley has distinguished himself as a unique presence within the U-17 squad, even surpassing the original starting striker, Adolphus, by a considerable margin. Though Adolphus's attributes remain unseen, it is estimated that his shooting skill hovers around 65 or 66. During 10 sets of ground ball shooting drills, Gadley scored an impressive 7 goals. While the goalkeeper's subpar performance contributed to this outcome, it is also indicative of Gadley's significant improvement in shooting technique. In the same 10 sets, Adolphus managed to score only 4 goals, highlighting a stark contrast in their abilities. To illustrate this with data, if the goalkeeper's saving ability is rated at 65 and Adolphus's shooting skill is also 65, their respective shooting and saving capabilities would effectively cancel each other out, resulting in a mere 50 chance of scoring for Adolphus. This explains why, relying on fortune alone, he could only score 4 out of 10 attempts. Conversely, Gadley's shooting skill of 72 exceeds the goalkeeper's rating by 7 points, raising his probability of scoring to 57, while the goalkeeper's success rate declines to 43. Thus, with a combination of skill and a stroke of luck, scoring 7 goals in 10 attempts becomes a plausible outcome. This disparity in performance illustrates one reason why ordinary players are valued at only hundreds of thousands or millions, while top-tier superstars command prices in the tens of millions or even billions. It is not that their skills are exponentially superior to those of ordinary players, but rather that their comparative advantages against similar opponents are significantly greater. The higher the skill level, the more pronounced the comparative advantages become. At the extraordinary levels of players like Messi and Ronaldo, these accumulated advantages translate into a prolific scoring ability. While scoring is not merely a mathematical exercise considering factors such as shot power, distance, angle, reaction time, feints, curve techniques, psychological resilience, goalkeeper positioning, and even weather conditions, football matches fundamentally boil down to a comprehensive comparison of offensive and defensive capabilities. The team that holds the greater advantage in these respects significantly enhances its likelihood of victory. However, from the perspective of U-17 coach Hollis, who is unaware of the underlying dynamics, Gadley's shooting performance today appeared to be an extraordinary feat, tinged with an element of luck. Yet, should he maintain this level of proficiency, advancing to the U-19 team should pose no challenge. With such a level of shooting skill, even entry into the U-23 youth team is within reach. However, success in football extends beyond mere shooting ability. It encompasses off-the-ball movement, physical resilience, timing and striking, psychological fortitude, and teamwork, among other attributes. Some coaches even demand that forwards possess the capability to defend and reclaim possession. The modern game places comprehensive demands on players. Whether in the U-19 or U-23 youth teams, or even within the senior squad, Gadley must consistently deliver performances that inspire confidence. Furthermore, mere training is insufficient. Practical application in real matches is imperative. During his initial participation in the youth training regimen of a German professional club, Gadley felt he gained immensely. Upon completion of the training session, he amassed 1,000 training experience points, elevating his level experience to 60,001 at level 0. He soon learned that the training with the Nuremberg U-17 team awarded 1,000 experience points daily. Over the ensuing days, Gadley gradually acclimated to the lifestyle of the Nuremberg U-17 squad and integrated well into the team. He experienced a sudden enhancement of 10 points in his shooting ability, which he maintained throughout the training, catching the attention of the coaching staff, who regarded him as a contender for the primary striker position. Days later, on the afternoon of August 18th, following another training session that yielded an additional 1,000 training experience points, Gadley's level experience reached 11,000, prompting an automatic upgrade to level 1 at 20,000. Evidently, the experience required to progress from level 1 to level 2 is 20,000. Upon reaching level 1, Gadley received a reward of 10 skill points for his advancement. However, these skill points were ordinary ones. Unlike the previous special skill points that could be allocated in one fell swoop, instead, they could only be incrementally applied at a rate of 1 per week. In addition to the 10 skill points, with the system upgrade, Gadley randomly unlocked a new skill. Fortuitously, this new skill was immensely significant for forwards, off-the-ball movement. Off-the-ball movement refers to the ability to exploit gaps in the opponent's defense and seek attacking opportunities while not in possession of the ball. For forwards, the primary function of off-the-ball movement is to capitalize on the opponent's lapses in concentration, positioning oneself in unmarked spaces to receive a teammate's pass, thereby facilitating an unobstructed shot at goal. Previously, this skill had not garnered significant attention from the media or fans. However, with the emergence of Inzaghi, renowned as the master of off-the-ball movement, its importance became widely recognized. Despite his lack of speed, technical prowess, and physical strength, Inzaghi consistently found the back of the net as a forward, primarily due to his unparalleled ability to navigate defensive gaps. His remarkable skill lay in frequently positioning himself just beyond the opposing defensive line, ready to exploit any oversight, thereby creating one-on-one opportunities with the goalkeeper through well-timed runs. Consequently, Inzaghi earned the moniker of the one who lives on the offside line. Gadley envisioned the day when his shooting skills and off-ball movement would reach their maximum value of 100. The image was simply too exquisite to behold. Upon acquiring new skill points, he attempted to enhance his shooting ability by clicking the icon behind it, but alas, it remained unresponsive, refusing to increase. However, when he focused on off-ball movement, he successfully added a point, elevating his score from 55 to 56, after which the option became inaccessible, leaving him with a balance of 9 skill points. It appeared that each skill could indeed be augmented by only 1 point per week, while newly unlocked skills could be immediately improved. Following the allocation of points, Gadley's system attributes transformed to host, Brent Gadley, nationality, German, date of birth, September 6, 1993, height, 186 centimeters, weight, 80 kilograms, level, 1, experience, 20,000, skill points, 9, shooting, 72, off-ball movement, 56, perfect skill, none. Chapter 6, starting debut on the following day. August 19th, after his upgrade, Gadley continued to showcase his consistent shooting prowess during training. In a 60-minute internal match held in the afternoon, he played as a center for the substitute team, remarkably scoring 2 goals, while the center on the main team, Adolphus, failed to net even a single goal. As the training match concluded, Elmer embraced Gadley's shoulder and remarked, "You were magnificent today, scoring twice. I noticed the coach's gaze upon you. There is a possibility you might start tomorrow." At his core, Gadley embodies the humility inherent in the Chinese spirit, modestly asserting, "Not at all. I still have a long way to go." He continued, "This was merely a practice match. Everyone was not fully committed to defense, which makes it incomparable to an official game." Elmer interjected, "Regardless of the casualness, you still managed to score 2 goals. If that does not warrant a starting position, then how could Adolphus, who failed to score even once, be given the same opportunity? It is simply inconceivable." Gadley chuckled. "It would certainly be ideal to start, but the decision is not ours to make. However, I did score a goal with your assist. If I were to start, perhaps you might as well." Elmer dreamily replied, "I wish for that, though I wonder if it could come to fruition." Soon, as their aspirations lingered, training for the day concluded, and Hollis gathered the players to announce the roster and starting lineup for the following day's away match against Hoffenheim in the second round of the U17 League. As previous substitutes, both Gadley and Elmer stood in the second row, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the coach, eagerly anticipating the mention of their names. Hollis commenced with the starting 11, and those selected naturally secured their place on the match roster. As the goalkeeper, defenders, midfielders, and forwards were called, Elmer's name remained absent even after the 2 wingers were announced. Disappointed, Elmer softly remarked to Gadley, "It seems I'm not included. It's all up to you now." Gadley nodded slightly, his eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed at Hollis. At that moment, Hollis glanced back at Gadley and announced the final position and name on the starting lineup. Starting center, Brenton Gadley. Upon hearing his name, Gadley instinctively clenched his fists. And Elmer, sitting nearby, gave him a nudge, the meaning unmistakable. As for the former starting center, Adolphus, he was undoubtedly engulfed in disappointment. However, there was little he could do. After all, his performance in recent training, particularly in today's 60-minute inter-squad match, where he failed to score, paled in comparison to Gadley's two-goal achievement. In fact, after the training match concluded, his teammates, like Elmer, had already come to the consensus that Gadley was most likely to start as the center in tomorrow's game. While the first team might still consider a player's reputation and influence, the youth team prioritized sheer talent, focusing on nurturing the most skilled players. This is the essence of the youth team's purpose. Subsequently, Elmer, who had assisted Gadley in both the first round and today's inter-squad match, also made it onto the roster and would accompany the team to the away game the following day. On the morning of August 20th, over 20 individuals, including players, coaches, and medical staff from the Nuremberg U17 youth team, boarded a club-provided bus to journey 200 kilometers to Hoffenheim, preparing for the second round of the away match against Hoffenheim U17. Naturally, the youth team's travel lacked the luxury of the first team, as they could not afford flights for their journeys. This was one of the reasons why youth league matches were divided into several regions, to avoid excessive travel distances for the young players. Before 2008, aside from the locals, no one knew of the Hoffenheim club. Their history was unknown, and their location could not be found on the German map, as Hoffenheim was merely a village with a population of 3,000, even smaller than Gadley's hometown of Diffford. Consequently, Hoffenheim Football Club was humorously referred to as the village team. However, this rural club, in the 2008 to 2009 season, astonished the world by finishing the first half of the season atop the Bundesliga standings, surpassing giants such as Bayern Munich, Bayer Leverkusen, Borussia Dortmund, and Schalke 04, thus claiming the title of half-season champions. The Hoffenheim miracle became a sensational topic in global football that winter, catapulting the club to fame overnight. Although they faltered in the second half of the season and could not maintain their earlier success, Hoffenheim had firmly established themselves in the Bundesliga, consistently finishing in mid-table over the last two seasons, avoiding the plight of relegation faced by many promoted teams. Naturally, Gadley, who had long heard of the Hoffenheim miracle, was filled with eager anticipation for this away journey. Upon arriving in Hoffenheim, he discovered that the village was indeed as small as rumored, easily seen from end to end. The finest structure in the entire village is undoubtedly the office building and training facility of the Hoffenheim club. Naturally, as a Bundesliga team, the modest Hoffenheim Stadium, named after its owner and capable of accommodating merely 6,000 spectators, fails to meet the requirements for hosting Bundesliga matches. Instead, Hoffenheim's home games are played at the Rhein-Neckar Arena in the nearby town of Sinsheim, which can welcome 30,000 attendees. Given that the first team is not utilizing it, the venue is naturally designated for the youth teams. Consequently, during the away match where Nuremberg's U17 faced Hoffenheim's U17, players like Gadley were fortunate to step onto the pitch of Hoffenheim Stadium, competing in a professional football arena rather than the opposing U17 training ground. Moreover, the football culture within the village of Hoffenheim is remarkably vibrant. On that particular day, with no first-team matches or other youth team games scheduled, the U17 match attracted over 1,000 local villagers to witness the event. Before the match commenced, the Nuremberg players were filled with exuberance, believing that a U17 youth match could draw such a substantial crowd. The prospect of scoring in front of them and securing victory was exhilarating. However, as the match unfolded, they began to comprehend the reason behind the phenomenon of teams being formidable at home yet faltering away. In addition to the discomfort arising from unfamiliarity with the opposing venue, the influence of the audience played a significant role. Sports inherently stimulate adrenaline production, and most athletes possess a desire for recognition. Otherwise, one would not witness players disregarding collective strategy to showcase their individual skills and flair. The more encouragement the spectators provide, the more motivated the players become, leading to improved performances. Conversely, if a player is subjected to continuous jeers or derogatory remarks from the audience, despite knowing these spectators are adversaries attempting to disrupt their focus, their performance is inevitably affected. One might endure a couple of instances, but enduring such hostility for the entirety of a 90-minute match can be overwhelming. This is why most teams exhibit significantly poorer performances when playing away. In this match, the Nuremberg U17 players faced precisely such an away environment. From the onset, whenever a Nuremberg player gained possession, the Hoffenheim fans erupted with boos. Any mistake was met with uproarious laughter, and if anyone unfortunate enough to send a shot soaring over the goal, they were met with collective applause and mockery. Although Hoffenheim supporters numbered just over 1,000, the Nuremberg players were merely 16 or 17 years of age, even when fully aware that this is a psychological tactic employed by the opponents. Many players remained profoundly affected, resulting in a dismal performance. Coach Hollis, despite his incessant reminders and shouts from the sidelines, finds his efforts futile. It is akin to the difference between uttering "I can do it" while performing push-ups and lamenting "I can't do it." The effects are undoubtedly disparate. The principle is universally applicable. Competing in such an unfamiliar and unwelcoming away environment can be daunting. Even Gadley, with a psychological age of 27, was significantly impacted, let alone his teammates who are merely 16 or 17. However, Gadley's greater psychological maturity plays a crucial role, and the crowd at Hoffenheim, numbering only a little over 1,000, pales in comparison to the tens of thousands present at the Gen Stadium. Thus, after half an hour of acclimatization, the jeers and insults from the Hoffenheim fans ceased to exert a significant influence over him. Gradually, Gadley has acclimatized to the atmosphere of away games. However, alas, his teammates are lacking in support. Gadley's shooting skills have gained the trust of his teammates, who are now willing to pass him the ball. However, under Hoffenheim's relentless pressure, Nuremberg finds itself largely confined to its own half, struggling to mount an effective defense. Despite their efforts, they have failed to protect their goal, conceding 2 goals within the first 30 minutes, a catastrophic collapse. Gadley, despite his aspirations, finds himself powerless. Even if he wished to retreat into the backfield for a long solo run, his lack of dribbling prowess prevents him from doing so. Instead, he remains stationed at the front, seeking elusive opportunities for counterattacks. This positioning inadvertently serves to occupy the opposing defenders, preventing them from pressing too far forward to bombard Nuremberg's goal. Consequently, Hollis does not oppose Gadley's forward stance, allowing him to forego defensive duties. Although Nuremberg is being dominated, they occasionally find openings for counterattacks. In the 38th minute, a teammate managed to deliver a promising through ball following a successful interception. Unfortunately, Gadley's shooting ability, rated at a mere 72, falls short of the mark, despite receiving a splendid pass and executing a shot from the edge of the penalty area. He hurriedly struck the ball, influenced by the presence of Hoffenheim's number 5 defender, and failed to direct it within the goalposts. This was one of Nuremberg's scant threatening counterattacks in the first half, yet it resulted in a missed opportunity. At halftime, an irate Hollis made 4 substitutions, bringing on Gadley's close friend, Elmer, as a left winger. The two were eager to seize the chance to collaborate once again. As they entered the field, they quietly strategized on how to coordinate their efforts, hoping to help the team equalize or even overturn the score. However, before they could demonstrate their synergy, Hoffenheim scored again in the 49th minute, extending Nuremberg's deficit to 3 goals. Unlike basketball, where points are abundant, football is characterized by its rarity of goals. A scoreless draw after 90 minutes is not uncommon, making a 3-goal advantage a significant triumph worthy of celebration for the victors. Conversely, for the defeated side, a 3-goal loss is akin to a humiliating defeat. Moreover, trailing by 3 goals presents a formidable challenge for any team to recover from. Otherwise, the famous Istanbul miracle would not hold such renown. In this match, Nuremberg finds itself lacking the advantage of circumstances, effectively sealing their fate. The Nuremberg players on the field are visibly disheartened, their expressions reflecting despair as they yearn for the match to conclude and escape Hoffenheim's dominance. Even if reluctant to admit it, Gadley understands that hope has dwindled. Defeat seems inevitable. Yet, this does not serve as justification for him to abandon the game. The spirit of perseverance, often evoked in sports, is not a concept he needs to dwell upon, especially in a U17 match where stakes are comparatively lower. For Gadley, the paramount concern remains gaining experience through scoring. As the match resumes, while his teammates succumb to despair, retreating into a defensive formation to stifle Hoffenheim's advances, Gadley remains undeterred. He continues to press forward, not merely as a passive observer, but actively seeking gaps in the opposition's defense, awaiting any potential opportunity for a counterattack. Elmer also returns to assist in defense, yet upon observing Gadley's relentless forward movement, he realizes that his friend has not relinquished hope for a counterstrike. Thus, while defending, Elmer keeps an eye on Gadley's positioning, anticipating a chance to deliver a well-timed pass. As time ticks away, the match progresses into the latter stages of the second half. Finally, in the 67th minute, Elmer seizes a promising opportunity. Even when contributing to defensive efforts, the winger Elmer does not retreat all the way back to the penalty area. On this occasion, his positioning was somewhat closer to the midfield. Aside from Gadley, his position was the most advanced towards Hoffenheim's half, following Hoffenheim's offensive play. After conceding a goal, a teammate sent the ball soaring with a powerful kick, landing fortuitously near Gadley. Had Gadley been the sole player positioned at the forefront, even if he managed to control the ball, it would have proven futile, as his dribbling and breakthrough skills were insufficient to navigate past the two opposing center-backs and score against the goalkeeper. However, his close friend Elmer, who was not far from the halfway line, became an invaluable ally. Observing the ball being launched by his teammate, Elmer immediately surged towards the vacant space on the left flank, while simultaneously urging Gadley forward, exclaiming, "Gadley here?" Gadley, observing his friend's movement, refrained from relinquishing the ball. Instead, he utilized his robust physique to occupy the ideal position, effectively pinning Hoffenheim's number 5 center-back behind him. He leapt and directed a header towards Elmer's advancing run. However, the execution was slightly off, veering towards the flanks. After all, Gadley had yet to activate his heading skills and had not allocated skill points to enhance this ability. His heading technique remained rudimentary, likely possessing an attribute value of merely in the 60s. Securing possession amidst the aerial duel with the opposing center-back and directing the ball towards a suitable trajectory was already commendable. Nonetheless, Elmer ultimately managed to seize the ball. However, the interior space was subsequently occupied by another Hoffenheim center-back, while their fullback rapidly retreated, closing in on Elmer, making a successful cut-in increasingly improbable, thereby threatening Hoffenheim's penalty area. Chapter 8. The goal to restore dignity and truth. Elmer did not attempt to cut inside. His surge forward was not driven by a desire to score, but rather to assist his friend, Gadley. By briefly transitioning with the ball, Gadley could advance unencumbered after the aerial contest. Indeed, as Elmer advanced along the flank with the ball, Gadley, having completed his jump and landed, maneuvered around Hoffenheim's number 5 center-back in a state of unmarked progression, penetrating the Hoffenheim penalty area. At this juncture, a 2v2 scenario had emerged in the attacking third, with Elmer and Gadley confronting Hoffenheim's 2 center-backs. The pivotal reason for this development lay in the rapid clearance executed by a teammate. Gadley did not waste time controlling the ball, but instead directed it promptly to Elmer. Consequently, despite Hoffenheim's relentless offensive efforts, they were unable to intercept the soaring ball. Naturally, the opposing fullbacks and midfielders were in pursuit, and any delay on the part of the 2 players could potentially allow the opposition to thwart this attack. Fortunately, the long-established synergy between them meant that both understood each other's movements and passing intentions. As Gadley approached parallel alignment, on the verge of being offside, Elmer altered his rhythm to create space for a pass, delivering a diagonal ball to the center. Given that the number 5 center-back was positioned between Gadley and Elmer, the latter wisely opted against a direct pass, which would have handed possession to the opponent. Instead, he provided a considerable lead, allowing the ball to roll diagonally past the 5-yard defender, 2 meters in front, and into the central area. Gadley surged forward from 3 to 4 meters outside the right side of the number 5 center-back, expertly receiving a pass from Elmer as he advanced towards the penalty area. The number 5 center-back adjusted his trajectory, angling towards Gadley, but it was already too late. Having seized the ball, Gadley found himself in a one-on-one situation, while the Hoffenheim goalkeeper had also rushed into the penalty area, poised to thwart Gadley's approach. However, unlike Ronaldo, who would invariably attempt to bypass the goalkeeper before shooting, Gadley displayed a different approach. Upon receiving the ball, he made a slight adjustment and, from a distance of approximately 7 to 8 meters from the penalty area, opted for a delicate lob. In football, every goal carries an element of fortune, it merely varies in degree. With Gadley's shooting prowess rated at 72, both lobbed and driven shots are subject to luck. On this occasion, fortune favored Gadley, as his lob was executed to perfection. The ball ascended gracefully, just clearing the outstretched hand of the goalkeeper, who had leapt with all his might, tracing a parabolic arc before finding its way into the net of Hoffenheim. Although Nuremberg had been under constant pressure from Hoffenheim, Gadley did not betray Hollis's trust in granting him a starting position, ultimately managing to score in this match, bringing the score to 1-3 and slightly restoring some pride. Nevertheless, upon scoring, Gadley refrained from exuberant celebration, mindful that his team still trailed by 2 goals. He yearned to continue scoring goals, even if he couldn't lead his team to victory. He sought to reap some rewards for his individual achievements. Unfortunately, the players of Hoffenheim performed exceptionally well, buoyed by the cheers of their home crowd. After a goal was snatched by Gadley and Elmer, Hoffenheim fortified their defense, ensuring ample personnel were stationed to thwart any counterattacks from Gadley. Consequently, Gadley failed to add to his tally. In the end, the away team, Nuremberg U17, succumbed to Hoffenheim U17 with a score of 3-1. Losing 3-1 in an away match is somewhat acceptable. However, had Gadley not scored, a 3-0 defeat would have been rather disheartening. With the team's loss, Gadley naturally did not secure any victory bonus, ultimately earning only the experience reward of 2,000 for starting and an additional 2,000 for scoring, totaling 4,000 experience points. Away games can be quite exhausting, compounded by the sparse schedule of just one league match per week. Thus, despite the defeat, upon returning to the training base, Hollis granted the players a respite, allowing them to rest until training resumed on August 22nd. Coincidentally, the day training resumed, August 22nd, fell on a Monday. Therefore, upon awakening that morning, Gadley chose to linger in bed, opening the system interface to attempt some skill upgrades. To his delight, he succeeded. He invested 2 skill points, raising his shooting ability to 73 and his off-the-ball movement to 57, leaving him with a balance of 7 skill points. The off-the-ball movement, due to its initially low attribute, showed no noticeable difference. However, the increase in his shooting ability, now at 73, was perceptible during training and caught the attention of Coach Hollis. After all, achieving a shooting skill above 70 is sufficient to secure a substitute position in lower-tier Bundesliga teams or a starting role in the 2. Bundesliga or 3. Liga. Each incremental improvement in such a skill is notably challenging. Much like academics, it is relatively easier to elevate a score from 60 to 70. But advancing from 70 to 80 becomes considerably more arduous. Progressing from 80 to 90 is exceptionally demanding, and once one reaches 90, every additional point may require more effort than the total effort needed to elevate from 60 to 70. Although Gadley is not yet at the 90 level, the increase from 72 to 73 did not go unnoticed by the professional Coach Hollis, who recognized the change in Gadley's shooting during training. With consecutive goals in 2 matches and visible improvement in training, Hollis gradually elevated Gadley to the position of starting center forward, donning the primary jersey during practice. The former starting center forward, Adolphus, found himself relegated to the substitute bench. Elmer, surprised by his friend's sudden enhancement in shooting prowess, privately inquired if Gadley had discovered some secret technique. Gadley evasively remarked that he himself was uncertain. Perhaps he was indeed a genius, only now beginning to reveal his talents. Such an irksome statement earned him a punch from Elmer. However, when Elmer requested Gadley to impart his knowledge of shooting techniques, Gadley did not decline. The score of 73 in shooting was not merely a numerical alteration. Rather, it signified a tangible system that had endowed Gadley's mind and muscle memory with certain shooting insights. Even though Gadley was not a professional coach, he could certainly share some experiences with his friend through practical shooting drills. Despite his inability to articulate profound principles, Elmer, whose shooting skills were woefully inadequate, stood by to observe and emulate, thus garnering valuable new insights. At the age of 27, Gadley possesses a relatively mature psychological disposition. He cherishes the opportunity to potentially play in Europe's elite leagues and become a football star. In his daily life, he exhibits a level of self-discipline that surpasses that of his peers, which in turn influences Elmer. After their daily training sessions, the two engage in an additional half-hour of shooting practice, which increasingly pleases their coach, Hollis. Chapter 9. Bayern Munich. The U17 league in Germany is divided into 3 regional competitions, each with a limited number of teams. The southern region comprises only 14 teams, resulting in few league rounds. Consequently, there are occasions when extended breaks are scheduled. Following the completion of the 3rd round of the U17 league on August 27th, a 2-week hiatus is granted, with the 4th round commencing on September 10th. Thus, Hollis has announced that, after the 3rd round on August 27th, the players will enjoy a 3-day break. Those wishing to return home may have their parents come to collect them, allowing for immediate departure after the match. However, Gadley finds himself uncertain about how to confront the prospect of returning to his family. Since arriving in this new environment, he has not taken the initiative to call home. On 2 occasions, his parents have reached out, but he merely responded with vague affirmations before quickly hanging up. Despite the upcoming break, Gadley is reluctant to return home. Consequently, he and Elmer conspired to use the excuse of staying behind for extra training, thereby dissuading Elmer from his plans to return home as well. Ultimately, they decided to forego the holiday and remain at the training base for self-directed practice. On August 27, 2011, in the third round of the U17 League, Nuremberg welcomed a renowned team to their training grounds, Bayern Munich. Although not the first team, the immense appeal and financial prowess of the Bundesliga giants naturally attract a selection of the finest U17 players across Germany. However, due to their exceptional talent, many of the 16 and 17-year-olds have been promoted to the U19 or U23 youth teams, resulting in a lower average age within the Bayern Munich U17 squad. With many players being around 15 years old, in senior teams, youth typically signifies vitality and vigor. Yet, in the U17 youth team, being younger often translates to weaker physicality and lower competitive ability. Thus, despite the individual skills and impressive teamwork displayed by the Bayern U17 players, they struggle to withstand the physical confrontations employed by the Nuremberg U17, which emphasizes aggressive engagement. Gadeli, standing at an impressive height of 186 centimeters and weighing 80 kilograms, possesses a considerable advantage within Bayern U17's penalty area. In the 16th minute, he received a cross from his friend Elmer, who had also been granted a starting opportunity in this match, following a breakthrough along the flank. Within the penalty area, Gadeli outmuscled the opposing center-back and headed the ball into the opponent's net. This marked Gadeli's inaugural goal scored with a header. Elated by his achievement, he joyfully patted his head and rushed towards Elmer to celebrate together. On the sidelines, Coach Hollis and a handful of Nuremberg supporters applauded and cheered. However, despite the goal, it was Bayern U17 who maintained control of the ball. Their overall technical prowess surpassed that of Nuremberg, allowing them to dominate possession for the majority of the match. Regrettably, even with such possession, they struggled to translate it into attacks within Nuremberg's penalty area. Upon entering the 30-meter zone of the goal, one encounters Nuremberg's defense, predominantly reliant on physical strength, making progression exceedingly difficult. Nuremberg, on the foundation of their solid defense, occasionally engages in counterattacks. Although not every counterattack poses a threat, the frequency of such attempts occasionally yields success. In the 39th minute, Gadli cleverly drew the attention of most Bayern defenders with his movement, allowing a teammate to pass the ball to the right winger, who cut into the penalty area and executed a swift shot that found the back of the net. Nuremberg found themselves leading Bayern Munich 2-0. At halftime, Hollis was in high spirits, commending the team's performance in the first half. However, apart from Gadli, the youth players were indeed quite young and susceptible to external influences. This had been evident in the previous away match against Hoffenheim, and it was similarly the case following Hollis's praise in this match. The commendation led to a surge of excitement among the players, who began the second half still basking in the glow of their coach's accolades. Consequently, Bayern Munich seized this moment to deliver a harsh reality check to the exuberant Nuremberg youngsters. Despite their youth and lower physical resilience, the technical skills and teamwork of Bayern's U17 players surpassed those of Nuremberg. In the 52nd minute, Bayern Munich, through a series of incisive passing and movement in the attacking third, finally breached Nuremberg's defense, sending the ball into the net. Bayern U17 narrowed the deficit to 2-1, leaving Nuremberg U17 with only a single goal lead. A one-goal advantage in football is perilous, as the tide can turn at any moment. Thus, the players of Nuremberg U17 finally regained their focus, tightening their defensive line to withstand a surge of attacks from a Bayern U17 side buoyed by their recent goal. After more than 10 minutes of relentless assault, the fatigued Bayern U17 finally eased their pressure, leading to a stalemate between the two sides. Subsequently, both teams began to make substitutions, replacing players who were clearly struggling with their stamina. Yet, Gadli remained on the pitch. Having scored in the previous two matches and netting a header in this one, Gadli had earned Hollis's trust. Gadli lived up to Hollis's trust. In the 82nd minute, the Nuremberg U17 team earned a corner kick opportunity. Following the corner, although Gadli did not manage to make contact with the ball initially, Bayern U17 failed to clear it from the penalty area. The ball fell into the box, resulting in a chaotic scramble. Then, unexpectedly, the ball was deflected by an unknown player and rolled right in front of Gadli in the 6-yard box. Observing the ball approaching him, Gadli instinctively executed a slide tackle before his mind could issue a command, managing to strike the ball into the net just before the opposing defender could clear it. The proximity of the shot left Bayern Munich's goalkeeper with no time to react, as he could only watch helplessly as the ball flew into the goal. Gadli delivered a remarkable performance by scoring twice, propelling Nuremberg to a 3-1 lead against the illustrious Bayern Munich. momentarily taken aback as the ball found its way into the net due to his own intervention. Gadley could hardly believe that he had achieved a brace in a match against the renowned Bayern Munich. Although he plays for the U17 youth team, the surprises he brings are undoubtedly remarkable. As a result, Gadley, momentarily stunned, managed to rise only to be brought down by his teammates in a jubilant pile-up celebration within the penalty area before he could even dash out to celebrate his goal. Having scored in each of the last 3 matches, he now showcased a splendid brace, earning the admiration of most of his teammates due to his more mature demeanor in everyday life. This culminated in the delightful scene of him being joyfully toppled by his teammates after his double strike. Following the restart of the match, neither side managed to find the net again. Ultimately, the final score was 3-1, with Bjorn Gadley's 2 goals propelling Nuremberg U17 to a home victory over Bayern Munich U17. Chapter 10. The arrival of U19. After the match, Gadley was warmly embraced by a jubilant Hollis, who expressed his satisfaction with Gadley's brace. Over the course of 3 matches, he had scored 4 goals with both head and foot, leaving even the most demanding coach pleased. Although it was evident that Bayern U17's strength was not particularly formidable, their prestigious name added weight to the victory, bringing joy to all, including Gadley. Thus, after the match, Gadley celebrated enthusiastically with Elmer, the coach, and the spectators who had come to collect the players. This match granted Gadley a total of 8,000 experience points, calculated from his 2,000 starting appearances for 1,000 goals, 1,000 net wins, and a goal difference of 2. His level experience rose to 1.8, nearing a new skill point upgrade, just 2,000 points shy of unlocking new abilities. In the following 3 days, the team took a break, and many players returned home with their parents. Only Gadley, Elmer, and a few others remained at the training base for self-directed training, albeit without any experience points. However, Gadley remained unfazed, understanding that while many skills are intangible, they can be enhanced through practice, allowing him to conserve some skill points. During this period, on August 29th, another Monday, after being able to allocate skill points again, Gadley spent 2 skill points to elevate his shooting skill from 73 to 74 and his off-the-ball movement from 57 to 58, leaving him with a balance of 5 skill points. Upon resuming training on August 31st, Hollis noticed Gadley's slight improvement in shooting. After observing him for several days, Hollis decided to monitor 1 or 2 more matches. If Gadley's shooting remained consistently effective, he could be recommended for the U19 youth team. After all, Gadley would turn 18 on September 6th, surpassing the U17 age limit. Initially intended to conclude this season and seek his own path, it now seemed viable for him to try his luck with the U19 team. Gadley was, of course, unaware of the coach's thoughts, but he was delighted to discover that after the team resumed training for 2 days on August 31st and September 1st, his experience had surged to 22,000, thus automatically promoting him to level 2 with 30,000 experience points. This indicated that his next upgrade would require 30,000 experience points. Unfortunately, Gadley's fortune took a turn for the worse. The skill that was randomly unlocked with his promotion was the goalkeeper's defensive positioning skill, which had an initial attribute of 6. Consequently, there was no need to squander skill points on enhancements. Therefore, the 10 skill points he earned from leveling up were fully added to his balance, raising it to 15 skill points. In the following days, Gadley continued his training regimen diligently, dedicating an additional half-hour each day to practice with Elmer after the regular training sessions. On September 5th, another Monday, Gadley utilized 2 skill points to elevate his shooting and off-the-ball movement to 75 and 59, respectively, leaving him with a remaining balance of 13 skill points. September 6th marked Gadley's 18th birthday. During dinner, the cafeteria prepared a birthday cake for him. It was at this moment that Gadley and his teammates, who had been consuming nutritious meals, were finally able to indulge in 2 bites of cake each. Indeed, just 2 bites, as the cake portion was limited to prevent the players from ingesting excessive cream and sugar. Nevertheless, the celebration of Gadley's birthday brought joy to everyone. On this day, all his teammates expressed their gratitude and extended heartfelt birthday wishes to him. After celebrating his 18th birthday on September 10th, during the 4th round of the U17 League, Nuremberg faced off against Munich 1860 as the visiting team. Having just played against Bayern Munich in the previous round, they were now set to challenge Munich 1860, continuing their fierce rivalry. In this match, Gadley and Elmer were once again in the starting lineup. However, the overall performance of the team was subpar. Although it was not as dismal as their match against Hoffenheim, it was still far from impressive. The psychological resilience of U17 players could not match that of the first team, and the fluctuations in performance during away games were significantly greater. In the 21st minute, Munich 1860, playing at home, seized the lead through a well-executed set piece, with their center forward heading the ball into Nuremberg's net. Subsequently, both teams engaged in a fierce offensive exchange. In the 38th minute, after a breakthrough on the flank, Elmer initiated an attack by passing the ball to the attacking midfielder. Gadley found an opening in the penalty area and, with a deft touch, received the midfielder's exquisite pass, striking the ball into the lower right corner of Munich 1860's goal without breaking stride. Gadley equalized for the team, bringing the score to 1-1. After 1 minute of stoppage time, the referee signaled the end of the first half, and both teams retreated to the locker rooms with a score of 1-1. As the second half commenced, in the 54th minute, Munich 1860 executed a well-coordinated team play that penetrated Nuremberg's penalty area, where their attacking midfielder unleashed a low shot from 12 meters in front of the goal, regaining the lead at 2-1. However, Nuremberg exhibited a resilience in this away match that surpassed their performance against Hoffenheim, refusing to be subdued by Munich 1860. Instead, after falling behind, they mounted a vigorous counter-offensive. Within this wave of attacks, just 7 minutes after the opposing goal, Nuremberg U17 earned a corner kick through a forward assault. Their central defender, ascending to contest the corner within the penalty area, successfully headed the ball into the net of Munich 1860, valiantly leveling the score once more. Nevertheless, Munich 1860, playing on home turf, maintained superior form and performance. In the 75th minute, their right winger skillfully maneuvered past 2 defenders and entered Nuremberg's penalty area, only to be brought down by a Nuremberg defender, resulting in a penalty kick. The attacking midfielder took the penalty and struck it true, extending the score to 3-2. Subsequently, neither side managed to score again, culminating in a final score of 3-2. Although Gadley had 2 shooting opportunities in the second half, one went wide of the goal while the other, hindered by a defender, was feeble and easily claimed by the goalkeeper. Following the match, Gadley, whose team suffered a defeat, naturally did not receive a victory bonus. The experience he gained from this match culminated in a calculation of 2,001 goal equating to 4,000 experience points, elevating his level to 2 with an accumulation of 12,000 to 30,000 points. However, unbeknownst to Gadley, despite the team's loss, his performance garnered the coach's approval. Hollis was preparing to bestow upon him a delightful surprise. After a day of rest on September 11th, the U17 youth team resumed training on September 12th. It was a Monday, and upon waking, Gadley first allocated 2 skill points, enhancing his shooting and off-the-ball movement to 76 and 60 respectively, crossing the threshold of proficiency. With 11 skill points remaining, shortly after training commenced, the players noticed someone approaching from the U19 training field. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the U19 head coach, Eric. The players felt a surge of excitement, pondering whether Eric had come to scout for U17 players. Consequently, the training attitudes of all players, including Gadley and Elmer, shifted to a notably more diligent and focused demeanor. Chapter 11. Promotion to the U19 youth team. With the U17 players observing discreetly, Coach Eric arrived at the edge of their training field, conversing briefly with Hollis before settling on the sidelines to watch the U17 players train. That afternoon, Hollis organized a 60-minute practice match for the U17 teammates, with Eric remaining on the sidelines, intently watching. In a bid to showcase their skills and abilities to Eric, the players took the opportunity to play rather individually during the practice match, with many opting to hold onto the ball rather than passing, resulting in a majority concluding with lost possession. Gadley can only enhance his efforts in the forward line to seize opportunities for possession. His relentless pressing finally bore fruit in the 48th minute, when he compelled a defensive player to make an errant pass, resulting in a crucial misplay. Gadley, displaying remarkable opportunism, swiftly intercepted the ball and advanced it forward, deftly maneuvering past a defender attempting to reclaim possession from the side. What followed was a clear path ahead. Given that it was a rapid counterattack following a successful interception in the opponent's half, both the defenders and the goalkeeper seemed momentarily caught off guard. Merely spectators as Gadley carried the ball to the edge of the penalty area, faced with the goalkeeper approaching within 4 to 5 meters. He expertly struck for the far corner. The ball evaded the goalkeeper's outstretched fingers, nestling itself into the net just inside the far post. This marked Gadley's sole goal in the training match. However, in addition to this goal, he also attempted 2 other shots, one narrowly missing the post, and the other being saved by the goalkeeper, both of which posed significant threats. Consequently, at the conclusion of the match, Eriksson remarked to Hollis, "The player you recommended, Brent Gadley, may not possess exceptional dribbling or speed, yet his height, physique, and striking ability are indeed commendable. He is certainly suited for a central forward position. If you bring him over, I shall take him under my wing." Hollis, elated, replied, "Excellent, yet another talent blossoming. Haha." He then called out to Gadley, who was standing alongside Elmer, eagerly watching the interaction between him and Eriksson, waving his hand and exclaiming, "Gadley, come here." Gadley was instantly filled with joy, his heart racing with exhilaration, momentarily unable to respond. It was Elmer, with a voice brimming with elation, who gave him a gentle push, urging, "Hurry, it might be your call to report for the U19 team." Gadley promptly sprinted over, discreetly assessing Erikov while addressing Hollis. "Chief, did you call for me?" Hollis patted his shoulder and gestured towards Erikov, stating, "This is Erikov, the head coach of the U19 team, as you are likely aware. Now that you have turned 18, you have surpassed the age limit for the U17 category, and your abilities have garnered Erikov's endorsement. Therefore, you are to accompany Erikov and report to the U19 youth team forthwith." Gadley suppressed the exuberance within and bowed to Hollis, expressing his gratitude for the chief's cultivation. He then turned to Mr. Eric, stating, "Mr. Eric, Brent Gadley reports to you." Gadley's polite demeanor won the favor of both coaches. With a smile, Eric extended his hand and said, "Welcome to the Nuremberg U19 youth team." Gadley extended his hand to shake with Eric, at which point an electronic sound resonated in his mind, signaling the completion of System Task 1 for promotion to the U19 level, rewarding him with 10 skill points, thus increasing his skill point balance to 21. Concurrently, the system issued a series of 5 additional tasks. System Task 2, sign a professional contract. Task details. The host is advised to perform admirably and secure a professional player contract with FC Nuremberg by December 31st, 2011. Success reward, 10 skill points. Failure penalty, system termination. System Task 3, promotion to the U23 youth team. Task details. The host is encouraged to excel and ascend from the Nuremberg U19 team to the U23 youth team by June 30th, 2012. Success reward, 10 skill points. Failure penalty, system termination. System Task 4, U19 League Champion. Task details. The host is tasked with aiding the Nuremberg U19 team to clinch the championship of the 2011 to 2012 season of the German U19 Southern Regional League, with a requirement of participating in more than 5 matches for the achievement to be valid. Success reward, 10 skill points. Failure penalty, none. System Task 5, German Youth League Cup Champion. Task details. The host is to assist the Nuremberg U19 team in winning the 2011 to 2012 season of the German Youth League Cup, necessitating participation in more than 2 matches for the accomplishment to be recognized. Success reward, 10 skill points. Failure penalty, none. System Task 6, selection for the German U19 national team. Task details. The host is encouraged to excel, striving for selection to the German U19 team before reaching the age of 19. Success reward, 10 skill points. Failure penalty, none. The U23 youth team is commonly referred to as the XX youth team. The Nuremberg U23 youth team is simply known as the Nuremberg youth team, and it is understood to refer to the U23 category, while age brackets are specified only for U19 and below. This season, the Nuremberg youth team competes in the Southern Regional League of Germany, which includes a mix of professional teams, formidable amateur squads, and U23 teams from Southern Bundesliga clubs such as Nuremberg, thereby falling within the semi-professional league realm. Above the youth team lies the first team. Generally, upon entering the U19 level and reaching the legally permissible age of 18 for signing contracts and participating in professional matches, clubs will offer professional contracts based on player performance and coach recommendations. It is at this juncture that one truly becomes a professional player. Players who ascend to the U19 training camp of a Bundesliga team like Nuremberg may still find opportunities to play professionally in the 2nd or 3rd divisions, even if they do not progress to the U23 or first team. In essence, once one joins a Bundesliga youth team such as Nuremberg's U19, the majority can expect to sustain a career in professional football. However, the probability of becoming a star remains low, with most individuals relegated to ordinary teams or lower-tier leagues. Indeed, Gadley harbors aspirations of attracting the attention of scouts from renowned clubs such as Borussia Dortmund and Bayern Munich while playing for the U19 youth team. Within the fan circles in China, Nuremberg's visibility remains rather low, perceived by many as a club of little prominence. Gadley was not a fan of Nuremberg and had little knowledge of the team prior to his unexpected journey. It was only after he had traversed into this new existence that he discovered Nuremberg was located in southern Germany, sharing the Bavarian region with Bayern Munich. To his surprise, the system issued a task that required him to sign a professional contract with Nuremberg. Failure to comply would result in the system's disappearance. He took the initiative to confirm this with the system, which reiterated that he was only permitted to sign with Nuremberg, and any contract with another team would be deemed a failure of the task. Left with no alternative, Gadley resigned himself to signing a professional contract with Nuremberg, vowing to serve the club for several years. Reflecting on the memories of the original owner of this body, who had been in the Nuremberg youth training camp since the age of 11, he considered that signing his first professional contract with Nuremberg and contributing to the club by securing a couple of championships might serve as a fitting tribute to the nurturing he had received from the club. Chapter 12. Table tennis. Amidst the envious gazes of the U17 youth team players, Bernd Gadley followed Eric to the U19 training ground, situated over 100 meters away. After gathering the U19 players, Eric pointed to Gadley and announced, "This is your new teammate, Bernd Gadley, who has just been promoted from the U17 team. I hope you all assist him in acclimating to the team." The players responded in a varied chorus, their demeanor towards Gadley rather indifferent. It was clear that they were in competition with one another, vying for spots in the U23 and even the first team. Opportunities for genuine camaraderie among the youth team were scarce. However, there were exceptions. Just as Eric finished speaking, a voice emerged from the back of the crowd. "Gadley. Hugu Tiing, I know you, and I appreciate Hugu culture." Gadley looked up and saw a slender young man standing at the edge of the second row, waving his hand to indicate that it was he who had been speaking moments ago. Gadley smiled at him in gratitude, a genuine expression rather than mere politeness. As a native of Hu country, he naturally felt a sense of warmth towards foreigners who appreciated Hu culture. The U17 training match was scheduled for the afternoon, and after playing for several minutes, Gadley was somewhat fatigued. Consequently, Eric only accompanied Gadley to the U19 training ground, allowing him to meet his teammates without subjecting him to the rigors of intense training, permitting him instead to engage in light practice. Soon, the training concluded, and Gadley garnered experience from the U17 session rather than the U19. Subsequently, the players gradually returned to the locker room to shower and change, preparing to head to the dining hall for a meal before returning to their dormitories. Gadley intended to retrieve his belongings from the U17 locker room and transfer items from the U17 dormitory to the U19 accommodations. Although both the locker room and the dormitory were adjacent, distinctions existed between U17 and U19, necessitating that Gadley reside with his U19 teammates. After showering and changing in the U17 locker room, he bid farewell to his U17 companions. As he and Elmer prepared to return to the dormitory to collect his personal effects, the player who had previously expressed his admiration for Chinese culture approached him. Tapping Gadley on the shoulder, he introduced himself, saying, "Gadley, allow me to introduce myself. I am August Michner, a right-winger in the U19 team, and I have come to assist you with your move." Gadley exchanged a handshake with Michner, briefly introduced his position, and subsequently introduced Elmer to him. With the assistance of Michner and Elmer, Gadley relocated all his personal belongings to an unoccupied bed in the U19 dormitory. The trio then proceeded to the dining hall for dinner. During the meal, Michner displayed an intense fascination with Chinese culture, posing numerous inquiries regarding the city of Ditford in China, and also inquiring whether Gadley practiced Chinese martial arts. In truth, it was the allure of martial arts films featuring Bruce Lee, Jet Li, and Jackie Chan that had initially sparked Michner's interest in Chinese culture. Gadley, undoubtedly lacking in martial prowess, was nonetheless well-versed in matters concerning Ditford, readily providing answers to any inquiries. Additionally, he imparted a few rudimentary phrases of Mandarin to Michner and Elmer, such as hello, thank you, and please sit, which greatly impressed them with his linguistic abilities. Subsequently, Michner acquainted Gadley with certain aspects of the U19 team, including the primary players, the first substitutes, and those on the periphery of the squad. After 4 rounds in the U19 Southern Regional League, Nuremberg had secured 2 victories, 1 draw, and 1 defeat, positioning them 5th among 14 teams, a commendable record. As for Michner, he remained a substitute player, yet to sign a professional contract, a situation shared by both Gadley and Elmer. Although Elmer had garnered several assists in recent matches through his cooperation with Gadley and had seen a slight improvement in his shooting skills due to their extra training sessions, He had yet to receive a recommendation from Coach Hollis to advance to the U19 level, despite earning a rotational starting position. Gadley, having recently ascended to the U19 team, naturally found himself in a substitute role, with his ability to adapt to this new level still uncertain. Scoring consistently in the U17 category did not guarantee the same success in U19, given the significant enhancement in opponents' defensive positioning, physicality, speed, teamwork, and experience. Aside from achieving a shooting skill level of 76, Gadley has yet to unlock other skills, leaving his overall capabilities rather modest. Consequently, although he has progressed to the U19 team, Gadley must begin his journey as a substitute, akin to the treatment received by Mykina. All three players face significant competitive pressure. Thus, after Elmer mentioned his and Gadley's daily afternoon training sessions, Mykina expressed his desire to join. With a center forward, a left winger, and a right midfielder, they would cover all positions, allowing not only for shooting practice but also for triangular passing and movement drills. After dinner, Elmer returned to the U17 dormitory, while Gadley accompanied Mykina back to the U19 quarters. The Nuremberg youth training camp is not solely focused on training fields, as such an environment would drive young players to madness. Therefore, the camp also features a library and a recreation room for evening study and leisure. The recreation room is equipped with billiards, table tennis, and a television, and players are permitted to bring their gaming consoles to the dormitory. Apart from those who live nearby in Nuremberg and can return home at night, as well as those who have signed professional contracts and can afford to rent, players like Gadley, who reside in dormitories, spend their evenings engaging in these recreational activities. Previously, during his time in the U17 team, Gadley primarily occupied his evenings in the library, perusing newspapers and magazines to familiarize himself with Germany's customs and football news, seldom spending time in the recreation room. This time, however, Mykina was determined to persuade Gadley to join him in the recreation room for some fun. After tidying his bed and getting acquainted with a few roommates, Gadley was led by Mykina to engage in a game of table tennis, an admirer of Chinese culture. Mykina had also developed an interest in the renowned sport of table tennis and had previously inquired whether Gadley was skilled in it. Upon learning that Gadley could indeed play, Mykina eagerly dragged him along, eager for a friendly match. In his own words, Mykina claimed his table tennis skills were exceptional, having proven undefeated within the Nuremberg youth training camp, and he was now keen to challenge a Chinese player. Although Gadley is not Chinese, he hails from the Bavarian town of Dietfurt, which has a strong connection to Chinese culture, and he is proficient in table tennis. Therefore, Mykina was particularly eager to compete with Gadley, filled with confidence. When Mykina asked Gadley about his table tennis abilities, Gadley had replied, "I can play a bit, but my skills are not high, and I haven't played in a while, so I'm probably not a match for you." Chapter 13. Gadley is a deceiver. Michener, like the vast majority of foreigners, is oblivious to the unique thought processes and manner of speech characteristic of the Chinese. Even when a Chinese individual possesses exceptional skills in table tennis, upon initially discussing the topic, they would not boast of their prowess but instead humbly downplay their abilities, claiming to be somewhat out of practice or merely average. However, once the competition truly commences, the foreigner will soon discover that the Chinese are adept at deception. Despite their high level of skill, they choose not to speak the truth. Michener is unaware that the soul residing within Gadley is that of a Chinese person, reflecting the same communicative style and cognitive approach. Thus, when Gadley claims he is not highly skilled and might struggle against Michener, the latter takes this assertion at face value, becoming somewhat impatient to demonstrate his own table tennis prowess. Coincidentally, Gadley himself has not played table tennis in quite some time. Indeed, the last occasion he engaged in the sport was over 6 months ago, even before his journey across time. Gadley remarked that he had not played in quite some time, and his subsequent lack of proficiency was not entirely misleading. In truth, apart from the preeminence of China in the realm of table tennis, other regions of considerable skill are predominantly found in East Asia and Southeast Asia, with many players switching nationalities to compete, as they often lack opportunities to participate in domestic tournaments. However, Europe does boast a nation with a commendable table tennis culture, Germany. Germany has produced a world-class table tennis virtuoso, Timo Boll, who has triumphed over esteemed players such as Wang Liqin and Kong Lingwei, claiming the men's singles title at the Table Tennis World Cup and even reaching the pinnacle of the world rankings, serving as a formidable figure in Europe's resistance against Chinese table tennis during those years. Under Boll's influence, the grassroots table tennis atmosphere in Germany flourished, surpassing that of other European nations, with a notable number of individuals proficient in the sport. When Gadley and Michener arrived at the recreation room, they found that 2 of the 3 available table tennis tables were already occupied. Michener, with his extroverted disposition, despite being a substitute, had garnered a respectable reputation within the team, known not only in the U19 category but also across various other levels, with numerous acquaintances. Upon entering the recreation room, many greeted Michener, who took the opportunity to introduce Gadley to some new friends. Afterward, Michener retrieved a paddle and several table tennis balls from the equipment room, returning to share a paddle with Gadley, eager to showcase his exceptional table tennis skills. Observing Michener preparing to play with Gadley, someone jested, "Michener, are you once again using table tennis to bully newcomers? Since you adore the sport so much, why not become a professional table tennis player? After all, you're not particularly skilled at football." Michener, flustered, retorted, "Go away. Gadley is my new friend. We are here for friendly sparring." However, it did not take long for Michener to reveal to Gadley the reason behind the jest regarding his tendency to challenge newcomers. He proposed that merely playing without stakes was rather dull and suggested adding a small wager, a best-of-5 series, with each game played to 11 points, where the loser would be responsible for washing the winner's clothes for a month. While the training apparel was laundered daily by staff, the players were required to wash their personal garments themselves. Although washing machines were available, players still had to hang and organize their laundry. Michener had frequently engaged in this wager during table tennis matches, emerging victorious on numerous occasions, leading to a current lack of challengers. He boasted that he was indeed unmatched within the training camp, a claim that was not entirely unfounded. Nevertheless, Gadley was well aware of the remarkable talent possessed by the Germans in table tennis, and although he had not frequented the recreation room much during his U17 years, he occasionally visited to watch television, knowing that very few within the training camp were actually adept at table tennis. Thus, Michener's assertions of being unbeatable in the training camp were significantly exaggerated. Although Gadley had not played for quite some time, his skill level during his academic years was remarkably high. Even after entering the workforce, he occasionally engaged in matches with his colleagues. While somewhat out of practice, he believed that with a little time to reacquaint himself, defeating Michener would pose no challenge. Thus, Gadley remarked with a smile, "Very well. I hope I do not suffer too humiliating a defeat." Michener confidently replied, "Fear not. I shall take it easy on you and won't leave you completely shorn." Gadley offered a faint smile before embarking on a spirited table tennis contest with Michener. As the match commenced, Gadley soon realized that Michener possessed only a modest skill level, merely capable of receiving and serving, occasionally executing a defensive slice or a casual backspin, which merely compelled his opponent to scurry about in exasperation. Such conventional tactics might suffice against the trainees from the German camps, but were inadequate against Gadley, who was, in essence, of Chinese descent. In the first game, Gadley appeared somewhat unpracticed, succumbing to Michener with a score of 11-7. However, the victorious Michener displayed little genuine surprise. Instead, he exclaimed dramatically, "Gadley, you charlatan! With skills like yours, how can you claim to be out of practice and expect me to take it easy on you?" Nearby, a player at another table chuckled, "Michener, it seems you finally met your match. Gadley, give it your all. I have faith in you. Make him wash clothes for a month." A number of players from the recreation area joined in the cheer, rallying support for Gadley, with several abandoning their own games to spectate at their table. Gadley remarked to Michener, "I am not particularly skilled, and it has indeed been a long time since I last played. Did I not just lose the first round to you?" Michener scoffed and replied, "Feel free to weave your tales. It would be a miracle if I believed you. However, having secured one victory, I merely need to win 2 more, and your clothes will be my responsibility to wash." Gadley chuckled, "Let us continue the contest." One must admit, Michener's instincts were remarkably accurate. In the second game, Gadley, having regained much of his former prowess in table tennis, engaged in a fiercely contested match with Michener, ultimately triumphing with a narrow score of 11-9. Michener became the target of good-natured teasing from all the players in the recreation room, who declared that it was finally his turn to do the laundry. Unwilling to accept defeat, Michener pressed on, but in the third game, Gadley, feeling increasingly confident, shifted from merely exchanging serves to executing powerful drives and smashes. Such a level of play may not be particularly impressive in who country, yet for Michener, who was accustomed to a less competitive environment, it proved to be an insurmountable challenge. He succumbed to Gadley with a decisive score of 11-6. In the concluding fourth game, the defeat was even more pronounced, with Gadley overwhelming him at 11-3, marking a resounding loss. In a remarkable turn of events, Gadali, after initially losing a game, staged a triumphant comeback to secure a 3-1 victory, leaving Mykina to experience the bitter taste of defeat in table tennis. This victory elicited loud cheers from players who had previously endured the same fate at Mykina's hands, resulting in a notable shift in their attitude towards Gadali. As Mykina made his way back to the dormitory, he expressed his dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "Gadali, you deceiver, you tricked me into playing table tennis with you, only to have me wash your clothes." Gadali remarked, "It was not I who sought you out. Rather, you initiated our encounter. However, if you truly wish to decline, then so be it." Michener smirked and said, "Very well, one must accept the consequences of their bets. After all, with a washing machine at our disposal, it merely entails drying and collecting." Chapter 14. Entering the U19 League roster according to conventional logic, an 18-year-old player, having progressed from U17 to U19, would undoubtedly feel compelled to share this joyous news with their family. Thus, despite still grappling with how to confront his parents regarding his burgeoning physique, Gadali pondered for a considerable time upon returning to his dormitory, ultimately deciding to call his parents and convey the delightful news of his elevation to the U19 team. Gadali's parents are filled with joy, hoping that he will continue to strive in the U19 League and secure a professional contract soon, thereby embarking on the path of a professional athlete. Regarding this matter, Gadali indeed feels a sense of urgency. The system task has set a tight deadline, requiring a contract to be signed by the end of this year, leaving him with merely over 3 months. He must quickly integrate into the team and seize opportunities for advancement in matches. Moreover, he needs to diligently train to enhance his skills, especially those not yet unlocked. Gadali has resolved to extend his daily practice by an additional hour. Fortunately, after defeating Mykina in table tennis, avenging some U19 players who had previously washed Mykina's clothes, Gadali gained a measure of favor from certain teammates, easing his transition into the U19 team. Starting from September 13, 2011, Gadali commenced his training with the Nuremberg U19 youth team. U19 is not merely a change of name, it represents a comprehensive upgrade. The system experience gained from daily training has increased from 1,000 in U17 to 2,000, and the training content has naturally evolved as well. The intensity of training is greater than that of U17, with higher expectations and stricter standards. During training matches, Gadali, playing as a forward, faces defenders whose capabilities in marking, experience, positioning, tackling, physical confrontations, teamwork, running distances, and goalkeeping have all ascended to a higher level compared to U17. If it were merely a matter of facing stronger opponents, Gadali might still manage to cope. However, with the entire team elevated to a new tier and him positioned among the substitutes, he finds himself at a disadvantage when confronting the first-team defense during training matches. Fortunately, his impressive shooting skill rating of 76 still proves somewhat effective. After all, defenders cannot monitor him constantly, and there are moments of oversight. If given the chance to shoot, his skill can pose a significant threat and even result in goals. In his second internal training match with the U19 team, Gadali scored a goal, demonstrating that his shooting ability remains commendable and consistent even at this level. If one were to compare penalty taking alone, Gadali's shooting rating of 76 surpasses that of the U19's main striker, Samuel Mori, in terms of goal-scoring rate. However, the game encompasses more than just shooting. It involves dribbling, breakthroughs, speed, physicality, jumping ability, heading, balance, curve technique, teamwork, psychological resilience, and a multitude of other competitive elements. Currently, Gadali has only unlocked the skills of shooting and off-the-ball movement, and his off-the-ball movement attribute is quite low. Consequently, his overall strength pales in comparison to Mori, resulting in a performance during the training match that was inferior to Mori's. Even the substitute center Joseph outperformed him. Gadali must initially settle for a spot on the second string, gradually honing his skills and securing more playing time before attempting to displace Joseph and Mori. On September 18th, during the German Youth League Cup round of 18, the Nuremberg U19 team faced off against the Hoffenheim U19 squad. Gadali, who had just ascended to the U19 ranks, was unable to even make the matchday squad, let alone step onto the pitch. Although Nuremberg U19 triumphed over Hoffenheim U19 with a score of 2-1, advancing to the quarterfinals, the remaining matches, consisting of the round of 14 semifinals and finals, left Gadali with a dwindling number of opportunities to fulfill the prerequisite of appearing in the tournament at least twice to earn the reward for winning the German Youth Cup. Time was of the essence for him to enhance his abilities and seize a chance to play. On Monday, September 19th, Gadley invested 2 skill points, elevating his shooting skill from 76 to 77 and his off-the-ball movement from 60 to 61, leaving him with a balance of 19 skill points. 2 days later, on September 21st, after completing a training session and accruing 2,000 training experience, Gadley's level experience reached 2, with 31,000 out of 30,000, automatically promoting him to level 3 with 15,000 out of 50,000. This time, fortune smiled upon Gadley, as he randomly unlocked the skill of ball control upon leveling up, boasting an initial attribute of 62. While this skill may not be directly offensive, its high attribute proves invaluable, allowing him to deftly control passes from teammates and prepare for subsequent actions. Players like Ronaldinho, known for their exquisite ball control, can effortlessly bring down long aerial passes from the backline, showcasing both artistry and practicality. In contrast, players lacking such finesse, akin to domestic players who might let the ball bounce 4 or 5 meters away, easily fall prey to opponents, failing to maintain possession, let alone execute a breakthrough shot. Thus, while this skill may not hold the same significance as shooting, it is far from being as inconsequential as goalkeeping positioning. It undoubtedly contributes to his prowess as a forward. Consequently, Gadley did not hesitate to allocate 1 skill point to enhance his ball control from its initial value of 62 to 63. The next opportunity to allocate skill points would arrive the following Monday. After utilizing 1 skill point for ball control, the 10 skill point reward from leveling up reduced to 9, and combined with his previous balance, Gadley's skill points increased to 28. It appears that he has a surplus of skill points. However, the weekly increment feels painfully slow. Yet, the system is designed this way, ostensibly to prevent any suspicions regarding his rapid advancement, leaving him with no choice but to progress gradually. Indeed, a weekly enhancement, albeit modest, is formidable. Other players, upon reaching maturity, find it challenging to achieve even a single incremental improvement in a month, with some players solidifying their skills early on, rendering further enhancement impossible. The pace of progress demonstrated by Gadley has astonished many, including Hollis from the U17 team and Erikov from the U19 squad, who both recognize his potential for further development. Incorporating the inherent humility and politeness of the Chinese character in Gadley, along with an additional hour of practice with Elmer and Mykina after daily training sessions, left a commendable impression on Eriksson. Consequently, just 1 match following his promotion to the U19 team, Gadley found himself included in the squad for the 5th round of the U19 League, scheduled for September 24th, where they would face the U19 team of Saarbrücken, displacing substitute striker Joseph. After the announcement of the match roster, Mykina and several other players, who had already forged friendships with Gadley, extended their heartfelt congratulations to him. Gadley was filled with anticipation for the match the following day. As long as he had the opportunity to participate, even without scoring or winning, he could still reap the rewards of being a substitute and gain invaluable experience, thereby accelerating his progression. Chapter 15. Coming off the bench. Saarbrücken is a city in the southwestern region of Germany, situated over 300 kilometers from Nuremberg. The match was scheduled to take place at 1:00 p.m. the next day, and Eric dared not allow the players to depart in the morning. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise during their journey, they might miss the match altogether. Furthermore, rushing to the game the following day would undoubtedly hinder the players' performance. It was far more prudent to arrive the day prior and rest overnight. Therefore, after the announcement of the squad for the next day's match on the afternoon of September 24th, the selected players dined and then boarded the club bus with Eric to journey to Saarbrücken. Gadley's debut for the U19 team coincided with an arduous away journey spanning over 300 kilometers. Despite the distance and the inherent fatigue associated with such travel, confidence ran high among the Nuremberg players, as their opponents, the Saarbrücken club, were merely a team from the regional Liga and lacked a formidable youth training program. However, perhaps due to overconfidence or the exhaustion from their long trek, the Nuremberg U19 team found themselves trailing 1-2 at halftime on September 25th. Despite the match being held on the opponent's training ground, where they faced minimal pressure from a sparse crowd, the sole goal that Nuremberg managed to score was an own goal from a Saarbrücken player, rather than a successful strike from their own ranks. Although the individual skills of the Nuremberg U19 players surpassed those of their Saarbrücken counterparts, they failed to demonstrate the prowess expected from a team nurtured in the Bundesliga, delivering a lackluster performance that left them consistently under pressure from the home side, buoyed by their own morale. Had it not been for the opponent's inadvertent own goal, Nuremberg would have faced a humiliating defeat. Consequently, during the halftime break, head coach Eric expressed his fury, vociferously reprimanding the players whose performance resembled that of sleepwalkers. To penalize the lackadaisical attitude and sluggish start, Eric executed a sweeping substitution, replacing a significant portion of the starting 11. Both those substituted and those fortunate enough to remain on the field fell silent, their heads bowed in shame. The 6 substitutes who stepped onto the pitch shared a different sentiment. They recognized this as a rare opportunity to showcase their abilities, hoping to seize their chance to usurp starting positions from the underperforming first-team players. Among them were substitute striker Bernd Gadley and right winger August Michner, both of whom were brought on during the halftime break, presenting them with a serendipitous opportunity. Gadley, making his first appearance on the team roster, had not anticipated playing time, expecting perhaps only a brief stint in the latter stages of the match. However, due to the dismal performance of his teammates, he was granted a full 45 minutes to make an impression. As the second half commenced after a 15-minute interval, Saarbrücken aimed to carry on their momentum, determined to crush Nuremberg entirely. Yet, influenced by Eric's halftime tirade, the remaining 5 starting players were galvanized into action, unwilling to slack off. Their performance in the first half was already superior to that of the others, and following Eric's scolding, they returned to the field with renewed vigor. The substitutes, including Gadley, were acutely aware of the rarity of their opportunity and were determined to make the most of it. Consequently, Nuremberg's fighting spirit in the second half was markedly improved compared to the first. However, as is often the case in football, fortune plays a pivotal role. In the first half, Nuremberg had fortuitously avoided a humiliating defeat due to an own goal by the opposition. Yet, in the 53rd minute of the second half, before Nuremberg could capitalize on their newfound energy, disaster struck. Their own central defender inadvertently scored an own goal while attempting to defend against a cross from Saarbrücken. Both teams had now committed an own goal, leveling that particular aspect of the match. Nevertheless, the score stood at 3-1, with the away team, Nuremberg U19, trailing by 2 goals, a significant disadvantage. Given the circumstances in the away setting, many players felt the weight of impending defeat. Yet, Eric's passionate outburst during the halftime interval left no room for complacency. Even with the foreknowledge that this match is likely to end in defeat, one must still exert every effort to compete. Regardless of the outcome, it is imperative to exhibit tenacity and a fighting spirit, rather than adopting a stance of surrender and allowing the opponent to dominate. Failing to do so could lead to being deemed as having a poor attitude by Eric, resulting in being placed on a blacklist and missing future opportunities to play, which would be dire. The strength of the Nuremberg U19 team has consistently been superior. Under Eric's influence, the players united, dedicated themselves wholeheartedly, and managed to stabilize their formation. Although the spirited Saarbrücken relentlessly pressed forward, aiming to decisively overwhelm Nuremberg and secure a resounding victory, Nuremberg ultimately held their ground, occasionally launching counterattacks. However, due to the current lineup being a mix of starters and substitutes, their coordination was somewhat lacking. While they could leverage their numerical advantage and aggressive tackling to thwart Saarbrücken's advances in defense, they often encountered issues in offensive cohesion, leading to missed opportunities. For instance, in the 61st minute, Gadley spotted a gap behind the opposing defense in the penalty area during a collective attack and made a sudden run into the space. Although his off-the-ball movement attribute is merely 61, and he usually struggles to execute intricate runs, he occasionally exceeds expectations. When the opponent falters, he can seize excellent chances. This particular opportunity was indeed promising. Had his teammate, the attacking midfielder Fred, been able to promptly deliver the ball to him, Gadley, unmarked in the open space, might have successfully timed his run to evade the offside trap and unleashed a threatening shot that could have resulted in a goal. However, Fred, unfamiliar with Gadley's playing style and lacking the synergy he shares with his friend Elmer, was caught off guard and failed to react in time. By the time he discerned Gadley's direction and intentions, it was too late, and Gadley had already been flagged offside. Consequently, Nuremberg squandered a golden opportunity for an offensive breakthrough. Chapter 16. The first goal for U19 amidst the ongoing battle of offense and defense in the 61st minute. Nuremberg finally executed an attack that showcased the prowess of their Bundesliga youth training program. This play did not feature a shot from Gadley, nor an assist from him. Yet his movement within the opponent's penalty area drew the attention of both their defenders and goalkeeper, allowing the left midfielder, Golding, who had surged in from the flank, to receive a chance to shoot. Golding penetrated the penalty area, connecting with a backward pass from the left winger, Avid, near the byline. With a powerful strike, he sent the ball soaring into the far corner of the net. The opposing goalkeeper, who had shifted towards the near post, was unable to recover in time and could only watch helplessly as the ball found its way into the goal. Nuremberg had finally scored, narrowing the deficit to 2-3. Now trailing by just 1 goal. This achievement instantly invigorated the morale of all Nuremberg players. Naturally, the Saarbrücken players were not willing to concede defeat easily. Initially, they held a commanding 2-goal lead and were poised to press further, aiming to secure a resounding 4-1 victory against the visiting Nuremberg. However, to their dismay, Nuremberg managed to score, narrowing the gap to a mere 1 goal. This turn of events was unacceptable to them. They were eager to launch an offensive to regain a 2-goal advantage, even entertaining the prospect of a 3-goal triumph. Consequently, as the match resumed, both sides engaged in a fervent exchange of attacks, each striving to breach the other's defenses. In this dynamic atmosphere, the pace of attack and defense quickened, resulting in numerous mistakes and a lack of tightly organized defensive lines to monitor each player. Despite Gadley's off-the-ball movement rating being only 61, he still found opportunities on occasion. In the 68th minute, Gadley received a pass from a teammate at the right corner of the opposing penalty area, granting him a chance to shoot. Unfortunately, under the pressure of an opposing defender, his attempt veered slightly off target and failed to find the net. Though the shot did not result in a goal, it posed a credible threat, prompting Eric on the sidelines to give Gadley a thumbs up, encouraging him to persevere. Gadley continued to move energetically, searching for potential shooting opportunities. In the 73rd minute, Saarbrücken launched a threatening attack, initiated by a cross from their winger. The center forward attempted to deceive the defenders with a jump in the center, but the ball soared too high, resulting in a missed opportunity alongside the Nuremberg defenders. Subsequently, a midfield player from Saarbrücken, making a late run, arrived at the back post of the penalty area and executed a volley, sending the descending ball towards the goal. At that moment, the Nuremberg goalkeeper had been drawn into the center by the opposing forward's leap and had not yet had the chance to dive towards the back post. Had the ball been within the frame of the goal, it was highly likely to have resulted in a score. Unfortunately, the difficulty of a volley far exceeds that of a ground shot. Despite making contact, the attempt failed to find the target. The ball struck the outside of the goalpost with a resounding thud and bounced out, leaving all Nuremberg players startled, as if they had narrowly escaped a calamity. However, this near miss instilled a false sense of belief in the Saarbrücken players that a slight increase in offensive intensity could lead to a goal. Instead of consolidating their defense, they boldly pressed forward with fervor in the subsequent minutes. In the 77th minute, as Saarbrücken launched another wave of attack, with their center back stationed near the center circle, their offensive foray outside the penalty area was thwarted by an impeccable tackle from Nuremberg's attacking midfielder, Fred, who deftly dispossessed the ball. The Saarbrücken player in possession fell to the ground, and his teammates immediately gestured to the referee, claiming a foul against Fred. Yet, the referee raised both hands, signaling for the game to continue. It was a precise tackle, a splendid play. The ball, expertly intercepted by Fred, fell perfectly at the feet of right midfielder August Michner, who, disregarding the referee's judgment, glanced at Gadley's position and decisively sent the ball soaring into the opponent's half. Gadley positioned himself at the forefront, aligning with the opposing team's last defender. Michner's powerful kick lacked precision, failing to land near Gadley and instead gravitating towards the opposing center back. The latter, lingering at the rear, swiftly advanced toward the ball's trajectory, seizing the advantageous position. Gadley was acutely aware of the slim likelihood of seizing the ball, even if he managed to acquire it. His inadequate ball control would render him incapable of retaining possession, compounded by the absence of nearby teammates for support. Consequently, he refrained from pursuing the drop zone and instead deftly maneuvered around his opponent, positioning himself behind them in anticipation of their miscalculation. Fortune favored Gadley, as his adversary indeed failed to make contact with the ball, misjudging the trajectory. The sphere sailed over the head of the opposing center back, landing gracefully beside Gadley. Gadley skillfully brought the ball under control, albeit imperfectly. However, with no adversaries nearby, he adjusted his position and surged towards the penalty area of Saarbrücken. The last central defender's ill-timed leap gifted Gadley an opportunity to break free on goal. Although the opposing player, after hitting the ground, desperately chased back alongside another defender in an attempt to thwart Gadley's clear shot, Gadley was unyielding, refusing to grant them the luxury of time. As he advanced with the ball, just before entering the penalty area, he decisively opted for a delicate lob upon seeing the Saarbrücken goalkeeper rushing out to the edge of the box. The ball soared gracefully over the goalkeeper's outstretched hands, evading his desperate leap, and arced through the air before nestling into the net behind him. Michner provided the assist, marking Gadley's inaugural goal in a formal match since his promotion to the U19 team, equalizing the score for Nuremberg at 3-3. Despite the absence of their own supporters, Gadley was exuberant, racing to the sidelines to embrace coach Eric in a fervent celebration. Soon after, they were encircled by jubilant Nuremberg players, all celebrating together. It was an unexpected turn of events, having fought back from a 1-3 deficit to level the score. A wave of exhilaration swept through the team. Conversely, the once dominant Saarbrücken appeared somewhat disoriented, with many players pondering, weren't we 2 goals ahead? How has it come to this tie? Upon the resumption of play, Nuremberg's spirit soared, taking the initiative and launching a fervent offensive against Saarbrücken. The home team, who had previously enjoyed the lead and had been relentlessly attacking, now seemed caught in disarray, struggling to find cohesion. While the forwards yearned to press forward and regain the lead, the defenders retreated, resolutely guarding the penalty area, fearful of another counterattack from Nuremberg. This disjointed formation considerably diminished Saarbrücken's midfield competitiveness, allowing Nuremberg to firmly seize control of the midfield. With the enhanced strength of the Nuremberg youth training camp, it wasn't long before Saarbrücken's defense could no longer withstand the pressure. Chapter 17, The Remarkable Turnaround. Under Nuremberg's relentless offensive onslaught, in the 85th minute, Saarbrücken's defense was ultimately breached. After Gadley made a lateral run in the penalty area, drawing away an opposing center-back, left winger Avid made a penetrating move into the box. He received a brilliant pass from attacking midfielder Fred, executed a skillful touch to evade another defender, and unleashed a low shot from 11 meters in front of the goal. The ball soared like an arrow, skimming the grass towards the bottom left corner of the opponent's net. Despite the goalkeeper's desperate attempt to intervene, he was ultimately powerless to prevent the ball from finding the back of the net. In the 85th minute, Nuremberg scored again, with Avid netting the crucial goal that turned the tide of the match. Remarkably, Nuremberg staged a stunning comeback from a 1-3 deficit to triumph 4-3. The away team, Nuremberg U19, managed to take the lead against the home side, Saarbrücken. Such a dramatic turnaround, going from 1-3 to 4-3, is a rarity in any level of competition. Consequently, both Avid and his teammates erupted into exuberant celebrations, with everyone piling onto the ground in a joyous heap. Even Eric, who had been seething in the locker room during halftime, found himself flushed with excitement, embracing team doctors and assistant coaches in jubilant revelry. This epic away comeback might just provide enough momentum for Nuremberg U19 to carry them through the season. In stark contrast, the players from Saarbrücken sat in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the unfolding spectacle before them. Having previously felt exhilarated watching others achieve dramatic comebacks on television, they were now at the receiving end, and the disappointment was unbearable. To see a lead of 3-1 evaporate as the opponent scored 3 unanswered goals is a devastating blow for any team. Thus, following Nuremberg's celebrations and the resumption of the match, Saarbrücken launched a frantic offensive in search of an equalizer in the final minutes. However, football does not yield to mere desire for goals, and time was not on their side. Soon, the match entered stoppage time. Saarbrücken not only failed to score but nearly conceded another goal in the 91st minute as Gadley threatened on the counterattack. Regrettably, Gadley's finishing touch was not yet precise enough, as his shot from outside the box went wide under pressure from a defender. After 3 minutes of added time, the referee blew the final whistle, sealing Nuremberg's remarkable comeback from a 1-3 deficit to a 4-3 victory. Following the conclusion of the match, all the players of Nuremberg U19 were swept away in celebration, while the home team Saarbrücken sat despondently on the ground, engulfed in their sorrow. Thus, there is no such thing as joyful football, only victorious football. To achieve victory is to attain joy. After the match, Godry accumulated experience points totaling 8,000, derived from his substitute appearance, scoring over 2,000 goals, winning bonuses of 4,000, and a net goal differential of 1. Following this, his level experience rose to 31,900 out of 50,000. Upon advancing to the U19 team, both training and match experience doubled. Upon returning to the training base, a jubilant Eriksson granted the players a day off, allowing them to enjoy a break before resuming training 2 days later. On September 26th, which fell on a Monday, Godry allocated 3 skill points, elevating his shooting skill from 77 to 78, ball control from 63 to 64, and off-the-ball movement from 61 to 62, leaving him with a balance of 25 skill points. His abilities have significantly improved. At the current pace of gaining 1 point per week, Godry's shooting skill of 78 will reach the maximum value of 100 in just 22 weeks, which is less than half a year. By that time, joining either the U23 youth team or the German U19 national team should pose no issue. The following day, as the team resumed regular training, Eriksson noticed Godry's progress and commended him. However, despite Godry's enhanced skills, he still could not compare to the primary striker, Senil Mori, and was unable to displace him from his starting position. Fortunately, the first substitute, Joseph, was indeed surpassed by Godry. As the saying goes, a beautiful talent overshadows many flaws. And Godry's shooting skill of 78 stands out as exceptional within the U19 ranks, making him a valuable asset in critical moments. Essentially, as long as Godry remains injury-free, his inclusion in the matchday squad for every game is assured. As for whether he can come off the bench, it ultimately depends on Erik's arrangements. Indeed, following the training session on the afternoon of September 30th, Erik announced the squad for the 6th round of the league the next day. Although Godry did not secure a starting position, he successfully displaced Joseph and made it onto the list. On the morning of October 1st at 10 o'clock, Nuremberg U19 welcomed their opponents for the 6th round of the league, FRTH U19, on their own training grounds, riding on the momentum from their previous match, where they staged a remarkable comeback away from home. Nuremberg dominated the game from the outset. In the 9th minute, Nuremberg tore through the opponent's defense with a flank attack, culminating in a header from striker Senil Mori that breached the opponent's line. While it was pleasing for the team to take the lead, the fact that the goal was scored by competitor Mori left Godry feeling somewhat discontented, perhaps having been reprimanded by Erik after the last match, coupled with Godry's impressive performance, placed considerable pressure on Mori, who rose to the occasion and showcased an exceptional display. Beyond the goal in the 9th minute, Mori seized a counterattack opportunity in the 71st minute, firing a powerful shot to score again. Senil Mori achieved a brace in this match, propelling Nuremberg to a 2-0 lead. Mori's fine form naturally curtailed Godry's chances to play. It wasn't until the 84th minute that Erik substituted Godry onto the field to experience the match. Unfortunately, Godry was unable to score in the final minutes and instead witnessed FRTH pull one back, narrowing the score to 2-1. Fortunately, despite only playing for a few minutes without finding the net, he still participated in the match and contributed to the team's victory, thus earning an experience reward of 4,000, calculated from his substitute appearance and the victory bonus, bringing his experience to level 3 with a total of 31,500. Following this, due to several players being selected for the U19 national team to compete in the 2011 to 2012 UEFA European U19 Championship, the league would take a 3-week hiatus, resuming only on October 23rd. Even the earliest German Youth League Cup would not commence until October 16th. Therefore, after defeating FRTH U19, Erik granted the team a 3-day break, allowing these young players to rest adequately before returning to the training base on October 5th to resume practice. Chapter 18. On-field conflict. Although the team was on break, Godry, much like before, did not return home. Instead, he enlisted the help of Elmer and Michner to practice extra at the base. When his parents called to inquire, Godry feigned a busy schedule, explaining that he had just been promoted to U19 and needed to train diligently to secure his position. Of course, his additional practice was equally inexperienced. On the second day of the break, October 3rd, also a Monday, Godry spent another 3 skill points to raise his shooting from 78 to 79, ball control from 64 to 65, and off-the-ball movement from 62 to 63, leaving him with a balance of 22 skill points. Then, on October 5th, when the team resumed training, Erik was astonished to discover that Godry's shooting had noticeably improved. It was not that Erik possessed an extraordinary eye for detail, but rather that Godry's pace of progress was astonishing. When Erik brought Godry to U19 on September 12th, his shooting was only 76. Now, merely 20 days later, Godry had increased it by 3 points. As a professional youth training coach, he can effortlessly discern the increase of 3 points. Beyond his shooting skills, Godly is also making rapid advancements in ball control and off-the-ball movement. Consequently, Eriksson holds a favorable view of Godly, believing that this young man, who only turned 18 upon joining the U19 team, may be on the verge of realizing his true potential. Upon observing Gadley more closely, Eriksson can no longer overlook each of Gadley's incremental improvements. Naturally, for Gadley, being the focal point of the coach's attention is immensely beneficial, providing him with greater opportunities for match appearances. Another week has passed. On Monday, October 10th, Gadley invested 3 skill points, elevating his shooting from 79 to 80, his ball control from 65 to 66, and his off-the-ball movement from 63 to 64, leaving him with a balance of 19 skill points. Gadley's shooting prowess has reached an impressive milestone of 80. In fact, many globally renowned strikers possess shooting skills hovering around the 90 mark. Even prolific goal scorers like Messi and Ronaldo do not exceed a rating of 95 in this regard. The leading scorers of the top 5 European leagues typically exhibit shooting skills around 85. Therefore, Gadley's score of 80 is already sufficient for him to secure a starting position in a mid-tier Bundesliga team. However, due to his relatively low abilities in dribbling, speed, and off-the-ball movement, he often finds himself deprived of numerous shooting opportunities, preventing him from fully showcasing his shooting potential. Nonetheless, during training, Eriksson has discerned Gadley's unique shooting capabilities and has mentally resolved to focus on his development. On the afternoon of October 14th, following yet another training session, Gadley's experience reached level 3 with 51,500 points, prompting an automatic upgrade to level 4 with 17,000 points. Fortune smiled upon him as a new skill, jumping, was randomly unlocked with an initial attribute of 67, surpassing the initial values of his shooting, ball control, and off-the-ball movement. Standing at a height of 186 centimeters, this skill proves to be highly advantageous, enhancing his ability to contest aerial duels and execute headers within the penalty area, thereby significantly bolstering his offensive capabilities. After increasing his jumping attribute from 67 to 68, he found that the 10 skill points awarded for the upgrade had dwindled to 9, leaving him with a total of 28 skill points. The following day, on October 15th, during the announcement of the squad list for the German Youth League Cup match against Essen, Gadley and Mykina prominently featured among the selected players. Gadley has firmly secured his position as the primary substitute for the center forward. On the morning of October 16, 2011, at 10 o'clock a.m., with the sound of the referee's whistle, the match between Essen U19 and Nuremberg U19 commenced in the quarterfinals of the 2011 to 2012 German Youth League Cup. Perhaps due to the scathing reprimand received from Eric after their previous away match against Saarbrücken, the players quickly found their rhythm in this encounter. By the 15th minute, Nuremberg had turned the tide in their favor, executing a series of intricate passes and movements to deliver the ball to the left wing of the penalty area, where winger Avid struck a shot from 12 meters in front of the goal, scoring. The visiting Nuremberg team took a 1-0 lead over the home team Essen. Essen, unwilling to lag behind, launched a vigorous counterattack as the match resumed. After all, this was their training ground and home turf, where they enjoyed the support of a few spectators cheering from the sidelines. Consequently, in the 36th minute, Essen managed to score through a chaotic scramble following a corner, leveling the score at 1-1. The remainder of the half saw neither side find the net again. After 1 minute of stoppage time, the referee signaled the end of the first half, and both teams retreated to the dressing rooms with the score tied at 1-1. During the halftime break, both coaches simultaneously opted to substitute 2 or 3 players, aiming to bolster their attacking efforts in the second half. After all, this was a decisive knockout match in the League Cup, distinct from a regular league game. A defeat would mean elimination from the tournament. Thus, there was a collective desire to intensify their assaults and secure a victory over their opponents. However, Gadley remained on the bench, as Eric perhaps deemed his overall capabilities inferior to those of Samuel Mori, whose impact on the game was considered more significant. As the second half progressed, the match remained goalless until the end of the regular 90 minutes, leading both teams into extra time with the score still tied at 1-1. Given that the German Youth Cup is a knockout tournament, the teams would only have a brief respite before entering extra time. Should the extra period also fail to produce a winner, the match would inevitably culminate in a penalty shootout. In the midst of extra time, both teams engaged in a fierce exchange of offensive and defensive maneuvers, yet neither could breach the opposing goal. It was not until the 109th minute of the second half of extra time that Fred, the attacking midfielder, erupted on the scene, displaying remarkable agility as he deftly maneuvered past 2 defenders with a series of skillful dribbles, penetrating the penalty area. The coaching staff and players of Nuremberg erupted with joy, while those from Essen were left in despair. Just as Fred prepared to strike at the goal, an anxious defender from Essen launched a reckless side tackle, disregarding all caution. The result was not only a failure to make contact with the ball but also a brutal collision with Fred, sending him sprawling to the ground in agony. Clutching his foot. With both teams comprised of youth players, tensions were already running high during extra time. The moment such a foul occurred, the Nuremberg players could hardly contain their fury. The forward, Samuel Mori, who was closest to the fray, charged towards the offending player and retaliated with a kick, furiously demanding, "How do you play the game? Do you want to fight?" Mori's actions, however, provoked a swift retaliation from a nearby defender who landed a punch squarely on Mori's face, leaving him dazed and staggering backward. Due to the malicious foul committed by the Essen defender and the injury inflicted upon Fred, a significant altercation ensued between the players. Kicks, punches, shoves, and insults flew in every direction, plunging the field into chaos. Chapter 19. The decisive penalty. As the conflict unfolded, both assistant referees rushed onto the field, joining the main referee in a concerted effort that lasted over half a minute to separate the players and temporarily restore order. Fred was carried off on a stretcher for urgent medical attention. The Essen defender responsible for Fred's injury received a red card, banished from the match. Mori, along with several other players who had initiated the brawl, was issued a yellow card, which finally subdued the escalating tensions. Consequently, due to the foul committed within the penalty area, Nuremberg U19 was awarded a penalty kick, with the clock reading the 110th minute of extra time. And only a little over 10 minutes remaining, including stoppage time, the stakes had never been higher. If the penalty could be successfully converted at this moment, it would likely lead to a dramatic conclusion in extra time, with Nuremberg U19 poised to secure victory and advance to the semifinals. At the moment when Fred was abruptly tackled and fell injured to the ground, Coach Eriksson was visibly agitated and furious. He leaped on the sidelines, vociferously condemning the opposing defender's malicious foul. He even exchanged heated words with the opposing coach until the fourth official intervened with a warning, prompting him to cease the altercation. In that moment, while he was preoccupied with concern for Fred's injury and denouncing the opponent, the thought of making a substitution had not crossed his mind. It was only after the referee gradually issued red and yellow cards and awarded a penalty to Nuremberg U19 that Eriksson suddenly snapped back to reality. Gadley stands out in the U19 youth team with his remarkable shooting skills. However, due to the inadequacies of other technical aspects, he cannot fully unleash his prowess in open play. Yet, without a doubt, he boasts the highest conversion rate when it comes to penalty kicks. Although penalties test one's psychological fortitude, Gadley, at 28, embodies the spirit of maturity, consistently displaying a level of composure and skill that surpasses that of his teammates during training and matches. Consequently, Erikhoff harbors no concerns regarding Gadley's mental resilience. Moreover, this is merely the quarterfinals of the German Youth League Cup, neither the Bundesliga nor the Champions League, let alone the World Cup. With an audience of just over 100, hardly a situation that would impose significant psychological pressure. He firmly believes that Gadley will withstand the moment and fully capitalize on his shooting advantages. Thus, Erikhoff hastily approached the referee and the fourth official to request a substitution, bringing off Fred, who had been injured and carried to the sidelines, and allowing Gadley to enter the fray. Furthermore, Erikhoff called out to Samuel Mori, who was holding the ball and prepared to take the penalty. "Mori, let Gadley take this penalty." Upon hearing Erikhoff's directive, Mori's expression shifted dramatically. He was the team's primary penalty taker, having executed all previous spot kicks during matches unless he was absent. To his astonishment, Erikhoff had summoned Gadley to usurp his penalty-taking duties while he was still on the pitch. However, he found himself powerless against Erikhoff's authority. In the first team, players might exert pressure through strikes, transfers, media, or even direct dialogue with club management, and some core players can be quite domineering, making it difficult for even the head coach to confront them. Yet, in the youth team, until players prove their unique and irreplaceable worth, the head coach reigns supreme, an unquestionable authority. Disregarding the coach's commands could result in the permanent loss of playing opportunities and the prospect of promotion to the U23 or first team. Thus, Mori could only resentfully toss the ball to the ground, inwardly cursing burnt Gadley, hoping that Gadley would falter in his penalty attempt. Whether the team triumphed or not was of little consequence to him. What mattered was that Gadley should not outshine him, potentially usurping his position as a starter. For Mori, such a scenario was a harbinger of doom, while for Gadley, it was a delightful surprise. Initially, as the match progressed into extra time without his substitution, Gadley had resigned himself to the belief that he would not see the field at all. Unexpectedly, Nuremberg secured a penalty in the second half of extra time, with Erikhoff reclaiming the penalty-taking responsibility from Samuel Mori and personally designating him to execute the kick. Clearly, Erikhoff harbored high hopes for Gadley's shooting prowess. Upon receiving permission from the fourth official and the referee to enter the field, Gadley trotted into Essen's penalty area, retrieved the ball from the ground, placed it on the penalty spot, and stepped back, preparing to take the shot. At that moment, his friend, August Michner, standing just outside the penalty area, called out to Gadley, "Gadley, give it your all." Gadley turned to Mikina and nodded in gratitude. He then redirected his attention to the positioning of the opposing goalkeeper, preparing to take the penalty kick. This was his first opportunity to take a penalty in the match, and given its potential to determine the outcome in extra time. The significance of this kick was undeniable. Gadley felt a twinge of nervousness, but at the age of 27, his mental maturity guided him on how to proceed. Before the referee blew the whistle, he began to observe the goalkeeper while taking deep breaths, using the inhalations to alleviate the pressure building within him. At last, when the referee deemed that both teams, including the goalkeeper, were ready and signaled for the penalty, Gadley felt considerably more composed than he had at the start of the match. Taking another deep breath, he exhaled slowly before commencing his run-up. Coaches and players from both sides, along with the goalkeeper, fixated their gaze on Gadley, speculating whether he would convert this penalty. During his training sessions and extra practice, Gadley had indeed honed his penalty-taking skills. After a few steps of approach, Gadley positioned his left foot slightly behind the left side of the penalty spot and swung his right foot, striking the ball with precision. Although he had not activated his physical strength or shooting power attributes, his natural athleticism was commendable. Otherwise, he would not have been playing as a striker. Consequently, the sheer force of his penalty kick was formidable. Additionally, with the shooting attributes soaring at 80, Gadley's shot was well placed within the goal frame, striking a commendable angle. While it may not have been a dead corner, the trajectory grazed the grass and veered towards the lower right corner of the goal, remaining within a meter of the post. If it had been a world-class goalkeeper like Casillas, Buffon, or Cech, perhaps they could have thwarted such a penalty, which did not truly exploit a dead angle. However, the goalkeeper of the Essen U19 youth team evidently lacked that caliber. Although he guessed the correct direction, he was a moment too late and failed to make contact. The ball slipped past his outstretched hands and nestled into the net. Upon witnessing the ball evade the goalkeeper's grasp and successfully find the back of the net, Gadley, having executed the penalty, stood at the spot with clenched fists and let out a triumphant roar, releasing the exhilaration within him. Soon after, his teammates rushed into the penalty area to embrace him, celebrating what could very well be the decisive goal in extra time. Notably absent from this jubilation was Samuel Mori. In the 110th minute of extra time, Gadley scored a penalty for Nuremberg U19, taking the lead at 2-1 against the home team, Essen U19. Upon the resumption of play, Essen launched a vigorous counterattack, striving to equalize the score. However, time was not on their side, and as the match progressed, the players' stamina waned, leading to significant inaccuracies in their passing and positioning, resulting in numerous errors. Moreover, Erikhoff had exhausted his final substitution, which further delayed the game. In the 122nd minute, following 2 minutes of stoppage time, the referee blew the final whistle, concluding the match. Thanks to Gadley's decisive penalty in the 110th minute of extra time, Nuremberg U19 triumphed over Essen U19 with a score of 2-1, advancing to the semi-finals of the 2011-2012 German Youth League Cup. The experience gained from the League Cup was akin to that of the regular league. Consequently, Gadley accrued experience points amounting to 6,000 from his performance, entering as a substitute, scoring 1 goal, and winning the match. His experience level rose to 4, with a total of 97,000 points. The match day fell on a Sunday, and upon returning to the training base, a jubilant Erikhoff granted the U19 team a day off. The following day, October 17th, Monday, Gadley allocated 4 skill points, enhancing his shooting from 80 to 81, ball control from 66 to 67, jumping from 68 to 69, and off-the-ball movement from 64 to 65, leaving him with a remaining balance of 24 skill points. Gadley's marksmanship is becoming increasingly formidable. Eric, who has always been attentive to Gadley, is astonished by the rapidity of his progress. He harbors a vague tactical notion in his mind, yet hesitates to commit to it. He resolves to observe further. Should Gadley truly meet his expectations, he intends to put this idea into action. Although Gadley was unaware of the coach's thoughts, He understood that if he could seize every opportunity to play and perform admirably, he would ultimately reap the rewards. He cherished both training and matches, fully prepared to deliver an outstanding performance in the next game. Consequently, during the 7th round of the league on October 23rd, when facing the formidable Frankfurt U19 on their home turf, the visiting Nuremberg team found themselves significantly outmatched. At halftime, Eriksson substituted Gadley into the game, hoping he would once again conjure the magic of scoring as a substitute. After Gadley took the field, he indeed displayed remarkable diligence, constantly maneuvering and seeking opportunities to shoot. However, this time, fortune did not favor him as it had before. On one hand, Frankfurt's offensive prowess was overwhelming, effectively confining Nuremberg's formation within their own half, thus depriving Gadley of ample passing options. On the other hand, his shooting skills were still not sufficiently refined. Although his shooting ability of 81 surpassed that of his youth team companions, it had yet to reach the level of unfailing precision. This was particularly evident when faced with defensive interference, which exacerbated his margin of error. Throughout the second half, Gadley indeed attempted 3 shots on goal. However, 2 of them veered off target, while the lone shot that struck within the frame was comfortably caught by the goalkeeper. Ultimately, Gadley and his entire team failed to find the net, suffering a resounding defeat to Frankfurt U19 with a scoreline of 3-0. Nevertheless, Gadley managed to earn 2,000 experience points for his substitute appearance, somewhat alleviating the disappointment of such a significant loss. The 3-goal drubbing left Eriksson equally displeased, resulting in the cancellation of the following day's holiday and the continuation of training, leaving the players with no room for complaints. On Monday, October 24th, Gadley allocated 4 skill points, raising his shooting from 81 to 82, ball control from 67 to 68, jumping from 69 to 70, and off-the-ball movement from 65 to 66, leaving him with a balance of 20 skill points. With his shooting now elevated to 82, Gadley's comparative advantage over the goalkeeper's saving ability became more pronounced, leading to enhanced performances in training. In a 60-minute training match on October 26th, Gadley even managed to score twice. While the defensive intensity of the training match paled in comparison to that of an official game, it nonetheless underscored Gadley's talent and rapid improvement. Consequently, Eriksson decided to test a notion brewing in his mind. On the morning of October 28th, he organized a 45-minute training match for the U19 team, with Samuel Mori in the starting lineup and Gadley on the bench. However, Eriksson explicitly instructed that all players in the substitute team must revolve their offensive efforts around Gadley, granting him unrestricted shooting privileges. Whenever the situation allowed, the ball was to be passed to him for a shot. He aimed to provide Gadley with maximum opportunities to shine and see what results he could produce. Eriksson's directive brought immense joy to Gadley, while simultaneously increasing the pressure on Samuel Mori, who could only strive to outperform Gadley in this training match. Yet, contrary to his hopes, he did not receive the same support from the starting squad as Gadley did, although the starting team was stronger than the substitutes. With all attacking chances focused solely on Gadley, his shooting prowess, now at 82, yielded astonishing results against the U19 goalkeeper and defense that left Eriksson and everyone else thoroughly impressed. Gadley has remarkably advanced beyond his previous performance in the training match, achieving a hat-trick within the 45-minute session. Astonishingly, he accomplished this feat with merely 6 shots, 4 of which were on target, resulting in 3 goals. Such a display has left everyone in awe. Although all 3 of Gadley's goals accounted for the entirety of the substitute team's score, which ultimately lost to the first team with a score of 3-5, his performance nevertheless captivated Eriksson. Consequently, Eriksson resolved to grant Gadley a starting opportunity and experiment with a strategy centered around him as the offensive core in the official match. Thus, following the conclusion of the afternoon training, when Eriksson announced the squad list for the next day's 8th round of the league match at Nuremberg against Stuttgart, the name of Bernd Gadley appeared for the first time in the U19 league starting lineup. He displaced the principal striker, Samuel Mori, becoming the starting center forward for this match. While this may merely represent a temporary adjustment and trial for one match, for Gadley, it is nothing short of monumental news. For the other players, it is indeed a shock. It is noteworthy that Gadley was only promoted from the U17 youth team a little over a month ago. The speed of his progress is simply astounding. Even more astonishing is Eriksson's announcement that in tomorrow's match, Gadley will be the focal point of the attack, and whenever possible, the team should strive to pass the ball to him for shots, just as they did in this morning's training match. Such treatment has never been afforded to Sanyal Mori. There is an impending sense among the players that if Gadley performs exceptionally well in this match, justifying Erikov's faith and experimentation, Sanyal Mori's position as the starting center forward may be at risk. Chapter 21. The first record after training concluded. While showering and changing in the locker room, Maikina asked Gadley, tomorrow you will be making your first start, and since it's Saturday, will your parents be free? You should inform them to watch your inaugural U19 starting match. Gadley was taken aback. He had completely forgotten about that matter. After hearing Michener's words, Gadley also realized that, according to conventional logic, such a joyous occasion should indeed warrant notifying the family to witness it together. However, Gadley was reluctant. He was no longer the original Barent Gadley and did not know how to confront his family. Therefore, after careful consideration, he remarked, I think it is best to refrain. If I were to falter, it would only bring embarrassment to my parents. Michener, taken aback, shook his head, mistakenly believing that Gadley had a strained relationship with his family, and thus refrained from further persuasion. Gadley exhaled with relief. The following day, at noon on October 29, 2011, with a whistle from the referee, the match between Nuremberg and Stuttgart in the 8th round of the 2011-2012 German U19 Youth League Southern Region officially commenced at the Nuremberg U19 training ground. Over 200 spectators gathered at the sidelines, primarily comprising friends and family of the players, a handful of devoted fans concerned with the youth training development in Nuremberg, and several scouts from Bundesliga clubs. As the match began, some fans, unfamiliar with Gadley due to a few missed games, noted that the starting center forward was not the expected number 9, Sanyal Mori, but rather the 32, Bernd Gadley. Questions arose among the crowd. Who was this 32? I don't recall seeing him at the start of the season. How did he displace Mori to the bench? Mori appears to be fit, as he is seated there. At this point, a knowledgeable fan, aware of the recent changes in the U19 squad, responded, Gadley was promoted from U17 in mid-September. He has come off the bench in 4 matches, scoring twice and performing admirably. Perhaps Eric is keen to evaluate his capabilities as a starter. While some fans expressed confusion over Gadley's ascendance over Mori, others were indifferent, eager to witness Gadley's performance. The scouts, however, sensed no peculiarity. Each club's scouting personnel are limited, tasked with evaluating players from the 2nd and 3rd divisions, as well as regional leagues, while also monitoring talent across various professional club youth academies, some even keeping an eye on foreign players. Thus, these scouts were attending a Nuremberg U19 match for the first time this season, and it was their inaugural encounter with Gadley, leaving them with little impression of him initially. However, it did not take long for the scouts to discern Gadley's pivotal role as Nuremberg U19's offensive linchpin. Whenever Gadley positioned himself near the penalty area, his teammates endeavored to deliver the ball to him, allowing him the opportunity to shoot. Only in the absence of a shooting opportunity would he pass the ball elsewhere. Nearly 4 minutes into the match, Gadley seized the chance to strike, albeit from a distance, the ball narrowly grazing the post before flying out of bounds. Although it did not result in a goal, it posed a significant threat. A mere 3 minutes later, in the 7th minute, during another Nuremberg offensive, the ball found its way to Gadley, who stood with his back to the goal and was closely marked by 2 defenders. Rather than relinquishing possession to a teammate, Gadley skillfully maneuvered, spinning to take a shot, only for the ball to be intercepted by a defender and cleared from the penalty area. Within a brief span of 7 minutes, Gadley had already garnered 2 shooting opportunities. Although the ball did not find the net, the role of the attacking linchpin was undoubtedly established. Was this recognition a talent previously overlooked? Several scouts were suddenly invigorated. Indeed, just a few minutes later, in the 11th minute, Nuremberg once again directed the ball to Gadley's feet during an offensive maneuver. However, this time it seemed that the Stuttgart defenders had grown complacent. Or perhaps Gadley's relentless off-the-ball movement, having reached a remarkable level of 66, played a pivotal role as he discovered an unmarked space within the penalty area. His teammate, the right winger Johannes, delivered a perfectly timed pass, placing the ball right in front of Gadley. The Stuttgart defenders and goalkeeper were taken aback. The nearest defender, number 6, rushed in from the side, attempting to intercept Gadley's shot, while the goalkeeper adjusted his position, readying himself for what he believed was the optimal save. However, instead of shooting, Gadley skillfully controlled Johannes's pass, deftly redirecting the ball to the right, thus evading the outstretched foot of the approaching number 6 defender. Had he opted to shoot directly, he might well have been thwarted by that very defender. Yet, with this exquisite touch, Gadley allowed the overzealous number 6 to rush past him, creating an opening. Then, just before the other defenders could close in, Gadley seized the moment and unleashed a powerful shot towards the bottom left corner of the goal. As Gadley redirected the ball to the right, the Stuttgart goalkeeper instinctively shifted to the right. To his astonishment, Gadley aimed for the opposite corner. The distance was too great. The goalkeeper had no time for a save. Watching helplessly as the ball rolled towards the far post, he hoped against hope that Gadley's strike would miss the target and roll out of play. However, his hopes were dashed as the ball did not veer away from the upright, but instead nestled into the net, striking the inner side of the goal. In a mere 11 minutes from the start, Gadley had scored, propelling Nuremberg U19 into the lead. His teammates surged forward to envelop him in celebration, while Eric, on the sidelines, raised his fists in triumph. Gadley's performance was indeed satisfactory to him. As for the scouts, their eyes sparkled with interest. Merely observing his 3 shots on goal does not sufficiently convey the finesse of Gadley's shooting technique. Scoring once out of 3 attempts hardly sways their opinion. However, the maturity and composure displayed by Gadley during that shot are truly remarkable, far exceeding that of the average U19 player. A typical U19 forward might hastily attempt a shot without pausing to adjust, potentially allowing the opposing defender to thwart the effort. Yet, in a split second, Gadley demonstrated remarkable calmness, deftly controlling the ball to evade the oncoming defender, thus creating a more advantageous shooting angle. Moreover, that subtle touch misled the goalkeeper into instinctively shifting to the right, allowing Gadley to cleverly strike towards the far corner, rendering the goalkeeper unable to react in time. Merely watching as the ball rolled into the net, every aspect of his positioning, ball control, and the final shot's angle showcased Gadley's exceptional psychological fortitude for such a young player, leaving the scouts in awe. All eyes were fixated on Gadley, eager to witness his subsequent performances and whether he truly deserved the designation of offensive linchpin. Chapter 22. The backheel pass, however, following his 3 shots and a goal, Stuttgart discerned Nuremberg's tactical strategy to center their offense around Gadley. In the ensuing matches, Gadley faced stringent marking from the opposition. Indeed, whenever possession was in the hands of a Nuremberg player, there was always someone closely trailing Gadley, applying tight defensive pressure. Aside from possessing an impressive shooting skill rated at 82 and a physique that is merely adequate within the youth team, Gadley's dribbling, ball control, breakthrough ability, and speed do not align with his shooting prowess. Following Stuttgart's intensified marking, Gadley found himself bereft of significant opportunities. Nevertheless, his teammates remained steadfast in adhering to Eric's directives, consistently seeking to deliver the ball to Gadley whenever the opportunity arose. After several unsuccessful attempts to receive the ball and turn for a shot, he began to notice the defensive lapses in Stuttgart's coverage of other Nuremberg players, a result of their concentrated focus on him. With a mental acuity that belied his youthful physique, Gadley became increasingly attentive to the movements of his teammates. He was not so rigid as to insist on taking every shot himself, treating Eric's notion of unlimited shooting rights as an unassailable decree. Such an approach not only risked squandered scoring chances, but could also foster resentment among teammates who might question why he failed to pass when their shooting opportunities appeared more favorable. As a center forward yet to unlock his dribbling and breakthrough skills, he recognized the necessity of his teammates' support in facilitating passes. Solitude was not an option. Although the coach had not explicitly stated it, he resolved to adapt his strategy based on his observations. Ultimately, in the 38th minute, Gadley found himself positioned at the right flank of the penalty area, back to the goal, skillfully shielding the opposing defender as he received a pass from a teammate. Gadley swayed left and right, feigning an opportunity to turn and shoot, while discreetly observing his teammates' movements with peripheral vision. He noticed his teammate Fred making a swift approach from outside the penalty area, poised to enter the box from the edge of the arc, and he was momentarily unmarked. The defenders within the penalty area were primarily focused on Gadley, who had been the central figure in their previous attacks, often receiving the ball and taking shots, undoubtedly the focal point and finisher of their offensive plays. As expected, their habitual thinking led them to assume Gadley would again attempt to turn and shoot. Thus, 2 defenders were tightly contesting him, while another stood ready to block any potential shot, and the goalkeeper remained fixated on Gadley. Meanwhile, the other defenders exhibited a degree of negligence towards the remaining players from Nuremberg, anticipating either a shot from Gadley or a failure in his attempt to shield the ball. Utilizing his commendable physical prowess, Gadley held off the 2 Stuttgart defenders clinging to him, protecting the ball as he caught sight of Fred making a determined run into the penalty area. Suddenly, he pivoted to the right, executing a shooting motion. One defender found himself outmaneuvered by Gadley, yet another defender swiftly raised his foot, poised to disrupt the shot. Simultaneously, a defender in the vicinity of the small box turned to block the shooting lane, while the goalkeeper widened his eyes, prepared to react to Gadley's impending strike. Unexpectedly, as Gadley's right foot descended, he failed to make contact with the ball, instead nudging it with his heel towards the center of the penalty area, landing it near the penalty spot. There, Fred was just entering the box, perfectly aligned with the trajectory of Gadley's backheel pass. All the Stuttgart defenders were momentarily stunned, their minds racing. How could Gadley deviate from the expected play? Wasn't he the offensive linchpin, the designated finisher? He had initiated the shooting motion, yet chose not to shoot, using his heel to pass the ball to another? The deception of a feigned shot was already confounding enough, but a backheeled pass? Who could possibly defend against that? Gadley's deft heel flick indeed left Stuttgart's defenders utterly unresponsive, as they helplessly watched the ball roll towards the penalty spot, unchallenged and unobstructed on its path to the goal. On the sidelines, scouts who initially harbored doubts about Gadley's ability to serve as the offensive linchpin were now wide-eyed in astonishment. His handling of the situation was not only unexpected but exceptionally astute. Typically, young players receiving the ball in the penalty area, under the coach's unrestrained instructions to shoot, are consumed by thoughts of self-glorification through scoring. However, Gadley diverged from this norm, exhibiting a remarkable maturity. He cleverly exploited the attention of the majority of defenders drawn to him, executing a feigned shot that transitioned into an unexpected heel flick, directing the ball into the vacant space in the center. Regardless of whether his teammate could convert the pass into a goal, the sheer ingenuity of Gadley's assist showcased his extraordinary maturity and quick thinking, reflecting his exceptional football intelligence. Gadley has ascended to a higher echelon in the eyes of several scouts. In truth, Fred, positioned centrally, was taken aback by Gadley's astonishing backheel pass. He jogged into the penalty area, not in anticipation of a pass from Gadley, but rather to observe whether Gadley would secure a shot on goal, thereby presenting an opportunity for a follow-up attempt should the ball rebound fortuitously. In the event that Gadley's strike were to strike the frame of the goal and be parried by the goalkeeper, there was a possibility for him to capitalize on a loose ball within the box. However, to his surprise, as he entered the penalty area, Gadley, poised to shoot, unexpectedly diverted his foot to execute an astonishing backheel flick, sending the ball directly to his feet. Fortunately, Fred's jog was not a full sprint. His pace was moderate, allowing him the time to react accordingly. With great fortune accompanying Gadley's skillful strike, both the speed and trajectory of the ball were executed with remarkable precision. Consequently, Fred Ming, having quickly reacted to Gadley's pass, struck the ball with a deft push from his instep, directing it towards the lower left corner of the net. Positioned centrally but slightly to the right, Stuttgart's goalkeeper was momentarily deceived by Gadley's feigned shot, causing a slight delay in his reaction. Furthermore, Fred Ming's shot was delivered from an almost impossible angle, leaving the goalkeeper with little time to respond. He managed only a single step before conceding defeat, watching helplessly as the ball grazed the far post and nestled into the net. In the 38th minute, within the penalty area, Gadley executed a brilliant feint followed by an imaginative backheel pass, allowing Fred Ming to effortlessly slot the ball into the far corner. Nuremberg led Stuttgart 2-0. Chapter 23. An exquisite performance. After delivering his backheel pass, Gadley turned just in time to witness Fred Ming's decisive shot, which found the elusive corner of Stuttgart's goal. Overwhelmed with joy, he rushed to embrace Fred Ming in celebration. This marked his first assist since arriving in Germany, a moment filled with elation despite his limited experience in scoring. Fred Ming, equally exhilarated, enveloped Gadley in a tight hug, exclaiming in his ear, "Gadley, your backheel pass was absolutely brilliant. I almost didn't see it coming." Gadley chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Didn't I manage to turn it around and score?" His teammates rushed over, encircling the two in a jubilant celebration, showering praises upon Gadley's exquisite backheel pass. Their admiration stemmed not only from the brilliance of the play but also from Gadley's selflessness and astute awareness of the team's dynamics, qualities that endeared him to all. Had he chosen to exploit the head coach's permission for unlimited attempts, disregarding his teammates' chances, it would have surely fostered resentment, even if unspoken. However, such a concern was now non-existent. Gadley's exquisite through ball, coupled with Fred's effortless finish, has unequivocally demonstrated Gadley's character. This is the type of teammate that everyone admires. On the sidelines, Eriksson joyfully celebrated with a triumphant fist pump. Gadley's performance has surpassed expectations, although he was granted unlimited freedom to shoot in this match. It was merely an opportunity to observe the extent of his shooting prowess with the support of the entire team. This does not imply that he will continue to enjoy such unrestricted liberty in the future. Today was simply an experiment. Gadley's first goal signified that this experiment could be deemed a success. Bolstered by the support of his teammates, he demonstrated an ability to transform their efforts into goals. Should he manage to score once more, it would indeed be perfection. However, unexpectedly, he did not wait for a second goal from Gadley, but rather witnessed a mesmerizing backheel assist from him. The delight this assist brought him was far greater than that of Gadley netting another goal. As observed by several scouts on the sidelines, the significance of this assist lay in its testament to Gadley's maturity, his awareness of the broader picture, his commitment to the collective, and his team spirit, traits that illustrate his capacity for cerebral play. Such a performance exceeded all expectations. He was acutely aware that among the spectators, there were scouts from rival clubs, keenly observing and ready to entice the young talent from Nuremberg. Had Gadley scored only once in this match, he might have maintained a degree of stability. Yet, with this moment of brilliance in assisting, he believed it would undoubtedly pique the interest of professional scouts. Thus, Erikhoff resolved to approach the club representatives post-match to offer Gadley a professional contract. Meanwhile, the match continued. However, Gadley's assist to Fred came rather late in the game. Just minutes later, the referee signaled the end of the first half, with the teams heading into halftime with a score of 2-0. Nuremberg U19 leading by 2 goals on home soil. During the break, Erikhoff commended Gadley for his first-half performance, urging the team to continue rallying around him as the focal point of their attack and the ultimate finisher. Yet, should Gadley find himself with less favorable shooting opportunities, he was encouraged to pass to teammates in better positions, as he had done previously. After a 15-minute intermission, the teams resumed play. Stuttgart, trailing by 2 goals, made 3 substitutions to bolster their offensive efforts. As a fellow Bundesliga youth academy, Stuttgart's U19 squad proved to be formidable. Following the introduction of fresh legs, they managed to breach Nuremberg U19's defense in the 68th minute, scoring a goal and narrowing the deficit to 1-2. Nevertheless, on this day, Gadley truly showcased his full potential, aided by the support of his teammates. Despite Stuttgart's awareness of Gadley as Nuremberg's offensive linchpin and their close marking of him, the vast expanse of the football pitch makes it nearly impossible for any team to completely neutralize a single opponent. Even the so-called defensive specialists from Italy find it challenging, let alone a German U19 youth team. Although Gadley does not score with every attempt, as the number of shots increases, his evident superiority and skill allows him to find the net with relative ease. Shortly after Stuttgart pulled one back, in the 76th minute, Nuremberg executed a high-quality team counterattack following a successful interception. Initially initiated by a loss of possession during an offensive play, Nuremberg's counterattack involved as many as 4 players, leaving Stuttgart's defense scrambling to keep up. Ultimately, Gadley surged into the penalty area unmarked, receiving a precise ground pass from his friend, August Michner, from approximately 11 meters out. Without taking a touch, he deftly directed the ball towards the far corner of the net. A Stuttgart defender, who was desperately pursuing from behind, lunged in vain, failing to make contact as he watched the ball roll into the net's corner. Although the goalkeeper made an effort to save, Gadley's skillful shot, combined with an extraordinary performance, was struck at a challenging angle, making it impossible for his outstretched hand to reach the ball. Under the gaze of everyone both inside and outside the stadium, Gadley's shot evaded the goalkeeper's fingers and confidently nestled against the far post, ricocheting into the net side. Gadley scored yet another goal, marking his first double in the U19 league. Overwhelmed with excitement, he sprinted towards the substitutes bench and embraced his coach, Eric. Soon after, they were surrounded by the rest of the team, reveling in both Gadley's goal and their commanding 3-1 lead. For Eric, Gadley's performance was nothing short of exemplary. In his estimation, a single goal would suffice, while 2 would be deemed exceptional. Ultimately, Gadley not only achieved a brace, but also delivered a brilliant backheeled assist. Of Nuremberg's 3 goals, 2 were scored directly by Gadley, with the third being a product of his assist, making him the architect of all 3 goals. Eric's decision to grant Gadley the role of offensive linchpin with unfettered freedom had yielded remarkable results. He felt a sense of joy for Gadley's performance and a sense of pride in his sagacious choice. There was no doubt. It was imperative to offer Gadley a professional contract. The last thing they wanted was for an outsider to exploit the opportunity and lure Gadley away to another team. Chapter 24. The pressure from scouts Gadley had yet to tap into his physical reserves, and with the weighty responsibility of being the offensive fulcrum, he found himself engaged in prolonged battles against formidable opponents, defenders and midfielders alike, in the opposing penalty area, which nearly depleted his stamina. Consequently, just minutes after his double, Eric substituted him. As Gadley left the field, Eric embraced him once more and seized the moment to whisper in his ear, "Gadley, I am preparing to recommend you for a professional contract to the club. You have no objections, I hope?" The intent behind this inquiry was to ensure that no scouts had approached Gadley privately, thereby avoiding any potential misunderstandings. However, in reality, there had been no such contacts. Until this day, Gadley's age and performances had been merely average, not yet warranting the risk for other clubs to confront Nuremberg in pursuit of him. With Gadley residing in the dormitory and not renting an apartment externally, it is rather inconvenient for anyone wishing to engage with him. Thus, prior to today, no representatives from other clubs had approached him. Furthermore, due to the stipulations set forth by the system task, he is bound to sign a professional contract solely with Nuremberg. Any agreement with another club would result in the system's disappearance, a loss Gadley could never accept. Therefore, upon hearing that Eric was preparing to recommend him to the club for a professional contract, Gadley felt a surge of joy within. However, his psychological maturity belied his youthful appearance. Despite the elation of potentially completing task 2, he maintained a facade of calmness, replying, "Thank you, boss. I have no significant issues here. As long as the terms are reasonable, I am willing to remain with Nuremberg." This was not due to any lack of alternatives for Gadley, but rather his desire to negotiate for better terms. Even though the system confines him to signing a professional contract with Nuremberg, he still yearns to negotiate a higher salary, bonuses, and signing fees. After all, outsiders are oblivious to his system constraints and the fact that he can only sign with Nuremberg. Indeed, Gadley's ambiguous response caused a moment of unease for Eric. In the past, when delivering such good news to other youth team players, they would leap with excitement, eager to share the news with their parents and friends. Yet, Gadley's reaction was notably subdued, and his words seemed laden with implications. What did he mean by no significant issues? Does that imply there are minor concerns? Moreover, when he stated that he would stay as long as the conditions were acceptable, did he mean he would leave if the terms were unsatisfactory? Gadley's reactions and words defy convention entirely, setting him apart from the performances of his fellow young players. Should he possess the authority to make decisions, given Gadley's display today, there would be no doubt that he would be signed without hesitation. However, this matter pertains to the contracts of professional players, and only the upper echelons of the club hold the power to decide. He can only strive to advocate for Gadley. Consequently, Eric is compelled to say, "I will do my utmost to negotiate a more favorable contract for you, but before the club reaches a decision, I implore you not to agree to any terms proposed by scouts from other clubs, if you would be so kind." Gadley nodded and replied, "All right, thank you, boss." Subsequently, neither Nuremberg nor Stuttgart managed to score again. After 3 minutes of added time, the referee signaled the conclusion of the match, with Gadley's 2 goals and 1 assist. Nuremberg U19 triumphed over the visiting Stuttgart with a score of 3-1, securing victory in the 8th round of the league. Gadley, through his remarkable performance in the match, earned a starting appearance bonus of 4,000 experience points, along with 2 goals contributing 8,000 points, 1 assist adding 2,000 points, and a victory bonus of 4,000 points, culminating in a total of 18,000 experience points. His overall experience thus ascended to level 4, reaching 49,000 out of 70,000. Just as the match concluded and Gadley was making his way off the pitch, a man in his 40s intercepted him at the sidelines. "Greetings, Brunt Gadley. I am Eddie Golden, a scout from Werder Bremen. Here's my business card," he stated, handing Gadley a card. As Gadley examined the card, Eddie Golden continued, "I wonder if we could find a CAF to converse privately?" As Gadley was about to speak, 2 individuals approached him, eagerly thrusting their business cards into his hands. One was a scout from Schalke 04, and the other from Borussia Dortmund. Clearly, Gadley's remarkable performance in this match, scoring twice and providing an assist, had utterly captivated the scouts from these 3 Bundesliga powerhouses. They could hardly wait to ascertain his contact details or past performances before hastily rushing over to recruit him. Seemingly unperturbed by the potential repercussions from the security at Nuremberg's base. At that moment, noticing the escalating situation, Erikhoff strode over purposefully, wrapping an arm protectively around Gadley, and firmly addressed the 3 Bundesliga scouts. "Gadley has already signed a professional contract with Nuremberg. If you wish to acquire him, please contact the club's transfer department through official channels. With that, he disregarded the scouts and steered Gadley towards the locker room. As they departed, the three scouts exchanged glances. With Eddie Golden sighing, it stands to reason. How could such a talented player not yet have signed a professional contract? Nuremberg is not foolish. While Erikhoff had successfully thwarted the scouts' attempts to entice Gadley, a sense of urgency burgeoned within him. In the locker room, Erikhoff reiterated his esteem for Gadley, imploring him to refrain from engaging with scouts from other clubs or entertaining any offers until the club made a decision. As Gadley's nurturing mother club, Nuremberg held him in high regard and would undoubtedly provide a platform for him to showcase his talents. Such statements were, of course, mere formalities. If Gadley failed to deliver valuable performances, he would hardly garner any attention, and being released from the team would be considered a merciful act. Nevertheless, Gadley acquiesced, for he had no intention of signing with any team outside of Nuremberg and could not afford to offend Erikhoff. He needed to maintain a semblance of obedience in his presence. Ultimately, whether Erikhoff believed him was his own concern. For Erikhoff, securing a professional contract with Gadley had transcended being a reward for the youth player. It had become a necessity for the club's own interests. After a high-intensity league match at noon, there would naturally be no training in the afternoon, allowing the players some free time. Erikhoff promptly made his way to the club's office building to confer with the general manager and the head of youth training regarding the matter of signing Gadley to a professional contract. Chapter 25. Football agents. Upon hearing that Bernd Gadley had scored twice and provided an exquisite backheeled assist in the U19 match against Stuttgart, both the general manager and the head of the youth department were taken aback. While the general manager was unfamiliar with Gadley, the head of youth training, who oversaw all levels of the academy, recognized him. He remarked in surprise, "I know Bernd Gadley. Wasn't he still in U17 at the beginning of the season? His talent was not particularly outstanding, and he was likely to be released by the end of this season. How did he ascend to the U19 level and perform so exceptionally?" Eriksson chuckled wryly. "I truly do not know. Perhaps we have encountered a late-blooming prodigy, one who is only now beginning to unleash his potential. As far as I am aware, Gadley scored in every match of the first 4 rounds of the U17 league this season, amassing a total of 5 goals, averaging more than 1 goal per game. Hence, Hollis recommended him to me, leading to his elevation to the U19 team. Upon reaching the U19 squad, Gadley's rate of improvement has been remarkably swift, with noticeable progress almost every week. Currently, Gadley has participated in 5 matches for the U19 team, with today marking his first start, while the other 4 appearances were as a substitute. Among these 5 matches, he has recorded 4 goals and 1 assist. Although such statistics may not classify him as a genius within the youth team, what is significant is that this remarkable progress has only manifested since the beginning of the season. During our conversation, Hollis expressed his belief that Gadley might indeed be a late-blooming super talent, as his improvements are evident week by week. Furthermore, after today's match, scouts from 3 different clubs approached Gadley, and I deceived them by stating that he had already signed a professional contract with our club. However, I cannot ascertain Gadley's true feelings on the matter. If we fail to swiftly secure a professional contract with him and offer suitable conditions, I fear that Gadley may be lured away by other clubs. Even if we were to receive a modest training compensation fee, it would be a mere drop in the ocean compared to the loss of Gadley." After listening to the introduction by Eric, both the general manager and the youth training director realized they had to secure Gadley's signature. Otherwise, this homegrown talent could be poached by rival competitors. Subsequently, the 3 began deliberating on the type of contract they should offer Gadley. Unbeknownst to them, while they were negotiating, Gadley had turned to seek out the principal attacking midfielder, Fred Ming. During his time with the U19 team, aside from Mykina, Gadley had made several friends, among whom Fred Ming had signed a professional contract. Moreover, Fred Ming had his own dedicated agent, opting not to negotiate for himself or rely on family members. Consequently, Gadley discussed with Fred Ming the prospect of Eric recommending him to the club for a professional contract and requested Fred Ming to contact his agent, Bart Dorr, to assist in negotiating the contract, with a commission based on the final amount. This arrangement would not only facilitate a favorable contract for Gadley, but also provide Bart Dorr with an opportunity for additional income. Fred Ming had no reason to refuse and promptly called Bart, explaining Gadley's situation. Bart Dorr was an ordinary employee at a mid-sized German agency, with limited experience and a low position. The prestigious Bundesliga stars signed by the agency were beyond his purview. Fred Ming was the most promising young player under his supervision, while the others were youth players from lower-tier leagues or even amateur teams. The contracts, transfers, and signing fees associated with these players were meager, leaving no room for endorsement shares, rendering the prospect laughable. Bart, in essence, resembled an ordinary office worker rather than the glamorous agent seen on television, who navigate elite clubs and wield influence in the transfer market. Upon learning that Fred Ming had introduced a lucrative opportunity and that Berlin Gadley lacked a dedicated agent, Bart became instantly enthusiastic, readily agreeing and promptly traveling from Munich to discuss the specific terms of the contract with Gadley in person. He not only aimed to secure this contract for Gadley to earn some extra income, but also aspired to become Gadley's exclusive agent, wanting a share of future renewals and transfers. That evening, Bart Dorr arrived in Nuremberg and met with Gadley and Fred Ming at a local Western restaurant. Understanding that he had systemic support for rapid skill enhancement, Gadley's demand was for a lower initial salary but with ample room for future raises and bonuses. Since Gadley was not seeking to make exorbitant demands, this made negotiations easier, akin to a salesperson with a modest base salary relying heavily on performance-based earnings. The essence of Gadley is similarly characterized by a modest base salary requirement, while ensuring that provisions for salary increments upon meeting various conditions are firmly established. This model of low wages coupled with conditional salary increases and bonuses ultimately proves advantageous for the club as well. Gadley's prowess has undoubtedly improved, making salary increases and bonuses a natural expectation. Conversely, there is no necessity for a substantial basic wage. Consequently, based on Bart Dorr's insights, along with references from Fred Ming, the trio reached a preliminary agreement regarding the contract terms, awaiting the club's notification. Bart informed Gadley that, given the conditions he proposed, this contract negotiation should proceed smoothly. It all hinges on whether Gadley can meet the stipulated salary and bonus criteria. These conditions could potentially yield generous rewards or merely be illusory, visible yet unattainable. Nevertheless, Gadley expressed his unwavering confidence, bolstered by the support of a robust system. After concluding the discussion on the current contract, Bart Dorr broached the topic of signing a representation agreement. Gadley did not outright refuse. Instead, he suggested they finalize this contract first, implying that Bart Dorr's performance in this negotiation would be pivotal. This was understood, and Bart did not relent. Rather, he became more meticulous in strategizing how to secure better terms for Gadley's inaugural professional contract. With the hope of earning Gadley's trust and ultimately signing him as a dedicated agent, Erikov and the club executives were unaware that Gadley had sought out a specialized agent. After their discussions, they planned to approach Gadley about the contract once the office reopened on Monday. Chapter 26. Signing the contract match day was October 29th, with Erikov granting the players a day off on October 30th and training resuming on October 31st. However, October 31st also fell on a Monday. Upon waking, Gadley promptly allocated 4 skill points, enhancing his shooting from 82 to 83, ball control from 68 to 69, jumping from 70 to 71, and off-the-ball movement from 66 to 67, leaving him with a balance of 16 skill points. Yet, before he could showcase his improvements on the training ground, he received a call from Erikov. Gadley, do not go to the training ground today. Come to the club's office building. I will be waiting for you downstairs to discuss your contract. Gadley responded, please hold for a moment. I need to call my agent. Erikov was taken aback, remaining silent for a few seconds before replying. All right, call me when you arrive at the office building. Understood, Gadley affirmed. After hanging up, he immediately contacted Bart Dorr, who had been residing at a hotel in Nuremberg. Upon receiving Gadley's call, Bart promptly made his way over. The two met at the club's office building and then called Erikov. When Erikov came out to greet them and saw Bart Dorr, he was surprised. Bart, aren't you Fred Ming's agent? When did you become Gadley's agent? Bart chuckled. I am not his exclusive agent. I am merely assisting Gadley in securing his first professional contract. Erikov shrugged and said, very well, follow me. Under the guidance of Erikov, the trio arrived at the sports department to meet with the department head and legal counsel, who had long been awaiting them in the reception room. They then commenced negotiations regarding the contract, each party presenting their terms. To maintain amicable relations between the club and the players, the primary negotiations were conducted through Bart Dorr and the legal representatives, while Gadley and Erikov, along with the department head, engaged in casual conversation nearby. Both sides had already discussed their conditions and bottom lines privately. Now, it was merely a matter of laying everything out for open discussion. It is worth noting that the disparity in salary structures is substantial. not only for a youth player like Gadley in the U19 team, but even among the first teams in the Bundesliga. Among the 18 teams in the league, Bayern Munich undoubtedly stands as the wealthiest, boasting a roster filled with superstar players, with an average annual salary exceeding €3 million, and the highest earner, Ribery, reaching an astonishing 10 million. Following closely is their fierce rival, Borussia Dortmund, with an average salary surpassing €2 million. Bayer Leverkusen, Schalke 04, and Wolfsburg follow suit, as stronger teams naturally offer higher salaries to their players. Conversely, the earnings of players in mid to lower-tier teams decline significantly, with Freiburg sitting near the bottom of the rankings, averaging less than €400,000 per annum. The last place is occupied by Nuremberg, where the limited fame, scarce income streams, and low advertising sponsorships result in an average salary of merely €300,000 for their first-team players. This figure merely reflects the average salary, and it is widely acknowledged how misleading such averages can be. There are even rumors suggesting that the salary of a substitute player in the Bundesliga may fall short of that of Bayern Munich's bus driver. However, this player is not from Nuremberg. Nevertheless, the stark contrast in wealth is quite shocking, even within the top 5 European leagues. Not every professional player is a star or wealthy. Given the low wages of Nuremberg's first team, one cannot expect to offer significantly higher salaries to youth players. Fortunately, Gadley did not demand a high base salary from the outset. Rather, he sought potential for future salary increases. With Gadley's request for a modest base salary, negotiating other terms became considerably easier. Even with numerous salary increases and bonus clauses, they must be achieved by Gadley to be obtained. Once Gadley meets those conditions, it demonstrates his growing prowess, resulting in a higher transfer fee when he eventually moves on, benefiting the club financially. Consequently, within a span of 2 hours, Bart Dole and the club's legal department concluded discussions on all details, following private consultations between the involved parties to confirm the particulars. The contract terms for Gadley were essentially agreed upon. Subsequently, they could summon the club's general manager for his signature. On the morning of October 31, 2011, shortly after 11 a.m., Gadley signed his first professional contract with Nuremberg. The contract, in duplicate, became effective upon the signatures of Bernd Gadley and the club's general manager. According to the terms, Gadley entered into a 5-year agreement with Nuremberg, with a base monthly salary of merely €2,000, equating to an annual salary of €24,000. For a professional football player, this remuneration is notably low, potentially less than half of what a Bayern Munich bus driver earns, which the club naturally found to be extremely advantageous. However, Gadley's acceptance of such a modest monthly salary was contingent upon Bart securing numerous salary increases and bonus provisions on his behalf. For instance, upon progressing from U19 to U23, his base monthly salary would increase by €1,000, and upon advancing to the first team, it would rise by another €1,000. Should he ascend to the first team, Gadley's base monthly salary could reach €4,000. Additionally, there are salary incentives for being selected for the German U19 youth team, the U23 national team, and the senior national team, as well as for qualifying for European competitions. Furthermore, bonuses are outlined for goals and assists in the U19 and U23 leagues, championship bonuses, match fees for the first team, goal and assist rewards, and qualifications for the Europa League and Champions League, including goals scored in these tournaments and even aiding the team in securing championships, all of which have distinct bonus clauses. Moreover, the revenue sharing from the club's use of Gadley's image rights, penalties for various breaches of contract, and other conditions are meticulously detailed. Although the club perceives Gadley's aspirations concerning Europa League and Champions League qualifications, and even championship bonuses, as mere daydreams, given that Nuremberg's primary objective is to remain in the Bundesliga and avoid relegation, let alone compete for European honors. However, the contract was a risk-free endeavor for the club. Should the conditions be met, rewarding Gadley with a bonus would be exceedingly worthwhile. Consequently, after a mere morning of discussions, the contract was finalized without the prolonged negotiations that typically accompany player contracts, which can span days, weeks, or even months. In addition to the monthly salary and bonuses outlined in the contract, Bart successfully secured a signing fee of €20,000 for Gadley. This amount equated to Gadley's basic salary for 10 months, a delightful windfall. Following the signing, Gadley generously allocated of the signing fee to Bart Dorr as a token of appreciation for his assistance in finalizing the contract. This sum was approximately equivalent to over 2 months of Bart's earnings, making this unexpected gain quite lucrative. However, Gadley tactfully declined Bart's proposal to enter into an exclusive representation agreement, as he deemed Bart's current standing insufficient. Given Gadley's exceptional abilities and the advantages afforded by the system, Bart's skill set and connections did not qualify him to be his exclusive agent. Gadley preferred to wait until he ascended to the first team, showcasing his talent, thereby attracting renowned agents capable of significant collaboration. Ultimately, for Gadley, the paramount achievement was the successful execution of his first professional contract, fulfilling Task 2, and earning a reward of 10 skill points, increasing his balance to a total of 26. Chapter 27. Consecutive starts. Signing his first professional contract and completing Task 2 was undeniably a momentous occasion, warranting gratitude towards Fred Ming and Bart Dorr for their assistance, as well as a celebration with friends. While his teammates were aware of Gadley's origins from Huagua City in Dithford and recognized him as a Huagua native, he had yet to indulge in Chinese cuisine since his arrival in Germany. This was primarily due to the pressures of system tasks, as Gadley, along with Elmer and Michener, diligently engaged in extra training, and he was reluctant to jeopardize his physical condition for the sake of culinary indulgence. Thus, despite the unpalatable nature of the nutritional meals served at the base cafeteria, he consistently dined there instead of seeking out Chinese restaurants for better fare. Now that he had signed his first professional contract, it was the perfect opportunity to treat himself to a meal of Chinese cuisine and introduce his friends to its delights. That evening, Gadley, relying on his memory, located a Chinese restaurant in the city and invited Elmer, Michener, Fred Ming, Bart, and others to enjoy a feast of Chinese delicacies. Elmer, Michener, and the others extolled the exquisite flavors of the cuisine, while the restaurant owner was left astonished by Gadley's fluent Mandarin and adept use of chopsticks. Gadley specifically requested a bottle of Lao Gan Ma to accompany his meal, and Elmer and the others found it delectable, devouring the entire bottle with great enthusiasm. After the celebration, the restaurant owner invited Gadley for a photograph together. As Gadley later rose to fame, this photograph became the restaurant's signature attraction, drawing a continuous influx of his fans eager to visit and savor the delights of Chinese cuisine. Upon returning to the dormitory, his U19 teammates congratulated him warmly. After expressing his gratitude, Gadley contemplated and ultimately decided to make the first proactive call to the parents of this body to share his joyous news, regardless of adaptation. Since he had already traversed into another's life, utilizing their body to pursue his football dreams and benefiting from the system's manifestation, it was only fitting to show respect and gratitude to the parents of the original owner. Signing his first professional contract was a monumental occasion, and it would be remiss not to inform his parents. Failing to do so, even with his legal adulthood, would be unreasonable and inconsiderate. Berlant Gadley's father, Marcus, is a physical education teacher at a local primary school in Dithford and an ardent football fan, having nurtured Gadley's childhood passion for the sport. His mother, Isabella, runs a sporting goods store on the street outside the school, catering to students. In truth, during the past few months since the new season commenced, Marcus and Isabella have been rather anxious. During this period, Gadley had rarely called home, and even when they reached out, he would only utter a few words before abruptly ending the call, which caused them great concern. Had it not been for the updates on the German Football Association's official website regarding the U17 and U19 leagues, revealing that their son was still playing well in the Nuremberg youth training camp, they might have feared he had gotten into some trouble and was avoiding them. That evening, while dining and watching television, the couple anxiously discussed their son's changes, never expecting that Gadley would call them for the first time in months, bringing good news. Due to his outstanding performance in the U19 team, he had signed a professional player contract with the Nuremberg club. Overjoyed, they quickly dismissed any thoughts of reproaching him for not informing them about the contract signing. The mere fact that their son called to share his happiness was a delightful surprise, although he didn't say much beyond informing them of his contract, and their conversation was primarily AQA format. It was a marked improvement compared to the previous 2 months. After hanging up, the couple discussed for a while, speculating that perhaps their son had matured, developed more independent thoughts, and with the prolonged distance from them, his emotional connection might have waned. Thus, they resolved to attend his next home match, hoping to see him start, cherishing the opportunity for the three of them to reunite after such a long separation. On the other hand, it is also an opportunity to witness their son's match in person. After all, since Gadley advanced to U19, they have yet to attend one of their son's games live. After completing the contract, Gadley resumed normal training on November 1st, with his shooting skills reaching an impressive 83. He further demonstrated progress during practice, solidifying Erikov's resolve to maintain Gadley as the focal point of the offense. On November 6th, during the 9th round of the U19 League, Nuremberg faced Mainz away, with Gadley continuing as a starter and assuming the role of the team's offensive linchpin. Given Gadley's exceptional shooting prowess, it would be a waste not to utilize him as a primary scoring threat, granting him unrestricted shooting privileges. Despite the away match, Gadley did not disappoint Erikov. In the 14th minute, he successfully contested for a header within the opponent's penalty area, converting a cross from a teammate who had maneuvered down the flank, thus sending the ball into the Mainz net. Nuremberg led the match 1-0. In the 37th minute, Mainz equalized through a well-executed set piece, bringing the score to 1-1. After a 15-minute intermission, the second half commenced with both teams eager to assert themselves. Although Mainz had intensified their focus on marking Gadley, by the 62nd minute, he seized another golden opportunity to shoot. Finding space just outside the penalty area, he received a low pass from a teammate and, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful strike that found its way into the Mainz goal. Gadley has remarkably scored twice, aiding Mainz in securing a 2-1 lead during the away match. Following his brace, Mainz intensified their defensive measures against Gadley, preventing him from adding to his tally in the subsequent moments. However, amidst the concentrated marking of Gadley, other Nuremberg players seized several opportunities. In the 77th minute, Gadley's lateral movement within the penalty area drew the attention of Mainz's defenders, allowing his teammate, August Michner, to cut in from the flank. Receiving a pass from Johannes, Michner unleashed a powerful shot that breached Mainz's defenses. The additional training sessions between Michner and Gadley bore fruit, enhancing his shooting skills, and he finally netted a goal in a competitive match. Ecstatic after scoring, Michner exuberantly sprinted across the pitch, only to be caught up and playfully brought to the ground by Gadley in a celebratory embrace. With a 2-goal deficit, Mainz, playing at home, could no longer remain composed. Consequently, upon the resumption of play, Mainz launched an aggressive offensive against Nuremberg. Yet, time was not on their side. Although Mainz managed to score in the 89th minute, narrowing the score to 2-3, they ultimately failed to equalize. Chapter 28. Journalist interview. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee signaled the end of the match. Thanks to Gadley's brace and Michner's goal, Nuremberg U19 triumphed over Mainz U19 with a score of 3-2, achieving a commendable away victory. Having started in consecutive matches and scored twice in both, Gadley's performance left Eric not merely satisfied, but genuinely astonished. It is noteworthy that Gadley is not a prodigious talent from the youth academy. He is over 18 years old, having surpassed the U17 age limit before being promoted to U19. In just 6 matches, he has delivered an impressive tally of 6 goals and 1 assist, with the last 2 matches witnessing his remarkable doubles. Even though these are youth matches, and the opponent's defensive capabilities and competitive intensity cannot be compared to those at the first-team level, the support from his teammates is equally limited. Gadley's performance has indeed proven that Nuremberg has struck gold, and the timing of his signing was remarkably fortuitous. Apart from Eric, his U19 teammates are equally impressed. Following his previous match, where he scored twice and provided an assist, the astonishment was palpable. Now, having repeated his feat of scoring twice in this match, the astonishment has only deepened. The friends of the original starting striker, Samuel Mori, expressed their sympathy for him. Initially, under the previous circumstances, if an U23 striker were to be promoted from the U19 team, Mori would have been the prime candidate. However, in a matter of mere months, the tides have turned, and the starting position of the U19 striker has been usurped by Gadley. Moreover, Gadley has secured a starting position for 2 consecutive matches, each time netting 2 goals, solidifying his place without any hint of uncertainty, leaving Mori with virtually no chance of resurgence. All one can do is express sympathy for Mori, feeling he has been unfairly beset by the meteoric rise of Gadley. In addition to the coach and the astonished teammates, at the conclusion of the match, Gadley was interviewed by the journalist Grove from the German Football Association's official website. As a journalist covering the U19 league for the DFB, Grove's primary task was to oversee and record the player rosters, starting lineups, substitution timings, yellow and red cards, scores, and so forth. These responsibilities would have kept him quite occupied, especially since the youth league garners little attention and requires no in-depth reporting. A simple record of the match events suffices for entry into the DFB's official website, unlike the extensive post-match interviews typical of the Bundesliga. However, today, Grove made an exception and chose to interview Gadley. On one hand, Gadley's remarkable achievement of scoring twice in consecutive matches holds significant news value. On the other hand, he had heard that Gadley had just signed a professional contract with Nuremberg. The combination of these two factors led Grove to the decision to conduct an interview with Gadley. Should the material gathered during the interview prove valuable, it shall be incorporated into the post-match report. When Gadley was approached by a journalist bearing an official DFB press pass for an interview, he was indeed taken aback. He was aware that reporters from the DFB's official website were present at every match to document the proceedings, yet he had never witnessed an interview taking place. To his surprise, he found himself the subject of one today. However, this was a fortuitous opportunity that Gadley had no intention of declining. Upon hearing that Gadley would participate in the interview, Grove commenced his inquiries, diligently jotting down notes. He posed questions ranging from Gadley's origins and his entry into the Nuremberg youth training program, to his ascension to the U19 team, his experiences during training and matches, and his recent consecutive starts and 2-goal performances, solidifying his position as a key player. Grove's questions were numerous and thorough. While he could not possibly include every detail from the interview in the news article, the more material he gathered, the broader his selection would become, an undeniable truth. Amongst the various topics discussed, Grove was particularly intrigued by Gadley's hometown, Ditford. He had never heard of this so-called Bavarian city before, and today was his first encounter with it, leaving him both curious and astonished. He even requested Gadley to speak a few phrases in Chinese on the spot. Although he did not understand the language, he was fascinated by Gadley's fluent and unhesitating delivery. A late bloomer who only ascended to the U19 team upon turning 18. Gadley had made remarkable progress, scoring 6 goals in 6 matches and netting 2 in consecutive games. Recently signed as a professional player, this young talent hailing from a distant city and possessing the ability to converse in Chinese vividly captured Grove's imagination. He felt a sense of satisfaction, confident that today's report would undoubtedly attract considerable attention and clicks. Gadley expressed great satisfaction with his performance today. Not only did he receive interviews from journalists, but he also gained considerable experience and advanced in his career. In this match, he started and scored 2 goals, leading his team to victory. His total accumulated experience amounted to 14,000, calculated as follows: 4,000 for starting, 8,000 for the 2 goals, and 2,000 as a winning bonus. With the addition of his existing experience, Gadley's total experience surged to level 4, reaching 73,000, which automatically upgraded him to level 5 with 10,000 points. Upon ascending a level, Gadley randomly acquired a new skill. However, fortune did not favor him this time, as the skill he received was a defensive tackle, with an initial attribute of 32. This skill holds little utility for Gadley, who plays as a forward, once he has maximized his offensive skills. Should there be surplus skill points, investing in tackle for reclaiming possession in the front line may not be inconceivable. Yet, this is not the opportune moment to allocate skill points to such defensive abilities. Thus, Gadley chose not to enhance the tackle skill, leaving it at its initial attribute of 32. Consequently, having received a reward of 10 skill points upon leveling up, Gadley left them untouched, augmenting his skill point balance to 36. That evening, in the report covering the U19 league match between Mainz and Nuremberg, not only was the match as progress detailed, but also excerpts of interviews with Gadley sourced from Grove, garnering considerable attention towards him. At just 18 years of age, he had achieved 6 goals and 1 assist in 6 matches within the youth league. While this record is commendable, it does not necessarily denote extraordinary talent. The defensive rigor in youth matches is often lax, allowing gifted players to post impressive statistics. In the elite youth academies across Europe, prodigies abound. A goal per match, though commendable, does not evoke astonishment. It is worth noting that some talents in European youth academies boast an impressive average of 3 goals per match. Gadley's U19 youth team has played 6 matches, scoring 6 goals, averaging 1 goal per game, which can be deemed satisfactory. However, narrowing the time frame to his last 2 appearances reveals a more impressive record, for goals and 1 assist. An average of 3 goals per match is indeed remarkable, yet it is not typical of German players. In fact, few youth players in Germany's training camps achieve an average of 2 goals, let alone 3. While Gadley's statistics stem from merely 2 matches, they already hint at his burgeoning talent. Should he maintain this trajectory, The prospects for Gadley appear exceedingly promising. Coupled with his performance data and rate of improvement this season across U17 and U19 matches, his potential becomes even more captivating. This article has caught the attention of numerous Bundesliga clubs, as well as scouts from the Premier League and La Liga, who are diligently monitoring the German Football Association's official website for updates. Unfortunately, the report indicates that Gadley has already signed a professional contract with Nuremberg, leaving them unable to seize this opportunity, and they can only continue to observe. After the expiration of Gadley's contract protection period, they will assess his performance to determine whether to pursue his acquisition. Chapter 29. Parental presence. In addition to the interest from scouts of other clubs, the focused coverage by Graf on the official association website has also attracted the attention of fans. The German U19 national team, the German U23 national team, Nuremberg's U23 youth team, and the first team of Nuremberg. Yet, it remains merely attention. As previously mentioned, Gadley has just ascended to the U19 level. Having played only a handful of matches, although his average of 1 goal per game is commendable, it is not particularly astonishing. There are numerous instances in professional football where players average 1 or 2 goals in youth teams, but fade into obscurity upon reaching the first team. Therefore, Gadley requires additional match experience and must continue to sustain his current form to impress higher-tier teams. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that Gadley has gained visibility due to Graf's report, no longer remaining in obscurity. Henceforth, every performance he delivers will be scrutinized by those with a discerning eye. The player's dormitory at Göderli lacks computers. Thus, he is unaware of how Grove has reported on himself. Nevertheless, he understands that as long as he continues to diligently enhance his skills, progressing to the U23 and subsequently being selected for the German U19 national team will be a natural progression. Given that the next match is 2 weeks away, Eriksson granted the team a 3-day break following their away game against Mainz. As per usual, Gadley did not return home but chose to remain at the training facility to practice alongside Elmer, Mikina, and others. On November 7th, a Monday, Gadley allocated 4 skill points, enhancing his shooting from 83 to 84, ball control from 69 to 70, jumping from 71 to 72, and off-the-ball movement from 67 to 68, leaving him with a balance of 32 skill points. To his surprise, his weight increased by 1 kilogram, rising from 80 kilograms to 81 kilograms. It seems that his commitment to consuming nutritious meals at the dining hall and his rigorous training regimen have borne fruit. Even without activating physical skills and unable to augment his attributes with skill points, Gadley managed to increase his weight through self-discipline, thereby enhancing his physical confrontation capabilities. 3 days later, as the team resumed training, Erikoff noted that Gadley had notably improved, further solidifying his belief that Gadley was a late-blooming prodigy. On November 14th, another Monday, Gadley again invested 4 skill points, slightly boosting his shooting, ball control, jumping, and off-the-ball movement, which left him with 28 skill points. Following these enhancements, Gadley's attributes were as follows: host, Bernd Gadley, nationality, Germany, date of birth, September 6, 1993, height, 186 centimeters, weight, 81 kilograms, level, 5, experience, 11, 000 out of 100, 000, skill points, 28, shooting, 85, ball control, 71, jumping, 73, tackling, 32, off-the-ball movement, 69, goalkeeper defensive positioning, 6, perfect skills, none. Regarding his shooting prowess rated at 85, it is undeniable that even within the U19 team of Nuremberg, he could easily secure a starting position in any of the top 5 league's prestigious clubs. Unfortunately, Gadley's limitations in other skills such as dribbling, speed, breakthrough ability, and physical strength hinder his capacity to fully unleash the potential of his shooting skills. Otherwise, averaging 1 goal per match, or even 2 or 3, would certainly be within reach for him. However, this is merely Gadley's perspective. For the players and coaches of the Nuremberg U19 team, his rate of progress is already astonishing. Particularly noteworthy was the internal training match on November 17th, where Gadley, supported by his first-team teammates, scored a hat-trick, solidifying his position as the starting center forward. The former starting center forward, Samuel Mori, tragically found himself relegated to the role of Gadley's substitute. Naturally, after the training session on the afternoon of November 19th, Erikoff announced the squad list for the upcoming match against Mannheim in the 10th round of the league, and Gadley found himself once again named in the starting lineup, continuing his role as the offensive linchpin with unrestricted firing rights. Initially, Gadley was somewhat indifferent towards the forthcoming match, confident that as long as he performed normally, his 85 shooting rating would ensure he could convert a few opportunities into goals without much difficulty. However, when his father, Marcus, called that evening to confirm his starting position for the next day's match, he expressed that he and Isabella would be traveling to Nuremberg to witness Gadley's performance firsthand, causing Gadley to become somewhat flustered. What? Are his parents coming to watch him compete? Why? After the initial shock, Gadley realized that this was due to his prolonged silence, his lack of phone calls, and his absence from home, which had led Marcus and Isabella to yearn for their son, since he did not return home. The elderly couple had no choice but to travel to Nuremberg to see him. Gadley struggled momentarily, asserting that he was thriving in Nuremberg and did not require parental visits. But his words fell on deaf ears. Marcus merely informed Gadley of the decision, not seeking his consent. That evening, Gadley experienced a touch of insomnia, uncertain how to face the parents of this body the following day. Regardless of his thoughts, time continued its inexorable march. On November 19th, Nuremberg U19 was set to host Mannheim U19. The match was scheduled to commence at 13:30, yet before noon. The eager Marcus and Isabella arrived at Nuremberg more than an hour early, enjoying a leisurely lunch before making their way to the training facility. Following the directions provided by the gatekeeper, they located the U19 training ground, only to find a few maintenance workers inspecting the goalposts, corner flags, and benches, devoid of players or spectators. This was not a first-team match, which typically drew tens of thousands of fans, many of whom arrived well in advance. Youth matches, even when including players' families, scouts, and journalists, generally attracted only a couple of hundred onlookers, thus there was no fear of arriving too late to enter the stadium. They had simply arrived too early. Isabella contemplated calling her son, but Marcus intervened. Bulent is likely having lunch or taking a nap, so it's best not to disturb him. We'll see him soon enough. Consequently, they wandered about the training facility to pass the time. Naturally, weekends were typically reserved for matches across various youth teams. Hence, the facility was open for fans and family members to roam, while access was restricted from Monday to Friday due to the confidentiality of certain training sessions. Before long, the clock struck 12:40, and the Nuremberg U19 players were already in the locker room donning their match kits. The thought of encountering the parents of this body made Gadley feel both anxious and awkward. Yet, there was no alternative. He had to confront the situation, for he could not evade it. After all, he had inhabited the body of Bulent Gadley and usurped another's existence. Chapter 30. Counter offside. Half an hour prior to the match, around 1300 hours, both teams began to appear on the training field for their pre-match warm-up. Before even reaching the entrance to the training ground, Gadley spotted his memory's vision of this body as parents, Marcus and Isabella. A throng of Nuremberg U19 players was making their way from the locker room to the field, and naturally, Marcus and Isabella noticed them. After several months without seeing their son, Isabella, along with other family members of the players, excitedly waved at Gadley, calling out, "Bulent! Bulent!" The youth team's match venue differs considerably from the formal stadiums of the first team. The stands are elevated above the pitch, and some areas are even fenced off with wire mesh. The training ground, devoid of seating, sees spectators standing along the sidelines to watch the games. Before and after matches, players have the opportunity to engage in brief conversations with their families. Hence, upon seeing his parents and hearing his mother's excited shout, Gadley felt compelled to suppress his initial awkwardness and slowly approached them. As he drew near, the familiar calls of mom and dad flowed from his lips effortlessly, startling him momentarily, only to realize it was a reflex of his body. Having not seen them for a while, the immediacy of their reunion prompted this spontaneous exclamation. Upon hearing Gadley call out to them, Isabella joyfully embraced him, exclaiming, "Brent, why have you taken so long to return home? You have no idea how much your mother has missed you." With his parents having already called out to him, Gadley's discomfort diminished significantly. Perhaps due to the physicality of the moment, he felt little resistance to his mother Isabella's embrace. After reassuring her, he shared a brief hug with his father, and the three of them exchanged a few words. However, Marcus then suggested, "You should warm up and prepare for the match. We can talk in detail afterward." Witnessing her son warm up and display a level of skill far superior to what he had shown in the U17 team, particularly in his shooting technique, left Isabella with a sense of disbelief. She remarked to her husband, "I never imagined that in just a few months, Brent would progress from U17 to U19. securing a starting position and scoring 2 goals in each of his last 2 matches. It's simply incredible. Marcus nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. I never anticipated this. I was contemplating whether, if he were to be released by Nuremberg, we would have to look for lower-tier teams for him to play with or if he should pursue another career altogether." Yet, without a word, he has advanced to U19 and signed a professional contract, making a living for himself. As their quiet conversation unfolded, more spectators arrived, and the match was about to commence. At 13:30 on November 19th, with the referee's whistle, the match between Nuremberg and Mannheim in the 10th round of the 2011 to 2012 German U19 Southern Regional League officially began. This match had been reported by Graf, and with the statistics from the U19 League's official website corroborating the information, the already renowned Godry found himself the focal point of tight marking from Mannheim right from the outset. The presence of his parents weighed heavily on Gadley, adding to his pressure. Having not rested well the previous night, he struggled to find his rhythm during the match. Although he had a few opportunities to shoot in the first half, he failed to score. In the 32nd minute, Gadley found himself in a prime position just outside the small penalty area, yet he missed the ball under the push of an opposing defender, sending it soaring over the crossbar. On the sidelines, both Marcus and Isabella, who had been poised to celebrate, shared the same reaction as Gadley on the field, hands on their heads in disbelief. However, his teammate Avid stepped forward to offer some consolation. "Gadley, don't dwell on it. Everyone has experienced a miss hit on the pitch. Just be more mindful next time." Avid's lack of reproach towards Gadley is grounded in reason. Despite Gadley not scoring, he drew the majority of Mannheim's defensive attention, allowing other Nuremberg players, including Avid, to seize numerous opportunities. Throughout the first half, Nuremberg's U19 team netted 2 goals, concluding the half with a 2-0 lead, one of which was scored by Avid himself. With the team having secured 2 goals, including one from his own foot, Avid was in a tranquil state of mind to offer solace to Gadley. Had the team been trailing, Gadley would have been solely blamed for his missed opportunity, with no comfort from Avid to be found. However, despite the absence of blame from his teammates, Gadley felt a profound sense of discomfort. Before his parents' arrival, he was uncertain about how to address them. Yet, upon their meeting, his body's natural responses reflected a lingering affection, allowing him to address them without hesitation. A strong desire to perform well on home soil and score in front of his parents surged within him. Unexpectedly, after the first half, he had yet to find the net and squandered a near-certain goal-scoring opportunity. During the brief intermission, Gadley reflected on his mindset through deep breathing and introspection. Though it was merely a short span of 10 minutes, Gadley, possessing a psychological maturity beyond his years, managed to effectuate a degree of self-adjustment. In the second half, Mannheim, trailing by 2 goals, introduced fresh legs to bolster their offense, providing Nuremberg with several promising counterattack opportunities. After squandering 2 more chances, in the 70th minute, Gadley seized his third opportunity of the half. This chance arose from Mannheim's aggressive offensive push, which was intercepted by Nuremberg, catalyzing a counterattack. While Gadley's speed may not rival that of a winger, he played as the central striker, positioned closest to the opposing defensive line. This counterattack in the 70th minute perhaps stemmed from Mannheim's growing frustration over their 2-goal deficit, compelling them to press higher up the pitch. Following the interception, Gadley skillfully utilized his off-the-ball movement to create an exceptional opportunity to evade the offside trap. Although his off-the-ball movement was not particularly distinguished in the first team, against a youthful opponent lacking the experience of senior squads, Gadley managed to capitalize on this moment after repeated attempts. As Gadley prepared to evade the offside trap, Fred sent a precise through ball his way, successfully bypassing the offside. Gadley received the ball, which rolled perfectly between 2 center-backs. With the successful evasion, and upon receiving Fred's pass, Gadley was presented with an outstanding one-on-one opportunity. Despite a defender hastily retreating and speed not being Gadley's forte, he advanced the ball to the edge of the penalty area, confronted by the advancing goalkeeper. And under the pressure of a defender's shove, Gadley executed a deft lob from outside the box. In Chapter 31, continuing to score. As Fred delivered the through ball and Gadley evaded the offside, Marcus and Isabella widened their eyes in anticipation, silently cheering for their son. As Gadley received the ball and advanced, a defender closed in from behind, causing Marcus and Isabella to grow increasingly anxious, their minds urging him to take the shot. Fearing that his son's ball might be intercepted by the opposing center-back, he watched with bated breath. Fortunately, his son possessed commendable physical prowess, evading the pull of his adversary while maintaining control of the ball. Positioned at the edge of the penalty area, he leaned against the defender and executed a delicate lob. Under the anxious gaze of Marcus and Isabella, the ball soared, eluding the Mannheim goalkeeper's desperate leap, tracing a graceful parabolic arc before descending towards the goal. The Mannheim defender, who had previously been entangled with Gadley, released his hold and, like the wind, rushed past both Gadley and the goalkeeper, evidently intent on clearing the ball. Yet, he was ultimately no match for the speed of the ball. Before he could reach the 6-yard box, the ball had already crossed the goal line. In the 70th minute of the second half, Gadley finally netted his first goal of the match, a goal of profound significance. As it unfolded before the watchful eyes of his parents, marking the first occasion they witnessed his U19 league goal in person. Thus, upon seeing the ball settle into the net and confirming the goal, Gadley, liberated from any psychological barriers, instinctively dashed to the sidelines, embracing his parents, who were on the verge of tears from joy. Nearby, other Nuremberg supporters showered Gadley with applause. This goal marked the last of the match. Although Gadley aspired to score again, fortune eluded him, and he did not find the back of the net before the final whistle. Likewise, Mannheim failed to score. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee blew the final whistle, concluding the match with Nuremberg U19 triumphing 3-0 over the visiting Mannheim, securing a resounding victory. Despite scoring only once, Gadley gained valuable experience from the match due to the team's overall success. With a starting appearance, 1 goal, and a win bonus, Gadley accumulated a total of 14,000 experience points. As Gadley and his teammates returned to the locker room to shower and change, Eric conversed with Gadley's parents, extolling Gadley's rapid progress and asserting that his future was undoubtedly bright. With his current trajectory, it would not be long before he ascended to the U23 team or even received selections for various German youth national teams. The praise from the coach delighted Marcus and Isabella. Once Gadley and his teammates had finished their showers and changed, the family bid farewell to the team and departed the training ground, heading into the city of Nuremberg for leisure. The family spent the day exploring in Marcus's old car, eventually dining at the Chinese restaurant Gadley had visited previously. Afterward, Marcus and his wife returned to Dithford, while Gadley returned to his dormitory to continue his youth training journey. Marcus inquired in detail about his son's contract, relieved to find no hidden pitfalls. On November 21st, yet another Monday, Gadley invested 4 skill points, enhancing his shooting from 85 to 86, ball control from 71 to 72, jumping from 73 to 74, and off-the-ball movement from 69 to 70, leaving him with a balance of 24 skill points. Gadley's unwavering and substantial progress each week has left both the Nuremberg team and its supporters in a state of astonished delight. In the previous match, although Gadley scored only once, he firmly retained his position as the starting center forward. After all, he managed to achieve an average of 1 goal per game, whereas Sonny Elmori fell short of even that benchmark. Moreover, Gadley's improvement during training has been visibly remarkable, compelling coach Eric to focus on his development. Consequently, it was only natural that on November 27th, during the 11th round of the U19 League, Gadley continued to be a starter in the away match against Munich 1860, while Mori remained on the bench. This match, being an away game, saw the opposing team increasingly tighten their defense against Gadley as time progressed, treating him as the primary threat for Nuremberg U19. Who could have anticipated such a scenario when Gadley first ascended to the U19 level? Yet, even with Munich 1860's heightened vigilance and constant monitoring of Gadley, they ultimately could not contain him, and he seized the opportunity to score. After all, in football, is there truly a defense that is impenetrable? In the 37th minute of the first half, Nuremberg initiated a collective assault. With their coordinated movements drawing the defenders away, Gadley found himself in a favorable position inside the penalty area, having outmaneuvered an opposing defender. Sensing the opportunity, the left winger Golden immediately passed the ball to Gadley's feet. However, at that moment, Gadley faced the left flank, and if he attempted to shoot directly, he would be limited to using his left foot, with nearby Munich players already closing in to block the shot. If Gadley were to strike without controlling the ball, he risked hitting the opponents rushing to intercept. At this critical juncture, Gadley's mental fortitude came into play. Under pressure from the defender behind him, he refrained from taking an immediate shot. Instead, he leaned against the opposing defender, shifting the ball to his right. This sudden maneuver caught both the defender he had outpaced and the Munich players attempting to block off his shot off guard, allowing Gadley to create a more advantageous angle for his shot. Without waiting for the defenders to regroup, Gadley swiftly turned after shifting the ball to his right, and, with a deft sweep of his right foot, launched the ball towards the goal, beating the goalkeeper before he could react, though the angle was not particularly acute. The goalkeeper of Munich 1860 was unable to make the save, helplessly watching the ball find the back of the net. Gadley once again made his starting debut and scored a goal. Beyond this achievement, in the 62nd minute of the second half, Gadley executed a tactical maneuver with his back to the goal in the penalty area, providing an assist to his teammate. This allowed the right winger, Johannes, to make a successful shot as he surged into the box. Ultimately, Nuremberg U19 triumphed over Munich 1860 with a score of 3-1 away from home. Securing 2 goals in an away match is quite a commendable feat. Gadley's impact was markedly evident. Although he netted only 1 goal, he also contributed an assist. Furthermore, his presence significantly drew the attention of the opposing defense, facilitating his teammates in scoring the additional 2 goals, culminating in a resounding away victory of 3-1. This match earned Gadley a reward of 14,000 experience points, comprising 4,000 for the start, 4,000 for the goal, 2,000 for the assist, and 4,000 for the win, which is rather impressive. Chapter 32. A surge in form following the 3-1 victory over Munich 1860. Coach Eric granted the team a day of respite. On that day, November 28th, yet another Monday, Gadley invested 4 skill points to elevate his shooting from 86 to 87, his ball control from 72 to 73, his jumping from 74 to 75, and his off-the-ball movement from 70 to 71, leaving him with a remaining balance of 20 skill points. Aside from his outstanding shooting ability, Gadley's ball control, jumping, and off-the-ball movement all exceeded 70 points, marking him as a distinguished talent within the youth team. While there are indeed peers with superior statistics, those individuals have typically already advanced to the first team. Gadley, hindered by relatively mediocre skills, has remained in the youth team to gradually enhance his abilities. When considering his specific attributes, he stands out as one of the most exceptional players in the youth squad, which explains his recent streak of scoring in consecutive matches. Not only has Gadley's improvement earned him a starting position, but his training partner Elmer Michner has also experienced significant growth in his own skills. Michner's playing time with the U19 team has increased, occasionally allowing him to start, while Elmer, training alongside Gadley, has sharpened his shooting skills and is now a key player, consistently finding the net. It is likely that Elmer will soon be promoted to the U19 team. A week later, on December 4th, during the 12th round of the U19 League, Nuremberg hosted Andernach, with Gadley continuing as the offensive linchpin. The match commenced with both teams employing a 4-3-3 attacking formation, leading to an intense exchange of attacks. Naturally, Andernach focused on closely marking Bernd Gadley, the Nuremberg star who had scored 6 goals and provided 2 assists over his last 4 matches, striving to deny him any shooting opportunities. However, playing at home, both Gadley and his teammates were in excellent form. Notably, Gadley's weekly progress and his extensive experience as a starting offensive core had led to increasingly seamless coordination with his teammates. Consequently, Gadley erupted in unprecedented form during this match. Merely 3 minutes into the game, as the away team struggled to find their rhythm, Nuremberg executed a brilliant team play, culminating in a cross from left winger Avid. The ball arched gracefully through the air, descending into Andernach's penalty area. At the front post, Gadley, leveraging his impressive jumping ability and physical prowess, outmaneuvered a tightly marked central defender, leaping high to direct Avid's cross towards the goal. Although the header was not particularly angled, its proximity to the goal rendered it unstoppable. Even as the goalkeeper instinctively attempted to intervene, the ball grazed his hand but resolutely found its way into the net, marking Nuremberg's lead at 1-0 just 3 minutes into the match. This dream start invigorated the Nuremberg U19 players while leaving their opponents disoriented. For the next several minutes, Nuremberg maintained pressure on Andernach, yet fortune eluded them as they failed to extend their lead. Meanwhile, Andernach struggled under Nuremberg's dominance, barely managing any counterattacks. It wasn't until the 25th minute that Andernach finally had a chance to shoot, albeit a wildly inaccurate attempt. Nonetheless, this moment signaled a shift, as they began to emerge from the shadow of an early goal and attempted to mount an offensive against Nuremberg. However, just minutes after showing signs of resurgence, Gadley struck again in the 33rd minute, capitalizing on the gaps created by Andernach's attacking formation. In this instance, Gadley found space within Andernach's penalty area, receiving a well-timed pass from his teammate Fred. The delivery was impeccable, allowing Godry to shoot without needing to control the ball, catching the approaching Andernacht defenders off guard. With a shooting skill rated at 87 and facing considerably less defensive pressure at the youth level, Godry effortlessly executed a shot at a challenging angle. The goalkeeper, unable to reach it, could only watch as the ball nestled into the net. By the end of the first half, Godry had already netted a brace. The excitement was palpable not only among the spectators but also within Godry himself, who celebrated with an exuberant dive towards the sidelines, reminiscent of a bombastic aircraft. Subsequently, his teammates joined in, piling on him in a jubilant celebration. When they finally disentangled themselves and stood up, Godry was adorned with bits of grass, which he brushed off nonchalantly. Just as he was about to return to his half to allow Andernacht to restart from the center circle, Fred, who had assisted him, embraced Godry's shoulder and remarked, "Godry, you're in fantastic form today." It was merely the 33rd minute of the first half when he accomplished a remarkable feat, scoring twice. With a full 60 minutes remaining until the conclusion of the match, I believe he should endeavor to net a third goal and achieve a hat trick. Upon hearing the term hat trick, a surge of excitement coursed through Gadley. It is noteworthy that throughout his tenure in the U17 and U19 teams, he has never executed a hat trick. In fact, if one were to delve deeper into the annals of his youth training history, even in the U15, U13, and U11 categories, Brent Gadley has never once realized this milestone. Much like Elmer, he has struggled to ascend through the ranks as he aged, often remaining a peripheral substitute. His individual skills and the limited time on the pitch have deprived him of the opportunity to showcase a hat trick. Had it not been for his extraordinary journey and the system's bestowal upon him, Brent Gadley would likely have faced dismissal at the end of this season. Now, with a shooting skill rated at an impressive 87 points, he is more than capable of serving as a leading striker in a prestigious club. Having already scored 2 goals by the 33rd minute in this match, why should he not strive, as Fred suggested, to secure another goal and achieve his very first hat trick in his footballing career during the remaining 60 minutes? Chapter 33. The hat trick. The match continued, but Gadley, who had already scored twice, found himself under tight surveillance from Ndachi. The opponents had even designated a central defender to shadow Gadley closely during the youth match. Whenever he approached the penalty area, the defender would immediately close in on him, preventing him from finding space, let alone taking a shot at goal. If Gadley possessed remarkable speed or superior off-the-ball movement, he might have been able to evade his marker. However, his pace was not particularly swift, and his off-the-ball positioning did not overpower his opponent, resulting in him being closely followed for most of the time. Even when Gadley managed to gain possession, it was often with his back to the goal or with the opposing players blocking his path. His dribbling and ability to break through were lacking, rendering him unable to penetrate the defense and shoot. Consequently, he failed to score again for the remainder of the first half. Nonetheless, despite Ndachi's staunch defense against Gadley, other players from Nuremberg found ample opportunities. In the 44th minute, just before halftime, Gadley's movement within the penalty area drew the attention of 2 defenders. This allowed the left midfielder, Golding, the attacking midfielder, Fred, and the left winger, Awiti, to execute a series of seamless triangular passes that culminated in the ball being delivered into the box, where Awiti struck the ball into the far corner of the net with precision. Before the first half concluded, Nuremberg's U19 team had established a commanding lead of 3-0 against the visiting Ndachi. Such a scenario was unforeseen, while a home victory was anticipated. A 3-0 lead at halftime was beyond anyone's expectations. This substantial advantage was nearly sufficient to declare the match over prematurely. Soon, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half, with both teams heading into the break with a score of 3-0, thanks to Gadley's 2 goals and Awiti's strike. During the halftime interval, Ndachi, trailing by 3 goals, made 4 substitutions in a desperate bid to mount a comeback in the second half. After a brief respite of 15 minutes, the teams returned to the pitch, and Ndachi launched an aggressive offensive from the outset, intent on scoring. Their all-or-nothing approach bore fruit when, in the 52nd minute, they netted a goal, narrowing the deficit to 1-3, now trailing by only 2 goals. This goal invigorated Ndachi's morale, prompting them to intensify their assault in hopes of equalizing. However, as they pressed forward with relentless attacks, significant gaps began to appear in their defensive line. While they were acutely aware of the risks associated with such an approach, their current predicament left them with little choice but to prioritize attack over defense. In this context, Gadley, who was keenly pursuing his 3rd goal and a potential hat trick, finally received an exceptional opportunity for a counterattack. In the 68th minute of the second half, Andachi's right winger made a low cross from the flank, but their center forward failed to make contact. Instead, the ball was intercepted by a Nuremberg central defender, who cleared it from the penalty area. Players from both teams surged towards the ball's landing spot, yet it was another Nuremberg player, Fred, who secured the second touch. Positioned facing his own goal, Fred skillfully flicked the ball over an Andachi player who was trailing closely behind him, catching them off guard. By the time the defender realized Fred's intent, it was too late to react. With a deft turn, Fred evaded the opponent and, without waiting for the ball to touch down, executed a precise ground pass that sent the ball deep into Andachi's half. The several opposing players who had rushed towards Fred were left stranded. At that moment, due to Andachi's aggressive forward play, only Gadley and the opposing number 4 center back remained near the center circle. Fred's pass was perfectly timed. The number 4 defender attempted to intercept the ball but narrowly missed, allowing it to roll past his toes and into Andachi's territory. Meanwhile, Gadley had already surged past him. Receiving Fred's pass just behind the defender, Gadley successfully evaded the offside trap, finding himself in a one-on-one situation. However, as he received the ball, he was still a considerable distance from Andachi's penalty area, and his pace with the ball left something to be desired. Consequently, before he could reach the edge of the penalty box, he was pursued by another central defender from the opposing team, who attempted to wrest control of the ball from him through physical means. Nevertheless, standing at a height of 186 centimeters and weighing 81 kilograms, Gadley's physique as a striker proved advantageous, allowing him to withstand the defender's attempts to dislodge him. The two players became entangled as they charged towards the penalty area. The goalkeeper of Andachi had already abandoned his post, rushing into the penalty area in preparation to thwart Gadley's impending shot. Yet, Gadley deftly denied the goalkeeper any chance to intervene. With a remarkable shooting skill rated at 87, he remained composed even with a defender closely contesting him. From just outside the arc of the penalty area, he opted for a delicate lob, sending the ball soaring toward the Andachi goal. The sphere ascended gracefully, and upon witnessing Gadley's decision to lob the ball, the goalkeeper recognized the trajectory's height and instinctively turned back, rushing to return to his line in a desperate bid to save. However, Gadley's expertly executed lob possessed not only height, but also speed and precision. It did not merely ascend directly over the goalkeeper's head, but rather angled towards the far corner of the net. Despite the goalkeeper's swift reaction to recover, he ultimately could not match the ball's velocity. Just as he reached the edge of the small box, the ball nestled snugly beneath the crossbar and into the net. A hat trick. In the 68th minute of the second half, Gadley successfully countered an offside trap, receiving a precise through ball from Fred. He found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper and executed a delicate lob shot from outside the penalty area, scoring his third goal of the match. This marked the first hat trick of his life, propelling Nuremberg to a commanding 4-1 lead. Overcome with joy, Gadley sprinted towards the substitutes bench, eager to embrace his coach, Eric. However, his momentum was too great. Eric could not withstand the impact, and they both tumbled to the ground, only to be joyously buried beneath a pile of teammates celebrating. A hat trick. This is an achievement that many forwards never attain throughout their careers, and once achieved, it can be regarded as a hallmark of one's professional journey. Pell himself devoted an entire chapter in his autobiography to his iconic hat trick against France in the semifinals of the 1958 World Cup, proudly titled Hat Trick. This illustrates that even for a football legend like Pell, scoring a hat trick is a moment worthy of great celebration. Though the significance of the match may vary, for Gadley, this was his inaugural hat trick in a competitive setting, irrespective of the context. Thus, it was undoubtedly a moment of exuberant celebration. A 3-goal victory in football is noteworthy, let alone a single player netting 3 goals. Hence, it is no surprise that Gadley found it difficult to contain his emotions. Joined by teammates and coaches in a spirited celebration, such an accomplishment deserves such recognition. Chapter 34. The attention of the first-team coach. The jubilation of Nuremberg lasted nearly a minute before the referee intervened to resume the match. In the 73rd minute, after his hat trick, Gadley was substituted by Eric in favor of Mori, as his stamina could not sustain him for the entire match. As he left the field, Gadley wore a radiant smile, reminiscent of someone who had just completed their first hat trick. Indeed, anyone who experiences such a milestone would share his elation. In the remainder of the match, neither side scored again. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee blew the whistle to signify the end of the match. Nuremberg U19 triumphed over the visiting Andahas U19 with a resounding 4-1 victory. thanks to Gadley's hat-trick and a goal from Avid. This momentous win and his first-ever hat-trick earned Gadley a total of 22,000 experience points, composed of 4,000 for starting, 3 goals, and 6,000 for the victory, elevating his overall experience to level 5 with 95,000 points, just 5,000 away from another promotion. After the match, Gadley retrieved the match ball as a keepsake, a tangible reminder of this momentous day. For Gadley, this match is one that he will cherish for a lifetime. However, for many, this comes as a considerable surprise. At this juncture, the Bundesliga has completed its 15th round, and the first team of Nuremberg has managed to secure only 4 victories in these initial 15 matches. Presently languishing in the penultimate position on the league table, merely 1 point shy of the relegation zone. The situation is exceedingly precarious. After 15 matches, Nuremberg's first team has netted a mere 14 goals, averaging less than 1 goal per game, placing them third from the bottom in terms of scoring. It cannot be said that the dismal performance of Nuremberg this season is solely attributable to an ineffective forward line. However, the notably low goal-scoring rate of the strikers is indeed a significant contributing factor. Consequently, during this non-transfer period, the only viable avenue for Nuremberg to bolster their attacking prowess lies in promoting talent from their youth academy. The forwards from the U23 team do not meet the competitive demands of the first team. Rather, it is the U19 player, Bernd Gadley, who, following his recent interview with Groth, has caught the attention of Nuremberg's head coach, Dieter Hecking. Although Gadley's other skills may be lacking, his exceptional shooting ability has certainly endeared him to Hecking. Of course, constrained by his other technical limitations, Gadley presently does not fulfill the requirements for Bundesliga play. Nevertheless, with his high shooting proficiency, should his other skills improve, he holds substantial promise for the future. He had heard from Eric and Hollis that Gadley was making remarkable progress at an astonishing pace, and it was uncertain when he might ascend to the U23 youth team. Consequently, he specifically instructed assistant coach Reutis Hahn and U23 head coach Wilsinger to closely monitor Bernd Gadley, paying particular attention to his performance in the U19 matches, especially in terms of his offensive contributions. In the first 2 matches, Gadley had only managed to score a single goal, which was not particularly impressive at the youth level. Thus, both Reutis Hahn and Wilsinger refrained from reporting Gadley's recent performance to Dieter Hecking. However, on December 4th, after Gadley showcased a splendid hat-trick, Reutis Hahn and Wilsinger were overjoyed and promptly sought out Dieter Hecking that very evening, armed with the match footage. In recent matches, Gadley has demonstrated remarkable prowess, netting 9 goals and providing 2 assists, culminating in a splendid hat-trick. Both Ruther Hahn and Wilsinger concur that Gadley should ascend to the more advanced U23 youth team for further development. The U19 Youth League no longer suffices to meet Gadley's training demands. It is noteworthy that the U19 League is the quintessential youth competition. However, the Nuremberg U23 competes in the Southern German Regional League, which is classified as the 4th tier of German football, while it features U23 teams akin to Nuremberg's. It also includes several professional teams at the same 4th level. The first teams of these professional clubs are not restricted to players under U23. Many players are in their mid-20s, at the peak of their physical and technical capabilities, alongside others in their 30s, brimming with extensive professional experience. Although their skill level may not match that of Bundesliga players, the intensity and tactical sophistication of the matches far exceed those of the U19 League, providing a significantly more effective environment for player development. Given the first team's struggles and the pressing need for proficient forwards, Dieter Hecking's attention has shifted to the youth teams to source promising striking talent. Consequently, with Hecking's requirements in mind, both Ruther Hahn, as an assistant coach, and Wilsinger, the U23 youth team coach, are naturally compelled to devise strategies to fulfill his demands. Gadley's performance has naturally become the focal point of their attention. After viewing the match footage of Nuremberg U19 versus Anderlecht U19, Dieter Hecking was visibly astonished. He remarked to Reuters Hahn and Wilsinger that Gadley's shooting technique is exceptionally refined. Not only could he contend for a starting position at Nuremberg, but he could also compete for a role at Bayern Munich. However, his speed and dribbling leave much to be desired, which somewhat restricts the efficacy of his shooting. Nonetheless, his ball control, jumping ability, and off-the-ball movement are commendable, helping to compensate for some of his limitations. Furthermore, I have heard that his rate of improvement is remarkably swift, advancing almost weekly. Therefore, I believe that the U19 level no longer fully showcases his potential. In the upcoming U19 League match, Both of you should attend in person. Should he maintain his current form, he ought to be promoted to the U23 team after the winter break to compete in the regional league. With 5 matches yielding 9 goals and 2 assists from U17 to U19, his rate of progression is indeed extraordinary. We may have truly uncovered a gem, a late-blooming prodigy. I hope he swiftly acclimatizes to the regional league and secures a place in the first team before this season concludes, thereby bolstering our efforts to avoid relegation. Reuters Hahn and Wilsingo nodded in understanding. Godry was blissfully unaware that his hat trick that day had drawn the attention of both the first team and the U23 youth squad, possibly paving his way to promotion to the U23 team. However, he understood that as long as he continued to advance methodically and enhance his skills, ascending to the U23 team would eventually lead him to the first team. That evening, after showcasing his remarkable performance, his teammates insisted he treat them to dinner at a Chinese restaurant once again. This time, more teammates joined than during his previous outing after signing, as it was evident to all that Godry was progressing at an astonishing pace. The U19 level was merely a stepping stone for him. It would not be long before he transitioned to the U23 and subsequently the first team, national team, Bundesliga, Champions League, and World Cup. The competition among them had become incomparable, rendering feelings of envy unnecessary. Fostering good relationships was essential. Should Godry rise to stardom, they, as his teammates from Nuremberg U19, would have an intriguing narrative to share. Chapter 35, the year-end finale. Following a resounding victory, Coach Eriksson granted the players a day off. On December 5th, another Monday, Godry once again allocated 4 skill points, elevating his shooting skill from 87 to 88, his ball control from 73 to 74, his jumping ability from 75 to 76, and his off-the-ball movement from 71 to 72, leaving him with a balance of 16 skill points. As both the coach and teammates noted, the consistent weekly enhancement of his abilities was extraordinary. With his shooting skill nearing the significant milestone of 90, December 6th marked the resumption of team training. After 3 days of rigorous training, yielding 2,000 experience points each day, by the afternoon of December 8th, Godry's total experience surged to level 5 with 101,000 points, automatically upgrading him to level 6 with 20,000 points. This time, fortune favored Godry as he acquired a remarkably useful new skill, dribbling, upon leveling up. As a forward, possessing dribbling and breakthrough skills was essential. Otherwise, even with high shooting capabilities, his effectiveness would be significantly diminished. While dribbling alone does not equate to breaking through defenses, it aids in maintaining control of the ball under pressure, thereby serving as a valuable asset. Perhaps due to the enhancement of his shooting ability, his touch on the ball had transformed. The initial attributes of his newly acquired dribbling skill reached an impressive 66. Although it fell short of the 70 threshold, it was commendable nonetheless. After investing 1 skill point to elevate the initial dribbling attribute from 66 to 67, he had 10 skill points from the upgrade, leaving him with a total of 25 skill points, including his previous balance. The next upgrade would require an extensive 200,000 experience points, a daunting task that raised uncertainty about the duration until his next promotion. On December 9th, the day following his upgrade, Coach Eriksson announced the roster for the match against Kaiserslautern U19, scheduled for December 10th. This would be the final match for Nuremberg U19 in 2011, as well as the last game of the first half of the 2011 to 2012 season. After this match, a few more days of training would precede the Christmas and New Year holidays, with the next competition not occurring until the following year. Thus, tomorrow's match represented the concluding contest for Nuremberg U19 in 2011. Fortunately, Godry's position as a key player remained unassailable. Moreover, this time, not only did Gadley secure a starting position, but his friend August Michner did as well. The results of the extra training sessions that Gadley, Elmer, and Michner undertook together have become evident. After the announcement of the squad, everyone was anticipating Eric's declaration of disbandment. However, to their surprise, he remained silent. After a brief pause, Eric raised his head, his demeanor serious, and stated, "I initially intended to keep this from you, but tomorrow's match is the last one before the winter break. I fear that if I do not inform you, your focus may wane, and you may not perform to the best of your abilities. Therefore, I have decided to share this with you. Tomorrow, the first team assistant coach, Ruthershon, along with the U23 youth team coach, Wilsinger, will be present to observe your performance." As soon as he uttered these words, a stir of excitement erupted among the players. Michner, filled with enthusiasm, whispered to Gadley, "Gadley, Ruthershon and Wilsinger are surely here to watch you. You must seize this opportunity." Gadley felt a twinge of excitement. Yet he remained true to the humble nature characteristic of his compatriots, stating, "How can one be certain? After all, everyone has their opportunity. You should perform well as well. Perhaps you may be promoted to the U23 squad first." Michener shook his head, replying, "With the hat-trick performance you delivered in the last match, it is hardly surprising that they are not here merely for the spectacle." Others, too, in their excitement, gradually recognized that Reuterschon and Wilsinger were primarily there to assess Gadley. His remarkable hat-trick in the previous match, along with an impressive tally of 9 goals and 2 assists over the last 5 games, naturally drew the attention of both the U23 and first team, especially given the first team's underwhelming performance and lackluster forward line. After the players had engaged in some discussion, Eriksson continued, "As has been noted, Reuterschon and Wilsinger are indeed here to evaluate Brent Gadley, but that does not imply that you can forego your own performances. If you showcase a display during the match that captivates Reuterschon and Wilsinger, who is to say you do not stand a chance at advancing to the U23? Therefore, tomorrow's match is not solely about Gadley. I expect each of you to deliver commendable performances, striving to impress Reuterschon and Wilsinger. Moreover, I wish to emphasize the importance of teamwork during the match. Do not let the presence of Reuterschon and Wilsinger lead you to play in isolation. The ball should not reach you only to become stagnant. Remember, football is a team sport. Reuterschon and Wilsinger will not place value on individual skills alone. They will also be evaluating your spirit of collaboration. Should your individualism hinder the team's offensive flow, or worse, lead to a loss, even if you manage to dribble past 3 opponents, it is unlikely to catch their eye. Conversely, if you can exhibit decisiveness and fluidity, enhancing the team's tempo and offensive threat, it will undoubtedly draw their admiration. In conclusion, you are no longer children. I hope you grasp the essence of football. Do not allow minor details to overshadow the greater objective. Perform well tomorrow, and let us aim to conclude 2011 with a resounding victory. That is all. You are dismissed." After finishing their showers and changing clothes, the team returned to their dormitory, animatedly discussing the upcoming match. As Coach Eriksson wisely stated, they are no longer children. If they focus solely on showcasing their individual skills during the game, resulting in a stagnant team offense, then even if one were to dribble past 3 opponents, it would be of no consequence. The scouts, Reuterschon and Wilsinger, would perceive a lack of team spirit, viewing their presence as a hindrance to the team's attack, rendering them undesirable prospects. Conversely, if the team's offense flows seamlessly and they secure a significant victory, even if the lion's share of the credit goes to the remarkably skilled Gadley, other players who provide key passes or assists will also demonstrate commendable performances. Thus, in their shared deliberation within the dormitory, they reached a consensus. Tomorrow's match must prioritize team spirit and avoid individualism at all costs, given that it is an away game. Neglecting teamwork could lead to a disheartening defeat for Nuremberg, tarnishing their impressions in the eyes of Reuterschon and Wilsinger. Therefore, it is imperative for everyone to strive for fluid team coordination, ultimately delivering the ball to Gadley, the most adept shooter, for the final strike. As long as they score abundantly, even if the primary accolades are claimed by Gadley, others will still garner assists and key passes, allowing them to make a favorable impression before Reuterschon and Wilsinger. Even if this selection does not yield success, a positive impression could open doors in the future. The match tomorrow is of utmost importance, both for Gadley and for others as well. Chapter 36, a brilliant assist on December 10th, the day of the match. During the midday warm-up, Gadley and his teammates indeed spotted Nuremberg's first-team assistant coach, Reuterschon, and the U23 youth team coach, Wilsinger, on the sidelines. The atmosphere was electric, with excitement palpable among the players, Gadley included. Eric Few had made it abundantly clear the previous day that Reuterschon and Wilsinger were there to scout him. Should he impress, he would advance to the U23 youth team, bringing him one step closer to the first team. Thus, Gadley was filled with fervor and anticipation for the game ahead. At 1:00 p.m., as the referee's whistle pierced the air, the match between Kaiserslautern and Nuremberg in the 13th round of the 2011-2012 German U19 Southern Regional League officially commenced at the training ground of Kaiserslautern's U19 team. Owing to the illustrious history of Kaiserslautern, their reputation far surpassed that of Nuremberg, making their youth academy a more enticing prospect for young players. Despite the high morale of Nuremberg's players, bolstered by the presence of the assistant coach and the U23 head coach, and their emphasis on teamwork, They fell behind as Kaiserslautern struck first. The presence of Rietzhahn and Welsinger seemed to weigh heavily on the players, inducing a sense of trepidation. They feared being perceived as too self-centered while also being concerned about squandering opportunities. Consequently, their initial performance, both offensively and defensively, was somewhat lackluster. In the 22nd minute of the first half, Kaiserslautern capitalized on a corner kick, breaking the deadlock and taking a 1-0 lead against Nuremberg. However, conceding this goal surprisingly steadied Nuremberg. After over 20 minutes of intense play, the players shifted their focus entirely to the match, no longer preoccupied with the scouts. Additionally, they understood that regardless of whom Rietzhahn and Welsinger were evaluating, victory was imperative. If the team were to lose, it would be challenging for anyone to garner the coach's favor. As the attacking linchpin, Gadli was eager to score, while his supporting teammates, such as Fred and Maikina, sought to contribute assists or make pivotal passes. The defenders, too, were resolute, determined not to concede any further goals. With collective effort, Nuremberg fortified their defense and began to mount counterattacks. Both teams employed a 4-3-3 formation, resulting in numerous opportunities for their forwards. However, previously, no striker had exhibited the terrifying prowess of Gadli, who had squandered many chances. Those capable of matching Gadli's level of shooting skill had long since been promoted to the first team or at least the U23 squad. Gadli remained in the U19 team due to a significant imbalance in his skill set. Thus, Gadli's current shooting ability could be described as a case of lowering the bar, as he wielded the striking finesse of a top-tier player in a U19 regional league. With his ball control and off-the-ball movement surpassing the 70 mark, Gadli increasingly garnered shooting opportunities within the opponent's penalty area. His shooting skill, rated at 88, significantly enhanced his ability to capitalize on chances, far exceeding that of his U19 peers. Even when closely marked, opponents found it futile. For Gadli was not merely a stationary target. He possessed agility and had achieved a 72 rating in off-the-ball movement, often exhibiting remarkable intuition in his runs. As the focal point of the attack, with the team as support, Gadli was assured of at least one shooting opportunity throughout the match. Once he seized a chance to shoot, he typically posed a threat to the opponent's goal. Less than 10 minutes after Kaiserslautern's goal, in the 30th minute, Gadli found space in the penalty area through his off-the-ball movement, receiving a pass from a teammate. Regrettably, as he prepared to shoot, a defender arrived just in time, pushing Gadli slightly. Although he did not make contact with the ball, the interference disrupted his shot, causing it to strike within the goal frame but lacking the necessary angle, allowing the opposing goalkeeper to make the save. Despite the shot not resulting in a goal, it invigorated Gadli and his teammates, as it marked Nuremberg's first threatening attempt on target within the first 30 minutes. Both Gadli and his teammates seemed to regain their rhythm from this attempt. Soon, before the end of the first half, in the 39th minute, Nuremberg surged forward once more, with Gadli receiving a pass from a teammate in the penalty area. However, this time he was facing away from the goal, tightly marked by an opposing defender, making it difficult to turn. As Kaiserslautern's defenders speculated whether Gadli would attempt to turn and shoot, he swiftly passed the ball instead. Although he had not activated his passing skill, the influence of his 88 shooting rating enhanced his passing ability. With remarkable precision, Gadli executed a brilliant assist, threading the ball through the narrow gap between two Kaiserslautern defenders and delivering it to the intended target. In a moment of unobserved opportunity, right midfielder August Maikina surged in, and without pausing to control the ball, he struck Gadli's pass towards the lower right corner of the goal. Gadli's pass was not particularly surprising, as he was facing away from the goal, making it quite natural to distribute the ball when a shot was unfeasible. However, rather than delivering the ball to Fred at the edge of the penalty area, he executed a lateral pass into the vacant space on the right flank of the box, showcasing an exceptional display of skill. With opposing Kaiserslautern players occupying the direction of Maikina's run, it was astonishing how Gadli, akin to a maestro of passing, delivered such a sublime ball, artfully evading the interceptions of two defenders and placing it perfectly at Maikina's feet. Having spent considerable time training alongside Gadli, Maikina had garnered insights and improvements in his shooting technique. This sudden incursion into the penalty area culminated in a remarkable strike, as he successfully directed the ball within the goal frame with precision. Although the Kaiserslautern goalkeeper had already begun to shift rightward as Gadli passed to Maikina, he was unable to reach the ball before Maikina unleashed a direct shot without pausing. The goalkeeper's desperate dive ultimately failed to make contact, leaving him to watch helplessly as the ball soared past his outstretched hands and into the net. In the 39th minute, Nuremberg U19 equalized at 1-1, thanks to a goal from August Mykina, with the assist credited to Bernd Gadli. In this instance, during stoppage time, Gadli, though not the scorer, played the role of a tactical center forward. By leveraging his position as the focal point of the attack, he drew the attention of the Kaiserslautern defense, allowing him to pass to Mykina, who, unmarked, made a decisive cut into the penalty area to score. Gadli refrained from exploiting his boundless shooting privileges. Instead of forcing a turn and attempting a shot while facing away from the goal, which would have squandered a promising offensive opportunity, he chose to assist a teammate in scoring, thereby equalizing the match. This display of acumen earned him nods of approval from the sidelines, where Rüdiger and Wilsinger acknowledged his intelligence on the pitch. Such an appraisal significantly enhanced Gadli's standing in their minds. Shortly after the equalizer, the first half came to a close. Following a brief intermission of 15 minutes, both teams resumed hostilities in the second half, with the home side, Kaiserslautern, unwilling to settle for a draw. They introduced two fresh players at the onset of the second half to launch a vigorous offensive against Nuremberg. Perhaps buoyed by the home ground advantage, Kaiserslautern's players exhibited remarkable form, and in the 63rd minute, they executed a successful attack down the flank, resulting in a goal that shifted the score to 2-1, restoring their lead. Upon the resumption of play, Kaiserslautern, now in the lead, did not retreat into a defensive shell but continued their offensive onslaught. Given that this was merely a youth match, the emphasis on pragmatism was less pronounced, allowing for an open style of play devoid of the overly defensive bus parking tactics. At the very least, Kaiserslautern did not resort to such strategies in an attempt to preserve their 2-1 advantage until the final whistle, which afforded Nuremberg opportunities to score. In the midst of this ongoing back-and-forth contest, Gadli found himself with the ball on several occasions, yet his dribbling, breakthroughs, and reactions were somewhat hampered, limiting his ability to take shots amidst the opponent's staunch defense. However, Kaiserslautern's stringent marking of Gadli inadvertently created openings for other Nuremberg players. In the 75th minute, Nuremberg seized the ball and launched a swift counterattack. Gadli, by positioning himself centrally, drew the attention of the last two Kaiserslautern center-backs, which allowed right winger Johannes to sprint down the flank, ultimately cutting inside to score, leveling the match at 2-2. At this juncture, both teams' players had reached their physical limits, yet neither was willing to accept a draw. Thus, both coaches began to make substitutions, introducing fresh legs to sustain the offensive onslaught, each eager to secure a decisive goal. Despite Gadli appearing somewhat fatigued, Irikov opted to keep him on the field. This decision was partly due to the presence of Rüdiger and Wilsinger, who were there specifically to assess Gadli. Substituting him prematurely would have been inappropriate. Moreover, Gadli's shooting prowess, rated at an impressive 88, meant that as long as he remained positioned at the forefront, he retained the potential to pose a significant threat, provided he was given even the slightest opportunity to shoot. Irrespective of his physical exertion in long sprints or breakthroughs, Gadli was aware that today Erik had not substituted him, which he regarded as an opportunity he cherished. With only one assist to his name, the team still found itself unable to secure victory, leaving him uncertain whether he could impress the assistant coach of the first team and the U23 head coach who had come to scout. If he could manage to score in the final minutes, achieving a dramatic 3-2 victory over their opponents while boasting both a goal and an assist, Gadli was confident he would capture the attention of those two coaches. Thus, in the closing moments of the match, Gadli exerted himself greatly. Even as exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, he continued to make runs, striving to find the perfect gap, all the while praying for his teammates to pass the ball to him. As time wore on, both teams began to make an increasing number of errors. Although Kaiserslautern had made substitutions, they had only 6 available, most of which involved players from the midfield and forward positions, leaving the defense relatively unchanged. Consequently, as the match approached its final stages, the stamina of Kaiserslautern's defenders had similarly dwindled, making them more prone to mistakes. In the 83rd minute, an error occurred when an opposing defender misplayed a back pass, but unfortunately, the nearest Nuremberg player failed to react in time to capitalize on the mistake, allowing the opponent to clear the ball and remedy the situation. While this opportunity slipped away, it nevertheless revealed a telling sign. As the match drew closer to its conclusion, fatigue set in, leading to an increase in blunders from both sides. The errors were fairly even, with Nuremberg's defense also experiencing a plethora of mistakes. It was merely a question of which team could first seize upon their opponent's misstep to convert it into a goal. Under such circumstances, Gadley's impressive shooting skill, boasting an accuracy rating of 88, provided him with a significant advantage over his opponents. The only challenge remaining was to translate this statistical edge into tangible goals. As time progressed, neither team was willing to settle for a draw, resulting in increasingly frantic play and mounting errors, yet neither side could capitalize. Finally, in the 91st minute, during stoppage time, Kaiserslautern faltered in the midfield right flank, delivering a weak pass intercepted by August Michner, who swiftly tackled the ball away. Although Kaiserslautern's players attempted to reclaim possession immediately, Michner wasted no time, sending the ball to Fred in the center. Nuremberg launched a counterattack without hesitation. Gadley made a forward run through the center, but due to the vigilant marking by the center backs, Fred opted not to pass the ball to him initially. Instead, he directed it towards the left winger. Subsequently, the left winger, the left midfielder, and Fred engaged in a series of triangular passes while advancing, swiftly maneuvering the ball to the edge of the penalty area. This was initially a counterattack following a disruption of Kaiserslautern's offensive play. Yet the intricate interplay of passing and movement among the trio compelled Kaiserslautern's fullbacks and center-backs to shift towards the left flank, rendering their central defense against Gadley somewhat feeble. Consequently, Gadley capitalized on his astute off-the-ball movement to create a gap near the penalty area. As a key attacking midfielder for the Nuremberg U19 team and a close friend of Gadley, Fred's synergy with Gadley has grown increasingly harmonious during this period. Gadley only sprang into action upon noticing Fred's imminent reception of the ball, deftly evading the central defender who had been closely marking him and creating an opening. Fred, understanding the unspoken connection, did not pause to control the ball, but instead executed a direct pass, sending the ball to the left winger, who then returned it with a diagonal pass into the heart of the penalty area, right in front of Gadley. In that fleeting moment when Fred delivered the pass, the central defender, who had just been outmaneuvered by Gadley, quickly reacted, pivoting to cover his position. Although retrieving the ball was no longer an option, he lunged forward in a desperate attempt to intercept, aiming to block Gadley's impending shot with his body. Yet, even in the dying moments of the match, Gadley remained unhurried, skillfully cushioning the ball to let the sliding defender pass harmlessly by. Without waiting for the other defenders to obstruct his path, Gadley unleashed a precise shot towards the far corner of the goal. Due to the nature of his controlled touch, the shot lacked significant power and speed. The goalkeeper, stationed at the near post, took a step towards the far side before launching himself into the air. However, Gadley's remarkable shooting technique rendered the angle of his shot exceedingly tricky. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though the ball might drift harmlessly wide. The goalkeeper's save was almost successful, as the ball slipped past his fingertips and, in a moment of despair, gently kissed the far post before finding the back of the net. The goal was scored in the 91st minute of stoppage time. Gadley had turned the tide for Nuremberg U19, securing a 3-2 lead. The timing of this goal was almost certainly a match winner, barring any extraordinary misfortune. With a decisive goal in the dying moments of the match, the team now ahead, and his impressive performance of a goal and an assist, Gadley felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation that he would capture the attention of Rüdiger and Wilsinger, thus advancing to the U23 youth team. Upon witnessing the ball strike the post and nestle into the net, Gadley clenched his fist and raised it triumphantly, letting out a roar to express his exhilaration. He was soon enveloped by his teammates, including Fred, as they celebrated together. On the sidelines, Rüdiger and Wilsinger stood amongst the crowd, applauding while engaging in hushed conversation. Rüdiger remarked, "That was an exceptionally beautiful goal." Wilsinger replied, "Indeed, especially the way he controlled the ball just before shooting, evading the defender with remarkable calmness, quite a rarity." Rüdiger continued, "In the angle of the shot, striking the post and finding the net in such a precise manner, showcased his exceptional shooting skill. While one goal alone may not be definitive, considering his scoring record in previous matches, it is clear that his shooting prowess is truly outstanding." Wilsinger remarked that such talent in shooting displayed at the U19 level is a mere squandering of resources, although there are some deficiencies in his other skills. Possessing this advantage as a forward is sufficient. I have decided not to wait for the winter break. I will promote him to the U23 team immediately to commence training with the squad. Rüdiger concurred, stating that this is a prodigious forward, and we have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Promoting him to the U23 team sooner will facilitate his integration with teammates and allow him to adapt to the regional league more swiftly. thereby enabling an earlier transition to the first team to aid in the club's relegation battle. Both were exceedingly pleased with Gadley's performance in the match. And in just a few words, they determined his fate. On the pitch, as Gadley and his teammates concluded their celebration, the match resumed. Kaiserslautern launched a desperate offensive, seemingly disregarding their defensive line entirely. The goalkeeper had ventured far beyond the penalty area, eager to join the attack. However, Gadley's goal had occurred in the 91st minute, and after the celebration, only the 92nd minute remained, leaving them with precious little time. After 4 minutes of stoppage time, the referee signaled the end of the match. Nuremberg U19 achieved a dramatic 3-2 comeback victory against Kaiserslautern in the 13th round of the league, thanks to Gadley's decisive goal in the 91st minute, securing their last victory of 2011. Following the match, Gadley received a substantial experience reward totaling 12,000 points, 4,000 for starting, over 2,000 for assists, 4,000 for goals, and an additional 2,000 for the win, raising his total experience to level 6 with 15,000 out of 200,000. By the end of the match, Hahn and Wilshinger had already moved towards the substitutes bench, standing alongside Eric. As Gadley made his way off the field, Eric called him over and introduced him to Hahn and Wilsinger. Subsequently, Hahn remarked to Gadley, "Your performance in the U19 squad has captured the attention of the first team as head coach, Dieter Hecking. He has requested that I accompany Wilsinger today to observe your abilities. You have not disappointed us. Therefore, we have decided to promote you to the U23 youth team immediately. You will train with the team and participate in the Southern German Regional League after the winter break. This league comprises not only youth teams, but also several professional adult teams, providing a wealth of experience for the players. We hope you will swiftly acclimate to the realities of professional competition and contribute to the team's efforts in avoiding relegation." U23 head coach Wilsinger then added, "Welcome to the Nuremberg U23 youth team." Gadley was filled with joy, expressing his gratitude towards Hahn and Wilsinger for their trust, as well as to Eric for his guidance. The matter was settled. Subsequently, Wilsinger provided some reminders regarding media coverage before departing with Hahn. The two had arrived by car, while Gadley and the other players returned to the base via the team bus. Following Wilsinger's confirmation of Gadley's promotion to the U23 youth team, Gadley successfully completed the task of ascending to the U23 level, earning a reward of 10 skill points, bringing his total to 35. Having completed the previous tasks and advanced to the U23, he naturally encountered new challenges. System Task 7. Promotion to the Nuremberg First Team. Task Content. The host must perform well and be promoted to the Nuremberg First Team by June 30th, 2012. Success Reward, 10 skill points. Failure Penalty, none. This promotion came with a slightly more substantial reward of 20 skill points. In addition to the first team promotion task, there was another challenge, to secure the championship of the Southern Regional League. System Task 8, Regional League Champion. Task Content. The host is required to assist the Nuremberg U23 team in winning the 2011 to 2012 Southern Regional League Championship, with a minimum of 5 appearances necessary for the achievement to be deemed valid. Success Reward, 10 skill points. Failure Penalty, none. Upon reviewing the task for the Regional League Championship, Gadley, now a member of the U23 team, inquired whether the task for the U19 League Championship remained valid. Since he had already made 5 appearances in the U19, if Nuremberg U19 were to claim the championship in the second half of the season, it would count as part of Gadley's contributions, thus fulfilling the task. However, despite Gadley's efforts, Nuremberg U19 had not managed to secure the top position in the league during his time there. Following Gadley's departure, the prospect of Nuremberg U19 winning the championship in the second half of the season seemed nearly impossible. As for the task concerning the Youth League Cup Championship, it was declared a failure. Since Gadley had moved up to the U23 team, he had only participated in 1 match of the German Youth Cup, failing to meet the prerequisite of participating in at least 2 matches. Regardless of whether Nuremberg U19 won the Youth Cup thereafter, it no longer concerned Gadley. Consequently, Task 5 related to the Youth Cup Championship was directly declared a failure by the system. Fortunately, there were no penalties associated with this task. It was merely a pity to lose out on the 10 skill points that were at stake. Chapter 39. Elevated experience content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 40. Rapid progress content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 41. The Bavarian Chinese New Year Festival in Ditford. The Bavarian Chinese New Year Festival, celebrated on the first day of the lunar calendar, stands as the most grandiose festival of the year, surpassing even the festive atmosphere of Christmas and New Year's Day. As an authentic Chinese individual, Gadli, unable to return home for the Spring Festival, naturally chose to celebrate in Ditford. On January 22nd, New Year's Eve. The other German residents of Ditford partake in a traditional Chinese New Year's Eve dinner, often enjoying dumplings. However, previously, Marcus and Isabella were unaware of the fillings typically used in Chinese dumplings, while Gadli was well informed. Although he hails from the southern regions and does not frequently indulge in dumplings, this did not deter him from showcasing his culinary skills in Ditford. Thus, upon returning home on January 21st, Gadli began preparing dumplings and the New Year's Eve feast early on the morning of the 22nd. He ventured to the supermarket to procure minced meat, chives, scallions, and several bottles of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce, then returned home to create the filling for the dumplings, which he wrapped in the dumpling skins prepared by Isabella. For lunch, Gadli's household enjoyed dumplings, which enticed several neighbors to sample them, all of whom unanimously declared Gadli's dumplings delectable, pledging to learn the craft next year. After lunch, preparations for the New Year's Eve dinner commenced, and Gadli continued to display his culinary prowess, crafting a sumptuous array of Chinese dishes that delighted Marcus, Isabella, and a few close neighbors, leaving nothing but empty plates behind. Although the residents of Ditford proudly identify as Chinese and celebrate New Year's Eve and the Spring Festival annually, many remain oblivious to authentic Chinese customs. For instance, the tradition of setting off firecrackers on New Year's Eve was unknown to them. However, this year, inspired by Gadli, many families purchased fireworks, creating quite a stir by igniting them outside the town after midnight, captivating the entire community. Numerous onlookers perched on windowsills to witness the spectacle, expressing intentions to buy fireworks for the following year. As for Gadli's extensive knowledge, he attributed it to consultations with the Chinese owner of a restaurant in Nuremberg. Of course, only his family and a few neighbors were aware of his transformation. In a town of 6,000, his influence remained limited. Nonetheless, everyone eagerly anticipated the revelry of the following day, the first day of the new year. Winter days naturally dawn late. Consequently, on the morning of January 1st, perhaps before 7 a.m., Gadli was roused by the sounds of gongs and drums echoing from outside. He rose and drew back the curtains to find numerous children clad in tang suits and han coats joyfully parading down the street, striking gongs and drums while exclaiming, "It's time to celebrate. Today we are all Chinese. Rise and revel." Gadli rose from his slumber, shared a delightful breakfast with his parents, and then the family donned traditional Chinese attire to embark on an excursion into the town. Almost every shop in the vicinity was adorned with characters such as Fu, Lu, Shou, and Shi, while many displayed items quintessentially Chinese, including fans, lanterns, eru, and straw hats, the origins of which remained a mystery. Aside from the differing skin tones around him, Gadli felt as though he had been transported back to his homeland. Here, he could articulate himself in Mandarin without reservation. Rather than perceiving him as a curiosity due to his fluency, the locals regarded him with admiration. The streets were alive with festivities organized by the town government, featuring dragon dances, stilt walking, and performances of traditional Chinese instruments, creating a vibrant atmosphere. By afternoon, an emperor, elected by the local residents, paraded through the streets in a resplendent yellow robe, seated in a palanquin carried by over 10 bearers, accompanied by guards, a queen, and concubines. The procession was met with raucous cheers of "Long Live Emperor Fugao" in broken Mandarin, resonating with considerable vigor. Emperor Fugao ascended the throne in the year 2000, his true identity being that of a hospital employee who only donned the imperial persona during the Spring Festival. In that moment, he wielded the most authority in the town, even commanding the mayor's obedience. Despite possessing some related memories, Gadli found himself exhilarated, following closely behind the emperor's procession. The sight of a Chinese town and a celebration reminiscent of a Chinese carnival in Germany filled him with immense joy. Amidst the throng, Emperor Fugao ascended a raised platform to address the thousands of townsfolk, reciting a proclamation that beseeched the heavens for favorable weather and peace within the realm. The ensuing imitation of a sacrificial rite, though amusing in parts, was executed with commendable earnestness. Following this, the emperor led the crowd in a rousing rendition of a self-composed Bavarian national anthem. However, what reached Gadli's ears were mere fragments crafted from their imagined Chinese characters. unintelligible even to him aside from a few simple words that seemed to convey blessings. After the ceremony, the townspeople dispersed to continue their revelry. The celebrations resumed with dragon dances, stilt performances, and the sound of an eru being played, albeit to an unrecognizable tune. Some even donned costumes reminiscent of Peking opera characters to entertain the crowd. Throughout the day, the townsfolk enthusiastically engaged in a cacophony of festivities inspired by what they had observed, heard, or conjured regarding how Chinese people celebrate the New Year. In addition to the local residents, the Chinese carnival in Dithford attracted visitors from nearby counties and even the state capital, though their numbers were few, and not a single Chinese individual was spotted. Perhaps the fame of this locale had yet to reach substantial heights. As Gadley indulged in leisure, he quietly contemplated the arithmetic of his aspirations. Perhaps, in the future, should he attain fame, he could act as an ambassador for Dithford, promoting a cultural tourism initiative that emphasizes the unique characteristics of Hu culture. This endeavor would ostensibly attract tourists from Hu, generating tourism revenue while subtly exporting the soft power of Hu culture. Due to the misrepresentation by Western media, many Germans hold a distorted view of Hu, failing to grasp the essence of the nation. Thus, Gadley felt it imperative to contribute to the cultural exchange of Hu in a manner that eschews political entanglements. Being a native of Dithford himself, his efforts to connect Dithford with Hu would likely go unchallenged in terms of motivation. The festivities of the Lunar New Year persisted into the late hours, with participants reluctantly concluding their celebrations and returning home. The next revelry would not occur until the following year's Spring Festival. However, Gadley could not linger in the joy of the festivities, as he needed to return for training the next day. Consequently, that evening, Marcus drove Gadley back to the Nuremberg training base. In addition to returning, Gadley brought with him an assortment of snacks and small gifts imbued with Hu cultural significance, intending to subtly influence his teammates and coach's perceptions of Hu. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, which coincidentally fell on a Monday, Gadley allocated 6 skill points, enhancing all his skills by 1, leaving him with a balance of 7 points. Following this, his performance in training markedly improved. Witnessing Gadley's rapid progress week by week, Wilsinger was genuinely astonished. Initially, he anticipated that Gadley would require more time to acclimatize to the team before participating in matches. Yet, given Gadley's astonishing rate of improvement, it seemed likely that by March, when the first official match commenced, Gadley would be ready to take the field directly. Indeed, due to the schedule of the youth national team, the first match of the Southern Germany League post-winter break would not occur until March 4th. With such an extended period, if Gadley continued to advance at this pace, Wilsinger could only speculate about the extent to which Gadley's shooting skills would evolve. Gadley remained oblivious to the coach's psyche. For now, he had only unlocked a handful of skills. Apart from the skills that could be enhanced through skill points, the others required training for improvement. In addition to the team's training sessions, he diligently practiced with Elmer and Mykina. On January 30th, yet another Monday arrived, signaling the time for skill point allocation. However, his skill point balance had dwindled to a mere 7, while his experience level stood at 7, with 75,000 out of 300,000 needed to level up, indicating a long journey ahead. After careful consideration, Gadley decided to allocate his points modestly. He raised his shooting skill from 95 to 96, his dribbling from 74 to 75, and his off-the-ball movement from 79 to 80, expending 3 skill points and leaving him with 4. With the remaining points, Gadley resolved to invest them all into his shooting skill, eager to discover the transformation that awaited him upon reaching the maximum value of 100. In the following 3 weeks, Gadley diligently allocated 1 skill point to shooting every Monday, elevating his skill to an impressive 99. Then, on February 27, 2012, another Monday dawned. Awakening with a sense of excitement, Gadley hastily opened the system interface before even getting out of bed. Gazing at his shooting skill of 99 and the last remaining skill point, he mentally commanded the interface to allocate it to shooting. In an instant, the system interface erupted with a dazzling firework display, accompanied by the electronic chime of the system announcing, "Ding! Congratulations! The host's shooting skill attribute has reached the perfect value of 100. Gadley has once again examined his shooting technique, which has now appeared in the category of perfect skills, devoid of any attribute data. This clearly indicates that it has reached the pinnacle of perfection, rendering supplementary statistics unnecessary." Upon utilizing his final skill point and attaining his first perfect skill, Gadley's system attributes have transformed as follows. Host, Barent Gadley, Nationality: Germany. Date of birth: September 6, 1993. Height: 186 centimeters. Weight: 82 kilograms. Level: 7. Experience: 185,000 out of 300,000. Skill points: 0. Ball control: 81. Jumping: 83. Dribbling: 75. Tackling: 32. Off-the-ball movement: 80. Fried meatballs: 73. Goalkeeper defensive positioning: 6. Perfect skill: shooting. Not only has he acquired his inaugural perfect skill, but Godry's weight has also increased by 1 kilogram during the winter training period, reaching 82 kilograms, which enhances his competitive strength within the opponent's penalty area. As for the criteria by which shooting is deemed perfect, the system elucidates that during a penalty kick, as long as the host does not stumble, the penalty spot is free of any blemishes, and he is not psychologically unsettled by the goalkeeper's mind games. Free from mental pressure, the host can strike with pinpoint accuracy, achieving a 100% success rate. Even deliberately hitting the post poses no challenge. Scoring 10 penalty kicks where each strikes the inside of the post before finding the net is entirely feasible. Such a level of shooting prowess is simply terrifying. Throughout the annals of football history, not only has no one achieved it, but no one has even come close. Even legends like Pelé, Maradona, Ronaldo, Messi, and Cristiano Ronaldo have missed penalty kicks. Who dares to assert that they can direct their shots with such precision under penalty conditions? In the course of Gadley's professional career, it can be asserted that whenever a penalty kick arises, as long as he meticulously inspects the vicinity of the penalty mark for any deceptive irregularities, maintains his footing during the run-up, and remains unperturbed by the goalkeeper's ostentatious antics, he can guarantee a 100% success rate in placing the ball into either of the upper corners of the net. Similarly, executing a penalty kick signifies a direct approach, even amidst the distractions posed by opponents during open play, and despite variations in distance and angle. Gadley's accuracy in striking the goalpost surpasses that of all other forwards by a considerable margin. This remarkable skill has elevated to a level that can only be described as a flaw in the game's design. On March 1st, the youth team of Nuremberg held a 60-minute intra-squad match. During this practice match, Gadley, playing as a substitute, astonished everyone with a remarkable quadruple goal performance. It is noteworthy that Gadley did not play the full 60 minutes, as he was substituted at the 45-minute mark. Thus, he accomplished this impressive feat within just 45 minutes of play. During this time frame, Gadley made 5 attempts, all of which struck the target. Only one shot was thwarted by the goalkeeper due to a slight deflection caused by an opposing defender. The remaining 4 attempts resulted in goals. Not only his teammates, but even his coach, Wilsinger, who had been closely observing Gadley and was aware of his rapid improvement, was left in awe. This is the terrifying nature of a perfect shooting technique that has never before been achieved in the world of football. With such shooting prowess and goal-scoring frequency, even in more competitive and faster-paced official matches, Gadley's goal tally is unlikely to diminish. Given that official matches extend to 90 minutes, Gadley will have even more opportunities to showcase his talent. Scoring 4 goals in a 45-minute practice match suggests that achieving 1 or 2 goals in each official match should be well within his capabilities. This notion emerged from Wilsinger's prolonged observations. Initially, he intended for Gadley to serve as a substitute in the U23 youth team before gradually integrating him into the starting lineup. However, the notion of having Gadley take on a starting role directly began to take shape in his mind. On March 2nd, Wilsinger deliberately arranged a shooting practice to further assess Gadley's shooting skills. As anticipated, during the 20 attempts made without any interference, Gadley struck the frame of the goal with precision, exhibiting remarkable angles. Aside from one shot that the goalkeeper managed to deflect with great effort, Gadley scored an impressive 19 goals from 20 attempts. This impeccable hitting rate of 100% on the frame and a scoring rate of 95% rendered even the original starting center forward of the Nuremberg U23 team speechless, conceding defeat with admiration. Subsequently, after the training session on the afternoon of March 3rd, when Wilsinger announced the roster for the first match following the winter break on March 4th, the 22nd round of the Southern German Regional League, where the Nuremberg youth team would face the Freiburg youth team, Gadley seamlessly secured a place in the starting lineup. Upon his ascent to the U23 youth team, Gadley bypassed the phase of being a substitute and directly ousted the former starting center forward, thereby claiming the position of a primary player in the Southern German Regional League. This remarkable pace of advancement is an unprecedented phenomenon in the history of the Nuremberg Youth Training Camp. Chapter 43. U23 debut as one of the 5 major leagues in Europe, the Bundesliga boasts a highly developed football industry. Although the regional leagues in Germany rank as the 4th tier beneath the Bundesliga, 2, Bundesliga, and 3, Liga, the matches are held on genuine professional football pitches. Unlike the training fields used for U19 and U17 teams, the schedules for youth league matches and first-team matches are meticulously planned to diverge, allowing youth teams to utilize the Bundesliga venues. Otherwise, when facing professional teams in the Southern League, it would be inconceivable for them to play away games at the first team's home ground while hosting matches at the youth team's training facilities. Consequently, when the Nuremberg youth team plays at home, they will compete in the expansive Grundig Stadium, which accommodates over 40,000 spectators. This exemplifies the fundamental distinction between the regional league in southern Germany and the U19 league. Of course, the match on March 4th will be away, and it is not yet time for Gadley to grace the grounds of the Grundig Stadium. Aside from the stark contrast in venue size, the Southern League also boasts television broadcasts. However, it is not the major broadcasters like the German national television that cover these games. Rather, they are typically aired on lesser-known local channels and online streams, attracting only a handful of dedicated fans. Yet, this is still a significant improvement compared to the Youth League, where attendance rarely exceeds a couple of hundred friends and family members. Regardless of whether it's 3,000 or 5,000 viewers, there will always be some loyal supporters tuning in to watch the live broadcast, particularly for families like Gadley's. Opportunities for parents to attend the matches in person are scarce, making it possible to inform relatives to watch the game via television. After securing a spot in the starting lineup, that evening, Gadley called home to share the joyful news with his parents, letting them know he would be starting in the match the following day and encouraging them to prepare for the live broadcast. Upon hearing this delightful news, Marcus and Isabella were overjoyed, promptly notifying their relatives, friends, and neighbors to spread the word, urging everyone to watch the broadcast and cheer for Gadley. Gadley is not the only professional player from Ditford, yet he stands as the sole active professional in the realm. The last professional player from Ditford retired several years ago. Consequently, there is a palpable excitement surrounding Gadley's ability to secure a professional contract with Nuremberg, as well as his recent debut as a starter in the Southern German League. Many individuals have expressed their intention to watch the live broadcast tomorrow. In truth, the viewership of the Southern League is largely sustained by the families, neighbors, and friends of these players. Gadley is filled with anticipation for his debut in the U23 Youth League and the first match broadcast live on television. With a perfect shooting skill rated at a remarkable 100 points, it remains uncertain how effectively he will exhibit this prowess in an official match. The following day at noon, as Gadley and his teammates entered the Black Forest Stadium in Freiburg for pre-match warm-ups, he was captivated by the unique canopy above the stands, unlike any he had encountered at other venues. Through his teammates' introductions, he learned that Freiburg is renowned as a solar city, characterized by its development and utilization of solar energy. The Black Forest Stadium is powered by solar photovoltaic panels, making it the first professional football stadium in Germany to utilize solar energy for its power supply. Given that this is merely a 4th-tier regional league match and both teams consist of youth squads, the attendance is modest. The stadium, which can accommodate 24,000 spectators, felt quite sparse with only a few hundred fans present as Gadley and his teammates warmed up. However, as the warm-up progressed, more fans trickled in, predominantly supporters of Freiburg. While only a handful of Nuremberg fans, likely friends and family of the players, made the long journey to cheer for the visiting team. For a youth match, it is understandable that not many Nuremberg fans would drive hundreds of kilometers to support their side. By the time the match commenced, the stands were estimated to be filled with around 4,000 to 5,000 spectators. Considering this is a 4th-tier league and both teams are U23 squads, this attendance is quite commendable, reflecting the genuine enthusiasm Germans have for football, far surpassing that of their domestic counterparts. After the warm-up, the team returned to the locker room, where Wilsinger began his final instructions. This is the first match following the winter break, and with splendid weather today, he hopes everyone will perform admirably. As a newcomer to the U23 team, Gadley remains an enigma to his opponents, who have not extensively studied his game, even if they are aware of his goal-scoring statistics from the U17 and U19 levels. They would be oblivious to the remarkable progress he has made over the past 2 months during winter training. We ourselves have been astonished by Gadley's rapid improvement. So it is safe to assume that Freiburg's coaching staff and players are equally unprepared for the caliber of his shooting skill. Consequently, in the first half of the match, we will center our offensive strategy around Gadley, striving to create opportunities for him to shoot, with the final attempts reserved for his execution. Gadley will have unrestricted freedom to shoot in the first half. As for the tactics for the second half, we will evaluate the effectiveness of the first half before making any decisions during halftime. Having concluded his remarks, Wilsinger turned to Bernd Gadley and specifically advised him, Gadley, during the first half, refrain from holding onto the ball too much. Utilize your opponent's unfamiliarity with you to make off-the-ball runs. Once you secure a shooting opportunity, strike unexpectedly. Surely this will catch them off guard. I hope you can bring the excellence demonstrated during your training into the competition, aiding us in clinching victory in the inaugural match of 2012, thereby heralding a prosperous new year. Gadley nodded in acknowledgement. The anticipation for his debut in the U23 league, marked by the television broadcast and the expectations of being a tactical ace, had long since filled him with eagerness. Following a series of ceremonial formalities, including the entrance onto the field, team photographs, flag exchanges, and the coin toss, the match commenced at 1400 hours on March 4, 2012, with the sound of the referee's whistle, officially kicking off the 22nd round of the 2011-2012 Southern German Regional League match between Freiburg's youth team and Nuremberg's youth team at the Black Forest Stadium in Freiburg. On Bavaria State Television Channel 7, the commentator Lancelot, with a hint of excitement in his voice, announced, "Dear viewers, the referee has blown the whistle, and the match has officially begun. This is Bavaria State Television Channel 7, and I am your commentator Lancelot. Next to me is Hans, our guest commentator for this match." Hans waved to the audience watching at home, saying, "Hello everyone, I am Hans." Lancelot continued, "What you are witnessing is the match between Freiburg's youth team and Nuremberg's youth team in the 22nd round of the 2011-2012 Southern German Regional League. Here are the starting lineups and substitute lists." Chapter 44. The lightning goal. After introducing the starting lineups, Lancelot specifically highlighted Nuremberg's starting center forward, Bernd Gadley. Bernd Gadley was promoted from the Nuremberg U19 team to the U23 team only last December. His time in the U19 squad was brief, having been elevated to that level just in September of last year, spending only 3 months there before moving up to the U23 team. During his 3 months in the U19 league and cup competitions, Gadley recorded 10 appearances, 4 as a substitute and 6 as a starter, achieving an impressive tally of 12 goals and 3 assists. Thus, his swift ascent to the U23 team is hardly surprising. However, the regional league, being the 4th tier of German football, features not only youth players but also professionals. It remains uncertain whether the 18-year-old Gadley can adapt to the pace and intensity of the Southern League, without even the opportunity to gain experience as a substitute. Nuremberg's youth team coach, Wilsinger, has taken the bold step of starting Gadley. I personally find this decision somewhat risky. What do you think, Hans? Lancelot inquired of his co-commentator. Hans nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, I too believe that Wilsinger is being overly aggressive, even though the Nuremberg first team is struggling and the offensive line is underperforming. There is no need to engage in actions akin to hastily nurturing seedlings within the youth squad." The two commentators have no particular opinions about Brenton Gadley. Their observations are solely based on player data collected from the roster. However, they are somewhat skeptical about Gadley, who has just ascended to the U23 level and has been granted a starting position in his first match. After all, Nuremberg belongs to Bavaria, while Freiburg is part of Baden-Württemberg, making it quite natural for the Bavarian broadcasters to favor Nuremberg. Deep down, they hope for Nuremberg's success and desire that players like Gadley from the youth academy can flourish in a nurturing environment. Unexpectedly, as Lancelot finished announcing the starting lineup and the two were still commenting on Brenton Gadley, Nuremberg's youth team had already thwarted Freiburg's attack and launched a rapid counterattack. The Freiburg youth team, playing at home, had possession, but their offensive efforts failed to penetrate Nuremberg's penalty area and were intercepted by Nuremberg's number 5 center-back, Billy March. Consequently, Nuremberg executed a swift counterattack. 2 midfielders and 3 forwards surged like arrows towards Freiburg's half, employing quick passes and movements to assault the Freiburg penalty area. As Wilsinger had remarked in the pre-match locker room, Gadley, who had just been promoted to the Nuremberg U23 squad during the winter break, was entirely unfamiliar to Freiburg. Despite Gadley's impressive statistics in the U19 team, Freiburg's players remained unconcerned. They did not believe that Gadley, who had played in the U17 league last season, could make a significant impact so soon after moving up to the U23 level. Therefore, Freiburg's defense focused primarily on Nuremberg's attacking midfielder and two wingers, leaving only one center-back alongside Gadley, who was also somewhat inattentive, primarily fixated on the ball's movement. Moreover, the rapid counterattack was initiated after intercepting the opponent's pass, leading to a shortage of personnel in Freiburg's defense, which could not cover all bases and had to prioritize marking several Nuremberg players involved in the passing sequence. Nuremberg's attacking players adhered to Wilsinger's pre-match instructions, refraining from passing the ball to Gadley until he had created a shooting opportunity, thereby avoiding drawing the opponent's defensive attention towards him. Consequently, unobserved by the adversary, Gadley found himself in an excellent position on the left side of the penalty area during the counterattack just 3 minutes into the match. In the heat of the counterattack, Gadley had already accumulated an impressive 80 in off-the-ball runs, and as he burst into this open space, Freiburg's goalkeeper and defenders remained oblivious. Subsequently, the number 7 right winger, Brull, cut in from the right flank and received a pass from the attacking midfielder, feigning a shot that drew the two defenders and the goalkeeper rushing to block his attempt. However, Brull cleverly executed a no-look pass instead of taking a shot, directing the ball into the vacant space on the left side of the penalty area. Only as Freiburg's players and fans followed the ball's trajectory did they realize, to their astonishment, that Nuremberg's number 50 center forward, Brenton Gadley, was positioned in an unmarked area, poised to take a shot without needing to control the ball. Thousands of Freiburg supporters in the stands erupted in boos, hoping to disrupt Gadley's concentration. The nearest defender on the edge of the 6-yard box immediately sprinted towards the left side, attempting to intercept the impending shot. If Gadley had paused momentarily before shooting, he might have been able to block the ball. The goalkeeper, in a state of panic, lunged from the right side towards the left, attempting to save Gadley's strike. However, it was all too late. Amidst the jeers of the Freiburg fans and in the astonished gaze of commentator Lancelot and guest Hans, Gadley, positioned approximately 11 meters from the goal on the left side, did not pause to adjust but instead met the ground pass from Brull with an uninterrupted shot, directing the ball to the lower left corner. With only about 11 meters to the goal, a ground ball, and no interference, Gadley's impeccable shooting skills, even in the away game amidst the cacophony of countless visiting fans, allowed him to execute the shot he desired. The ball rolled past the Freiburg defender who had leaped to block it, and just before the Freiburg goalkeeper could reach it, it nestled into the net, brushing against the left post. In the 3rd minute of the match, during his official debut for the Nuremberg U23 team after being promoted from U19, Bernd Gadley received Brull's deceptive pass and, with his flawless technique, struck into the corner, opening the scoring for Nuremberg with a 1-0 lead away from home. Just moments earlier, Lancelot had been discussing how Wilsinger should not have let Gadley start so early, suggesting he should accumulate experience as a substitute. Now, he exuberantly exclaimed, "Tour! Oh my! The ball has gone in. Bernd Gadley has scored a dreamlike lightning goal. In just 3 minutes. The Nuremberg youth team has taken a 1-0 lead away from home. A fantastical start." Hans and I had just been discussing Gadley's promotion to U23 and speculating whether it might be premature for him to start in the regional league, when suddenly, in the next moment, Gadley found the back of the net. I must admit, I underestimated him. Gadley executed a remarkably beautiful shot into the corner, leaving the opposing goalkeeper utterly helpless. Hans chimed in beside me. Indeed, we both misjudged him. Gadley remained remarkably composed, exhibiting exquisite shooting prowess. Although this was his first match in U23 and an away game, he displayed no signs of nervousness, calmly sending the ball into the Freiburg youth team's goal corner with an uninterrupted shot. I must say, Gadley truly has a bright future ahead. Chapter 46. Physical limitations aside from the goal scored within the initial 3 minutes, Gadley managed only 2 additional shooting opportunities during the remainder of the first half. Although his impeccable shooting skills ensured both attempts were on target, following his opening goal, the opposition intensified their defensive focus on him. Consequently, both shots were met with close scrutiny from the defenders, skewing his angles and ultimately leading to saves by the goalkeeper. Nevertheless, as the teams retreated for halftime, Wilsinger embraced Gadley and patted his back, conveying his satisfaction. It was difficult not to feel pleased. Despite the fact that the subsequent 2 attempts were thwarted by the opposing goalkeeper, the mere fact that they were on target demonstrated Gadley's shooting prowess and mental fortitude. Moreover, he had secured a tangible goal, propelling Nuremberg to a 1-0 lead away from home. As an 18-year-old who had just ascended to the U23 level and was competing in the regional league for the first time, Wilsingo could hardly demand more from Gadley. Thus, during halftime in the locker room, Wilsingo addressed the players. Everyone witnessed Gadley's shooting ability. All three of his attempts in the first half were on target, culminating in a goal. Therefore, in the second half, let us continue to make Gadley our focal point of attack and the finisher. Whenever the opportunity arises, pass the ball to him for a shot. I am confident that, given enough chances, Freiburg's goalkeeper will not be able to save every one of his attempts. The players nodded in understanding, particularly Brull, who had assisted Gadley and felt a sense of pride in his contribution. Others shared this sentiment, recognizing that with Gadley's shooting skill, they would likely accrue numerous assists in the future. After a 15-minute intermission, both teams resumed the contest. As the second half commenced, the teams continued their offensive exchange, engaging in fierce midfield battles at a pace reminiscent of the first half. In the 57th minute, left midfielder Joseph Green executed a 1-2 combination with a teammate, then delivered a cross from the flank, sending the ball soaring through the air. Gadley surged forward through the center, penetrating the penalty area. With an impressive jumping ability rated at 83, he soared high above the opposing number 2 center back, seizing the opportunity to head the ball. Regrettably, his heading technique left much to be desired, failing to achieve the desired effect. The header, taken from a close range, soared just above the crossbar instead of finding the target. Had he directed it within the confines of the goal, the proximity would have rendered it nearly impossible for the goalkeeper to react in time, barring a direct catch. What a pity. Nevertheless, for Freiburg, this near miss from the edge of the small box elicited a collective gasp of anxiety from both players and fans alike. Consequently, the Freiburg youth team tightened their marking on Gadley. As time progressed, he began to feel a rapid decline in his stamina. The pace and intensity of the Southern League are markedly different from that of the U19 League, leading to a more rapid depletion of energy. Although Gadley possesses commendable physical attributes, he had previously only competed in the U19 League, and his body had yet to acclimate to the rigors of the Southern League. As a center forward, he is constantly engaged in confrontations with the robust central defenders of the opposing team. The formidable strength of his adversaries significantly accelerates Gadley's physical exertion. Consequently, by merely the 60-minute mark, he feels as though his legs are laden with lead, rendering him somewhat incapable of movement. However, as long as the head coach has not substituted him, Gadley will not squander the opportunity presented on the field. Unlike a winger or an attacking midfielder, he does not overly rely on speed, long sprints, or breakthroughs. His role requires him to position himself at the forefront, exploiting his off-the-ball runs to create space. Provided that his teammates can deliver the ball to him, he stands a considerable chance of scoring. Gadley continued to jog with his leaden legs, searching for an opportunity to strike. Wilsinger, perceiving Gadley's physical inadequacy, glanced at his watch and then instructed Felix, the former main striker of the Nuremberg youth team, wearing the number 9 jersey, to warm up in preparation for Gadley's substitution. Unlike the Bundesliga, the Danone League permitted only 3 substitutions instead of 6. However, the player's lack of stamina was an unavoidable circumstance, necessitating the need for a change. Gadley's performance in the inaugural match has already pleased Wilsinger. On the field, Gadley observed Wilsinger signaling for Felix to warm up, realizing that his substitution was imminent. Consequently, he cherished the final moments, utilizing his impressive off-the-ball movement to seek openings for a potential shot in the attacking third. Gadley's efforts did not go in vain. In the 69th minute, after a fierce tussle in the midfield, Nuremberg seized possession and executed a series of coordinated plays, advancing their attack into the 30-meter zone in front of the Freiburg youth team's goal. Although this was not a swift counterattack following a turnover, the majority of Freiburg's defenders had retreated to their own half to engage in defensive duties. Nevertheless, Nuremberg's offensive lineup was formidable, compelling Freiburg to distribute their defensive efforts, with only one center back closely marking Gadley. Just as the attacking midfielder Claude received the ball and began his dribble near the right corner of the penalty area, Gadley positioned himself at the penalty spot, using his body to shield the opposing center back, effectively pinning him behind. Standing at an impressive height of 186 centimeters and weighing 82 kilograms, Gadley finds it quite challenging for opponents to maneuver around him, particularly when he has already established his position. However, it is imperative for his teammates to deliver the ball promptly, otherwise, opponents can circumvent him with a wider arc and eventually reach his front. As the principal attacking midfielder wearing the number 10 jersey for Nuremberg U23, Claude possesses commendable vision and organizational skills in orchestrating attacks, especially given Gadley's proximity to him. Noticing Gadley's positioning within the penalty area, Claude, who initially intended to bypass the defender in front of him to penetrate the box for a shot, quickly seized the moment. With a deft feint, a bicycle kick motion that momentarily deceived the defender, he swiftly executed a precise pass, directing the ball into Gadley's path within the penalty area. Upon witnessing Claude's delivery, Freiburg's number 4 center-back intensified his efforts, pushing and pulling Gadley while attempting to intercept the ball from the side. In addition to the center-back, another player approached from the flank, intent on blocking Gadley's potential shot. Nevertheless, Gadley, relying on his robust physique, effectively shielded himself against the number 4 center-back, neither yielding to his attempts to displace him nor allowing him to poke the ball away. Simultaneously, Gadley did not hesitate or squander time to control the ball. Instead, he executed a side-footed strike in alignment with Claude's pass, sending the ball toward the lower left corner of the goal, leaving the Freiburg defender, who had rushed in to obstruct his shot, grasping at thin air. Chapter 47. A Double Delight. Gadley's impeccable shooting skills are undeniably extraordinary. At the moment when Claude passed the ball into the penalty area, Freiburg's goalkeeper had already focused on Gadley's foot, poised to make a save. Furthermore, even before Gadley's right foot made contact with the ball, he anticipated, based on the angle of Gadley's shot, that there was a significant likelihood he would aim for the lower left corner, prompting him to shift leftward a step in advance. Just as Gadley struck the ball, sending it toward the lower left corner, the goalkeeper lunged forward, stretching his arms in a desperate attempt to intercept Gadley's shot. Having accurately predicted the trajectory and reacting promptly, the goalkeeper believed he would reach the ball. However, despite the rapidity of the shot and the interference from Freiburg's number 4 defender pushing and pulling behind him, Gadley's flawless technique delivered a shot that headed straight for the dead corner. The execution was so exquisite and the angle so acute that even the quick-reacting goalkeeper, who had anticipated and repositioned himself, was left grasping at air. The ball barely grazed his fingertips as it rolled past, striking the left post and finding its way into the net, hitting the inner side of the side netting. In the 69th minute of the second half, Gadley received a pass from the attacking midfielder Claude and scored again, marking his second goal and helping the Nuremberg youth team to a 2-0 lead away from home. In his first official match after advancing to the U23 team, and in the opening match of the Southern Germany Regional League, Gadley showcased his brilliance by scoring twice, establishing a significant advantage for the Nuremberg youth team. Everyone knows how rare this achievement is. Therefore, when the ball evaded the goalkeeper's fingertips and entered the net, Lancelot, the commentator for Bavarian State Television, excitedly stood up from his chair in the broadcast room, raising his arms in exultation. 2-0. The ball is in. Oh my. The ball is in. Gadley has scored again. He has netted a brace. Bernd Gadley, remember this name. In his first official match with the Nuremberg U23 team, he started and scored 2 goals, accounting for the team's only 2 goals thus far. Absolutely spectacular and utterly remarkable. We are witnessing the birth of a genius. Guest commentator Hans added enthusiastically, indeed, he is a prodigy. At 18, in his first match in the Southern Germany League, to score twice while continuing his form from U17 and U19 is astonishing. His rate of improvement is truly remarkable. I have a feeling it won't be long before he advances to the first team or is selected for the youth national team. Lancelot nodded repeatedly, affirming, indeed. I am certain that with his shooting prowess, an illustrious future awaits him, whether in the first team or the national squad. It is undoubtedly within reach. In the home of Dithford, Marcus and Isabella embraced each other with exuberance, reveling in their jubilations. Meanwhile, Gadley sprinted towards the substitute bench, where he exuberantly embraced head coach Wilsinger in a gesture of celebration, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for the trust bestowed upon him. Though he possessed a systematic advantage, his emergence was merely a matter of time. Nevertheless, Wilsinger's decision to start him in his debut match as the focal point of the offense, granting him unrestricted freedom, undoubtedly accelerated Gadley's ascent. Thus, his gratitude was sincere. Wilsinger was thoroughly satisfied with Gadley's remarkable performance, scoring 2 goals in his inaugural match. Such a display, even when compared to the likes of Bayern Munich or Borussia Dortmund, would be deemed the hallmark of a prodigious talent. Wilsinger believed that Nuremberg might have unearthed the most exceptional diamond in the club's history, with enhancements to Gadley's physique, stamina, dribbling, and breakthrough skills. Coupled with his shooting prowess, he could scarcely fathom the monumental waves Gadley might create in the Bundesliga and even on the European stage. He resolved that, provided Gadley remained unscathed, he would be an unwavering starter in every match henceforth. rigorously honing his abilities to swiftly elevate him to the first team to assist in the fight for relegation survival and to strive for greater achievements in the upcoming season. Subsequently, the two were encircled by their teammates, celebrating their victory. On the football field, establishing a 2-goal lead essentially solidified their position in the match. It is exceedingly rare for a team to overturn a 2-goal deficit to achieve victory. Otherwise, such comebacks would not evoke such exhilarating excitement. Just a few minutes after Gadley scored, he was substituted by Wilsinger for Felix. After all, his stamina had been completely depleted, rendering him unable to move effectively on the field. After Gadley's departure from the field, the Freiburg youth team, exhaling a sigh of relief, surged forward in a bold offensive, spurred on by the cheers of thousands of home supporters. Alas, their forwards lacked the finesse of Gadley. Not only did they fall short of a perfect score of 100, but their shooting accuracy likely hovered below 75. Consequently, despite mounting a vigorous attack in the final 20 minutes and creating 3 or 4 scoring opportunities, Freiburg failed to find the net. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the conclusion of the match. Thanks to Gadley's 2 goals, one in each half, the Nuremberg youth team secured a resounding 2-0 victory over Freiburg, marking their triumph in the 22nd round of the Southern League and heralding their first win of the year 2012, a promising start to the new year. In the Southern Region League, the experience points for a starting appearance are 10,000, with each goal contributing another 10,000 and a win bonus of 5,000 for each goal difference. Thus, Gadley accrued a total of 40,000 experience points from this match, 10,000 for starting, 20,000 for 2 goals, and 10,000 for the win bonus, elevating his total experience to 725,000, drawing him closer to promotion. After the match, Gadley spoke with his parents, Marcus and Isabella, who were both exhilarated and immensely proud of his performance. Unfortunately, the next round of matches for the Nuremberg youth team is scheduled for Tuesday, not the weekend, and Marcus, due to work commitments, would be unable to attend. Besides his parents, numerous friends from U17 and U19 teams, as well as acquaintances from his time in Dithford, reached out to congratulate him, confirming they had witnessed his performance via the live broadcast. Elmer also shared delightful news over the phone, informing Gadley that through diligent training and outstanding performances in matches, he had gained the recognition of U19 coach Eric and would be reporting to the U19 squad the following day. This was indeed splendid news, and Gadley congratulated his friend, expressing hopes that they would continue to train together every day, striving for Elmer's swift ascent to the first team, so they could once again stand side by side in battle. Gadley has now attained a mastery of impeccable shooting skills, serving as a formidable mentor to Elmer and Michner, whose advancements in marksmanship have been remarkably swift. The prospect of the 3 of them playing together in the first team in the future is not entirely devoid of hope. Chapter 48. An astonishing debut. Content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 49. The first home game. In addition to the attention from the first team coaching staff, media, and fans, Gadley's performance has also garnered the interest of the coaching staff of the German U19 national team. In fact, Gadley had already captured the public's eye during his U19 days. However, as a national team, their selection criteria extend across all of Germany, and indeed, all of Europe. Any German U19 eligible player falls within their scope of selection. Gadley participates in the U19 league, and despite his impressive statistics, the value of such achievements is relatively low when compared to those young players competing in professional leagues like the Bundesliga and Bundesliga. In the collective mindset, young athletes playing in the Bundesliga or Bundesliga, regardless of whether their goal-scoring records surpass Gadley's, possess invaluable experience and exposure that he cannot rival. Hence, previously, Gadley existed merely within the U19 national team's database, overlooked and not specifically monitored. However, this time, he has engaged in the Southern German Regional League, which bears a semi-professional nature. The majority of players in this tournament are over 18, and the competitive level is significantly higher than that of the U19 league. To debut in such a tournament and score twice is a performance worthy of attention, even at the national level. Upon a closer examination of Gadley's overall performance, it was noted that all 4 of his shots were on target, a remarkable display of skill. Although it is not currently the training period for the U19 national team, the head coach has instructed the coaching staff to closely monitor Bernd Gadley, should he maintain such performance and scoring rates in the upcoming league matches. There is a possibility that he will be summoned to join the U19 national team for the European U19 Championship. Gadley remained unaware of the number of individuals who paid him heed, yet he understood that everything hinged upon his own capabilities, with his skill points entirely depleted. Even the arrival of Monday would not grant him the opportunity to augment his attributes. Consequently, Gadley was left to diligently train, striving to enhance the potency of the dormant skills through rigorous practice. On March 9th, during a 60-minute intra-squad match, Gadley once again showcased his prowess by scoring twice, thereby affirming that his form was remarkably well-maintained. Gadley's consistent excellence during training has earned him the unwavering trust of Welsinger. After the training session concluded on the afternoon of March 12th, Welsinger announced the starting lineup for the following day's match, where Gadley was once again named as the starting center forward, leaving the original first-choice striker, Felix, to sulk on the bench. On match day, as evening approached and the kickoff time drew near, citizens and fans from all corners of Nuremberg began to enter the Grundig Stadium. Typically, youth matches do not attract much attention. However, this was the first home game for the Nuremberg youth team since the beginning of 2012. Following their recent victory in the emergence of the media-dubbed prodigy, Bernd Gadley, anticipation was palpable. The community was eager to witness if, in a city where talents and stars are scarce, a genuine superstar could emerge. For a youth match, an impressive crowd of over 10,000 fans gathered, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Gadley, stepping onto the hallowed grounds of the Grundig Stadium as a player for the first time, felt a surge of excitement. The sight of so many supporters only heightened his eagerness for the match to commence. Having yet to experience the thrill of scoring in front of home fans, he expressed his anticipation fervently. Soon after, the warm-up concluded, and the team returned to the locker room to change into their match kits while listening to Welsinger's final motivational address. As in the previous match, Welsinger positioned Gadley as the focal point of their offense, instructing his teammates to create scoring opportunities exclusively for him. He emphasized that whenever Gadley had even the slightest chance to shoot, they should endeavor to pass the ball to him. Afterward, Welsinger took Gadley aside for a personal reminder, stressing the importance of making dynamic runs to evade the tight marking from the opponent's defense. The match was set against Alzenau, a semi-professional team featuring several players in their mid-20s, possessing robust physiques, rich experience, and a well-coordinated understanding of the game, presenting a stark contrast to the youth team. It is no small feat for Gadley to discover a gap for a shot among these seasoned veterans. Scoring a goal is even more challenging. Soon, as time drew near, Gadley and his teammates emerged from the locker room, proceeding to the players' tunnel. The two teams stood on either side, awaiting their entrance alongside the officiating crew. Familiar players exchanged greetings, yet, given the competitive nature of the match, they refrained from excessive intimacy, mindful of their teammates' sentiments. Gadley glanced at the opposing players and noted that many of them were considerably older, unlike the youthful squad of Nuremberg, which comprised players under the age of 23. It was estimated that at least 4 or 5 players on the Alzenau team exceeded the age of 23. This not only conferred an advantage in terms of age and experience, but physically, footballers typically reach their peak between the ages of 23 and 28. The only aspect in which the youth players from Nuremberg excelled compared to their opponents was in their technical skills. Welsinger had previously emphasized the importance of enhancing dribbling and positioning during the match, advising the team to leverage their technical superiority rather than engage in direct confrontations. Subsequently, under the guidance of the officiating crew, both teams entered the field together, partaking in a photo opportunity, exchanging team flags, and performing the coin toss ceremony before the match was set to commence. On the evening of March 13, 2012, at 1900 hours local time in Germany, with the referee's whistle, the match between the Nuremberg youth team and Alzenau officially kicked off at the Grundig Stadium, amidst the cheers of over 10,000 Nuremberg fans. As previously mentioned, players' performances tend to vary between home and away games. The presence of a larger home crowd often enhances player performance and excitement. In this match, buoyed by the support of their home fans, the Nuremberg youth team quickly found their rhythm, launching dynamic attacks that pushed into Alzenau's penalty area within 30 meters. However, once they reached this critical zone, their offensive momentum stalled. Despite their technical shortcomings, the older Alzenau players, with their wealth of experience, were adept at utilizing their physicality and teamwork to mount a resilient defense against Nuremberg's advances, often employing subtle tactics to evade the referee's scrutiny. Chapter 50. Breakthrough. The youthful players under the U23 category are relatively naive, focusing their attention on the game, advancement, and making a name for themselves. However, those who have surpassed the age of 23 have already demonstrated that their talent and capabilities have reached their zenith, rendering them inadequate for higher tiers such as the German 3rd Division, 2nd Division, or Bundesliga. At this juncture, age becomes a disadvantage rather than an asset. In a bid to remain within the team, earn a living, and avoid being relegated to lower state leagues or amateur competitions, these regional semi-professional players over the age of 23, who have yet to make a significant breakthrough, often resort to desperate measures during matches. The officiating in lower leagues tends to be more lenient, and the protection afforded to players is not as stringent as in the Bundesliga. After all, the spotlight in top-tier leagues is intense, with heightened scrutiny. Excessive errors and controversies can place considerable pressure on referees. But in regional leagues, who pays attention? Moreover, the technical and tactical proficiency is inherently inferior to that of elite leagues. If officiating is excessively stringent, resulting in frequent interruptions and diminishing the intensity of competition, what spectacle remains for the spectators? The fervor observed in lower leagues can indeed be captivating. To be more candid, players in lower leagues attract fewer fans compared to the stars of top-tier leagues, and their significance pales in comparison. Thus, referees tend to exhibit leniency in penalizing fouls, often overlooking actions they deem non-threatening. For instance, in the 6th minute, Gadley discovered a gap at the right corner of Alzenao's penalty area. His teammate, the right winger Charlie Kelvin, also recognized this opening and delivered the ball. Had Gadley surged forward, he might have seized an opportunity for an unimpeded shot. However, just as Gadley was poised to accelerate, Alzenao's number 4 center-back reached out and forcefully tugged at Gadley's shirt, abruptly halting his momentum. Once Gadley freed himself from the opponent's grasp and attempted to pursue the ball, Kelvin's pass into the gap had already been cleared by an Alzenao player. A splendid chance to score was thwarted by the opponent's obstruction, leaving Gadley visibly frustrated. He immediately pointed at Alzenao's number 4 defender and exclaimed to the referee, "Hey, he pulled my shirt. That's a foul, isn't it?" This was no trivial matter. Gadley's shirt was nearly lifted, and he almost lost his balance and fell. The referee, having witnessed the incident, merely glanced at Gadley without any response and continued to pursue the ball towards the midfield. Clearly, in the referee's estimation, the foul that interrupted Gadley's scoring opportunity was of little consequence, warranting no caution whatsoever. Gadley, increasingly infuriated, contemplated pursuing the referee for an explanation. At that moment, the attacking midfielder Claude intervened, embracing him and saying, "Gadley, let it go." The officiating standards in lower leagues are inherently lenient. Typically, the referee would overlook such actions, especially within the penalty area. Should a foul be called, it would result in a penalty kick, which makes the referee even more reluctant to make such a decision. "Do not provoke the referee further. It may ultimately work against us," Gadley muttered in frustration, yet found himself powerless. As Claude had remarked, such fouls are all too common in lower leagues, and the referee would not easily issue a penalty. Moreover, it had occurred within the penalty area. A decision here would inevitably award a penalty kick. Unless the referee had been bribed by Nuremberg, it was unlikely that a foul would be called. The match resumed. Although Alzenau boasted a few seasoned players, half of their squad consisted of young talents under the U23 category, akin to Nuremberg. Furthermore, it was not always the case that experienced senior players were available to mark Gadley. Coupled with Gadley's commendable off-the-ball movement, ball control skills, and proficient dribbling, he held a significant technical advantage over Alzenau, who primarily competed in regional leagues. If one were to assign an average defensive capability of 80 to the Bundesliga, it would be merely 75 for the 2. Bundesliga, around 70 for the 3. Liga, and a mere 65 for the regional leagues. Gadley has achieved a dribbling score of 75 and a finesse rating of 73, occasionally proving effective against the defensive line of Alzenau. In the 17th minute, he received a pass from a teammate just outside the left edge of the penalty area. But standing before him was Alzenau's number 3 center-back on the edge of the box. Traditionally, Gadley would likely have opted to pass the ball to a teammate. However, upon noticing the visibly youthful countenance of the opposing number 3, who appeared to be barely past his teenage years, Gadley resolutely chose to take on the challenge. He gently nudged the ball to the right, causing his opponent to shift his weight in that direction. In an instant, Gadley swiftly pulled the ball back, and with remarkable speed, it rebounded off the inner side of his left foot and rolled forward. Gadley executed his signature fried ball with remarkable finesse. The central defender, aware of the ruse, swiftly extended his left foot in an attempt to intercept the ball as Gadley deftly maneuvered. However, Gadley's execution of the fried ball was impeccable. The ball, deflected by his left foot, narrowly evaded the opponent's outstretched toes. With his left foot serving as a pivot, Gadley surged forward. Although the adversary reached out in a desperate attempt to restrain him, Gadley was mentally prepared this time, and with a swift motion, he flicked his right hand back, dislodging the opponent's grasp from the hem of his garment. Gadley successfully maneuvered past his opponent, penetrating the penalty area. On the sidelines, Wilsinger's eyes lit up, and he could not help but applaud with an exclamation of approval. The Nuremberg supporters in the stands gasped in astonishment, many rising to their feet. For Gadley, who had evaded the opposing number 3 center-back to enter the penalty area, a splendid opportunity to shoot had arisen. Despite the approaching defender from Alzenau on his flank and another defender obstructing part of his shooting path within the small box, Gadley had undeniably secured a remarkable chance to score. Numerous Nuremberg fans clenched their fists, gritted their teeth, and softly urged, "Shoot! Shoot!" Gadley did not disappoint. With a shooting prowess rated at a perfect 100, he never hesitates. Whenever an opportunity arises, he decisively takes the shot without concern, doubt, or fear of failure. For him, the likelihood of hitting the target and scoring is significantly high as long as he shoots. Thus, having just evaded the opposing team's number 3 center-back and entered the penalty area, he merely adjusted his steps and, without waiting for the lateral defender to successfully cover, unleashed a powerful shot. Chapter 51. The first goal at Gen Stadium. With Gadley's strike, the ball soared like an arrow released from its bow, skimming the grass as it hurtled toward the Alzenau goal. Despite the slightly hasty nature of his shot after breaking past the third defender, Gadley's impeccable shooting technique ensured that his attempt remained well within the goal frame, evading the defender stationed in the 6-yard box and heading toward the far corner. As Gadley received the ball on the left side and entered the penalty area from the left, the Alzenau goalkeeper, Legel, naturally positioned himself to guard the near post against Gadley's potential shot. However, Gadley aimed for the far corner, though the angle was not particularly acute. It was the positioning that rendered Legel's attempted save futile. He could only helplessly watch as the ball slipped past the side of his palm and into the net without any suspense. In the 17th minute, Gadley successfully scored after breaking through the opponent's defense for the first time in an official match, helping the Nuremberg youth team take a 1-0 lead against Alzenau. The stands erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. In the commentary booth, Lancelot, the state television commentator present at the match, exclaimed loudly, "Tour! The goal is in! Barent Gadley has scored again." In just his second match after advancing to the U23 level, Gadley has netted his third goal. What a stunning strike after a direct breakthrough. For those who could hear the commentator, it was the audience in front of their televisions, while the spectators in the stadium were greeted by the voice of Ken Halley, the stadium announcer. As an employee of Nuremberg Club, Halley passionately reported on his team's goals and rallied the home fans to apply pressure on the visiting team. This time was no different. Although it was merely a goal from the U23 youth team, he exuberantly announced, "In the 17th minute, the Nuremberg youth team has scored. The goal was netted by our number 50, Barent Gadley." Let us all chant the name of the scorer. The goal was scored by Barent. Those who can witness the match live are predominantly diehard fans, who have already experienced countless instances of fervently chanting the names of their team's heroic scorers. Ken Harry had previously mentioned Gadley's name, so it was hardly surprising that he knew whom to call. Thus, upon hearing Ken Harry shout Gadley's name, the throng of over 10,000 fans echoed his call, "Gadley." Ken Harry continued to repeat, "The goal scorer is Berland." The crowd responded, "Gadley." Ken Hart added, "Berland," to which the fans exclaimed, "Gadley. Berland Gadley." This back and forth continued 3 or 4 times, the crescendo of their voices rising to a thunderous pitch that echoed through the stadium. In the midst of his jubilant celebration, Gadley was overwhelmed with emotion as he witnessed the spectacle of over 10,000 fans chanting his name, led by the stadium announcer. Tears welled in his eyes, and a surge of adrenaline propelled him forward, leading him to leap over the advertising boards and into the first row of ecstatic supporters. The fortunate fans who touched Gadley were equally elated, showering him with praise. "Great shot. Well done, Gadley." Even a close female friend shouted, "Gadley, I love you." Fans from the second and third rows surged forward, clamoring to touch the hero of the match, expressing their adoration for him. Ultimately, Gadley found it nearly impossible to extricate himself from their affection to return to the field. Fortunately, his teammates, including Claude and Kelvin, joined in the celebration, helping to pull him away from the stands and back onto the pitch. As Gadley departed, fans waved and applauded in appreciation. Simultaneously, supporters in other sections began to sing Nuremberg's team anthem. No matter the storms we face, the rock remains steadfast. The rock amidst the tempest is our Nuremberg team, shimmering like stars eternally suspended in the sky of football. This marked Gadley's first official match where he scored against an opponent, his inaugural goal at the Grundig Stadium, and the first time he experienced the rousing cheers of over 10,000 fans chanting his name. It was the first instance he dove into the crowd, embraced by enthusiastic supporters expressing their admiration, and his first time hearing the team anthem following his goal. Initially, Gadley had not been a Nuremberg fan, viewing the club merely as a stepping stone. However, this moment ignited a profound connection to a team that struggled in the German leagues. He was deeply moved by the Nuremberg supporters. Although the system had ceased to impose requirements for him to achieve certain milestones before leaving after signing a professional contract, he resolved internally that he would strive to secure at least one Bundesliga championship for Nuremberg before contemplating a transfer. In the illustrious 112-year history of Nuremberg, they had only claimed the Bundesliga title once, in 1968. That championship occurred a distant 44 years ago. Most of the fans who witnessed Nuremberg's last triumph in the Bundesliga have since passed away. Those who remain have aged into their twilight years. The Bundesliga titles have predominantly been the accolades of formidable teams such as Bayern Munich, Borussia Dortmund, and Werder Bremen. The vast majority of current Nuremberg supporters have never savored the sweet taste of their team's victory in the Bundesliga. Gadley resolved that before transferring from Nuremberg, he must allow the devoted fans to savor the moment, ensuring he does not take for granted the raucous cheers of over 10,000 voices chanting his name. Following the resumption of play, Gadley found himself closely marked by Alzenau's defense as a seasoned defender shadowed his every move, preventing him from easily receiving the ball or taking a shot. However, for Alzenau, a team already accustomed to the first division, the individual technical prowess of the U23 players from the Bundesliga team Nuremberg was glaringly apparent. Despite their physical strength and extensive experience, the disparity in technical skill was not easily bridged. In the 31st minute, Nuremberg's left winger, Mark Billy, executed a remarkable dribble, slicing through 3 defenders before penetrating the penalty area to unleash a shot, which ultimately breached Alzenau's defensive line. Regrettably, his final strike lacked the finesse characteristic of Gadley, veering away from the post and rendering his impressive run fruitless. Chapter 52. A sure penalty. Although Mark Billy's dazzling run did not culminate in a goal, it seemed to ignite his teammates, who began to perform at an elevated level, with Gadley tightly marked and unable to find a shooting opportunity. The other forwards from Nuremberg relentlessly attacked Alzenau's defense through individual breakthroughs and clever positioning. Despite their age and greater match experience, Alzenau's defense struggled to withstand Nuremberg's technical superiority. Shortly after Mark Billy's impressive maneuver, in the 37th minute, right midfielder Charlie Kelvin engaged in a wall pass with Claude, evading Alzenau's midfielders. Upon receiving a return pass from Claude just outside the penalty area, Kelvin executed a stunning bicycle kick, leaving his defender off balance. He then surged into the penalty area, creating a prime opportunity for a shot. If Kelvin were to successfully shoot, it would pose a significant threat. Consequently, Alzenau's right back number 17, disregarding all caution, threw himself at Kelvin, bringing him down within the penalty area. The referee's sharp whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul by Alzenau's number 17, who was promptly issued a yellow card and a penalty awarded to Nuremberg, though recently promoted to the U23 level, and this being only Gadley's second official match. He had already garnered the coach Wilsinger's trust through his training performances and a prior brace, earning the distinction of being the team's primary penalty taker. To not utilize Gadley's exceptional shooting ability for penalty kicks would be a gross waste. Charlie Kelvin, unharmed, was lifted and embraced by Gadley before he confidently approached the penalty spot. Watching from home, Marcus and Isabella felt a surge of anxiety, fearing their son might squander this certain goal opportunity and bear the burden of failure. However, Gadley stood at the penalty spot devoid of any psychological pressure. Thanks to systematic training, he was aware that his shooting precision was at a perfect 100, meaning he could aim precisely at any spot, with a guarantee of hitting the target. While regular play might introduce interference from opponents, penalty kicks offered no such unpredictability. Prior to taking the penalty, Gadley meticulously inspected the area around the spot, ensuring there were no uneven patches in the turf that might cause him to stumble. Satisfied with the conditions, he retreated a few steps, awaiting the referee's signal. Once both Gadley and Alzenau's goalkeeper, Riegel, were prepared, the referee blew the whistle to indicate that the penalty could be taken. Under the watchful gaze of over 10,000 fans, Gadley first assessed Riegel's positioning before commencing his run-up. After a few steps, he planted his left foot firmly as his supporting leg and struck the ball with his right foot. Anticipating the shot, goalkeeper Riegel leapt towards the right side of the goal before Gadley made contact with the ball. The proximity of the penalty spot meant that the goalkeeper could only attempt a preemptive save. Otherwise, waiting for the shot to be taken would be too late. The goalkeepers who remained stationary in the center were not without foresight. They sensed that the opponent might aim for the middle, hence their lack of movement. This time, Riegel's prediction was accurate. He correctly anticipated the direction of Gadley's penalty. As he lunged, Gadley's shot mirrored his trajectory. For a fleeting moment, Riegel felt a pang of triumph, believing he had successfully read the shot. However, he quickly realized his error. For Gadley's penalty, even a correct prediction and preemptive movement were futile, as he had aimed for the top right corner. No matter how tall the goalkeeper, reaching the upper corners during a penalty is an impossible feat. Other players might shy away from aiming at the upper corners due to the fear of missing. But for Gadley, such concerns were non-existent. For him, executing a penalty was a task he could accomplish flawlessly, even if he were to take 1,000 shots. All would find the same corner. As Riegel transitioned from hope to despair, the ball soared past his outstretched hands and seamlessly nestled into the top right corner. Tour. Lancelot in the commentary booth exclaimed with fervor, "The goal is scored. A remarkable feat. Baron Gadley." He skillfully converted the penalty into the far corner. Following his impressive brace in the previous match, leading the Nuremberg youth team to a 2-0 victory, he has once again achieved the same extraordinary accomplishment in this game. And the first half has yet to conclude. A prodigy. A promising future lies ahead. I have high hopes for Gadley. The spectators in the stands erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, celebrating both Gadley's goals and his remarkable brace. Naturally, they were also rejoicing over the score of 2-0 displayed on the large screen. Leading by 2 goals at home is always a delightful experience. Gadley was equally exhilarated. Although he had unwavering confidence in his ability to score before taking the penalty, until he actually did so, it remained inconsequential. Now, having successfully converted the penalty into the net, he celebrated a remarkable brace once again, this time on his home turf. Under the watchful eyes of over 10,000 fans in Nuremberg, Gadley undoubtedly has ample reasons to celebrate exuberantly. Among the jubilant fans in the stands, there is also a scout from Nuremberg, Malcolm, who has been dispatched by the first team's head coach, Dieter Hecking, to observe Gadley closely. In the training sessions over the past few days, Malcolm has been diligently taking notes from the sidelines. Today marks an official match between the Nuremberg youth team and Alzenau, an opportunity he certainly would not miss. Gadley's remarkable performance in the first half, where he scored twice, has made a significant impression on Malcolm's notebook. He is noted for his high football intelligence, composure, maturity, and commendable technique. His shooting prowess is deemed nothing short of perfect. However, Malcolm is not blind to Gadley's imperfections. There are areas for improvement, such as his heading, passing, and physical stamina, which exhibit certain deficiencies. Yet, these flaws do not overshadow his brilliance. In fact, Malcolm believes that Gadley is already prepared for elevation to the first team based solely on his shooting ability. Keeping Gadley in the U23 youth team serves merely to enhance his experience and provide additional training. Otherwise, upon reaching the first team, he would face competition from players of Bundesliga caliber, alongside the pressures of team performance, player reputation, and media scrutiny, which could potentially diminish his opportunities compared to what he currently enjoys in the youth ranks. Consequently, both Malcolm and the likes of Wilsinger and Rutherschan concur that Gadley should participate in several more formal matches in the German South before being promoted to the first team. Nonetheless, based on Gadley's performances in the initial 2 matches of the German South League, it is evident that there is a place for him in the Nuremberg first team. Chapter 53. The first hat-trick at the GND Stadium. After Gadley and his teammates finished their celebration, the match resumed, and Alzenau, trailing by 2 goals, advanced their formation to launch an offensive. They yearned for a goal. However, the individual skills of their players proved woefully inadequate. After a mere few passes, they squandered possession. The 2 sides engaged in a fierce tussle near the midfield, perhaps inspired by Gadley's remarkable brace, or perhaps invigorated by the presence of over 10,000 home supporters. The players found themselves in exceptional form. In the 45th minute, Deep into stoppage time, and with the first half nearing its conclusion, Alzenau, still striving for a goal, once again lost possession, allowing the Nuremberg youth team to execute a swift counterattack. Gadley, unfortunately, was a step too slow in his advance and could not partake in this offensive maneuver. From the moment of interception to the goal, Nuremberg executed a mere 4 passes, culminating in a beautifully curved shot from left winger Joseph Green, who found the far corner from the left edge of the penalty area. This secured Nuremberg a commanding 3-0 lead. The substantial advantage of 3 goals effectively signaled the premature conclusion of the match, prompting an eruption of thunderous applause and jubilant cheers from the Nuremberg supporters in the stands. Once the players of Nuremberg completed their celebrations, Alzenau resumed play from the center circle, only for the referee to sound the whistle, bringing the first half to a close with the score standing at 3-0 in favor of the home team, Nuremberg. After a brief intermission of 15 minutes, the teams returned to the field. Although overcoming a 3-goal deficit was a daunting task, and the risk of being counterattacked by Nuremberg loomed large, conceding 3 goals was undeniably humiliating. Consequently, Alzenau opted to make 2 substitutions during the halftime break, launching an aggressive offensive at the start of the second half in hopes of scoring. Even if they could not equalize, salvaging a goal would restore some dignity. However, as a senior team still competing in the regional league, the overall capability of Alzenau's players was evidently lacking. Their coordination in passing, movement, and positioning exhibited significant flaws. And even when they fortuitously ventured into Nuremberg's penalty area to attempt a shot, their finishing skills were woefully inadequate in comparison to the precision of Gadley. Even players like Claude and Kelvin fell short. In the 58th minute, Alzenau finally managed to deliver the ball into the penalty area, yet their forward, from merely 13 meters in front of the goal, blasted a shot skyward, soaring to an absurd height, provoking derisive laughter and applause from the home supporters of Nuremberg. This applause was not one of encouragement, but rather a mocking response. Undeterred, Alzenau continued to press forward, tirelessly seeking to score a goal, not in pursuit of parity but merely to salvage their pride. Alas, even this modest aspiration remained unfulfilled. In the 65th minute, a pass from Alzenau's midfield was intercepted, allowing Nuremberg to initiate a counterattack. Although Alzenau's players retreated swiftly, preventing a rapid counter, they still faltered in their defensive organization during positional play. Joseph Green, who had scored in the first half, skillfully maneuvered past a midfielder on the left flank before cutting inward, drawing 2 defenders from Alzenau to block him. He then delivered the ball to Claude in the center. As a key attacking midfielder for the Nuremberg youth team, Claude's dribbling skills were commendable. He feigned an advance into the penalty area, creating a state of disarray among Alzenau's defenders. Ultimately, he deceived his markers with a clever pass to right winger Broll, who was well positioned within the penalty area, presenting him with a favorable opportunity to shoot. Although the position was somewhat obscure, he still made a shooting motion, prompting the goalkeeper and 2 nearby defenders to rush in and attempt to block the shot. From Joseph Green to Claude, and then to Broll. Nuremberg's passing was entirely unrelated to Gadley, and amidst the intense defense, Alzenau's marking of Gadley became lax. After all, if even Italy's reinforced concrete defense cannot be completely impenetrable, how could a team from the German regional league manage it? The consecutive breakthroughs and passes from Claude and his companions tore a hole in Alzenau's defensive line within the penalty area, allowing Gadley to appear on the left side of the penalty spot, approximately 8 meters from the goal and unmarked, although a fullback had retreated from the left flank. Given Gadley's positioning, even if the opponents had noticed him, they would find themselves obstructed in their attempts to close him down. With a goalkeeper in front and defenders leaping to block the shot, Broll felt that the probability of scoring was slim. Thus, he refrained from taking a shot, instead flicking the ball back across to the left side of the penalty area. The players of Alzenau followed the rolling ball, taken aback to see that Broll had passed it to Gadley, who had already scored twice in the first half. Nearby defenders attempted to rush in to block. The goalkeeper aimed to dive left, and the fullback behind Gadley sought to reclaim the ball. Yet, it was all too late. The nearest fullback to Gadley was also caught behind him by Gadley's physical positioning. Subsequently, Gadley leaned into the opponent, meeting Broll's low pass with a deft push from 8 meters in front of the goal, effortlessly sending the ball into Alzenau's net. The goalkeeper had barely reached the center of the goal when he saw the ball roll in, lacking even the time to make a save. In the 65th minute of the second half, Gadley scored the 4th goal for Nuremberg's youth team in this match, marking his own 3rd goal. In his second official match after advancing to the Nuremberg youth team, Gadley delivered a stunning hat-trick during his first home game at the GNDA Stadium. As spectators witnessed Brawl opting to pass the ball to Gadley instead of taking a shot himself, many in the stands had already risen in anticipation, including Scout Malcolm and commentator Lancelot. A palpable excitement filled the air as everyone sensed that a goal was imminent. Indeed, Gadley's formidable shooting prowess did not falter. With a powerful strike, he sent the ball sailing into the net. Although the shot appeared effortless, the goal was far from simple. This marked Gadley's third goal, completing his hat-trick. Thus, at the moment the ball rolled into the net, Lancelot erupted with an unprecedented roar. Tour. Hat-trick! Hat-trick! Baron Gadley has scored his third goal of the match, achieving a remarkable hat-trick. Extraordinary. After netting twice in the previous match, Gadley elevated his performance further, completing his hat-trick in the 65th minute. With 5 goals across 2 matches, Gadley's shooting skills and form have proven exceptional, establishing him as a veritable goal machine. Nuremberg has indeed struck gold. Gadley is undoubtedly a late-blooming prodigy. Baron Gadley possesses the potential to become a top-tier forward. Chapter 54, FSV Frankfurt. A hat-trick is an extraordinary achievement in football. Consequently, under the guidance of stadium announcer Ken Halley, over 10,000 Nuremberg fans applauded and chanted Baron Gadley's name, expressing their fervent admiration. Even the seasoned scout Malcolm joined the fans in applause, acknowledging Gadley's brilliance. Naturally, Gadley, having accomplished the hat-trick, was mobbed by his ecstatic teammates, who piled on top of him in celebration. Given the rarity of a hat-trick, both Gadley and his teammates were immensely thrilled, celebrating for nearly a full minute before the main referee intervened amidst protests from the Alzenau players. Returning to their half, Alzenau commenced the match anew with a kickoff. After the restart, trailing 0-4, Alzenau launched a vigorous offensive, desperately striving to find the back of the net. With a 4-goal deficit, the prospect of leveling the score was out of reach. A loss was inevitable. However, scoring at least 1 goal to salvage a semblance of dignity would be preferable to an utter rout. Unfortunately, their offense was woefully inadequate, and they failed to convert their chances. In the 75th minute, head coach Wilsinger substituted Gadley for Felix. As Gadley departed, Wilsinger embraced him warmly, patting his back and exclaiming, "Well done, Gadley." Evidently, the head coach was exceedingly pleased with Gadley's remarkable hat-trick. In the subsequent matches, neither side managed to score again. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee signaled the conclusion of the match, with the Nuremberg youth team triumphing over Alzenau with a resounding 4-0, thanks to Gadley's hat-trick and a goal from Joseph Green, securing victory in the 23rd round of the league. In this match, Gadley accumulated a total of 60,000 experience points, 10,000 from being a starter, 30,000 from scoring 3 goals, and 20,000 from the victory bonus. His overall experience has increased to level 7, with a total of 350,000 points. And he automatically advanced to level 8 with 50,000 points. Finally, he has leveled up again. However, luck was not on Gadley's side when it came to acquiring new skills. He randomly received the crossing ability of a winger with an initial rating of 57. While this skill is not entirely without merit, it is not of immediate necessity for Gadley, who plays as a center forward. Thus he decided against spending skill points to enhance it. Having gained 10 skill points, and unable to allocate any previously, he was now ready to invest them. Yet, with only 10 skill points at his disposal, he could not enhance every skill, lest he find himself short in the future. After careful consideration, Gadley opted to allocate 2 skill points to improve his dribbling from 75 to 76 and his fried dough ball skill from 73 to 74, leaving him with a balance of 8 points. As a forward, possessing superior dribbling and breakthrough capabilities translates into a more significant threat to the goal. For instance, his first goal today was scored after he skillfully maneuvered past an opponent's defender and struck decisively within the penalty area. After completing the upgrade and skill allocation, Gadley joined his teammates in the stands to interact with and thank the enthusiastic crowd of over 10,000 fans who attended the youth match. The impressive 4-0 victory against Alzenau left the spectators elated, affirming the worthiness of their presence. Consequently, both players and fans were in high spirits. Being on their home turf, the team sang their anthem multiple times, while fans chanted the players' names in a display of camaraderie. Post-match, not only did local media in Nuremberg report on the victory, but even the Munich newspaper featured an article on the 3rd page highlighting the youth team's resounding 4-0 triumph and Gadley's hat-trick, which also referenced his previous match where he scored twice. This exposure placed Gadley's name in the spotlight for a broader audience. In the following days of training, Gadley focused on enhancing his dribbling and breakthrough attempts. It became evident that his dribbling skill of 76 and fried dough ball skill of 74 were already considered quite commendable within the Nuremberg youth team. Although the success rate for breakthroughs was low, he managed to achieve them occasionally. Breakthroughs are inherently challenging endeavors. Succeeding once in 4 or 5 attempts is regarded as commendable. Once successful, such breakthroughs can create opportunities that disrupt the opposing defense, much like the goal Gadley scored after deftly bypassing an adversary's defender in a prior match. Gadley's performance during training undoubtedly pleased Wierzinger and Malcolm. Consequently, on the afternoon of March 17th, he was once again seamlessly included in the starting lineup for the league match announced the following day. Gadley has firmly secured his position as a starting player. On March 18th at 1400 hours, the 24th round of the league commenced with a match between the youth teams of FSV Frankfurt and Nuremberg at the Volksbank Stadion, the home ground of FSV Frankfurt. It is important to note that FSV Frankfurt and Frankfurt are not the same club, currently. Both teams from the same city compete in the Bundesliga. However, Frankfurt boasts a far more illustrious history, while FSV Frankfurt struggles in the shadow of their local rivals. Based solely on this season's performance, Frankfurt ranks at the top of the Bundesliga standings and is likely to be promoted to the Bundesliga by the season's end. Conversely, FSV Frankfurt finds itself in the relegation zone and may face demotion to the Regional Liga at the season's conclusion. With the first team performing poorly, the youth team garners even less attention. In this match, the attendance of FSV Frankfurt fans barely reached 2,000. A stark contrast to the throngs of Nuremberg supporters witnessed by Gadley in their previous match at the Grundig Stadion, leaving little pressure on the visiting team from the stands. Consequently, despite being the away team, Nuremberg played with an assertive approach, engaging in an open contest against FSV Frankfurt on their home ground. The Nuremberg youth team took the lead with a goal in the 27th minute of the first half, scored not by Gadley but by left winger Mark Billy. While Gadley had netted 5 goals in the prior 2 matches, he faced tight marking at Volksbank Stadion and had limited scoring opportunities at the outset. This goal was neither a result of his shot nor his assist. Nevertheless, he played a pivotal role in the build-up, as his back-to-goal pass to the opposing defender, who was marked, allowed Billy to score, showcasing his tactical prowess as a central figure. This prompted nods of approval from the coaching staff, including Wilsinger and assistant coach Rutherson, who were observing from the sidelines and television, respectively. The Nuremberg youth team, having taken the initiative, led the match 1-0. Chapter 55. Cruyff turns whether in the first team or the youth squad. FSV Frankfurt's performance this season has been dismal, with both deeply entrenched in the relegation zone. However, this does not imply that the players on the field lack spirit or dignity. On one hand, no player wishes to be relegated alongside their team, as it not only reflects poorly on their abilities to aid in survival, but also diminishes the tactical quality of the following season's matches, unless they transfer. On the other hand, the poor performance of the first team may provide opportunities for promotion from the youth ranks, motivating the youth players to excel and capture the attention of the first team as coach. Moreover, it is still their home ground, even with fewer than 2,000 spectators. The presence of fans is undeniable. In their own arena, under the watchful eyes of their supporters, to concede the first goal to the opposing team while trailing in the scoreline is a situation fraught with emotional turmoil. Thus, following the commencement of the match, FSV Frankfurt intensified their offensive and pressuring tactics in midfield, eager to equalize swiftly. However, after Nuremberg secured their goal, their morale surged, and they too displayed a fierce determination, leading to an especially intense struggle in midfield. The ball barely exchanged feet, while chaotic scenes unfolded almost incessantly. Even Gadley found himself colliding with an opponent in the 36th minute while contesting an aerial ball, suffering an unpleasant impact from a knee to the abdomen. The opponent, too, was not spared, receiving a jarring elbow to the forehead from Gadley, leaving him momentarily dazed. Despite the fervor of the contest, the match lacked the brilliance expected, with neither side managing to score until the 44th minute. As the first half neared its conclusion, FSV Frankfurt's number 10, a playmaker, embarked on a daring run down the right flank, skillfully maneuvering past 2 defenders and seemingly poised to penetrate the penalty area. In an act born of frustration, Nuremberg's center-back McDowell, angered by his earlier lapse, lunged from behind in a desperate attempt to thwart the advancing player. However, he failed to make contact with the ball, instead bringing down the opposing number 10 within the penalty area. With a sharp whistle piercing the air, the referee brandished a red card, expelling McDowell for his foul and awarding FSV Frankfurt a penalty kick. This decision, however, was contentious, as it occurred near the edge of the penalty area, leaving many uncertain whether the infraction transpired within or outside the box, thus casting doubt on the legitimacy of the penalty. Nuremberg's players fervently protested, seeking to persuade the referee to reconsider and reclassify the foul as a free kick outside the area. Yet, the referee remained resolute, asserting that McDowell had indeed fouled the opposing playmaker within the penalty box, rendering the penalty unquestionable. In the realm of football, the referee wields the authority akin to that of a deity. His word is law, and the likelihood of overturning a decision, even in cases of misjudgment, is exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the ambiguity surrounding the penalty's legitimacy left even Nuremberg's players uncertain, as they instinctively sought to advocate for a favorable ruling. Ultimately, however, their protests proved futile. The referee's discretionary power, possibly influenced by the home advantage enjoyed by FSV Frankfurt, culminated in a decision that favored the home side. The number 10, who had been fouled, stepped up to take the penalty himself, executing it with ease and leveling the score at 1-1. The stands erupted with jubilant cheers from the nearly 2-0 FSV Frankfurt supporters, celebrating both their goal and the numerical advantage on the field. After all, Nuremberg's center-back McDowell was sent off with a direct red card. Following the resumption of the match, FSV Frankfurt, eager to equalize, sought to turn the tide, while Nuremberg also aimed to regain their lead. However, time was not on either side's side. After 1 minute of stoppage time, the referee signaled the end of the first half, with both teams entering the break at a score of 1-1. During halftime, Wolsinger substituted the right winger Brewer with a center-back to address the defensive gap left by McDowell's dismissal. The forward line was left with only Gadley and left winger Mark Billy. After a 15-minute intermission, both teams resumed play. Playing with one less player had a significant impact on the field. It was not merely a matter of numerical disadvantage. The formation exhibited additional vulnerabilities. Offensively, the absence of a player meant fewer passing options and support for ball distribution, allowing opponents to concentrate their defensive efforts on the remaining attackers. Defensively, having one less player diminished their strength, meaning that even in one-on-one situations, there would inevitably be a player left unmarked. The remaining players had to exert greater effort and cover larger distances to compensate for the shortfall, leading to increased fatigue, which would ultimately benefit their opponents as the match progressed. Thus, to avoid succumbing to exhaustion and being overwhelmed by their adversaries, Nuremberg's youth team did not retreat defensively despite the numerical disadvantage. Instead, under Wolsinger's command, they launched a vigorous offensive against FSV Frankfurt's half, aiming to score before fatigue set in, after which they could then consolidate their defense. FSV Frankfurt, unperturbed by fitness concerns, capitalized on their home advantage and numerical superiority, rendering a defensive retreat unlikely. Consequently, the early stages of the second half unfolded with great intensity, characterized by rapid transitions between offense and defense. In this context, in the 58th minute, Gadley received a pass just outside the opponent's penalty area, yet he was obstructed by an opposing center-back, blocking his path to the box. Perhaps due to the away match, both Gadley and his teammates were not in peak form. Previously, Gadley had squandered several shooting opportunities without finding the net, and his attempts to break through had also been unsuccessful. However, this time, upon receiving the ball, Gadley feigned a half-turn to return the pass to a teammate, only to swiftly execute a Cruyff turn, pulling the ball back from behind him as the defender's weight shifted. Although Gadley had not mastered the Cruyff turn, he had practiced it occasionally during training, thus possessing the skill, albeit with limited proficiency. Yet, the game transcended mere statistics. The execution of any skill relied heavily on real-time performance. At times, exceptional displays could far exceed what statistics would suggest. On this occasion, Gadley's fortunate combination of 76 dribbling and extraordinary performance allowed him to successfully utilize the skill without error. The FSV Frankfurt defender was caught off guard, unable to react in time as Gadley directed the ball back towards the attacking direction, advancing into the penalty area. Chapter 56, long-range shot in the preceding 2 matches. Gadley had netted a total of 5 goals. Despite his recent transition to the U23 team, he had evidently become Nuremberg's leading scorer and defensive linchpin, making him a primary target for the opposition's defense, although only one defender had initially hindered him upon gaining possession. The number 17 fullback immediately rushed in from the side to cover, anticipating that Gadley would attempt to shoot after bypassing the defender. Given that Gadley had previously scored following a breakthrough, the need for precaution was clear. Indeed, with a sudden Cruyff turn, Gadley evaded the defender, penetrating the penalty area. But the approaching number 17 fullback successfully intercepted him, halting his advance and thwarting any potential shot. Breaking through even one defender was largely a stroke of luck. Gadley did not possess the caliber of players like Messi or Ronaldinho, capable of weaving through multiple opponents in tight spaces. Yet, he was not alone. He had teammates. Despite the numerical disadvantage, there were still players making runs into the box during the attack. Consequently, when Gadley entered the penalty area and faced the number 17 defender's obstruction, he refrained from attempting another breakthrough. Instead, with a deft flick of his ankle, he passed the ball horizontally to the penalty spot while circumventing the number 17 defender's right side. Although he had not activated a passing skill, Gadley's impeccable shooting technique ensured that his passing ability was commendable. This particular short pass in the penalty area was remarkably precise, directed exactly where he intended. Naturally, the atmosphere in the penalty area was tense. After Gadley released the ball, both the number 17 defender and the goalkeeper instinctively focused on tracking the ball, momentarily neglecting their response to Gadley's off-the-ball movement. Meanwhile, the attacking midfielder Claude, who had surged into the penalty area from outside, prepared to shoot without controlling the ball, causing the goalkeeper and the defenders to panic and attempt to block. However, Claude did not shoot. Instead, he deftly pushed the ball through the gap between the airborne defenders and the number 17 fullback, delivering it into the small box behind the number 17 defender. This was an exceptionally tight wall pass combination executed within the confines of the penalty area, with the distance between Gadley and Claude being less than 5 meters. The brevity of the distance left the opponents with minimal reaction time, and coupled with the impressive performances from both Gadley and Claude, this wall pass collaboration yielded an unexpectedly optimal outcome, as Claude's foot descended without shooting, but instead directed the ball into the small box. The number 17 defender and goalkeeper found it too late to disrupt Gadley's impending shot. Gadley deftly maneuvered past the number 17 defender and received Claude's pass behind him. Without pausing to control the ball, he executed a precise shot that effortlessly found its way into the bottom right corner of the net. The goalkeeper, who had just attempted to intercept Claude's shot, was unable to make a save due to a shift in his balance and could only watch in disbelief as Gadley slotted the ball into the net with ease. However, just as Gadley was about to sprint off in celebration, FSV Frankfurt players raised their hands to signal that Gadley was offside, urging the referee to nullify the goal. The referee did not immediately blow the whistle to confirm the goal. Instead, he glanced at the linesman. The number 17 defender was nearly the last line of defense for FSV Frankfurt, and since Gadley had received the ball and taken his shot behind him, an offside position was indeed plausible. It was crucial to ascertain whether Gadley had surpassed the defender's position at the moment Claude made the pass. Yet, the linesman evidently believed that Gadley had not exceeded the position of the number 17 defender at that instant, thus ruling out the offside. Consequently, he refrained from raising his flag. As the referee looked to him for confirmation, the linesman remained resolute, nodding firmly to indicate that the goal was valid. Then, amidst Gadley's anxious anticipation, the referee pointed to the center circle and signaled the goal as legitimate. The FSV Frankfurt players continued to protest vehemently to the referee and linesman, insisting that the goal should not stand, claiming that Gadley was indeed offside. However, the referee, having made his decision, paid them no heed. Gadley finally had the opportunity to high-five and embrace his teammates in celebration of a goal. In the 58th minute, the Nuremberg youth team scored again, taking a 2-1 lead against the FSV Frankfurt youth team away from home. Following this lead, Wolsinger promptly substituted another winger for a defensive midfielder, thereby bolstering the team's defense. With one player already down, and now in the lead, Nuremberg naturally opted for a more conservative approach, aiming to maintain their 2-1 advantage until the final whistle. Keeping Gadley on the field served as a deterrent, with his remarkable shooting skills and a daunting tally of 6 goals in 3 matches. Simply having him linger near the center circle compelled the opposition to allocate 2 or 3 defenders to thwart any potential counterattacks or shots from him. Consequently, the match transformed into a scenario where FSV Frankfurt, leveraging their home advantage and numerical superiority, pressed Nuremberg. However, aside from Gadley, the other Nuremberg players retreated to participate in defense, forming a compact defensive line. given the capabilities of the FSV Frankfurt youth players. They were insufficient to penetrate such a dense defense. Long-range shots are a potent weapon against tight defenses, yet the FSV Frankfurt squad lacked proficient long-range shooters. Even when opportunities arose for attempts from outside the penalty area, the shots often lacked power or precision, frequently veering wide of the goal. As FSV Frankfurt continued their persistent, yet futile offensive efforts, their formation increasingly advanced, with even the goalkeeper positioning himself at the edge of the penalty arc, seemingly eager to join the attack. In this context, at the 72nd minute, FSV Frankfurt's offensive was intercepted. Nuremberg's fullback, Norman Choate, delivered the ball to Gadley at the halfway line, while the opposing goalkeeper merely took a couple of leisurely steps back to the edge of the penalty area, evidently underestimating Gadley's capability to attempt a long-range shot from midfield. However, upon noticing the goalkeeper's advanced position, Gadley deftly nudged the ball to his left and then pulled it back, evading the defender attempting to mark him. Although he did not completely shake off his opponent, Gadley created just enough space for a shot. That was all that was necessary. Gadley was not attempting to outpace his adversaries with a long run. He merely needed to create a gap for his shot. Under the watchful gaze of everyone at the Volksbank Stadium, he cleverly maneuvered to carve out a space and unexpectedly unleashed a long-range strike from nearly 50 meters away, situated at the halfway line. Chapter 57. The Extraordinary Long-Distance Goal. Due to the considerable distance, Gadley exerted nearly all of his remaining strength in this shot, uncertain whether it would clear the goalkeeper's head. Should it lack sufficient power and descend prematurely, there remained a possibility of the goalkeeper intercepting it. As Gadley struck the ball from the center line, it soared into the air, gliding past the defender who attempted to block the shot, heading towards the goal of FSV Frankfurt. Initially, the goalkeeper seemed caught off guard by Gadley's attempt, merely retreating slowly, perhaps subconsciously believing that from such a distance, Gadley could not possibly direct the ball within the goalposts. However, as the ball ascended higher, its trajectory unmistakably aimed toward the goal. The goalkeeper's shock transformed into urgency as he hastily turned to sprint back to his position. Alas, it was too late. His positioning had been overly advanced, prompting Gadley to opt for the long-range shot. Simultaneously, his delayed reaction further diminished his chances of an immediate save. In front of all spectators, both at the stadium and on television, Gadley's shot arced gracefully through the air, beating the goalkeeper to find the back of the net for FSV Frankfurt. In the 72nd minute, with the Nuremberg youth team down a player and under pressure from FSV Frankfurt, Gadley executed a stunning long-range shot from over 50 meters, precisely placing the ball into the FSV Frankfurt goal. On this occasion, the commentator for the match from Bavarian State Television was not Lancelot, who had other commitments. Instead, it was another commentator, Baracht. Although he had not narrated Gadley's previous two matches, he was well aware of Gadley's scoring record. Having already netted 5 goals in the previous 2 matches, he added another in the 58th minute of this game, with 3 consecutive matches resulting in goals, totaling 6. Baracht initially considered Gadley's performance remarkable, as Nuremberg tightened their defense, overwhelmed by FSV Frankfurt. It seemed the match would conclude with Nuremberg merely striving to hold on to a 2-1 lead, despite being a player down. Unexpectedly, in the 72nd minute, Gadley unleashed a phenomenal long-range shot from over 50 meters, successfully placing it within the goalposts, arching over the goalkeeper's head and into the net. As Gadley prepared to shoot, he had already risen, raising his voice in excitement. A shot. Gadley has taken a shot from the halfway line. As the ball successfully sailed over the goalkeeper's head and nestled into the net, Balashe erupted with excitement, bellowing at the top of his lungs. The ball has entered. A long-range shot. From midfield, Berlin Gadley. He has scored an astonishing long-range strike from over 50 meters out. Absolutely incredible. Unbelievable. In the Danan League, Gadley has executed such a remarkable shot. Were this to occur in the Bundesliga, it would undoubtedly rank among the season's top 10 goals. Furthermore, Gadley has achieved a brace. This marks his 7th goal in just 3 official matches since advancing to the U23 team, averaging over 2 goals per game. A prodigy. A striking sensation. An unparalleled performance. The Danan League is certainly not the pinnacle for Gadley. I believe that Nuremberg's coach, Dieter Hecking, ought to contemplate promoting Gadley to the first team. His dominance in the youth team is utterly pointless. Indeed, after witnessing Gadley's precise strike from more than 50 meters and noting his remarkable tally of 7 goals across 3 matches, both scout Malcolm and first-team assistant coach Ryudishan have simultaneously resolved to report to Dieter Hecking. advocating for Gadley's elevation to the first team. Gadley's performance has transcended the level of the Southern German League. On the pitch, he celebrated exuberantly with his teammates after scoring a stunning long-range goal and achieving a brace. The jubilation of Nuremberg persisted for over half a minute before they returned to their own half, allowing the players of FSV Frankfurt to commence the kickoff from the center circle. Once the match resumed, FSV Frankfurt launched a more ferocious offensive. A lack of aggressive assault simply would not suffice. They have fallen behind by 2 goals. However, despite FSV Frankfurt having one more player than Nuremberg, they lack a forward with the exceptional striking prowess of Gadley. Even when opportunities to shoot arise, their attempts often fail to pose a threat within the goalposts. In the 77th minute, Gadley was substituted by Felix, a backup center forward, under the guidance of Wilsinger. In the final minutes, neither side managed to score again. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee blew the whistle, concluding the match with Nuremberg's youth team triumphing 3-1 over FSV Frankfurt's youth team, thanks to Gadley's brace and a goal from Mark Billy, securing victory in the 24th round of the league. This remarkable brace granted Gadley a total of 40,000 experience points, 10,000 for starting, 20,000 for his 2 goals, and 10,000 for the win. Post-match, Gadley garnered some media attention in Nuremberg and Bavaria, sparking greater interest among local fans. In his first 3 matches in the U23 league, he scored 7 goals, an astonishing efficiency that had never been seen before in Nuremberg's U23 youth team. Perhaps a super talent was indeed emerging in Nuremberg. Many, upon seeing the media reports, silently resolved to attend the next match to witness Gadley's performance. The first team's results have been lackluster. Thus, the anticipation for a potential super talent in the youth team grew. In addition to numerous fans deciding to watch the newly minted super talent Gadley, the first team's coach, Dieter Hecking, also resolved to attend the match in person. Following 2 consecutive defeats without scoring, the persistent issue of a lackluster forward line remained unsolved. After receiving reports from assistant coach Rithershon, scout Malcolm, and U23 coach Wilsinger about Gadley's impressive tally of 7 goals in 3 league matches, and noting that since October 29th of last year, Gadley had scored in every match from U19 to U23, the prospect of his integration into the first team became increasingly appealing. In total, across 9 matches in the U19 League and the Southern League, Gadley netted 17 goals and provided 3 assists, contributing to a total of 20 goals. This consistency and extraordinary efficiency were precisely what the first team desperately needed. Although it was acknowledged that the tactical level and intensity of both the U19 League and the Southern League are significantly inferior to that of the Bundesliga, it remained uncertain whether Gadley could adapt. However, an attempt must be made. Given Gadley's demonstrated level of performance, the Southern League seemed to offer minimal enhancement at this juncture. Dieter Hecking prepared to personally attend the next match to evaluate Gadley's performance. Should it prove to be as stable and efficient as indicated by the data, he would elevate Gadley to the first team for Bundesliga play. Chapter 58. Star treatment following the match against FSV Frankfurt on March 19th. Wilsinger granted the team a day off. It was a Monday, and upon awakening, Gadley utilized 2 skill points to elevate his dribbling from 76 to 77 and his flying skill from 74 to 75, leaving him with 6 skill points remaining. In the subsequent training days, Gadley continued to demonstrate rapid improvement in his dribbling and breakthrough abilities, further pleasing Wilsinger and Malcolm, who grew increasingly confident in his potential to catch Dieter Hecking's attention. March 24th marked the match day, a Saturday, when work was not required. Consequently, Marcus and Isabella drove to Nuremberg, eager to support their son Gadley in person. They were not residents of Nuremberg and thus not fans of the club. The most renowned team in Bavaria is Bayern Munich, and even as football enthusiasts, Marcus and Isabella likely favored Bayern Munich. However, during Gadley's youth, he had not been scouted by Bayern Munich or 1860 Munich, leading Nuremberg to discover him and enroll him in their youth training camp. Aside from their interest in the match featuring their son Gadley's youth team, Marcus and Isabella had little engagement with Nuremberg and rarely attended matches. Aside from fleeting glimpses on live broadcasts, they were unaware of the current allure surrounding Nuremberg's youth team, or how Gadley's performance had ignited hope among the citizens of Nuremberg. After Gadley was promoted to the Nuremberg U23 team, his inaugural match took place away from home. The second match was not on a weekend, and the third was again an away game. Therefore, it was not until today's 4th match, coincidentally on a weekend, that Marcus and his spouse could attend the game together. As Marcus was not required to work, in their minds, considering the regional league in southern Germany and the fact that both teams consisted of U23 players. They estimated that having 2,000 to 3,000 spectators would be quite commendable. To their surprise, from the moment they entered the parking lot and parked their car, they witnessed a steady influx of new fans arriving by car or on foot. As they walked towards the stadium, they were surrounded by an array of conversations among fans. They overheard numerous discussions about their son Gadley. Anthony, long time no see. What brings you to a youth team match today? Aren't you usually just watching the Bundesliga's first team games? Haha, I was drawn here by the media's praise of Bernd Gadley. They say he scored 7 goals in 3 matches. What a prodigy. You've come at the right time. In the last home game, Gadley scored a hat-trick. That was the last match, but today's game is uncertain. I hope he doesn't disappoint. I believe you won't regret this visit. A newspaper mentioned that since Gadley secured a starting position in the U19 League's 8th round, he has scored in every match he has participated in. And I doubt today will be any different. I am genuinely looking forward to it. If our team could produce a superstar like Messi or Ronaldo, how wonderful that would be. Even if he eventually transfers away, he would still be a product of our nurturing. Indeed, I share that sentiment. With Gadley's current form, he may soon be promoted to the first team. Opportunities to see him play in the Southern League are limited, although it may be an easy match. Witnessing goals brings joy. What is your seat number? Let us sit together. No need to worry about seat numbers for a match of this level. The seats won't be filled, so we can just sit together. Marcus and Isabella overheard numerous similar conversations. Many people came specifically to watch Bernd Gadley play. Otherwise, a regional league youth match would hardly attract such an audience. Gadley has undoubtedly emerged as a player of significant promise. Scoring 7 goals in 3 matches certainly justifies the fans' heightened attention and expectations. The couple, Marcus and Isabella, experience a blend of pride and trepidation. They take immense pride in their son, yet feel apprehensive about the seemingly lofty expectations placed upon him by the fans. Everyone arrives with the monumental anticipation that Gadley will score and lead the team to victory. They fear that if their son fails to score and the team loses, the ire of the fans may be directed towards him. Nevertheless, their pride outweighs their anxiety. After all, their son's recent performances have demonstrated that he not only adapts well to the youth league, but thrives within it, scoring with remarkable frequency. Should all go as planned in this match, it is likely that he will find the net once again. Upon arriving at the ticket counter to purchase their tickets and entering the stadium, they were somewhat prepared for the crowd, yet still taken aback by the number of attendees. They arrived approximately 40 minutes early, yet the stadium already boasted a gathering of around 4,000 to 5,000 people, surpassing the average attendance for most matches in the youth league. Considering that the match was still over half an hour away, the number of spectators would only increase. Once seated, Isabella marveled. I never expected such a turnout for a youth league match. Surely, it will exceed 10,000 by the time the game commences. Marcus stood to survey the scene and nodded in agreement. Definitely over 10,000. This is quite unexpected. At that moment, a male fan in his 30s nearby chimed in with a grin. You must not have attended the last home game, right? Marcus replied, No, we didn't. The fan continued with a chuckle. That is unfortunate. In the previous match, Gadley scored a hat trick, leading the youth team to a resounding 4-0 victory over their opponents. The crowd exceeded 10,000 for that game, and I suspect will surpass 20,000 today. Marcus, taken aback, exclaimed, Surely that cannot be? No matter how impressive. It is merely a regional league. How could it attract over 20,000 fans? The fan laughed heartily. But you may be mistaken. The last home match occurred on a Tuesday, not a weekend, and still drew over 10,000 spectators, with Gadley netting 7 goals in 3 matches. I believe we are witnessing a prodigious talent in the history of Nuremberg, one with the potential to become a superstar. Moreover, since today is a Saturday, I am certain we will exceed 20,000. The stands will be nearly filled. At this juncture, the fan suddenly recalled something and inquired, By the way, where are you from? Are you relatives of the player? Isabella proudly replied, We come from Ditford. Bernd Gadley is our son. The fan gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Wow. So Bernd Gadley is your son? Goodness, I can't believe I am sitting alongside the parents of Gadley. How fortunate I am. Then, he quickly extended his arms and embraced Marcus, expressing joy and admiration. The surrounding fans, who had been listening to the conversation among the three, also expressed their delight in Gadley and showed great respect for Marcus and Isabella, allowing the couple to bask in the glory of being celebrity parents. which indeed filled them with pride and joy. Chapter 59. Facing Frankfurt. While Marcus and the others engaged in lively conversation with the nearby fans, the two teams set to compete in today's match began to enter the field for their pre-game warm-ups. Upon seeing Gadley, many fans cheered his name, erupting in applause. Gadley waved to the stands and bowed in gratitude, which elicited an even louder cheer. This phenomenon was absent in the previous match, last time. The fans only began chanting his name after Gadley had scored. This time, it was clear that Gadley had become the focal point of attention, the star player. Of course, not every spectator in the stadium was a fan of Gadley. It was simply that the Nuremberg team was somewhat unique. Situated in Bavaria and overshadowed by Bayern Munich, Nuremberg struggled to make its mark, with promising young talents inevitably drawn to Bayern's illustrious call. Historically, Nuremberg had not produced many luminaries in the football world, and the team itself fluctuated between the Bundesliga and the second division, lacking stability. Therefore, when Gadley emerged as a prodigious talent, many local fans and citizens attended the match out of mere curiosity. Even so, Gadley felt both surprised and touched by the turnout. Marcus and Isabella were also in the stands, waving and shouting to their son, but the crowd was overwhelming. While Gadley was aware that his parents would be attending today, he was uncertain if they had entered the venue or where they were seated. After scanning the area and failing to spot them, he focused on his warm-up. After all, a match was imminent, and he could not waste precious time searching for two individuals in the throng of spectators. During the warm-up, apart from passing and dribbling, Gadley took several shots at goal to find his rhythm, successfully converting every ball passed to him from the flanks into the net. Although not all his shots found the corners, and the goalkeeper was not fully engaged, the fact that all his warm-up attempts resulted in goals greatly excited the fans in the stands, leading them to believe that they would witness Gadley score in the official match. Although Marcus and Isabella felt a tinge of regret for not being able to make their son aware of their presence, they were nonetheless delighted by his performance during the shooting drills. The surrounding fans showered Gadley with praise, which only amplified the couple's pride. Just as the players concluded their warm-up and prepared to return to the locker room, the fan who had previously greeted them suddenly remarked, "Marcus, you can immediately send a text to Gadley to inform him of your location here." Upon returning to the locker room, he may glance at his phone, at which point he will ascertain your location. Should a goal be scored, he could descend to our stands to celebrate and engage. Isabella, filled with elation, urged Marcus to send a text to Gadley, informing him of their seating arrangement. The timing of Marcus's message was impeccable. Initially, Gadley had no intention of checking his phone upon entering the locker room, as he was meant to listen to the coach's instructions and strategize for the match. However, just as he and his teammates entered, his phone chimed with a notification. Knowing that his parents were attending the game, Gadley surmised it might be a message from them, and thus decided to take a look. Indeed, it was a message from his father, Marcus, specifically detailing the location of himself and Isabella in the stands. Gadley responded with an acknowledgement and then set it aside, turning his attention to the pre-match rally and final tactical arrangements orchestrated by head coach Wilsinger. Meanwhile, Marcus received a reply from his son, which he eagerly shared with his wife and the surrounding fans, igniting a heightened anticipation for the match. After all, Gadley was now aware of his parents' location, and should he score, it was certain he would descend to the stands to celebrate with them. In addition to Gadley's parents, another significant figure was present, Dieter Hecking, the head coach of the Nuremberg first team, accompanied by the club's youth training director, who were seated in the VIP box, ready to assess Gadley's capabilities firsthand to determine if he was indeed worthy of promotion to the first team. Despite Gadley's impressive goal statistics, it was worth noting that just 6 months prior, he had been playing in the U17 team. In such a brief span, he had ascended from U17 to U19, U23, and was now on the brink of the first team. Yet, even with his remarkable statistics, Hecking had not personally witnessed Gadley's performance. The limitations of video footage meant that the nuances of Gadley's off-ball movements remained unseen when the ball was not at his feet. Hence, it was imperative for Hecking to attend the match in person to evaluate whether Gadley was truly ready for the prestigious German Bundesliga, one of the top 5 leagues in the world, not to mention the stark contrast between the regional leagues and the higher tiers, including the second and first divisions of German football. Caution was essential. One must not hastily ruin a promising talent by forcing premature advancement. As the kickoff approached, an increasing tide of fans filled the stadium. Just as the earlier fan had speculated, the total attendance exceeded 20,000. On occasion, even after consecutive losses, the first team struggled to attract such a crowd. This high level of interest underscored the magnetic appeal of Bernd Gadli among the local supporters and citizens of Nuremberg. The emergence of a super talent had indeed piqued the curiosity and interest of many. Soon, after the player introductions, photographs, and the coin toss ceremony, at precisely 1400 hours on March 24, 2012, with the referee's whistle, the match between the Nuremberg youth team and the Frankfurt youth team commenced at the Grundig Stadium as part of the 25th round of the 2011-2012 season of the Southern German Regional League. In their previous match, they had faced FSV Frankfurt, and now they were up against another Frankfurt team, creating a notable rivalry with the city. Although the Frankfurt first team was competing in the second division this season, appearing less formidable than the Bundesliga-bound Nuremberg, their historical pedigree was impressive. In addition to domestic titles in the Bundesliga and DFB Pokal, Frankfurt's pinnacle achievement was winning the UEFA Cup in 1980, a title that held far greater prestige than the current UEFA Europa League. Aside from the league champion qualifying for the Champions League, teams finishing second and below must compete in the Europa League, thus elevating its prestige significantly. Currently, the top 4 teams in the 5 major leagues have secured spots in the Champions League, leaving those participating in the Europa League to be teams ranked 5th or 6th, considerably diminishing its former significance. Winning the UEFA Cup in 1980 underscores the formidable strength of Eintracht Frankfurt at that time. Furthermore, during the 1959-1960 season, Frankfurt reached the Champions League final, ultimately succumbing to the illustrious Real Madrid, who were in the midst of their 5 consecutive Champions League triumphs. This historical achievement undoubtedly surpasses that of Nuremberg, which has unfortunately fallen to the second division. This decline is merely an anomaly. Given Frankfurt's current standing in the second division, it is almost a certainty that they will ascend to the Bundesliga by the season's end, ensuring that next season, they will once again be competing among Bundesliga teams. For Gadli, the significance of Eintracht Frankfurt transcends that of FSV Frankfurt. The performances of Chinese player Yang Chen during his time at Frankfurt are regarded as one of the pinnacle demonstrations of Chinese players abroad. Perhaps only Sun Jihai from Manchester City can be mentioned in the same breath regarding comparable performances in the Bundesliga. Other expatriate players do not measure up. Thus, Gadli, whose spirit resonates with that of his fellow countrymen, feels a deep affinity for Eintracht Frankfurt. However, this fondness does not imply that he will go easy on them during the match. While he may be unaware that the first team's head coach is present to observe the game, he understands that maintaining a consistent scoring efficiency will expedite his ascent to the first team. His need for experience to secure promotion is increasing, and his advancement has been slowing. Only by breaking into the first team and leaping several levels from the regional leagues directly to the Bundesliga can he once again embark on the fast track to promotion. Otherwise, merely performing hat tricks in the regional leagues will not hasten his progress. Based on previous advancements from U17 to U19, where match experience doubles, the experience gained in the third division will be twice that of the regional league, while the second division will provide double that of the third, and the Bundesliga will offer double that of the second. If he can compete in the Bundesliga, both his training and match experience should increase by at least 8-fold. This acceleration in advancement will be significantly swifter. To expedite his promotion, he must continuously deliver impressive performances and statistics. As a forward, his value is ultimately measured by his goals. Thus, although Gadli harbors a fondness for Frankfurt due to his relationship with Yang Chen, he remains unwaveringly resolute during the match. This sentiment is reflected not only in his thoughts but also in his actions. From the very first minute of the game, Gadli exploited his impressive off-the-ball movement, rated at 80, relentlessly seeking out vulnerabilities in the opposition's defense. While an off-the-ball rating of 80 may not be regarded as exceptional in top-tier leagues, it undoubtedly represents a significant advantage in the German lower leagues. Consequently, even though the Frankfurt youth team recognized Gadli's threat and implemented stringent defensive measures, they were unable to withstand his relentless onslaught. Moreover, the presence of over 20,000 spectators likely amplified Gadli's performance, simultaneously intensifying the pressure on the Frankfurt players. Nearly 4 minutes into the match, Gadli maneuvered into a gap on the left flank just outside the penalty area, receiving a cross from his teammate Broll, and unleashed a menacing long-range shot. Regrettably, the shot lacked sufficient power and pace, affording the goalkeeper ample time to react. Mendelssohn, the goalkeeper for the Frankfurt youth team, took 2 steps in the direction of the ball, executing a graceful dive to parry Gadli's attempt narrowly out of bounds. Frankfurt thus narrowly escaped disaster. Chapter 60. The details that matter most to the first team coach. Gadli's initial attempt at goal during the match was deftly parried by Mendelssohn, allowing Frankfurt to narrowly escape disaster. However, there is a saying, one may evade the first challenge, yet not the 15th. Although the head coach of the first team was observing from the stands, the presence of his parents and the rapturous cheers of over 20,000 home fans greatly benefited both Gadley's morale and that of his teammates. This exemplifies the advantages of home field advantage. Thus, in the 9th minute, while Frankfurt concentrated intensely on marking Gadley, the other players from the Nuremberg youth team executed a flawless series of passes, guiding the ball into the penalty area. Right midfielder Charlie Kelvin made a decisive inward run into the box to take the final shot. At this juncture, all eyes were naturally drawn to Kelvin as he prepared to strike. Subsequently, all gazes shifted towards the goal, wondering whether goalkeeper Mendelssohn could thwart the impending shot. Unbeknownst to Frankfurt's defenders, Gadley, previously under tight scrutiny, stealthily infiltrated the small box while everyone was fixated on Kelvin's attempt. It was not that Gadley possessed foresight, but rather his 80 off-the-ball movement allowed him to instinctively position himself in areas where rebounds could potentially arise. While he could not guarantee that he would always choose the correct direction, it was crucial for him to proactively seek such opportunities. On this occasion, his chosen path aligned with one of the possible trajectories of the ball should the goalkeeper fail to secure it, resulting in a fortunate placement. Indeed, Gadley found himself in the right place at the right time. Kelvin had surged into the box from the right flank, aiming for the far corner, specifically the left side of the goal. However, lacking Gadley's finesse, he hesitated to pursue an acute angle, fearing the ball might veer out of play, thereby rendering his attempt less incisive. Consequently, Mendelssohn successfully deflected this less-than-precise shot. As Gadley had anticipated, Mendelssohn's save did not secure the ball, but merely diverted it from Kelvin's direct line of attack. The ball, instead of exiting the penalty area or crossing the goal line, landed precisely in the small box, conveniently in Gadley's path. Before nearby Frankfurt players could react to clear the danger, Gadley executed a swift diving shot, driving the ball that Mendelssohn had parried into the net. In the 9th minute, Bernd Gadley's opportunistic rebound found the back of the net, granting Frankfurt a 1-0 lead. Although it may have appeared to be a goal of modest technical complexity, the dreamlike start, scoring so early in the match, thrilled Gadley immensely. He immediately sprang to his feet and dashed towards the stands where Marcus and Isabella were seated, opening his arms wide in an embrace-like gesture directed towards his parents. The fans in the stands applauded exuberantly, congratulating a visibly emotional Marcus and Isabella, exclaiming, "Scoring so quickly, Gadley is truly remarkable. Your son is truly remarkable. Gadley is an extraordinary talent seldom seen in Nuremberg. You have brought forth an exceptional child." Subsequently, over 20,000 fans, led by the stadium announcer Ken Halley, chanted Gadley's name repeatedly, revering him and filling Marcus and Isabella with immense pride. In the VIP box, head coach Dieter Hecking nodded in approval. Many ordinary fans, especially those watching on television, could only see Kelvin's shot being parried by Mendelssohn, with the ball fortuitously landing at Gadley's feet, who then executed a spectacular follow-up shot into the net. However, they missed the intricate details. Hecking, on the other hand, could discern the finer points. Prior to Kelvin's attempted shot, Gadley had already eluded his marker and maneuvered into the vacant space within the penalty area. The follow-up goal was not mere luck. It was the result of Gadley's proactive off-the-ball movement, seeking the opportunity to capitalize on the rebound. Such nuances can often be challenging to detect through live broadcasts or recorded footage. After all, a match lasts 90 minutes, and even a hat trick translates to mere seconds of action per goal. The majority of the time is spent observing a player's performance without the ball. Gadley's actions leading up to the follow-up goal made it clear to Dieter Hecking that his scoring was no mere coincidence. Of course, the close-range follow-up did not showcase an exceptionally high level of shooting skill. The more critical aspects of his shooting prowess will require further observation. Soon after interacting with his parents and celebrating with his teammates, the Frankfurt youth team resumed play with a kickoff from the center circle, trailing in the scoreline. Frankfurt was eager to equalize swiftly, yet their capabilities paled in comparison to those of the Nuremberg youth team, especially with over 20,000 fans rallying behind the home side. More crucially, none of their players possessed Gadley's level of shooting expertise. In fact, none even came close. Among the youth players competing in the Southern Regional League, only Gadley stands out, while the next best forward boasts a shooting attribute of merely 70, which is considered high. If they were any higher, they would have long been promoted to the first team in the Bundesliga or transferred to other clubs in the second or third divisions, rather than languishing in the Southern League. Consequently, Frankfurt's attacks were often thunderous yet insipid, even when they managed to approach Nuremberg's penalty area and create shooting opportunities. Few posed a genuine threat within the framework of the goal. In contrast, every offensive or counterattack from Nuremberg instigated tension and turmoil within Frankfurt's defense, primarily due to the presence of Gadli, a player with remarkable shooting ability. Having scored 7 goals in the previous 3 matches and netting a dream opening goal in the 9th minute of this game, how could Frankfurt possibly afford Gadli any opportunity to shoot? However, following the deployment of a substantial defensive force to closely monitor Gadli, it inevitably necessitated a relaxation of the vigilance towards other Nuremberg players, thereby granting them opportunities to shoot. Thus, whenever Nuremberg seized an offensive or counterattacking opportunity, it could cause considerable disarray within Frankfurt's defensive line. Even if not every attack posed a tangible threat, the psychological pressure on Frankfurt's players was immense. In the 17th minute, Gadli received the ball on the edge of the penalty area and feigned a shot, drawing the attention of no fewer than 3 defenders who lunged to block him. While goalkeeper Mendelssohn anxiously prepared to make a save, ultimately, Gadli executed a clever feint instead of shooting. He deftly redirected the ball to his teammate Mark Billy on the left wing of the penalty area. Unfortunately, Mark Billy misfired, sending the ball wide of the post and failing to score. Although the attempt did not result in a goal, it was evident how tense Frankfurt's defense was regarding Gadli. Once Gadli gains possession of the ball, he can effortlessly draw the attention of 2 or 3 defenders, thus exposing numerous gaps elsewhere on the field, which allows his teammates from Nuremberg to seize shooting opportunities. Naturally, Gadli's skillful feints and his ability to attract defensive pressure, creating chances for his teammates, have garnered the approval of Dieter Hecking, the head coach in the stands. This demonstrates that Gadli is not a selfish player. Rather, he possesses a team-oriented spirit, prioritizing collective success over individual accolades, a quality that Hecking highly values. German football traditionally emphasizes teamwork, in contrast to the South American scene, which often glorifies individual heroism. Players like Gadli, who embody both team spirit and outstanding individual talent, become coveted assets for any team or coach. Even after just a brief glimpse of the match, Hecking has already developed a favorable impression of Gadli. However, with ample time remaining in the game, he intends to continue his observation, eager to discover what further surprises Gadli may unveil. As the match progresses, by the 17th minute, Gadli's ability to attract defenders has compelled Frankfurt to intensify their marking of other players. This results in a weakened defensive line, forcing them to retreat, causing Frankfurt's formation to gradually shift backward. Consequently, half an hour into the match, Frankfurt finds themselves compelled to defend deeply as the home side, Nuremberg's youth team, presses them into their half. Amidst the roaring support of over 20,000 home fans, Nuremberg's offensive onslaught grows increasingly relentless, leaving Frankfurt's defense scrambling to cope. While they focus their efforts on marking Gadli, the astute and mature player cleverly allocates shooting opportunities to his teammates. Conversely, when they attempt to shore up their defenses elsewhere, Nuremberg's players seamlessly return the ball to Gadli, allowing him to take aim. His shooting prowess is nearly infallible. Whenever he strikes, he poses a significant threat. By the end of the first half, Gadli has attempted 3 shots, all of which have struck the frame of the goal, netting 1 in the process. Although 2 other attempts were thwarted by the goalkeeper under close defensive pressure, the fact that he managed to threaten the goal even while being closely marked speaks volumes about his shooting skill. Aside from Gadli, other Nuremberg players have also registered several attempts, each creating havoc within Frankfurt's defensive ranks. Under sustained pressure, it was inevitable that Frankfurt's defense would finally crack. And by the 38th minute of the first half, they conceded once again. This time, it was a collective offensive effort from Nuremberg. Gadli did not engage in the initial passing sequences, instead opting to use his off-the-ball movement to create space for his teammates. It was precisely because Gadli had not touched the ball that the pressure from the other Nuremberg players overwhelmed Frankfurt's defenders, causing a brief lapse in concentration from the defender assigned to Gadli, who failed to stay closely aligned with him. In that fleeting moment, Gadli and his teammates seized the opportunity. Chapter 61, a hat-trick reprised in this match, under the fervent support of over 20,000 fans. Both Gadli and his teammates exhibited exceptional form and seamless coordination, establishing a rhythm that felt as though they could play at will. The connection between Claude and Gadli in the 38th minute exemplified this synergy. Seizing upon a momentary lapse from the defender closely marking him, Gadley evaded his grasp and surged toward the right flank of the penalty area. Spotting Gadley's movement, Claude, positioned outside the penalty arc, instinctively delivered the ball into the penalty area, directing it towards the space Gadley was advancing into. As everyone turned to follow Claude's pass, they realized that Gadley had successfully shaken off his marker, racing into the open space on the right side of the penalty area. A nearby Frankfurt defender, taken aback, rushed forward in an attempt to intercept the impending shot. The goalkeeper Mendelssohn swiftly lunged from the center of the goal towards the lower right corner, attempting to thwart Gadley's shot aimed at the near post. Yet, it was all in vain. The synergy between Gadley and Claude was remarkably swift and precise. Whether it was the goalkeeper or the defender attempting to intercept, they were not yet in position when Gadley surged into the open space. Without pausing the ball, he executed a stunning shot from Claude's pass, sending the ball into the lower right corner of the Frankfurt youth team's goal. Mendelssohn arrived a moment too late, helplessly watching as the ball sailed past him and nestled into the net between himself and the post. In the 38th minute, Gadley struck again, achieving a brace and propelling Nuremberg youth team to a commanding 2-0 lead. The ecstatic crowd of over 20,000 erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, celebrating Gadley's remarkable achievement. Meanwhile, Marcus and Isabella were so overwhelmed with joy that they embraced tightly, reveling in the adoration and congratulations from the fans surrounding them. Even Dieter Hecking, in the VIP box, stood alongside the youth training director, applauding Gadley's exceptional performance and his 2 goals. With the first half not yet concluded and already witnessing a brace, Hecking had made the decision to promote Gadley to the first-team post-match, bolstering Nuremberg's attacking strength. Although Gadley's brace infuriated the Frankfurt players, they attempted to mount an offensive after the restart, eager to score a goal or 2. However, the disparity in skill and matchday form thwarted their efforts. In the 43rd minute, they barely managed to reach Nuremberg's penalty area for a long-range shot, which sailed high over the goal, eliciting laughter from the home fans in the stands. A minute into stoppage time, the referee blew the whistle for halftime, with both teams heading into the break with a score of 2-0, thanks to Gadley's goals in the 9th and 38th minutes. During halftime, the Frankfurt youth team introduced a new player, hoping to mount a comeback in the second half. Trailing by only 2 goals, they were determined to take their chances. After a 15-minute intermission, the second half commenced. As anticipated, Frankfurt initiated a vigorous offensive at the start of the second half, aiming to capitalize on Nuremberg's players still finding their rhythm. However, they underestimated their opponents. Nuremberg not only maintained their composure, but also mirrored Frankfurt's intent, seizing the opportunity to extend their lead. If the score were to reach 3-0, the match would likely lose all suspense, with both teams sharing this mindset. The second half began with intense action and rapid transitions between attack and defense. Ultimately, the home team, Nuremberg Youth, showcased superior skill and capitalized on their opportunities more effectively. Crucially, Nuremberg had Gadley on their side. In the 54th minute, Frankfurt's attack was intercepted in midfield, leading to a swift counterattack from Nuremberg. This counter primarily advanced down the flanks, with Gadley not touching the ball but following up in the center. His patience paid off. Claude, Charlie Kelvin, and Brawl executed a series of quick passes and movements along the right side, propelling the attack to the edge of the penalty area. Brawl, positioned about 7 or 8 meters from the baseline, delivered a precise cross. The ball arced through the air, landing in the penalty area. Gadley, timing his jump perfectly, soared high, utilizing his impressive 83-inch vertical leap to outmaneuver the opposing center back and head the ball toward the goal. Brawl's cross was delivered with significant force. After Gadley burst into the penalty area, he leapt high to deliver a powerful header, amplifying both the force and speed of his strike. Although Gadley has yet to master his heading skills, and his proficiency in this aspect is rather modest, his remarkable height of 186 centimeters and weight of 82 kilograms, combined with an impressive jumping ability rated at 83, render it unsurprising that he occasionally finds the back of the net with a header. On this occasion, fortune smiled upon him. Not only did he direct the cross within the goalpost range, but he also managed to angle it slightly from such close proximity. With immense power and velocity, the goalkeeper Mendelssohn had no time to react defensively, merely instinctively reaching out, only to witness the ball streak past him, entering the net from over 2 meters to his right. In the 54th minute of the second half, Gadley capitalized on a low cross from his teammate Brawl to score his 3rd goal of the match, completing a hat trick. Thus, Gadley has achieved a hat trick in both of his initial home games at the Gen Stadium. This particular hat trick, in terms of significance and the sheer quality of the goals, surpasses his previous two. Consequently, as the ball found its way into the net, the commentator Lancelot erupted from the commentary booth, seizing the microphone and exclaiming passionately, "Tour! Hat-trick! Another hat-trick!" Bernd Gaddery has once again showcased his brilliance at the Gin Stadium. A genius, a superstar. Not only does Gaddery possess exceptional shooting skills, but he also boasts a robust physique and remarkable jumping ability, thereby seizing this opportunity to head the ball into Frankfurt's goal. I strongly advocate for the Nuremberg first team to recruit Gaddery for the Bundesliga. His offensive prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of the current forwards on the Nuremberg roster. The lower leagues are not the stage for Gaddery. The Bundesliga is where he belongs. He should compete at the highest level, facing formidable teams such as Bayern Munich, Borussia Dortmund, and Werder Bremen. The lower leagues present a mere stepping stone for Gaddery. Indeed, upon witnessing Gaddery soar above defenders to powerfully head Braul's cross into the goal, Dieter Hecking in the VIP box leapt to his feet, applauding and exclaiming, "What a goal!" He then continued to applaud while turning to his youth development director, declaring, "I've made my decision. I will promote Gaddery to the first team after the match. Just look at his performance today. Not only is his finishing exquisite, but he also demonstrates a keen football intelligence, a spirit of teamwork, and, with his impressive physical attributes and jumping ability, he is capable of scoring with headers. This undoubtedly represents the burgeoning potential of a world-class center forward. With proper nurturing, Nuremberg may very well cultivate a superlative striker renowned across the globe. In such an eventuality, whether we retain him for our league or transfer him elsewhere, Nuremberg stands to gain immensely." The youth training director bears an expression of delight akin to winning the lottery. As the director, Gaddery had recognized the talent during the U15 and U17 stages, yet considered him merely an ordinary player, one who might be eliminated in the U17 or U19 ranks. However, this season, Gaddery has unexpectedly surged forth, with both his rate of improvement and progression creating unprecedented history for Nuremberg. Presently, he has delivered an astonishing record of 10 goals in 4 matches for the U23 youth team. Such a scoring rate is rare, not only for Nuremberg but across the annals of German football history, with few players achieving similar feats in youth competitions. The emergence of a prodigy like Gaddery undoubtedly reflects the success of his youth training director. As Gaddery ascends to greater heights, so too will the accolades for his men grow. The prospect of nurturing a world-class forward within his training camp is exhilarating. Naturally, Dieter Hecking wholeheartedly agrees, eagerly anticipating Gaddery's next match in the Bundesliga, where he hopes the genius from his academy will showcase his extraordinary prowess. On the pitch, Gaddery, having executed a hat-trick, celebrated fervently with his teammates. The fans in the stands, led by announcer Ken Halley, repeatedly chanted Gaddery's name, expressing heartfelt admiration. Many curious Nuremberg supporters and citizens who attended the match felt their visit was well worth it, having witnessed Gaddery's remarkable hat-trick. It was a truly invaluable experience. In the section of the stands occupied by Marcus and Isabella, surrounding fans applauded and cheered Gaddery's hat-trick while extending their congratulations to the couple. After Gaddery and his teammates celebrated, the match resumed, and the Nuremberg fans in the stands continued to sing their team's anthem repeatedly, expressing their unbridled joy. Chapter 62. Promotion to the first team. Once the game restarted, the Frankfurt players, who had previously engaged in a fierce offensive battle against Nuremberg, appeared somewhat dejected, their spirits dampened, unable to sustain the same level of aggression. Clearly, the 0-3 deficit and Gaddery's astonishing hat-trick had nearly obliterated the morale of the visiting Frankfurt squad. Even though a few players sought to rally and continue their offensive efforts in pursuit of a goal, they could not garner the unified support of their teammates. They were compelled to adopt a defensive posture, retreating to their half, allowing the Nuremberg youth team to launch relentless attacks. However, given their commanding 3-0 lead, the Nuremberg youth players, while still on the offensive, did not maintain their earlier ferocity. After all, no one could predict whether a more vigorous assault might provoke their opponents into employing harmful tactics, resulting in injury. Under such circumstances, with a substantial lead and the opposition seemingly resigned to defeat, it would be ill-advised to press hard and provoke a response from the adversary. Thus, following Gaddery's third goal, completing his hat-trick, Nuremberg's offensive approach softened considerably, and the intensity of the on-field battles diminished. In the 67th minute, Wilsinger replaced the hat-trick hero Gaddery. As he exited the field, Gaddery was met with a standing ovation from over 20,000 fans, honoring his remarkable achievement. Gaddery merely waved to the stands, eliciting a chorus of cheers and screams from the audience, embodying the demeanor of a true star. In the remaining time, although Nuremberg slowed their offensive, Frankfurt's spirits sank even lower. With the substitute center forward Felix keen to demonstrate his prowess, he tirelessly sought opportunities to strike. At long last, in the 88th minute, as the match neared its conclusion, Felix seized a chance to shoot. He maneuvered into a gap within the penalty area, and fortuitously, a teammate delivered the ball to him. With a precise kick, Felix found the back of the net, securing a goal and solidifying the final score at 4-0. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. The Nuremberg youth team, bolstered by Gadeli's hat trick and Felix's late flourish, triumphantly defeated Frankfurt 4-0 in the 25th round of the Dina League, achieving yet another resounding home victory. Gadeli's remarkable performance, featuring a hat trick coupled with the team's 4-goal victory, earned him a staggering 60,000 experience points, 10,000 for starting, 30,000 for the 3 goals, and 20,000 for the win, raising his total experience to level 8 with 166,000 out of 500,000. After the match, Gadeli and his teammates joined hands and approached the stands to interact with the fans in a gesture of gratitude. Marcus and Isabella finally made their way to the front row of the stands, embracing Gadeli across the barrier, which elicited cheers and applause from the surrounding supporters. Just as Gadeli finished embracing Marcus and Isabella, an enthusiastic teenage fan, around 17 or 18 years old, eagerly asked, "Gadeli, could you please give me your autograph?" Gadeli felt a jolt of surprise. It was the first time anyone had ever requested his autograph. He was not a star player on the first team, merely a youth squad member, regardless of how many goals he scored. To his astonishment, he was already receiving the treatment befitting a celebrated athlete. Gadeli readily agreed, not only signing his German name in his first fan's notebook, but also inscribing his Chinese name, Chu Zhang, upon witnessing Gadeli's Chinese signature. The surrounding fans were filled with curiosity, with some unfamiliar individuals eagerly inquiring about the meaning of the characters. Gadeli informed everyone that his hometown is called Deptford, a city rich in Chinese culture, and he warmly invites all to visit. He has just signed his own chosen Chinese name. Upon learning that Gadeli hails from the Bavarian city in China and that he has adopted a Chinese name, it comes as no surprise. Moreover, many are indeed intrigued by both the Chinese city and Gadeli's name. Even some older fans, who might feel shy about approaching the young star, seized the opportunity to have Gadeli sign his Chinese name, prompting them to request autographs and photographs with him. Gadeli graciously signed over 30 autographs and posed for photographs before finally being escorted away by Coach Wilsinger. Otherwise, more fans would gather in the stands, eager for Gadeli's autograph and photographs, and he would likely find himself overwhelmed, unable to fulfill all their requests. Experiencing fame, Gadeli felt exhilarated. Even more thrilling was the moment when he was brought back to the locker room by Wersinger, where he encountered Dieter Hecking, the head coach of the first team in Nuremberg. Dieter informed Gadeli that he had personally watched the match from the stands and was exceedingly pleased with Gadeli's performance. Additionally, U23 head coach Wersinger, scout Malcolm, and first-team assistant coach Ryder Sane unanimously agreed that Gadeli no longer needed to dominate the Southern League. He was ready to join the first team for training and compete in the Bundesliga. Dieter formally announced his decision to promote Gadeli to the first team. With the first team scheduled for a match the following day and a break thereafter, he instructed Gadeli to report to the first team on Tuesday for training. Whether he would actually see playtime in the Bundesliga would depend on his performance in practice. After all, the Bundesliga is 4 tiers above the Southern League, a significant gap. While Gadeli had scored 10 goals in 4 matches at the Southern League level, his ability to even make the bench in the Bundesliga remained uncertain. The world of football is rife with examples of players who excelled in youth teams, yet struggled to make an impact in senior squads. The disparity in competition levels is vast, and excelling in youth leagues does not guarantee success in the first team. Players who can maintain their youth performance at the senior level are indeed a rarity. Furthermore, as one of the top 5 leagues, the Bundesliga is populated by talent from across the globe, making it incredibly challenging to establish oneself in the first team. However, this was merely the perspective of Dieter, Wersinger, and others. For Gadeli himself, his football career was on an upward trajectory. The experience gained from training with the first team alone would significantly enhance his skills. Once he seized the opportunity to play in the Bundesliga, the wealth of experience would expedite his growth and development. He was destined not to be sidelined by the first team. His abilities would only strengthen, ultimately positioning him as a star player for Nuremberg. Of course, progress must be made step by step. For now, he was eager to share the joyous news with his parents. Fortunately, they had yet to leave and could join him in inviting coaches and teammates to celebrate with a delightful Chinese meal. After calling his parents, he found that Marcus and Isabella were still at the stands, surrounded by fans who wanted to hear anecdotes from Gadley's childhood and past experiences. They felt immense pride in their son's accomplishments and began to embrace their roles as the parents of a burgeoning star, crafting an appealing image for Gadley. As they recounted tales, surrounding fans learned of Bernd Gadley's lifelong passion for football, his dedication, and his perseverance despite early shortcomings in the U17 category. His eventual breakthrough in this season was met with admiration from those listening. The fans were particularly inspired by Gadley's journey. His tenacity and overcoming adversity made them appreciate him even more. Many expressed to Marcus and Isabella that they had become Gadley's fans and would come to support him at every home game. At that moment, Marcus received a call from Gadley, announcing that he had received official notification from the first-team coach to report in 2 days. This meant Gadley had been promoted to the Nuremberg first team after just 4 matches with the U23 squad. The excitement erupted among Marcus, Isabella, and the surrounding fans. In truth, after witnessing Gadley score 10 goals across 4 matches, including a hat trick in the recent game, many had anticipated his imminent transition to the first team. However, neither Marcus nor Isabella expected their son to be summoned after only 4 matches, a delightful surprise indeed. Other Nuremberg supporters were equally convinced that Gadley was destined to be one of the greatest talents in the club's history, as such rapid advancement was unprecedented. As a professional coach, Dieter Hecking's judgment surpassed theirs. His decision to elevate Gadley to the first team after just 4 matches in the Southern League was a testament to Gadley's readiness for the senior level. Everyone felt fortunate to have witnessed Bernd Gadley's final match with the youth team. It would be impossible to see him play in the Southern League again. These 2 recent home hat tricks would become legendary memories for Nuremberg's U23 team. Those fans who had secured autographs and photographs from Gadley treasured them, knowing that years later, they would hold immense value as collectibles, especially once Gadley ascended to global stardom. The signatures and photos taken today would represent the inaugural milestones of his illustrious career, brimming with sentimental and collectible significance. Chapter 63, Celebration after bidding farewell to Dieter Hecking and freshening up. Gadley called upon all U23 coaches and teammates to join him in reuniting with his parents for a celebratory dinner at a local Chinese restaurant. Not only did he invite the U23 coaching staff and teammates, but he also reached out to coaches and players from the U17 and U19 teams. With Dieter Hecking's invitation to the first team, Gadley was essentially closing the chapter on his time in the youth academy. Though they had trained in different tiers, the training facilities were relatively close, and they often resided in dorms, dined together in the cafeteria, and enjoyed frequent interactions. However, joining the first team would separate them into entirely different realms. The training grounds, dining areas, gyms, medical facilities, and locker rooms would all be distinct and isolated from the youth academy. As the first team competes in the Bundesliga, they enjoy privileges far beyond those of the youth academy, which only participates at the Southern League level. Consequently, meeting Gadley again would not be an easy task. Thus, Gadley seized this opportunity to host a gathering. This communal celebration is a hallmark of Chinese culture, in stark contrast to the more subdued family gatherings typical in other cultures. Those who could attend the dinner, organized under the auspices of Gadley's elevation to the first team, were eager to join. Drawn by the novelty of the occasion and curiosity about Chinese cuisine, as well as the prospect of building connections with someone on the rise, the gathering was attended by 30 to 40 individuals, and the Chinese restaurant's seating was insufficient, necessitating the use of an adjacent Western restaurant to accommodate everyone. As the guest of honor, Gadley enjoyed a modest toast to celebrate the occasion. Naturally, he drank sparingly, as all were professional athletes aware of the detrimental effects of alcohol on performance. This celebratory feast left everyone thoroughly satisfied. Many players who have never experienced Chinese cuisine have developed a profound interest in it. This aligns with Gadley's intentions. By engaging with non-controversial aspects such as Chinese cuisine and folk culture, he subtly influences his teammates, coaches, and fans, fostering their curiosity about China. He does not require their allegiance to China. Rather, he hopes that when European media maligns the nation, those who have interacted with Gadley will discern the truth and resist the indoctrination of anti-China narratives. While he does not wish to engage in high-level matters, He finds value in contributing positively to his homeland through small gestures. After bidding farewell to his teammates, Gadley and his parents checked into a hotel. The Marcus couple, initially planning to return to Ditford after the match, were unable to leave just yet, as Gadley had been promoted to the first team, which does not provide accommodation. As stars of the Bundesliga, financial concerns are negligible. They can either rent a place or purchase a home, as living in the youth team's dormitory is no longer suitable. Gadley is not exempt from the customary expectations. Previously, Wilsingo had advised Gadley on this matter, urging him to finalize his housing arrangements while the first team has yet to commence training. The accommodation can be rented or purchased, situated either nearby or farther away. This is not a stringent requirement, as long as it does not result in tardiness for training. The Germans uphold a far stricter approach to discipline compared to other nations. Should Gadley lack the ability to drive, Wilsinger recommended seeking a residence in closer proximity to avoid excessive delays on the road or incurring additional costs by relying on taxis. Gadley, having just reached adulthood, has yet to acquire a driver's license and remains unversed in the art of driving. However, as a proud citizen of Hugu, he possesses the knowledge of driving. In Germany, the configuration of the driver's seat mirrors that of his homeland, with the steering wheel positioned on the left and travel on the right. Thus, Gadley resolves to seize the opportunity to obtain a German driver's license. Once accomplished, he can purchase a vehicle, familiarize himself with the nuances of German automobiles and traffic regulations, and drive home rather than wait for Marcus to fetch him. Even with just a single day off, he could return for a visit, as Nuremberg is less than 200 kilometers from Ditford, and the German Autobahn boasts no speed limits, allowing him to reach home in merely a couple of hours. A morning departure would enable a return by nightfall. That evening, as he reclined on the hotel bed, Gadley began to examine his system attributes and tasks, with the clear notification from the first team coach, Dieter Hecking, regarding his promotions. Gadley successfully completed Task 7 pertaining to his ascent to the Nuremberg first team. This accomplishment granted him a reward of 20 skill points, elevating his skill point balance to 26. Simultaneously, despite having participated in only 4 matches of the Danan League and scoring an impressive 10 goals, he fell short of the minimum requirement of 5 appearances stipulated in the task. Consequently, even after his promotion to the first team, regardless of whether the Nuremberg youth team clinches the Danan Regional League Championship, Gadley cannot fulfill Task 8 concerning the Regional League title due to his insufficient appearances. Thus, upon Dieter Hecking's announcement of his promotion to the first team, this task was deemed a failure and subsequently vanished. Fortunately, the failure of the task bore no penalties and was of little consequence, besides the completion of Task 7 or the declaration of Task 8's failure. Gadley naturally received a new set of tasks following his promotion to the first team, specifically focusing on appearances in the Bundesliga and achieving his first goal. This was a task absent in the youth team context. It appears that, in the eyes of the system, the Bundesliga, as one of the top 5 leagues, indeed holds a distinction from the youth league. Gadley has received new assignments, namely, Task 9, Bundesliga debut. Task details. The host is required to perform admirably and secure an opportunity to play in the Bundesliga before the conclusion of the season. Success reward, 10 skill points. Failure penalty, none. Task 10, first goal in the Bundesliga. Task details. The host is required to perform admirably and achieve the first goal in the Bundesliga before the conclusion of the season. Success reward, 10 skill points. Failure penalty, none. Both the Bundesliga debut and the first goal come with skill point rewards, which is quite commendable. As for the absence of a task concerning the Bundesliga championship, it is likely due to the fact that even if Nuremberg were to win all remaining matches, claiming the title would be impossible. Hence, there are no related tasks or rewards for the Bundesliga championship this season. After resting overnight at the hotel, the next day, as the Nuremberg first team departed for their away match against Stuttgart, Gadley and his parents sought accommodation near the first team training facility. Although Gadley has yet to make his debut with the first team, he has already gained a modest renown among the fans in the Nuremberg community. After all, just yesterday, he delivered a stunning hat-trick at the Grundig Stadium, leading the Nuremberg youth team to a resounding 4-0 victory over the visiting Frankfurt youth team, in front of over 20,000 spectators. Numerous fans also watched the match from their television screens. Consequently, during his search for accommodation, Gadley naturally encountered fans who recognized him. Upon hearing that Gadley intended to rent a place near the first team training facility for easier access to training and matches, these fans eagerly volunteered to assist him in making inquiries. With the help of these local supporters, Godry found a suitable residence in just half a day. And to his delight, the landlord was also a fan of Nuremberg. Witnessing the talented player from their own youth academy seeking a home, the landlord cheerfully charged only a nominal rent for a two-bedroom apartment, in addition to helping with the rental. Several enthusiastic fans even drove Godry and his family to the training base, assisting them in moving his belongings into the new home. They then took the Godry family on a tour of the neighborhood, pointing out the locations of supermarkets, banks, and restaurants to facilitate Godry's independent living. While Godry and his family were settling into their new home with the assistance of fans, Nuremberg suffered a 1-0 defeat against Stuttgart in an away match, marking yet another goalless game. Dieter Hecking was utterly disheartened by the performance of the first team's forwards and became increasingly resolute in his decision to promote Godry to the first team, eagerly anticipating his swift adaptation to the higher level of training. After ensuring his son was settled, Marcus and Isabella returned to Dietfurt that evening. As Marcus had worked the following day, on March 26th, a Monday, the first team had a day off. In his rental apartment, Godry spent 5 skill points to enhance his ball control from 81 to 82, his jumping from 83 to 84, his dribbling from 77 to 78, his off-the-ball movement from 80 to 81, and his frying skills from 75 to 76, leaving him with a balance of 21 skill points. With the surplus points, Godry intended to improve several useful skills, knowing full well that the competition in the first team would be significantly fiercer than in the youth ranks. While he could not unlock the skills that remained dormant, he was determined to maximize those he had already activated. On March 27th, Godry awoke early, unable to sleep. Having been in Germany for over 6 months, he was finally set to join the Nuremberg first team for training today. With the prospect of participating in the Bundesliga looming ahead, the excitement was palpable. Despite his mature mindset, he remained, after all, a young man from China. For Chinese football, the Bundesliga stands as one of the top 5 leagues, and any player who successfully enters this prestigious arena captures the attention of national media and fans alike. Although Godly has assumed a German identity and may not garner the same level of scrutiny from domestic reporters and supporters, it does not diminish his exhilaration. After preparing breakfast at home following the nutritional guidelines provided by the club's dietitian, Godly greeted his new neighbors before descending the stairs to jog towards the first team's training facility. The Nuremberg first team, Brent Godly, have arrived. Chapter 64. The stark contrast between the first team and the youth academy. Though the first team's training facility is adjacent to the youth academy, it boasts its own entrance and is enclosed by walls, preventing visibility into the first team's training sessions and restricting access to the facility itself. This arrangement is, of course, designed to preserve the tranquility of the first team players and safeguard the confidentiality of their tactical preparations. Only during occasional open training sessions can media and fans observe the first team in action. Entry is otherwise prohibited. Yesterday, during a break, assistant coach Ryder Sean had summoned Godly, guiding him to register with the gatekeeper, after which he toured the first team's training base, familiarizing himself with the locker room, gym, dining hall, rest area, recreational room, medical facility, and other locales. Thus, upon arriving at the entrance today, Godly encountered no obstruction from the gatekeeper, who even encouraged him with a cheer. Overwhelmed with excitement, Godly was the first to arrive at the locker room, even before the equipment manager had unlocked the door. Godly stood at the entrance for a while, waiting for the equipment manager to arrive with the key to unlock the door. Upon entering the changing room, he located his locker adorned with his name. After donning his training attire, he proceeded to the training field for a light jog to warm up. Approximately half an hour later, teammates and coaches began to arrive one after another. Observing Godly already jogging around the training ground, everyone broke into knowing smiles. As a young player promoted to the first team for the first time, he was filled with excitement. Having arrived early with nothing to do but run laps around the field, a common sight that elicited little surprise from others. The Germans are known for their emphasis on probability. In Nuremberg, there are no superstar players who can disregard coaches and team regulations. Soon, as the designated time for formal training approached, all players had changed into their training kits and stood in formation on the field. Naturally, Godly positioned himself at the edge of the second row. The head coach, Dieter Hecking, introduced Godly to the team, while the other players would take time for him to get to know. The coach then provided feedback on the recent match against Stuttgart, praising the defense for conceding only 1 goal in an away game, yet expressing dissatisfaction with the lack of scoring, as the team had failed to find the net in 3 consecutive matches. He emphasized the need to enhance offensive strategies and shooting practice in the coming days, warning that another loss could lead to a fourth consecutive defeat. This was precisely the training aspect Gadley yearned for, as only through shooting drills could he swiftly earn the trust of both the coach and his teammates. Indeed, on the first day of training with the first team, despite several technical metrics not being particularly impressive, his proficiency in shooting had already captured the attention of the coaching staff and fellow players. Although many had previously been skeptical about the young talent emerging from the youth team, dismissing it as a product of a lower-tier league, witnessing Gadley's performance in shooting drills made them recognize the caliber of his skills. Dieter Hecking was particularly surprised. He had anticipated that Gadley, having just joined the first team, would require some time to acclimate. However, the young player's outstanding performance on the very first day, particularly in shooting, was as steady and refined as it had been in the youth team. Simultaneously, Gadley demonstrated commendable abilities in ball control, jumping, dribbling, and off-the-ball movement, although these skills, while commendable, did not shine as brightly as his shooting. Still, they surpassed the capabilities of the original first-team strikers, Egel and Peckhardt. Of course, Gadley's physical fitness, physique, strength in duels, speed, passing, vision, and experience were still lacking. Moreover, having spent a considerable time in the youth academy, he had not faced the intensity of Bundesliga matches. As a result, both his shooting and dribbling reactions lagged behind those of first-team players. This represented a significant shortcoming in the context of official Bundesliga competitions. The opponents in the Bundesliga will not grant you the luxury of taking your time to execute your movements. This becomes evident when one considers the average running distance of players in various leagues. The regional league in southern Germany sees an average of merely 6 kilometers per match, while the third division averages around 8 kilometers, the second division approximately 10 kilometers, and the Bundesliga players reach an impressive 12 kilometers. The average running distance of Bundesliga players is indeed double that of their counterparts in the Southern Regional League. This disparity is not only indicative of the superior physical endurance exhibited by Bundesliga players compared to those in the regional leagues, but also highlights their significantly swifter response times in both offensive and defensive maneuvers. After all, it begs the question, why do players in regional leagues earn annual salaries of merely tens of thousands of euros, while Bundesliga players command salaries ranging from hundreds of thousands to even millions of euros? The athletes in top-tier leagues are not only technically proficient, their reaction times on the pitch are also of a world-class caliber. Given Gadley's accustomed style of play in the regional league, he might struggle to register even a single shot on goal throughout an entire Bundesliga match. The speed of his opponent's defenses would likely outpace his attempts to shoot, with the ball potentially being intercepted before he could complete his action. Thus, for Gadley, who has previously played in the fourth-tier regional league, the journey to compete in one of the top 5 leagues, namely the Bundesliga, is still a long and arduous path ahead. At the conclusion of the day's training, Gadley was astonished to receive a substantial 50,000 training experience points from the system, propelling his level experience to an impressive 8th level with a total of 21,500. It is noteworthy that prior to this, his training experience with the U23 youth team was only 5,000. This sudden increase by a factor of 10 was truly astonishing. Naturally, Gadley relishes such exhilarating surprises, welcoming more of them. Based on previously observed correlations between daily training experience and match experience, one can deduce that the experience gained from starting a Bundesliga match is a remarkable 100,000, with each goal contributing an additional 100,000. This is indeed exhilarating. Gadley is eager for the opportunity to be a starter in the next match. However, the internal training match the following day left him utterly astonished. During the 60-minute intra-squad game, Gadley was substituted into the second half and played for 30 minutes on the side of the reserves. Throughout that half hour, he managed only a single shot on goal, which was thwarted at the moment of execution by a defensive player, causing the ball to veer off target. It was not that his teammates failed to pass to him. Rather, his reaction time was simply too sluggish. Sometimes, it takes but a fleeting instant, perhaps less than half a second, for the opponent to intercept the ball. Some may not grasp the significance of this reaction speed. To illustrate, consider elite sprinters who can cover 100 meters in 10 seconds. In 1 second, they can sprint 10 meters. While footballers are not quite that fast, let us estimate they can cover 8 meters in a second, equating to 4 meters in half a second. In top-tier leagues, defenders rarely allow a player to position themselves for a pass at such a distance. Consequently, if Gadley hesitates for even half a second while handling the ball, He risks losing possession or facing interference on his shooting motion from an opponent. Although his shooting technique is flawless, the opposition seldom affords him the luxury of a comfortable strike. The disparity between the U23 team and the first team is not merely a matter of levels. It is a chasm that is immeasurable. Gradually, Gadley came to comprehend why numerous prodigies, who dazzled in youth training camps as potential successors to football kings, often find themselves indistinguishable from the crowd upon reaching the first team. Many struggle to maintain their footing, leading to forced transfers or a series of loans to lower-tier leagues for further development. Furthermore, the U23 Olympic football competitions are not regarded as international A-level events, primarily due to the stark contrast between the first team and the youth training programs. In order for Gadley to secure opportunities to participate in Bundesliga matches, he will require additional time. On March 30th, following the announcement of the Bundesliga squad by Dieter Hecking, Gadley unsurprisingly did not make the list. Gadley, too, was not surprised. After several days of training, he realized that he still fell short of the coach's criteria for selection. Although the team's original strikers lacked his finesse, they at least managed to get the ball on target. Should Gadley take to the field, he might struggle to even connect with the ball, rendering his skills moot. Thus, his absence from the final roster was hardly unexpected. However, on the following day, Gadley, along with a few other players who were not included in the lineup, entered the stadium to observe the match. This arrangement served as a privilege extended by the club to its first-team players and fulfilled the coaching staff's directive. Even if they could not occupy a spot on the substitutes bench, they were required to sit in the stands to observe and learn from the game. On March 31st, 2012, at 14:30, the 28th round of the Bundesliga featured a match between Nuremberg and Bayern Munich at Nuremberg's home ground, the Grundig Stadium. This encounter represented the most illustrious derby in Bavaria, with Bayern Munich's rivalry against 1860 Munich being the Munich Derby, while the Bavarian Derby was characterized by Bayern Munich facing Nuremberg. Consequently, despite Nuremberg's current position languishing at the bottom of the standings, they faced the dominant Bayern Munich with audacity and a willingness to fight tenaciously. They aimed to defeat Bayern Munich to assert their status as one of Bavaria's premier teams, worthy of the prestige associated with the Bavarian Derby. Similarly, although Bayern Munich did not regard Nuremberg with much concern, they were intent on maintaining their position as the preeminent force in Bavaria, demonstrating that their status was beyond contestation. Moreover, with Bayern trailing their arch-rivals Dortmund in the standings, currently sitting in second place, their determination was palpable, leading to a fierce contest between the two sides. Nuremberg's defense remained steadfast as ever, committing few errors and effectively withstanding the onslaught from world-class stars such as Robben, Ribery, Imler, Gomez, and Kroos. Throughout the match, they conceded only a single goal, scored by the diminutive Robben. Facing Bayern Munich and an attacking line that included Robben, Ribery, and Imler, conceding just one goal was commendable, showcasing a remarkably proficient defense. Nevertheless, the dilemma lay in Nuremberg's inability to breach Bayern Munich's formidable defense, ultimately succumbing to a 0-1 defeat on home soil. This marked Nuremberg's fourth consecutive loss, with all 4 matches yielding no goals. Not only the media and fans, but even Dieter Hecking felt the urge to express his frustration. The urgent need for a revamp of Nuremberg's front line became abundantly clear. Without such changes, the team, which had not yet fallen into the relegation zone, faced the looming threat of demotion by season's end. It is worth noting that following their loss to Bayern Munich, Nuremberg's points tally now stood a mere 3 points above the relegation zone, equivalent to just 1 match's difference. A moment's lapse in focus could see Nuremberg relegated to the second division next season, forced to endure several years of fluctuation. A transformation of the front line was imperative. There was no room for delay. After the match concluded, Dieter Hecking murmured to himself, Chapter 65, Reunion with Freiburg. In this premier derby of Bavaria, Gadley, watching from the stands, gleaned his own insights. Previously, he observed matches as a mere spectator, much like many fans, often bewildered by the players' seemingly trivial mistakes and their sluggish reactions to opportunities. He would ponder how different the outcomes might have been with swifter actions. However, now that he is part of the Nuremberg first team, he instinctively began to view the game from the perspective of the players on the field. Coupled with his past experiences on the pitch, he realized that if he did not alter his playing habits, he would likely struggle to seize any promising shooting opportunities against Bayern Munich's formidable defense. The Bayern backline, comprised of Neuer, Boateng, Conte, Lahm, and Gustavo, boasts salaries in the millions and their individual prowess, psychological resilience, match experience, and teamwork are of world-class caliber. Their speed and decisiveness in handling the ball are remarkable. In their presence, Gadley could not afford hesitation. He must process the ball at lightning speed, as any delay would result in losing possession. Yet, hastening his decision-making could also heighten the risk of errors. The disparity in success rates between well-prepared shots and hasty attempts is staggering. Moreover, it is uncertain whether he would even be afforded the chance to shoot in their vicinity. Thus, it is imperative for him to enhance his ball-handling speed. After a day off on April 1st, training resumed on April 2nd, a Monday. That day, Gadley invested 5 skill points, elevating his ball control from 82 to 83, his jumping from 84 to 85, his dribbling from 78 to 79, his off-the-ball movement from 81 to 82, and his frying skills from 76 to 77, leaving him with a balance of 16 skill points. Although many skills remained unactivated and weak, the enhancement of those he had unlocked provided Dieter with a sense of Gadley's potential and rapid progress, elevating his expectations. Following the training on April 4th, Gadley's total experience soared to level 8 with 510,000 points, automatically ascending to level 9 with 170,000 points. This time, fortune favored Gadley. For the random skill he acquired upon leveling up was physicality, one of the most essential attributes for a forward. With the skill enhanced, even when closely marked within the opponent's penalty area, he could leverage his physical advantage to secure the ball and shoot. Gadley possesses commendable physical attributes due to his height and weight, with an initial attribute rating of 74. If he can elevate this to above 90, he could become a formidable force in the penalty area akin to Didier Drogba, dominating the space with his prowess. After investing a skill point to increase his physical attribute from 74 to 75, he found his total skill points reduced to 9 after leveling up, which, when combined with his existing balance, brought his total to 25. On April 5th, Dieter conducted another intra-squad training match. Following a period of acclimatization to first-team training, Gadley finally seized several shooting opportunities during this match, scoring a goal. This performance piqued Hecking's interest in including Gadley in the squad for the next match. The decisive moment for Hecking came on April 6th, when substitute forward, number 8, Egel, suffered a muscle strain during training and was rendered unavailable for the upcoming match. Currently, the Nuremberg first team had only 3 primary strikers, although there were players capable of filling in. The height, weight, and playing style of these 3 strikers were better suited for the center-forward role. Consequently, with Egel injured and unable to participate in the next match, Hecking had little choice but to include Gadley in the squad. Each team can only field 18 players per match, with 11 starters and 7 substitutes, one of whom must be a goalkeeper. The remaining 6 spots do not necessarily require the inclusion of a striker. Thus, prior to the announcement of the lineup, Gadley remained uncertain about his inclusion in the final roster. On the afternoon of Egel's injury, when the squad for the following day's match was to be announced, Gadley felt a mixture of anxious anticipation. Fortunately, the outcome was as expected. After the starting lineup was revealed, Gadley discovered his name among the substitutes. While Egel's injury contributed to this opportunity, Gadley's recent display of shooting skills, off-the-ball movement, leaping ability, and ball control had demonstrated significant progress, securing his place in Nuremberg's 18-man squad for the Bundesliga for the first time. That evening, Gadley telephoned his parents to share the joyous news. Although uncertain of receiving playing time, they could at least watch the match live on television. The prospect of Gadley possibly stepping onto the pitch as a substitute excited Marcus and Isabella, prompting them to prepare for the following day, ensuring they wouldn't miss any moment of their son's potential debut. On April 7, 2012, at 14:30, the whistle of the chief referee signaled the commencement of the 29th round of the 2011-2012 Bundesliga season, featuring Freiburg versus Nuremberg, held at Freiburg's home ground, the Black Forest Stadium. Gadley feels a peculiar affinity with Freiburg. His inaugural U17 match after arriving in Germany was a contest where Nuremberg U17 faced Freiburg U17 at home, culminating in a 3-1 victory for Nuremberg, during which Gadley netted a goal. Subsequently, in his first match upon advancing to the U23 level, he again encountered Freiburg U23, and this very game took place at the Black Forest Stadium. It marked his debut in the Southern German Regional League, where he performed splendidly by scoring twice, contributing both goals to secure a 2-0 away triumph for Nuremberg's youth team against Freiburg. thus celebrating his first official victory at the U23 level. Now, having ascended to Nuremberg's first team, he finds himself on the bench for the first time in the 18-man squad, yet again facing Freiburg, and once more at the Black Forest Stadium. As he sits on the substitutes bench, Gadley cannot help but ponder, having previously scored in both encounters against Freiburg, aiding his team to victory. Might the head coach perceive this as an omen, granting him the opportunity to substitute in and strive for yet another goal? As Gadley was lost in reverie, brimming with anticipation, the 8th minute arrived, and Nuremberg's number 20, the attacking midfielder Didavi, executed a wall pass with a teammate, creating space for a shot. With decisiveness, he unleashed a long-range strike from approximately 20 meters outside the penalty area. The ball soared like an arrow, piercing through the box and finding the back of the net before the goalkeeper could intervene. Astonishingly, Nuremberg had scored just 8 minutes into the match while playing away. Both Didavi, the scorer, and coach Dieter Hecking, along with the substitute players, erupted in jubilant celebration as the team had gone 4 matches without a goal. The long-awaited breakthrough had finally come, and it was no wonder that the entire squad was exuberantly rejoicing. The players celebrated for over half a minute before the referee intervened at the insistence of Freiburg players, directing them back to their half. Upon the resumption of play, Freiburg, trailing at home, launched an aggressive offensive in hopes of equalizing. However, the nature of football is such that scoring is far more challenging than in basketball, where baskets come easily. Until the latter stages of the first half, Freiburg had not managed to find the net. Just as it seemed the half would conclude with a score of 0-1, the referee signaled for 2 minutes of added time. In the 46th minute, already into stoppage time, Nuremberg initiated an attack down the flank. Left midfielder Robert Mack, number 14, combined with Didavi on the left side and delivered a cross. Following in the center, Nuremberg's towering striker, Peckhardt, standing at 194 centimeters, surged into the box, outjumping Freiburg's number 28 defender Matthias to connect with a powerful header, breaching Freiburg's goal once more. After 4 matches without a goal, Nuremberg, once they had scored, struck twice in the first half of this match. The second goal, notably, was netted by Peckhardt, a player who had not satisfied coach Hecking thus far this season. It remains uncertain whether Hecking's decision to promote Gadley to the first team placed added pressure on him. In any case, following 4 consecutive defeats and a drought of goals, Nuremberg astonishingly netted 2 before halftime in this away match against Freiburg, with Peckhardt, Gadley's rival, scoring the second goal. Aware of the coach's dissatisfaction, Peckhardt celebrated exuberantly after scoring, channeling his excitement at finally breaking the scoring drought. Shortly after his goal, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, with both teams heading into the break at a score of 0-2. With Nuremberg enjoying a temporary 2-goal lead. During halftime, Freiburg made a substitution and intensified their offensive efforts as the second half commenced. Initially, it was anticipated that Nuremberg, having scored 2 goals in the first half, would secure the victory. However, the tide turned dramatically in the second half. In the 53rd minute, Nuremberg defender Nielsen committed a foul in the penalty area, gifting the opposing team a penalty, which they converted to reduce the deficit to 1-2. Later, in the 79th minute, Freiburg executed a flank attack, cutting inside for a back pass, allowing their midfielder Macchiati to arrive late and score with a precise shot into the far corner, leveling the match at 2-2. In a remarkable turnaround, Freiburg managed to score 2 goals in the second half after trailing 0-2 at halftime, igniting jubilant cheers from the home crowd at the Black Forest Stadium. In contrast, the shift from a 2-goal lead to a tied score left Nuremberg feeling quite dejected. After enduring 4 consecutive defeats, they had finally gained a 2-0 lead away from home, only to see it slip away. The disappointment was palpable among the coach, players, and even the medical staff and kit manager. Dieter Hecking was equally frustrated, not only by the equalized score, but also by the players' shooting performance. Nuremberg had displayed commendable form, holding a 2-goal advantage at halftime and creating numerous scoring opportunities, yet many were squandered. Had they secured the win, Hecking's discontent would have been tempered, yet now, with the score leveled, he lamented that even a single converted chance could have altered the outcome. Thus, as Freiburg's players and fans celebrated their equalizer, Hecking called over Gadley, who had already been sent to warm up at the sidelines, saying, "Gadley, come here." He is not dissatisfied with center-forward Peckhardt, as Peckhardt has indeed scored. Rather, his frustration lies with the entire team's shooting capabilities, which necessitates the substitution of the skilled Gadley in hopes of attempting shots, scoring, and ultimately sealing the victory against their opponents. He could accept a scoreless draw, but to relinquish a 2-goal lead is exceedingly disheartening. Thus, he prepares to bring on Gadley, utilizing the final 10 minutes to see if he can deliver the decisive blow to their rivals. To the players of Freiburg, Gadley is undoubtedly a complete novice. Even if they have heard of his exploits in the youth team, they would not subconsciously regard him with much significance. However, if Gadley is afforded a shooting opportunity, his impeccable technique could very well lead to a goal. As for Gadley himself, he had initially been summoned to the warm-up area by assistant coach Ruthers Hahn after the 70th minute, engaging in the customary warm-up routine with his fellow substitutes, never anticipating that he would actually seize the chance to make his debut in the match. Yet, the moment he had been waiting for arrived. Upon hearing the coach's call, Gadley, under the envious gaze of his substitute teammates, jogged over to Dieter Hecking's side. Hecking first notified the fourth official of the impending substitution, then placed his arm around Gadley's shoulder, leaning in to whisper, "Gadley, you will replace Peckhart and play as the center forward. Do not dwell excessively on the ball, as you do not want to draw the opponent's defensive focus towards you. Instead, engage in off-the-ball runs, aiming to create space, and then receive your teammates' passes to shoot directly. Do you understand?" Gadley nodded, his excitement palpable as he prepared to take the field. Then, in the 81st minute, Freiburg made a substitution, bringing off the number 9, Peckhart, for the number 50, Brent Gadley. As Peckhart left the pitch, he wore a contented expression. Having scored a goal, and the team's equalizer was not his fault. Therefore, despite Gadley being his rival, he graciously embraced and high-fived him before exiting the field. Dieter Hecking also exchanged a high-five with Peckhart, acknowledging his achievement in scoring during the match. Meanwhile, Marcus and Isabella, watching from home, embraced each other in celebration upon seeing their son substituted in, their eyes wide with anticipation as they fixated on the screen, anxious not to miss any moment of their son's potential goal. In the commentary box, Frederick, the lead commentator for Bavarian State Television, spoke with a hint of excitement. Dieter Hecking has made a substitution, introducing the newly promoted 18-year-old talent, Brent Gadley, to the field. Many fans may not have heard of Gadley, but he is touted as the most efficient scorer and the fastest progressing prodigy in Nuremberg's youth academy history. At the beginning of this season, Gadley was still playing for the U17 team, promoted to U19 in September, then to U23 in December, and just last week, he ascended to the first team. In his last 10 matches for the U19 and U23 teams, Gadley scored an impressive 17 goals and provided 3 assists, directly contributing to 20 goals, averaging 2 goals per game, an astonishing feat. Many media outlets and fans have high hopes for Gadley, aspiring for him to become a superstar nurtured by Nuremberg. Now, with Gadley on the pitch, he finally stepped onto the battleground of the Bundesliga, marking his professional debut in the league. What kind of performance he will deliver remains to be seen. This match, while not a marquee encounter of the round and lacking live coverage from German national television, was nonetheless given importance by the Bavarian State Television, which broadcasted the game on its primary channel, with none other than Frederick as the commentator. Although Frederick had not previously commentated on a match in the lower leagues, he had thoroughly prepared in advance, familiarizing himself with every player on Nuremberg's 18-man roster. Such dedication and professionalism are what secure his position as the lead commentator. Thus, even without prior experience commentating on Gadley's matches, he adeptly conveyed Gadley's basic information and youth team accomplishments when Gadley was substituted in, igniting the interest of Nuremberg fans watching at home. Despite Gadley's talent, it is impossible for him to capture everyone's attention. Many fans tend to focus on the Bundesliga, Champions League, and Europa League, often disregarding the lower divisions, let alone youth team matches. Even though Gadley has been prolific in scoring for the youth team, the scale of his fan base remains merely in the tens of thousands. This, however, is sufficient for him to be regarded as the star player of the youth squad. Yet, in the grand scheme of Nuremberg's fan community, this number is relatively insignificant. Upon hearing Frederick's introduction, many fans encountering Gadley for the first time realized that such a prodigy had emerged from the Nuremberg Youth Academy, thereby igniting their anticipation for the team's performance. It is a shared sentiment. The frustration of conceding an equalizer after leading by 2 goals is palpable. Should Gadley come off the bench and score to secure a victory for Nuremberg, he would undoubtedly achieve instant fame and win the adoration of all Nuremberg supporters. Amidst such lofty expectations, Gadley stepped onto the pitch of the Bundesliga, one of Europe's top 5 leagues. Once on the field, he promptly relayed the instructions of head coach Dieter Hecking to his teammates, Didavi and Robert Mack, advising them against passing to him until he created a clear shot opportunity, while suggesting they engage in off-the-ball movements to confound the opponents. As an 18-year-old debutant in the Bundesliga, Gadeli's entry did not initially capture the attention of the Freiburg players, who remained focused on their offensive strategy. After all, having scored twice to level the match, their spirits were high. If they could muster another goal and complete an extraordinary comeback from a 0-2 deficit, it would be a feat worthy of celebration for an entire year. Gadli is a newcomer, and his teammates are reluctant to pass the ball to him. Coupled with Freiburg's tendency to excel in offense over defense and the relatively weak strength of their defensive line, these factors collectively afforded Gadli a rather lenient environment for his inaugural match in the Bundesliga. In the previous encounter against Bayern Munich, had Gadli participated, he might have posed a challenge to world-class players such as Neuer, Boateng, Conti, and Lahm, rendering them ineffective. However, with several additional days of training and a matchup against a less formidable Freiburg, the dynamics of the game became increasingly favorable for Gadli, allowing him to acclimatize to the match's tempo. During the initial minutes on the pitch, Gadli did not make much of an impact, appearing almost invisible as he rarely touched the ball or came into view of the broadcast cameras. This left Marcus and his wife, along with many fans who were eager to see Gadli shine, feeling somewhat disappointed. Yet, Gadli himself remained undeterred, experiencing a growing sense of joy. As he made his Bundesliga debut, he initially struggled with excitement. Even when his teammates did pass the ball to him, he risked fumbling it. However, after a few minutes of warming up with movement and adjusting to the positioning and pace of the opposing defense, Gadli began to sense that opportunities for shots on goal would soon arise. Freiburg's disregard for Gadli, coupled with his teammates' hesitance to pass, allowed him to find more and more open spaces, although at times, the distance from the goal proved to be a hindrance. At times, it is due to the inconvenient positioning of his teammates with the ball that Gadeli has yet to receive a chance to shoot. He continues to hold his position at the forefront, utilizing his impressive off-the-ball movement, which has reached an impressive score of 82, in search of potential opportunities to strike. As time progresses, the home team Freiburg's formation becomes increasingly aggressive, as they too aspire to secure a third goal to seal the fate of Nuremberg. A fierce contest ensues in the midfield, with both sides eager to regain possession and launch subsequent attacks in pursuit of a goal. Before long, the clock strikes the 90th minute, and the fourth official raises the electronic board indicating an additional 3 minutes of stoppage time, alerting everyone to the extra play. At this juncture, Gadeli, having been on the pitch for a mere 9 minutes, has only touched the ball once, and without even pausing to control it. He merely passed it back to a teammate. This solitary touch during his brief tenure on the field has left many Nuremberg fans watching from home feeling disheartened, while Freiburg's defenders increasingly disregard him, perceiving him merely as a young talent introduced by Dieter Hecking to experience the atmosphere of the Bundesliga. Chapter 67, a last-minute stunning goal during the relentless struggle for possession. In the 91st minute of stoppage time, Freiburg's attack is intercepted in the midfield, allowing Nuremberg to initiate a counterattack. Nuremberg adopts a 4-2-3-1 formation, with the right winger, Efren, rapidly advancing along the sideline. The attacking midfielder, Didavi, and striker Gadeli follow suit, pressing towards Freiburg's penalty area alongside the retreating defenders. However, one of Freiburg's center-backs closely tracks Didavi, while the other appears to shadow Gadeli. Yet his focus is far from Gadeli. His attention is primarily on Nuremberg's pivotal playmaker, Didavi. The moment Didavi gains possession, he intends to converge with his teammates to apply pressure. And what of Gadeli? For a considerable duration on the pitch, he had only made a single touch. Rendering himself nearly invisible, he had subconsciously dismissed Gadeli, perceiving him as no threat whatsoever. On the flank, the right midfielder, Feuler, advanced with the ball to a position approximately 30 meters from the baseline, where he encountered Freiburg's right back, Musa, who attempted to intercept. Feuler paused momentarily, feigning a pass to the advancing Didavi, momentarily deceiving Musa. In the next instant, Feuler deftly nudged the ball to the outside and surged forward, utilizing his speed to bypass Musa. Musa quickly pivoted to pursue him. Although he trailed Feuler by half a body length, he managed to position himself on the inside, preventing Feuler from cutting in. However, Feuler had no intention of cutting inside. He continued to progress along the flank, accelerating towards the baseline, leaving Musa with no opportunity to make a tackle. It wasn't until Feuler reached a point approximately 10 meters from the baseline that Musa still failed to dispossess him. At that moment, Feuler decisively delivered a cross. The ball soared through the air, gliding past Moose's outstretched foot, heading towards Freiburg's penalty area. Didavi, who had surged forward into the center, appeared poised to make contact with the ball, thus capturing the attention of Freiburg's two central defenders. One contested him in the air while the other prepared to control the second ball in the center for a clearance. Meanwhile, Gadali at the far post had been entirely overlooked. Despite the close interference from the opposing defender, Didavi managed to reach the first ball. Yet he was unable to direct a powerful header towards the goal. Consequently, Didavi opted not to attempt a goal-scoring header, but instead flicked the ball towards the far post, executing a header assist. The ball arched over Didavi's head, surpassing the central defender Ginter, and descended towards the far post, precisely where Gadali awaited. Upon observing Didavi's decision not to shoot, but rather to assist Gadali at the back post, Freiburg's goalkeeper, Baumann, was taken aback and immediately rushed towards the far post. Ginter, too, was alarmed, pivoting to follow the trajectory of the ball and sprinting towards Gadali in an attempt to block his shot. In reality, Ginter was not far from Gadali, being merely 5 or 6 meters behind him and about 11 meters from the goal. As long as Gadali refrained from attempting a direct header and took a moment to adjust, Ginter could potentially intercept his shot. However, Gadali afforded him no opportunity to close the gap. The ball, descending past Ginter's head, was at an unsuitable height for a header, necessitating a shot with his foot. Yet, time was of the essence. Gadli had already observed Ginter pivoting towards him, and he realized that any attempt to pause the ball for adjustment could result in a missed opportunity. Both his routine training and the recent observation of the match against Bayern Munich at home had profoundly impressed upon him the remarkable speed with which Bundesliga players handle the ball. Consequently, Gadli dismissed the notion of controlling the ball before shooting. Instead, he swung his right leg in a decisive motion to execute a volley. Although he had not activated the skill for a perfect volley, this did not imply that Gadli was incapable of delivering such a strike. A skill at its pinnacle, when applied to a volley, could still possess formidable power. Thus, despite Freiburg's centre-back Ginter not being slow to react, immediately turning to challenge Gadli as Didavi delivered the pass, nor was goalkeeper Baumann sluggish, darting towards the far post with impressive speed. Yet, they were unable to match the velocity of Gadli's shot. Positioned approximately 11 meters from the goal at the back of the penalty area, Gadli planted his left foot firmly, raised his right foot, and aimed precisely at the ball that Didavi had set up for him. With a single, powerful volley, he struck the ball, which soared from his foot like a sharp arrow towards Freiburg's left side goal. Gadli had not activated the skill of a volley, and his positioning for the airborne ball was not as precise as that for a ground pass. Thus, his attempt at a volley lacked an intricate angle. The fact that he struck the ball cleanly and kept it within the goalpost was already a stroke of fortune. However, this also meant that Gadli's shot went undisturbed by the defenders. Ginter, charging in from the midfield with all his might to block the shot, failed to intercept the ball, while the goalkeeper, Baumann, rushing in from the right side, was also unable to reach it. The ball sailed effortlessly over the 11-meter distance, gliding past Baumann's fingertips into the net. In the 91st minute of stoppage time, Gadli received a header assist from his teammate Didavi, positioned about 11 meters from the goal, and executed a decisive volley that found its way into the Freiburg net, altering the score to 3-2 and allowing Nuremberg to regain the lead. At this point, with merely 2 minutes remaining in the match, Gadli's goal could be deemed a last-minute winner. As long as Freiburg could not equalize within those 2 minutes, Nuremberg would secure victory with a score of 3-2. Considering the timing of the goal, the significance of reclaiming the lead, and the artistry of the volley itself, this moment bore all the hallmarks of a classic goal. Moreover, this was Gadli's debut in the Bundesliga and his inaugural goal. Thus, upon witnessing Gadli's exquisite volley find the back of Freiburg's net, commentator Frederick erupted with unparalleled enthusiasm. The goal is in. What a strike. A last-minute winner. This is the 18-year-old talent from Nuremberg, Bernd Gadli. In the 91st minute of stoppage time, Gadli scored a stunning volley, helping Nuremberg reclaim a 3-2 lead. Remarkably, this was only his second touch after coming off the bench, and it resulted in a goal. Spectacular. Beautiful. Furthermore, it was Gadli's first match in the Bundesliga, and to score such a magnificent volley in his debut is truly exceptional. A goal to make a name. Indeed, Gadli has truly made a name for himself. First, the timing of this goal is crucial, occurring in the 91st minute of stoppage time. Gadli's strike changed the score to 3-2, leaving Freiburg with almost no chance to equalize. Therefore, this goal is virtually guaranteed to be a winner. Second, The execution was stunning, a powerful, well-placed volley that was a joy to behold. Third, this being Gadley's inaugural Bundesliga match and first goal adds immense significance. Notably, prior to his goal, Gadley had only touched the ball once in the few minutes after his introduction, remaining largely out of the live camera's view. A sudden, soaring strike resulted in a goal that was undeniably impressive, making it nearly impossible for anyone to forget. Consequently, many Nuremberg fans in front of their televisions celebrated while etching the name of Bernd Gadley, along with his jersey number 50, into their memories. Meanwhile, at home, Marcus and Isabella were moved to tears of joy. They never anticipated that their son, in his first inclusion on the roster, would not only have the opportunity to come off the bench, but would also score a goal, an extraordinary and pivotal volley at that. Their excitement and pride were simply overwhelming. The Nuremberg fans present were equally enveloped in genuine exhilaration and enthusiasm. Unlike the youth teams, which lacked supporters at away matches, the first team enjoyed a modest following. Despite the away game and a streak of 4 consecutive losses, approximately 1,000 dedicated Nuremberg fans made the journey to Freiburg. Initially, expectations for this match were low, as the supporters, driven by loyalty and a sense of duty, came to cheer on their players. To their delight, the team took a surprising lead of 2-0 in the first half. However, their joy swiftly turned to despair when the team conceded 2 goals in the second half, squandering their advantageous position. In a dramatic turn of events, during the 91st minute of stoppage time, Gadley's stunning volley propelled everyone back into jubilation. As he struck the ball and it found the back of the net, over 1,000 Nuremberg fans, positioned in a corner, leaped to their feet, erupting in thunderous applause, cheers, and shouts that eclipsed the boos from the more than 20,000 Freiburg supporters present. The timing and nature of the goal rendered it impossible not to feel exhilarated. In a similar vein, Gadley, witnessing the ball soar into the net, sprinted along the baseline to the corner flag, leaping to kick the flag and celebrate triumphantly. Soon after, his teammates, Didavi, Robert Mack, and Effelkrug joined him in a jubilant celebration, congratulating him on scoring his first goal in the Bundesliga during his debut. The coach, Dieter Hecking, stood at the sidelines, visibly satisfied, applauding while making a substitution. This change, however, was not intended to replace Gadley or for any significant reason, but merely to bring in fresh legs to waste time, ensuring Freiburg had no chance to equalize. Chapter 68, Instant Fame. The content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 69, Riding a Bicycle upon returning to Nuremberg. Dieter Hecking granted everyone a day of respite, with training resuming on April 9th. Coincidentally, April 9th fell on a Monday. Upon awakening, Gadley first allocated 6 skill points, enhancing his ball control from 83 to 84, his jumping ability from 85 to 86, his physicality from 75 to 76, his dribbling from 79 to 80, his off-the-ball movement from 82 to 83, and his deep-fried meatball skill from 77 to 78, leaving him with a balance of 39 skill points. Reaching the milestone of 80 in dribbling significantly benefited Gadley's ability to control the ball during matches, reducing the likelihood of being dispossessed. Moreover, perhaps due to the enhancement of his physical attributes, he experienced a growth spurt after this upgrade. His height, which had not increased since his arrival, grew by 1 centimeter, now standing at 187 centimeters, while his weight rose by 1 kilogram to 83 kilograms. At this moment, Gadley's system interface displayed: host, Bernd Gadley, nationality, Germany, date of birth, September 6, 1993, height, 187 centimeters, weight, 83 kilograms, level, 9, experience, 317,000 out of 700. 000 skill points, 39 ball control, 84 jumping, 86 physicality, 76 dribbling, 80 tackling, 32 crossing, 57 off-the-ball movement, 83 deep-fried meatball, 78 GK defensive positioning, 6 perfect skill, shooting during the subsequent 2 days of training. Dieter Hecking observed Gadley's nearly tangible progress, which left him in a state of astonishment. Previously, he had heard from several coaches in the youth academy about Gadley's remarkable advancement over the past 6 months, with improvements evident almost every week. Yet he remained somewhat skeptical. Now, he finally bore witness to it himself. In the midst of his astonishment, joy soon followed. Due to Gadley's exhibited pace of improvement in training and the ongoing injury of the number 8 substitute striker, Egler, Gadley was once again included in the substitute lineup for the match roster announced on April 10th. On the evening of April 11th at 1900 hours, Nuremberg faced Schalke 04 in the 30th round of the 2011-2012 Bundesliga season, with the Grundig Stadium filled to capacity. The team had halted a streak of 4 consecutive defeats, celebrating a recent victory in their previous away match. Meanwhile, the audience was eager to witness the much-lauded prodigy, Brent Gadley. Regrettably, those hoping to see Gadley were left disappointed, as he was not granted an opportunity to take the field throughout the match. However, the game itself did not fail to impress. It appears that the previous away victory had significantly bolstered the confidence of the entire Nuremberg squad. In front of 50,000 fervent supporters, Nuremberg achieved an astonishing 4-1 triumph over the traditional Bundesliga powerhouse, Schalke 04, marking a long-awaited victory. Perhaps the match proceeded so smoothly that the exceptional newcomer, Gadley, did not receive the chance to showcase his remarkable skills as he had in the previous game, remaining on the bench until the final whistle. Despite the resounding victory, coach Dieter Hecking opted not to grant the team a respite, as the next match loomed just 2 days later on April 14th, when Nuremberg would face a challenging away encounter against Kaiserslautern in the 31st round of the Bundesliga. With substitute striker Egler still sidelined, Gadley was once again included in the squad of 18. From April 7th to April 14th, Nuremberg was set to play 3 matches within a week. A truly grueling schedule. Yet, surprisingly, Nuremberg managed to secure 2 consecutive victories in the away match against Kaiserslautern. Despite the intensity of the contest and Kaiserslautern's desperate attempts to claim victory, it was Nuremberg who struck first. In the 43rd minute, attacking midfielder Didavi unleashed a sudden shot in the penalty area, putting Nuremberg ahead 1-0. Following the halftime break, Kaiserslautern, in a bid to equalize, made 2 substitutions within 10 minutes and launched a concerted offensive. Unfortunately for them, not only did they fail to level the score, but Nuremberg also extended their lead with a goal in the 73rd minute, marking their 9th goal in the last 3 matches. After enduring 4 consecutive defeats without scoring, they had now netted 9 goals in their recent 3 games, such as the unpredictable nature of football. This unpredictability is indeed one of the charms of the sport. The second goal for Nuremberg in the 73rd minute was scored by Gadley's rival, the primary striker Peckhart. Leveraging his impressive height of 194 centimeters, he soared above 2 opposing center-backs during a corner kick, delivering a magnificent header into the net. With this goal, Nuremberg took a commanding 2-0 lead. Shortly after scoring, in the 78th minute, Peckhart was substituted by Dieter Hecking, who also replaced 2 other players, thus exhausting all substitution slots. After all, a week with 3 matches is taxing even for the fittest of athletes, and with a 2-0 lead, it was prudent to rest the starters for the challenges ahead. After Gadley took the field, he endeavored to find space to receive passes from his teammates and take shots on goal. However, following his previous match-winning goal for Nuremberg against Freiburg, which garnered significant media attention and acclaim, he found himself closely marked by the opposition from the moment he entered the pitch. In the 86th minute, Gadley received his only opportunity to shoot after coming on as a substitute. Yet his attempt was skewed wide of the post due to tight defensive pressure from an opposing defender. Notably, Kaiserslautern also failed to score during the match. Ultimately, Nuremberg triumphed over Kaiserslautern with a score of 2-0, securing their 3rd consecutive victory. Although Gadley did not score or assist, merely participating as a substitute, he nonetheless benefited significantly, accumulating experience valued at 150,000, comprising a substitute bonus of 50,000, plus a winning bonus of 100,000. In the aftermath, media coverage predominantly focused on Nuremberg's 3-match winning streak, with little mention of Gadley's lackluster performance as a substitute. Following this triumphant run, Nuremberg's standing improved to 10th place, successfully evading the relegation zone, which alleviated much of the pressure on the entire team. With the next match scheduled a week later, following an impressive 2-0 victory against Kaiserslautern, the team celebrated their 3rd consecutive win. Coach Dieter Hecking graciously granted the entire squad a well-deserved 3-day respite to recuperate. During this break, on April 16th, a Monday, Gadley invested 6 skill points, enhancing his ball control from 84 to 85, his jumping ability from 86 to 87, his physique from 76 to 77, his dribbling from 80 to 81, and his off-the-ball movement from 83 to 84, while also improving his frying meatball skill from 78 to 79, leaving him with a balance of 33 skill points. On April 18th, the team resumed training. That afternoon, after the session concluded, Gadley's total experience rose to level 9, accumulating 710,000 points, which automatically elevated him to level 10 with 100,000 points. This time, Gadley's upgrade yielded a fortuitous random skill reward, the specific breakthrough skill known as the roulette, with his overall dribbling prowess having reached 81 points. The effectiveness of this skill also proved commendable, boasting an initial attribute exceeding the 70 mark, reaching 71 points. This skill is particularly advantageous for forwards, as when perfected, it allows for a dazzling and practical method of evading defenders, significantly enhancing deception in what is already a highly intense offensive and defensive battle. After allocating one skill point to raise the roulette from 71 to 72, Gadley's remaining skill points dwindled to 9, while his total skill point balance increased to 42. Gadley's remarkable progress during training and the continued absence of striker Egler due to injury prompted Dieter Hecking to include Gadley in the 18-man squad as a substitute forward when announcing the lineup for the match on April 20th. Chapter 70. The Battle in the Rain. The content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 71. The goal from a strike. Hamburg did not place significant emphasis on Gadley's appearance. On one hand, Gadley is a newcomer to the Bundesliga. Although his debut goal garnered considerable attention, it was, after all, 2 weeks ago. Moreover, he had previously come on as a substitute in the last match without making any impact. On the other hand, Hamburg faced greater pressure regarding relegation. Nuremberg aspired to secure a place in the top 7 to qualify for the next season's Europa League, seeking merely to compete at a higher level, with little consequence if they failed. Conversely, Hamburg's situation was dire. Relegation to the 2. Bundesliga would precipitate a significant upheaval, affecting player transfers, contracts, sponsorship changes, next season's sponsorship amounts, television broadcasting revenue, advertising income, and match attendance, among other factors. In essence, while Nuremberg's pursuit of the 7th position on the leaderboard was a matter of honor, Hamburg's battle for survival was one of life and death. Thus, following a substitution by Nuremberg and the resumption of play, Hamburg did not extend special attention to Gadley's entry. Instead, they devoted most of their energy towards offensive efforts. The Hamburg defenders remaining in the backline focused primarily on marking the attacking midfielder Didavi, who had already scored 4 goals in the previous 3 matches and was deemed the most dangerous player on the field. Gadley found himself without a single defender shadowing him. Several defenders merely glanced at his positioning, convinced that their presence was sufficient to thwart his offensive maneuvers. This treatment did not lead Gadley to feel overlooked. Rather, he secretly desired even greater neglect from his opponents. His teammates were well aware of how to capitalize on this situation. After all, Gadley's debut match in the Bundesliga had unfolded in a similar manner, resulting in a last-minute goal for him. Since Hamburg failed to regard Gadley with the seriousness he warranted, the team eagerly replicated the tactics employed during Gadley's debut, hoping to assist him in securing another decisive goal. Within the first 7 minutes of his appearance, Gadley had yet to touch the ball or contest possession with any Hamburg players. The match, already complicated by rain, visibility issues, and a tense atmosphere, was exacerbated by Nuremberg's deliberate efforts to deny Gadley the ball, further diminishing the Hamburg defender's subconscious focus on him. Consequently, as the clock struck the 82nd minute, Hamburg paid the price for their disregard of Gadley. This was a collective counterattack initiated following a defensive interception by Nuremberg. Midfielder Didavi, right winger V. Laner, and left winger Robert Mack coordinated with defensive midfielder Bunjak to launch a multifaceted offensive. The intensity of this counterattack caught Hamburg off guard, leading them to overlook Gadley's off-the-ball movements. Fortune favored Nuremberg in this endeavor. Their passes were precise, and the ball evaded puddles that might have stalled their momentum, allowing their attack to advance smoothly to within 30 meters of Hamburg's goal. As V. Laner propelled the ball forward, Gadley, Didavi, and Robert Mack had already penetrated the penalty area, while Bunjak advanced just outside the box, poised to receive a pass for a potential long-range shot. Following the swift counterattack after Nuremberg's ball interception, the Hamburg team's midfielders were unable to retreat in time, leaving their defensive line undermanned and vulnerable. In this precarious situation, they could only focus on marking and intercepting Didavi and the ball-carrying Viholner. Amidst this chaos, Gadley, who had been on the pitch for only a few minutes without touching the ball, seemingly invisible, made a discreet run into the penalty area, positioning himself approximately 13 meters from the goal on the left side of the penalty spot. At that moment, Viholner executed a wall pass with Bunagaku to evade the player attempting to intercept him, subsequently delivering a precise pass to Didavi, who stood in the center of the penalty area. This development sent ripples of anxiety through both Hamburg's defenders and their goalkeeper. Didavi, the pivotal attacking midfielder for Nuremberg, had scored 5 goals in his last 4 matches, making him a formidable threat not only in Nuremberg but across the entire European football landscape. How could they afford to underestimate his shooting ability? Consequently, as Didavi received Viholner's pass and adjusted his stance for a shot, he was met with physical pressure from a nearby defender and faced an onrushing defender attempting to block his shot. While the goalkeeper remained intensely focused on preparing for the save, even the commentator anticipated Didavi's imminent strike. However, to everyone's surprise, Didavi's foot did not connect with a shot. Instead, with a deft flick of his ankle, he delivered a lateral pass to Gadelli on the left side of the penalty area. This left the defenders scrambling and the goalkeeper, who had already committed to a dive, completely off guard. With 2 defenders unable to intervene and the goalkeeper startled, turning frantically towards the left side of the goal in a desperate attempt to stop Gadelli's shot, it was already too late. Gadli received an unexpected pass from Didavi, almost unmarked, and without pausing, executed a decisive shot that elegantly found the bottom left corner of the net with his impeccable finishing skills, leaving Hamburg's substitute goalkeeper helplessly watching as the ball nestled into the goal. In the 82nd minute of the second half, Gadli, having just come off the bench, made his first touch during a counterattack, receiving a cross from Didavi inside the penalty area, and calmly slotted in his second goal in the Bundesliga. Furthermore, it was yet another crucial goal scored after the 80th minute, extending Nuremberg's lead to 2-1. Consequently, as Gadli's shot rolled into Hamburg's net, over 20,000 rain-soaked Nuremberg supporters erupted in fervent cheers and chants. Led by the stadium announcer Ken Halley, they repeatedly called out Gadli's name. Ken Halley, in the 82nd minute, Nuremberg scores. Nuremberg 2, Hamburg 1. The scorer is burnt. Fans, Gadli. Ken Halley, burnt. Fans, Gadli. Burnt. Gadli. Overjoyed, Gadli sprinted a few paces towards Didavi, embracing his assist provider, followed by other Nuremberg teammates rushing in to celebrate together. Securing a goal at such a critical moment, putting Nuremberg in the lead, filled them with hope for victory. After celebrating in the rain for over 20 seconds, Hamburg resumed play with a center kick. Chapter 72. Gadli the fortunate one. Once the match resumed, Hamburg, trailing behind, naturally intensified their offensive efforts, aiming to score, even if they could not win. A mere equalizer could be vital in their fight for relegation, as every point could prove invaluable. However, the inclement weather severely hindered Hamburg's attacks, as the relentless rain caused numerous errors, preventing them from penetrating Nuremberg's penalty area. In the final 10 minutes, Hamburg's only attempt on goal was a distant shot from outside the box, which ultimately veered far off target. Of course, Nuremberg did not manage to score again either. In the 89th minute, Gadli had yet another opportunity to shoot, but the wet ball stuck heavily to the ground, preventing him from applying sufficient force, resulting in a save by the goalkeeper. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. Thanks to Gadli's goal in the 82nd minute after coming on as a substitute, Nuremberg triumphed over Hamburg with a score of 2-1 in their home match during the 32nd round of the league, achieving their 4th consecutive victory in the last 4 games, which elevated them to 8th place in the standings. The 7th position, which grants qualification for the Europa League, is now within reach, and Nuremberg genuinely has a chance to secure a spot in next season's European competition. Therefore, despite the continued downpour, Nuremberg's players and fans engaged in a few minutes of celebratory interaction before departing. This match also awarded Gadli with experience points amounting to 200,000, calculated from his substitute appearance, 1 goal, and a winning bonus. Post-match, media coverage of Gadli was not as grand as it had been during his debut. After all, this was neither his first match nor his inaugural goal, nor a last-minute winner. It was simply a standard goal. After a day's rest, training resumed on April 23rd. On this Monday, Gadli invested 7 skill points, raising his ball control from 85 to 86, jumping from 87 to 88, physicality from 77 to 78, dribbling from 81 to 82, bicycle kicks from 72 to 73, off-the-ball movement from 84 to 85, and fried balls from 79 to 80, leaving him with a balance of 35 skill points. His fried ball skill crossed the 80 threshold, while not at the top tier of the Bundesliga. It is considered quite exceptional for a mid to lower tier team like Nuremberg. with improvements across various skills and a considerable amount of time spent in the first team. Having played several matches as a substitute and scored 2 goals, Gadley was beginning to adapt to the pace of the first team. As his reaction speed improved, his full shooting ability and the potency of his skills, all exceeding 80 points, became increasingly formidable. Consequently, during the following training days, Gadley's performance improved compared to the previous week. Notably, in a mid-training match, he scored 2 goals in 60 minutes as part of the substitute team, becoming the top scorer of that practice match and drawing the attention of teammates and coaches alike. However, there was some unfortunate news. The team's original first-choice substitute striker, number 8 Egler, who had been sidelined for several matches, had finally recovered from his injury and exhibited commendable form during training. This left some teammates feeling that Gadley might not secure a place in the upcoming matchday squad, as Egler was seen as the more reliable option. Nevertheless, when April 27th arrived and training concluded, Dieter Hecking announced the squad for the next day's match, and to everyone's surprise, it was Gadley who made the list, not Egler. This left Egler somewhat disheartened, and several of his close teammates were also perplexed. Even within the coaching staff, doubts linger in the hearts of some. No one knows that in Dieter Hecking's mind, the significance of Bernd Gadurli far surpasses that of Egler. It is not merely that Egler has been sidelined for an extended period, leaving his form uncertain, even if he were fit. Dieter Hecking would undoubtedly opt for Gadurli over Egler. This preference does not stem from Gadurli's superior abilities. Rather, it is rooted in a subtle superstition. Prior to Gadurli's promotion to the first team, the established duo of Peckhardt as the starting striker and Egler as the substitute resulted in a dismal 4 consecutive losses for Nuremberg, during which they failed to score a single goal, perilously close to relegation. And what transpired after Egler's injury? Gadley has stepped into the substitute position, making the 18-man roster. In 3 matches, he has come off the bench to score 2 goals, with 1 match yet to be played. Regardless of his appearances, the undeniable fact remains that since Egler's injury and Gadley's inclusion in the squad, Nuremberg has enjoyed a remarkable 4 consecutive victories. They have not only escaped the relegation zone but have ascended to 8th place, with a potential opportunity to compete for European qualification next season. The contrast between 4 consecutive defeats and 4 consecutive victories is exceedingly stark. Furthermore, in these 4 matches, Nuremberg has netted a total of 11 goals, averaging nearly 3 goals per game, a staggering contrast to the previous 4 matches where they failed to score even once. While certain matters must remain unspoken, Dieter Hecking is firmly convinced in his heart that Bernd Gadley is his talisman. As long as he has Gadley in the lineup, even if he remains on the bench, victories seem assured. This sentiment is one that no one within the team could have anticipated. It is a conviction held solely by Dieter Hecking. Not to mention, Gadley's 3 substitute appearances yielding 2 goals. His rapid improvement during training is equally noteworthy. Even if he were to struggle in training, Hecking would still include him in the squad. However, Gadley's commendable performances in both training and matches naturally validate Hecking's decision, leaving no room for scrutiny. Even Egler himself can only feel a sense of frustration that his injury has inadvertently provided Gadley with opportunities to play and score, unable to question Hecking's choices. Gadley embarks on another expedition with the team. On April 28, 2012, with the sound of the referee's whistle, the match between Hoffenheim and Nuremberg in the 33rd round of the 2011-2012 Bundesliga season officially commenced at Hoffenheim's home ground, the Rhein-Neckar Arena. This match marks the penultimate round of the Bundesliga season. Currently, Hannover 96 occupies the 7th position on the leaderboard with 45 points, while Nuremberg stands 8th with 43 points. Werder Bremen follows in 9th with 42 points, and Hoffenheim is 10th with 41 points. Not only does Nuremberg have the potential to replace Hannover 96, but Hoffenheim also shares the same ambition of qualifying for next season's UEFA Europa League. However, the challenge is significantly greater for Hoffenheim, necessitating 2 consecutive victories in the final 2 matches, coupled with Hannover 96 suffering 2 defeats and Werder Bremen losing at least 1 match. Nevertheless, the possibility remains. Thus, from the outset of the match, both teams unleashed their offensive prowess, fervently seeking to score and secure a triumphant victory, aiming for a full 3 points. Chapter 73, a dominant aerial advantage content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 74, taking control of one's destiny. This is a month after Gadley's promotion to the first team, during which he has assimilated the team's offensive strategies. In the youth squad, due to his exceptional shooting skills, he was the focal point of the attack, the conclusive striker with unlimited shooting privileges, resulting in fewer collaborations with teammates. Often, his teammates would adjust their movements based on his positioning, facilitating opportunities for him to score. However, in the first team, the pace of the game and the reaction speed of opponents are considerably swifter than in the youth league, leading to fewer shooting opportunities and a significant decline in his goal-scoring efficiency. Therefore, to demonstrate his worth and secure more playing time, Gadley must learn to collaborate effectively and assist his teammates. After all, he possesses ample experience in providing assists, and winning matches also brings accompanying rewards. Consequently, for the greater good, Gadley does not hesitate to play the supporting role, making runs and providing options for his teammates. Moreover, at this moment, the player he is assisting is Didavi. In the recent matches, the primary playmaker of the first team, who has consistently found the back of the net, has garnered unanimous respect. Indeed, Gadeli's timely off-the-ball movements have proven pivotal. Confronted by a Hoffenheim defender rushing out from the penalty area, Didavi chose not to risk a solo breakthrough. Instead, he deftly passed the ball to Gadeli, who skillfully evaded the defender and positioned himself at the edge of the penalty area. Upon receiving the ball within the box, Gadeli executed a seamless one-touch pass back to Didavi. This was a deft display of close-quarters interplay. However, due to Ehrenberg's persistent wing crosses and Peckhart's aerial challenges, Hoffenheim's defensive focus had shifted towards the flanks and the penalty area, leading to a lapse in their marking of Didavi. Consequently, despite the proximity to the penalty area, where one would expect numerous defenders, Hoffenheim failed to disrupt the connection between Gadeli and Didavi. Certainly, the rapidity of Didavi and Gadeli's wall pass and subsequent shot left the Hoffenheim defenders no time to reposition for defense. Didavi's recent scoring prowess and finesse are nothing short of remarkable, as Gadeli delivered a precise horizontal pass from within the box. Didavi unleashed a powerful strike from the edge of the penalty area, targeting the bottom left corner of the goal. Hoffenheim defender Camper, positioned closest to the trajectory of the ball, lunged in an attempt to intercept it. However, Didavi's shot was executed with such swiftness that Camper's desperate dive fell just short. Failing to make contact, the ball rolled past Camper's outstretched foot and found its way into the net before goalkeeper Tom Stark could intervene. In the 90th minute, Gadeli assisted Didavi in scoring Ehrenberg's third goal of the match, altering the score displayed on the stadium's electronic screen to 2-3, thereby granting the away side a renewed lead. At this juncture, the match had entered injury time. As long as Hoffenheim refrains from scoring in the remaining minutes, Didavi's goal is a decisive one. The crucial assist for this game winner was delivered by Jidzu. Consequently, when Didavi executed a compact wall pass with Jidzu and sent the ball into Hoffenheim's net, an eruption of jubilant cheers and screams filled the air from both the spectators in the stadium and the fans watching at home, celebrating Ehrenberg's resurgence in the dying moments of the match. On the pitch, Didavi, Jidzu, and their fellow Ehrenberg players succumbed to euphoric celebrations. Even the substitutes on the bench, overwhelmed with excitement, rushed onto the field, piling onto Didavi in a collective celebration. In stark contrast, Hoffenheim's players displayed a range of emotions. Some hung their heads in despair, others gazed skyward in disbelief, while a few fumed in silence, and the coach, in a fit of anger, kicked a bottle of mineral water that he had placed at the sidelines. The Hoffenheim fans, who had previously jeered Didavi and Jidzu with fervor, fell into a stunned silence, with only a handful expressing their frustration through expletives. While the majority stared blankly at the jubilant Ehrenberg players and supporters, their faces etched with despair and disappointment. Meanwhile, the few thousand Ehrenberg fans who had traveled to the away game erupted with a cheer and outcry that surpassed even that of the home crowd, releasing their pent-up excitement. After the Ehrenberg players celebrated for a little over half a minute, the referee, responding to Hoffenheim's protests, called for the celebration to conclude. As the match resumed, the clock had already reached the 91st minute, leaving Hoffenheim with precious little time to equalize. Additionally, Dieter Hecking took advantage of the opportunity to delay time with substitutions. By the time the referee blew the final whistle in the 94th minute, Hoffenheim had failed to score even once, despite their desperate offensive efforts, which resulted in 2 weak long-range shots that posed no threat to the goal. Ultimately, Ehrenberg triumphed with a 3-2 victory over Hoffenheim, thanks to Didavi's third goal, assisted by Jidzu in the 90th minute, marking their 5th consecutive win in the league. Post-match, Jidzu's experience amounted to 50,001 points for his assist and victory bonus, totaling 150,001 experience points. Although this was 50 0.000 points less than a goal would have provided, it was still commendable, certainly preferable to a loss. Adding to the excitement. In another Bundesliga match that commenced and concluded simultaneously, Hannover 96 suffered a 1-0 defeat to Bayer Leverkusen, remaining stagnant at 45 points. In contrast, Nuremberg's hard-fought victory propelled their points from 43 to 46, surpassing Hannover 96 by a single point, thereby ascending to the 7th position in the league, while Hannover 96 slipped to 8th, with Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund confirmed to compete in next season's Champions League. The Europa League slot originally designated for the cup champion has been passed down to the 7th place in the league. Thus, should the Bundesliga conclude with the current standings, Nuremberg would secure a spot in next season's Europa League, standing shoulder to shoulder with elite teams from across Europe. Although one final match remains, Nuremberg presently holds their destiny in their own hands. Regardless of the outcomes for Hannover 96 or other lower-ranked teams that might stage a comeback, as long as Nuremberg triumphs in their final match, they will earn a place in the Europa League, stepping onto the stage of European competition. Therefore, after the match, the players and fans of Nuremberg engaged in a prolonged celebration at Hoffenheim's home ground, only dispersing when the stadium staff and security, growing impatient, intervened. Chapter 75, Preparing for the final match content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 76, The maiden Bundesliga starting appearance content is currently being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 77, The final match of the season amidst a deluge content is currently being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 78, The impeccable penalty technique content is currently being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 79, A first double in the first team content is currently being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 80, The attention of the U19 national team content is currently being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 81, The score surges ahead content is currently being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 82, Counterattacking from the frontline content is currently being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 83, The first hat-trick in Bundesliga history. Although the offside trap was successfully navigated, Didavi delivered the ball into the box, positioning it perfectly before him. However, Gadelli, rushing into the penalty area, did not seize the opportunity for an immediate volley. The slight distance posed a risk of error should he attempt a hasty strike, potentially lacking the necessary power. Consequently, Gadelli opted to first cushion the ball with his foot. In this pivotal moment, his exceptional ball control, rated at an impressive 87, proved to be of paramount importance. Gadelli executed the ball clearance flawlessly, the sphere landing smoothly on the ground. However, as he released the ball, goalkeeper Leno had already lunged towards the near post, crouching low in preparation to thwart Gadelli's shot. From the side, a rapidly returning Bayer defender made a desperate dive to intercept, poised to block the shot. Any hesitation from Gadelli could extinguish this fleeting opportunity. Having transitioned to the first team and begun competing in the Bundesliga, Gadelli was acutely aware of the rapid responses of his opponents. Thus, he merely brought the ball down, adjusted his stance, and refrained from any superfluous movements. Before the opposing defender could effectively position himself to obstruct the shot, Gadelli unleashed a strike, sending the ball towards the goalkeeper's legs. Indeed, as Gadelli received the ball, lofted over by Didavi, and adjusted his positioning, he had already surged into the small box. The angle for the shot was significantly narrow. Whether targeting the near or far post, the goalkeeper's legs could easily deflect the attempt. This was not a penalty kick where precision was assured. This was a dynamic shot in play, and Gadelli could not guarantee the trajectory he desired, especially with the goalkeeper poised to react. Conversely, Leno's crouched stance created a considerable gap beneath him. Consequently, when taking the shot, Gadelli opted to aim for the space between the goalkeeper's legs, a nutmeg, despite Leno revealing a gap between his legs and Gadelli's impeccable shooting technique. The ball did not slide through as intended, but instead struck Leno's right leg. Upon witnessing Gadelli's low shot, Leno instinctively closed his legs, a reflexive motion that caused the ball to hit his right foot. Fortunately, Gadelli's remarkable shooting skill ensured that the ball still found its way beneath Leno, striking the inner side of his right foot and subsequently ricocheting into the net. In the 75th minute, Nuremberg successfully regained possession in the attacking third, with Didavi delivering a lofted pass into the box. Gadelli timed his run perfectly, evading the offside trap, and faced the goalkeeper within the small box, delivering a shot that pierced through Leno's legs to score the fourth goal for Nuremberg, completing a hat-trick. This was a hat-trick in the Bundesliga. not merely in the U23 Youth League. Furthermore, it was a pivotal moment that could influence Nuremberg's aspirations for European competition in the upcoming season. Therefore, as Gadley's shot struck the inner side of Leno's right foot and nestled in the net, the commentator Frederick exuberantly shouted at the height of his voice, "Tour! The ball is in! A hat-trick! My goodness, a hat-trick! Bernd Gadley! Gadley has achieved a hat-trick in his first starting appearance in the Bundesliga. A divine intervention! Unbelievable!" Gadley's remarkable hat-trick propelled Nuremberg to reclaim a 4-3 lead, potentially securing them a spot in the next season's Europa League. With such a dazzling performance, Gadley could easily earn a call-up to the national team for the European Championship. However, the prospect of joining the national squad or competing in the Euros remains elusive. Yet, the coach of the German U19 national team, Charlie Milo, sprang to his feet, applauding enthusiastically in the solitude of his home. Gadley's hat-trick was indeed beyond his expectations. After the applause subsided, Milo promptly took out his phone and dialed U19 national team coach Lansing Marks. "Boss, are you aware of Bernd Gadley's performance in this match?" Lansing Marks replied from the other end, "I'm currently watching another game live. What happened with Gadley?" Charlie Milo burst into laughter. "We've struck gold. Bernd Gadley made his first start today and astonishingly scored a hat-trick. 2 goals from open play and 1 penalty, and now Nuremberg is leading Bayer Leverkusen 4-3. Without Gadley's hat-trick, I reckon Nuremberg would have faced a substantial defeat." Marks was taken aback. "What? A hat-trick?" Milo nodded emphatically. "Indeed. Gadley has just netted his 3rd goal, completing his hat-trick." Marks immediately responded, "Then there is no time to waste. After the match, call Gadley at once and summon him to the team. We can deliberate on other selections later, but with such a remarkable scoring rate, Bernd Gadley's inclusion is already assured. Ensure you convey the necessary preparations and details to him, so he is ready for the U19 national team training camp." Charlie Milo accepted the offer. At the scene, Gadley was unaware that he had already secured a call-up to the U19 national team. He knew, however, that as an 18-year-old, scoring a hat-trick in his first starting appearance in the Bundesliga held significant implications for any nation. An 18-year-old who can achieve such a feat in one of the top 5 leagues, particularly in the Bundesliga, is an invaluable asset, even for a talent-rich team like Germany. While a place in the senior national team for the European Championship might be out of reach, a spot in the U19 squad was undoubtedly within his grasp. If an 18-year-old capable of such a remarkable performance were to be overlooked by the U19 national team coaches and the relevant officials, they would surely face severe criticism from the media and fans alike. Thus, Gadley, after completing his hat-trick and helping his team regain the lead, was filled with exhilaration. Completely oblivious to the fatigue that threatened to consume him, he sprinted along the sideline and executed a celebratory dive, splashing water in his wake. Shortly after, his teammates, including Didoe and Peckard, joyfully piled on top of him in celebration, channeling the collective excitement of the moment. The Nuremberg fans in the stands and those watching from home erupted in cheers and applause, while the stadium announcer, Ken Halley, led the crowd in chanting Gadley's name, a testament to their admiration. Young fans, some as young as 15 or 16, had already begun to idolize him. Dressed in raincoats, the couple Marcus and Isabella, joined by fellow supporters, cheered and clapped, tears mingling with the rain streaming down their faces. Their son had performed a hat-trick amidst the roar of over 40,000 fans at the Grundig Stadium. It was impossible for them not to feel proud and elated. A hat-trick. What an enviable accomplishment. Their son had achieved this in his first Bundesliga start, and it was clear he was on the path to becoming a great football star. Chapter 84. U19 national team call-up content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 85. Prominent agents content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 86. U19 national team report content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 87. The first goal of the national youth team, even though many skills remain unactivated and skill points have yet to be allocated. Gadley's existing abilities are already sufficient to distinguish him as an exceptional talent within the U19 national youth team. During the initial day of training, the squad did not engage in tactical exercises or competitive drills. However, Gadley's impeccable shooting technique, coupled with an impressive ball control rating of 89, dribbling at 85, and a remarkable 83 for his frying ball skill, showcased a natural flair that far surpassed that of his teammates, who were still struggling to adapt to the Bundesliga. Despite minor shortcomings in other areas, Gadley's excellence shone brightly. At the conclusion of the first day's training, Gadley earned a commendable 100 0.000 experience points. Double that of what players in the club's first team received, which was quite impressive. In the days that followed, his performance and training continued to elicit increasing satisfaction from coaches like Lansing Marks. Notably, during a 60-minute inter-squad match on May 19th, Gadelli scored a hat trick with both headers and feet, instilling a robust sense of confidence in the entire team and significantly raising expectations for the upcoming UEFA European Under-19 Championship. On the evening of the same day, the 2011-2012 UEFA Champions League final commenced at Bayern Munich's Allianz Arena, featuring the Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich against the Premier League upstart Chelsea. The players of the German U19 national team gathered at the training center to watch the live broadcast of the match. This event marked the first time a team reached the Champions League final hosted at their own stadium since the tournament's restructuring. Making Bayern Munich the inaugural team to achieve this remarkable feat, the excitement among the club's staff and players was palpable, as everyone yearned to lift the trophy on home soil. However, the match concluded with a 1-1 draw after 120 minutes, leading to a penalty shootout in which Chelsea triumphed, claiming their first UEFA Champions League title and completing their transformation from upstart to powerhouse. The Champions League final stirred Gadelli's emotions, as he envisioned himself on that grand stage, leading his team to victory. The allure of being in the spotlight was truly captivating. Nevertheless, he recognized that he still had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the Champions League final, requiring continued enhancement of his abilities, step by step. On May 21st, another Monday, Gadelli invested 7 skill points to elevate his ball control from 89 to 90, his jumping ability from 91 to 92, his physique from 81 to 82, his dribbling from 85 to 86, his bicycle kick from 76 to 77, his off-the-ball movement from 88 to 89, and his flying ball skill from 83 to 84, leaving him with a remaining balance of 37 skill points. With this upgrade, his ball control surpassed the 90 mark, granting him world-class proficiency. The day after completing this improvement, on May 22nd, the German U19 team boarded a flight to Estonia, the host country for the 2012 UEFA European Under-19 Championship. The 28 teams that successfully passed the first round of qualification would be divided into 7 groups for the second round, competing for 7 spots to advance to the final stage. Only the group winners would progress, joining the host nation Estonia, to vie for the championship title in the 2012 UEFA European Under-19 Championship. In this second round of qualification, Germany's U19 team was grouped with Serbia U19, Romania U19, and Hungary U19, which was considered relatively favorable. In the world of football, there are no weak teams in Europe. Groups such as Group A, comprising France, England, and the Czech Republic, and Group G, featuring Spain, Italy, and Belgium, are truly regarded as the groups of death. Germany's grouping was considered fortunate. However, the challenge remained that only the top team from each group would qualify for the main event, with 4 teams contending for a single spot, leaving no room for error. A slight misstep could result in elimination from the qualifiers, rendering them unable to advance to the final stage. The slots for the 2013 World Youth Championship would be determined by the top finishers of the 2012 European Championship. Failure to qualify for the main event of the European Championship would naturally eliminate their chances for the following year's World Youth Championship, ultimately concluding the U19 national team career for this cohort of players. Upon their arrival in Tallinn, Estonia's capital, although the head coach granted the team a day off, a few exuberant players ventured into the city for a brief exploration. However, Gadelli and the majority of his teammates chose to remain disciplined, opting to stay at the hotel rather than venture out. Gadelli even ventured into the hotel gym to maintain his physical condition. With more experience in European competitions than in the Bundesliga, he was determined to score as many goals as possible and gain invaluable experience. After several days of acclimatization training in Estonia, the German U19 team was set to commence their first group match. In an earlier match within the same group, the Romanian U19 team delivered a stunning 4-0 defeat to the Hungarian U19 team, leaving many astonished. Subsequently, on the evening of May 25th at 1800 hours, the first round of Group C in the second phase of the 2012 U19 European Championship qualification, featuring Serbia U19 versus Germany U19, officially kicked off at the home ground of a local amateur club in the Estonian capital. Despite the grand title of the tournament, hailed as the European Youth Championship, the format necessitated that some matches be held on amateur grounds due to the plethora of participating teams. Fortunately, in preparation for the Euro U19 Championship, The local Estonian government undertook some renovations, ensuring that the pitch was in commendable condition, rivaling that of professional clubs, though the spectator facilities were somewhat lacking. As it was merely a youth qualification match between two foreign teams, the attendance was modest, comprised primarily of expatriates from Germany and Serbia, totaling perhaps fewer than 1,000. Alongside a smattering of local Estonian citizens. Serbia, situated on the Balkan Peninsula and a former constituent of Yugoslavia, boasts an abundance of young talent regarded as among the finest in Europe. However, economic constraints have led to many gifted players remaining undiscovered and unutilized. Nonetheless, at the U19 level, the individual capabilities of Serbian players are not inferior to those of the German squad. Moreover, unlike the Germans, who place great emphasis on league play, the Champions League and the World Cup, Serbia's league remains relatively obscure, with infrequent opportunities to participate in the Champions League and the World Cup being a rare achievement. Thus, the U19 European Championship serves as a significant platform for Serbian youth to showcase their prowess. Excelling in such an international youth tournament could potentially open doors for transfers to the top 5 leagues and the opportunity to compete at the highest level. Consequently, the Serbian players were highly motivated and prepared to engage fiercely with the German team. In light of this, the German U19 team deployed a 4-2-3-1 formation, with 2 defensive midfielders stationed centrally to fortify the defense before seeking opportunities to counterattack. They were resolute in their determination to prevent Serbia from breaching their goal. The responsibility for the offensive thrust primarily rested upon Gadli and his teammates in the attacking midfield. Gadli's remarkable shooting prowess, off-the-ball movement, and leaping ability displayed during training have instilled great expectations in head coach Lansing Marks. In this match, he was designated as the starting center forward, with explicit instructions for the team to make Gadli the focal point and ultimate finisher of their offensive plays, allowing him the liberty to take all critical shots. This privilege was earned through his impeccable shooting skills showcased in practice, which are so exquisite they could evoke a sense of awe. Marks would not forgive himself if he failed to maximize Gadli's scoring opportunities. As the match commenced, Serbia, undaunted by Germany's illustrious reputation, launched a vigorous offensive in hopes of securing an early goal. The Serbian players exhibited exceptional talent, rivaling that of the footballing powerhouse Germany. In the 8th minute, Serbia's number 10, Ninki's, skillfully dribbled and executed quick wall passes with teammates, nearly penetrating the penalty area to create a scoring threat. Fortunately, German midfielder Johannes Geis reacted swiftly, intercepting the ball from the side. Germany's emphasis on teamwork and discipline effectively countered Serbia's approach, resulting in a balanced contest on the pitch. However, it was Germany who drew first blood, with the goal credited to none other than Gadli. Although Gadli showcased an impressive hat-trick in the Bundesliga, the coaching staff from Serbia regarded him with a measure of respect, yet it is ultimately the players who take to the field, not the coaches. Consequently, during the initial moments of the match, the Serbian players did not afford Gadli the attention he warranted. This oversight allowed Gadli to seize an opportunity. In the 15th minute, during an offensive move by the German team, Gadli utilized his remarkable off-the-ball movement, which had reached an impressive rating of 89, to create an unmarked space just outside the penalty area. His teammate, the right winger Julian Draxler, promptly delivered the ball to Gadli's feet. At this moment, the Serbian defenders finally realized their lapse in marking, and the last man, the number 5 center-back, rushed to cover and obstruct Gadli's path to either break through or shoot. With only one opponent in his way, and knowing that a successful dribble would allow him a direct shot on goal, Gadli opted not to pass the ball. Instead, he bravely dribbled forward, directly confronting the number 5 center-back at the edge of the penalty area. As the distance between them diminished, the center-back seized his chance to pounce, extending his foot in an attempt to poke the ball away from Gadli. However, Gadli's dribbling skills had evolved significantly, now boasting a rating of 86, allowing him unparalleled control over the ball. Observing the defender's advance, Gadli deftly halted the ball momentarily before deftly nudging it to the left, and with a swift flick of his left foot, executed a delightful turn. In a fleeting moment as the opponent advanced to challenge, Gadli unleashed his skill. A remarkable 84-rated fried dumpling technique, gliding past his adversary with effortless grace. The number 5 center-back, contemplating whether to reach out and impede Gadli, hesitated, recalling that Gadli had already breached the penalty area. He feared that a forceful pull could result in the severe consequence of a yellow card and a penalty kick. Ultimately, in that brief moment of indecision, Gadli surged past him, deftly escaping his grasp. Without waiting for the defender to recover, Gadley, having penetrated into the box, unleashed a powerful shot from approximately 10 meters out, just outside the 6-yard box, directing the ball towards the far corner of the goal. The Serbian goalkeeper, Lozenkovic, stationed at the near post, made a desperate attempt to save the shot, but was unable to reach the ball, ultimately left in despair as he watched it nestle into the net, grazing the far post. Gadley, showcasing his exceptional off-the-ball movement, dribbling, exquisite technique, and impeccable shooting, opened the scoring for the German team in the 15th minute, granting the U19 squad a 1-0 lead. The commentator from German TV Channel 4, responsible for the live broadcast of the match, exclaimed in admiration from the studio, "The goal is in. Truly a superstar capable of scoring a hat trick in the Bundesliga." The off-the-ball movement, dribbling, breakthrough, and shooting prowess exhibited by Bülent Gadley during this attack were evidently superior to those of his peers on the field. Gadley's future is immensely promising. Chapter 88. Securing the victory. As Gadley and his teammates celebrated the opening goal, the head coach, Lansing Marx, stood on the sidelines, clapping and nodding in satisfaction. Due to the defensive stance of the German team and the attacking strategy of Serbia, this was Gadley's first shot of the match, which unexpectedly resulted in a goal. Although being able to score a hat trick in the Bundesliga seemed somewhat excessive for the European U19 Championship, the swift achievement of a goal in the opening match took Marx by surprise. The remarkable precision of Gadley's shooting skills, coupled with his rapid progress, is truly astonishing. The match continues. Serbia, as a constituent member of the former Yugoslavia, undoubtedly boasts players of exceptional talent. Not long after Gadley's goal, in the 21st minute, Serbian forward Aksan Dajevic, positioned within the penalty area, received a pass from his teammate and, having deftly turned away from the German central defender, struck the ball into the net, equalizing the score at 1-1. The Serbian players gathered in celebration, while the fans in the stands erupted into applause with palpable joy. Following the equalizer, both teams exchanged vigorous attacks, showcasing a match that was undeniably evenly matched. In the 32nd minute, Gadley was presented with an opportunity to shoot from outside the penalty area. However, his effort lacked power and speed, and the angle was slightly too direct, allowing the goalkeeper to parry the shot away. By the 39th minute, Serbia nearly converted a chance from a free kick taken in the attacking third, only for the ball to strike the post and bounce out of play. As the first half approached its conclusion at the 44th minute, Gadley, with his back to the goal, received a pass from attacking midfielder Emre Can within the penalty area. He turned to the right, preparing to shoot, but a Serbian defender swiftly intervened to block his attempt. In a twist of fate, Gadley's foot inadvertently flicked the ball backwards with his heel. Emre Can, who had just delivered the pass to Gadley, surged into the penalty area and, positioned 3 meters behind him, deftly connected with the ball that had been flicked back. Without pausing to control it, he unleashed a powerful shot that found the bottom left corner of the Serbian goal. Just before the end of the first half, Gadley's ingenious backheel assist enabled Emre Can to score, allowing the German team to take the lead once more at 2-1. Instead of rushing to the sidelines to celebrate, Emre Can spun around and embraced Gadley, exclaiming with excitement, "That was brilliant, Gadley. Your backheel flick was nothing short of genius. I almost didn't react in time." Jiao Li, embodying the humble demeanor characteristic of the Chinese people, remarked, "I am merely fortunate. Your positioning and shooting are far more crucial." Indeed, irrespective of individual accolades, it is undeniably a boon for the German team to regain the lead over their opponents. Thus, the other teammates surged forward, enveloping the two in exuberant celebration. Naturally, the Serbian side was incensed, eager to equalize at once. However, the time remaining in the first half was insufficient for such a swift response. After a brief period of jubilation among the German players, the match resumed, and not long thereafter, the referee signaled the conclusion of the first half. With the teams heading into the interval at a score of 1-2, the German U19 team enjoying a slender advantage. Following a 15-minute intermission, the teams reconvened for the second half. As the latter commenced, Serbia launched a fierce assault on the German half, attempting to capitalize on the German side's momentary disarray. Yet, the German players' inherent caution and discipline thwarted Serbia's sudden onslaught. Not only did the attack fail, but Serbia also found themselves on the receiving end of a counterattack. In the 48th minute, as Serbia's offensive was intercepted, a swift counter initiated by forward Kudry, central midfielder Emre Can, and left winger Kevin Frandl unfolded through a series of triangular passes. Given Kudry's previous contributions of a goal and an assist, He found himself heavily marked by the Serbian defense, denying him an opportunity to shoot. However, this excessive focus on Kudry, coupled with the nature of their counter, left Serbia's defensive line undermanned. Ultimately, after Kudry and Emre Can drew the majority of Serbia's defensive attention, Kevin Frandl seized the moment, cutting in from the flank and deftly maneuvering past the solitary defender before entering the penalty area to score. With this, Germany extended their lead to 3-1, boasting a 2-goal advantage. Thus, the 3 goals for Germany were attributed to Kudry, Emre Can, and Kevin Frandl, showcasing a commendable distribution of scoring responsibilities. In the ensuing minutes, Emre Can and Kevin Frandl enjoyed more possession than Kudry, strategically designed to mislead their adversaries, allowing Kudry to focus solely on the final strike. Indeed, as the match progressed, Serbia, already trailing by 2 goals, concentrated their efforts on offense. In defense, the increased possession of Emre Can and Frandl diverted primary defensive attention towards them, causing a lapse in the marking of Kudry. Then, in the 67th minute, Germany once again intercepted the ball in midfield, launching a counterattack. With Serbia's defensive resources stretched thin, they instinctively directed their primary focus on Emre Can and Frandl. This allowed defensive midfielder Johannes Geis to execute a long pass that directly sought Kudry. Well prepared, Kudry, utilizing his remarkable off-the-ball movement rated at 89, timed his run perfectly to evade the last Serbian defender, receiving Geis's pass and finding himself in a one-on-one situation. With the linesman refraining from raising the flag for offside, Kudry, undeterred by the defender's gestures signaling for offside, confidently advanced several meters, adjusted his position, and, without waiting for the approaching Serbian defenders, executed a delicate lob over the advancing goalkeeper into the net. The exquisite technique of Kudry's lob sent the ball soaring over the goalkeeper's head, tracing a parabolic arc before nestling just beneath the crossbar and into Serbia's goal. In the 67th minute, Kudry's lob completed his brace, elevating the score to 4-1, thereby securing a 3-goal lead for Germany. The commentator from the German television studio erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Tor! Another goal! Brent Gadley!" He completed a remarkable brace, propelling the German team to a commanding 4-1 lead. The match has lost its suspense. We have triumphed. In his debut for the U19 national team, Gadley orchestrated a splendid performance, contributing 2 goals and 1 assist. Truly deserving of the title of a burgeoning star capable of achieving a hat-trick in the Bundesliga. Following in the footsteps of Mario Götze, Germany is poised to unveil yet another prodigious talent. Chapter 89. The stunning U19 national team debuted to score twice and provide an assist in his first appearance for the U19 national team, while ensuring a probable victory for his team, has left Gadley in high spirits. He celebrated exuberantly with his teammates for nearly a minute before returning to his half in response to Serbia's protests, allowing them to commence the play from the center circle. Once the match resumed, Serbia, trailing by 3 goals, naturally intensified their offensive efforts in pursuit of a goal. Miracles of overcoming a 3-goal deficit do occur in football, and they sought to test their luck. However, it was evident that such a miracle was not destined for Serbia today. By the 72nd minute, Serbia had yet to find the back of the net. At this juncture, coach Lansing Max substituted the fatigued Gadley, preparing him for the upcoming match. In the inaugural match of the tournament, Gadley showcased an impressive performance with 1 assist and 2 goals, earning him recognition from Max as a crucial scoring asset for the German team. Naturally, it was prudent not to expend excessive energy in a match that was already, for all intents and purposes, secured. Instead, he would conserve his stamina for the next opponent. In the subsequent match, Gadley was honored with applause from hundreds of German expatriates in the stands. Following his stellar contribution, the pressure on the Serbian defense eased somewhat, allowing them to advance more boldly in their offensive endeavors. Consequently, in the 80th minute, Serbia's forward Aleksandar Mitrovic scored, narrowing the score to 2-4. However, this would be Serbia's final goal of the match. Thereafter, the German team shifted their focus to defense and were unable to add further goals. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee signaled the end of the match, marking the German U19 national team's 4-2 victory over Serbia U19 in the first match of the second round of the 2012 UEFA European Under-19 Championship qualifiers, thus securing a triumphant start. With the conclusion of the first round, Romania stood at the top of the group with 3 points and a goal difference of 4, while Germany followed closely in second place with 3 points and a goal difference of 2. Serbia occupied third place, and Hungary was in fourth. Given that only one team from each group would advance, the situation remained precarious, not only for Germany, but also for Romania, necessitating continued effort from all teams involved. Nonetheless, for Gadelli, the match was a rich source of experience. Firstly, the experience gained from starting in the U19 European Championship qualifiers and scoring was substantial. The total experience amounted to 200,000 for the starting position, plus 400,000 for the 2 goals, 100,000 for the assist, and 200,000 for the victory bonus, culminating in an impressive total of 900,000. This propelled Gadelli's total experience to 562,000, enabling an automatic promotion to level 12 with 563,000 experience points. With this elevation came new skills, and Gadelli was fortunate to acquire an acceleration skill, which held a base attribute of 63. As a forward already gracing the Bundesliga stage, an acceleration attribute of merely 63 explained Gadelli's persistent feeling of sluggishness. His initial speed was lacking, causing him to miss out on opportunities as opponents often seized the advantage. Enhancing the acceleration skill would significantly improve his starting speed, bolstering his ability to reclaim the ball, evade defenders, and capitalize on chances. Having invested 1 skill point to elevate his acceleration from 63 to 64, Gadelli found himself with 19 skill points remaining from the 20-point reward received upon leveling up. With the addition of his original skill points, Gadelli's balance surged to 56. This was merely a result of the experience gained from the match, not to mention the tasks at hand. In this match, Gadelli accomplished 2 objectives. Task 14, marking his debut for the German U19 national team, and Task 15, scoring the first goal for the U19 team, earning a total of 20 skill points as a reward, which brought his total skill points to 76. The impressive balance of 76 skill points filled Gadelli with a sense of newfound wealth, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. Having completed the preliminary tasks, he naturally looked ahead to the subsequent ones. Task 16, advance to the main event of the 2012 U19 European Championship. Task details, assist the German U19 national team in securing first place in their group during the second round of qualifications to advance to the finals of the 2012 U19 European Championship. Success reward, 10 skill points. Failure penalty, none. 1 match equates to 700,000 experience points, even without the system's tasks. Gadelli would strive relentlessly to help the German U19 team progress to the main event of the European Championship. The task rewards felt like a fortuitous windfall, igniting Gadelli's motivation even further. In addition to the rewards from the system, Gadelli received considerable praise from the media post-match. Although the attention of all media and fans was primarily focused on the newly crowned Champions League champions Chelsea and the impending 2012 European Championship, the German U19 team celebrated a triumphant start in the second round of qualifications. Gadelli's remarkable performance in his first U19 match, contributing 1 assist and scoring 2 goals, garnered much acclaim from both German media and fans. The German U19 team achieved a victorious start, with Brent Gadelli dazzling in his debut, providing 1 assist and netting 2 goals, leading the German U19 team to a 4-2 victory over the Serbian U19 team in the second round of qualifications for the European Championship. The U19 European Championship saw Germany triumph 4-2 over Serbia in a stellar opening match, with Gadelli's outstanding performance of 1 assist and 2 goals. In 2011, the previous year, Mario Götze of Dortmund was awarded the prestigious Golden Boy Award by Tuttosport, which is bestowed upon the most outstanding player under the age of 21 in Europe, positioning him as the focal point of global attention as Germany's next generation of superstars. While discussions were still abuzz regarding the heights that Mario Götze might reach, another prodigious talent emerged from the German U19 squad, a striker capable of executing a hat trick in the Bundesliga and making a striking debut in the U19 European Championship with 2 goals and an assist. This revelation invigorated both German media and fans alike. It is worth noting that the last time Germany claimed the World Cup was in the distant year of 1990. Over 2 decades ago, the national team reached the semi-finals in the last 3 World Cups, and in 2002, they even made it to the finals, only to succumb to the formidable Brazilian team led by the legendary Ronaldo. The absence of a championship title has lingered as a source of disappointment. German media and fans have long yearned for the emergence of even more gifted players, capable of leading the national team to lift the World Cup trophy once again. Much like Ronaldo did for Brazil, the arrival of Mario Götze ignited a spark of hope. However, as he had displayed his talent from a young age, his success was not entirely unexpected. In contrast, the sudden rise of Burkhard Jidzu has brought a refreshing surprise to both media and supporters. Should these two super talents flourish together, the prospects for the German team in the 2014 and 2018 World Cups appear exceedingly promising. After just one match with the U19 national youth team, Gederli has already emerged as one of the future leaders that many German fans have high hopes for. Chapter 90. The second match against Romania. The schedule for the tournament is relatively tight. After merely a day's rest, on May 27th, the German U19 team faced the Romanian U19 in their second group match. In the first group match, both Romania and Germany secured victories, earning 3 points each, with their rankings determined solely by goal difference. Therefore, the second group match essentially became a contest for the top position between Germany and Romania. The team that emerges victorious will significantly enhance their chances of advancing as group leaders with 2 consecutive wins. However, Romania boasts a superior goal difference, meaning that a draw would still leave them in first place. Thus, Romania approached the match with a psychological advantage over Germany, who felt a more pressing need to secure a win. Consequently, once the match commenced, Romania did not attack with the fervor seen in their first game, opting instead for a more solid defensive strategy. Particularly, Gederli, who had already showcased his prowess with 2 goals and an assist in the previous match, became the primary focus of Romania's defensive efforts. They were keen to avoid a scenario reminiscent of Serbia's experience, where Gederli had pierced their defenses with ease. In the 6th minute, Gederli found a gap at the left corner of the penalty area, but unfortunately, his teammate hesitated under pressure from an opposing player, causing the opportunity to vanish as a defender intercepted the ball. By the 14th minute, winger Julian Draxler made a run down the flank and delivered a cross. Gederli, with his remarkable leap of 92 centimeters, outjumped the opposing center back to connect with the ball, attempting a header. However, his technique was lacking, and the ball sailed over the crossbar. Germany's offense was more prolific, yet Romania's defense held firm, denying Gederli and his teammates any significant opportunities. By the end of the first half, Germany had failed to score, although Gederli had a few shooting chances. They were thwarted either by the steadfast defense of the opponents or by being too centrally placed for the goalkeeper to block. Of course, luck also plays a role in football. Each goal carries an element of fortune. Clearly, Gederli's misfortune in finding the net during the first half was evident. Fortunately, Germany's offensive pressure kept Romania in check, with their limited counterattacks failing to yield any goals. For both sides, a draw was a result that could be begrudgingly accepted. Due to the goal difference, the situation was slightly unfavorable for the German team. After a brief intermission of 15 minutes, both sides resumed the match. At the onset of the second half, Germany made a tactical substitution. Coach Max replaced a central midfielder with the towering substitute striker, Philipp Hoffmann, who stands at an impressive 195 centimeters, shifting to a 4-1-3-2 formation with dual forwards. While both players are essentially strikers, Gederli's dribbling and off-the-ball movement capabilities far surpass those of Hoffmann. Therefore, Max instructed Hoffmann to position himself at the forefront, allowing Gederli to operate as a shadow striker, exploiting his ability to find space and create shooting opportunities. Max's substitution proved to be a masterstroke. Shortly after the second half commenced, in the 51st minute, German winger Kevin Flandrup executed a 1-2 wall pass with attacking midfielder Emre Can along the sideline, deftly maneuvering past the Romanian fullback before delivering a low cross. Hoffmann, with his towering height, seized the first touch in the penalty area, leaping high to deliver a precise header that redirected the ball to Gederli, positioned on the edge of the penalty box. Without allowing the ball to touch the ground, and before the approaching Romanian defender could intervene, Gederli unleashed a powerful volley, sending the ball hurtling towards the goal. Fortuitously, everything fell into place for Gederli, from Hoffmann's successful header to the space he had created with his off-the-ball run. Culminating in the exquisite volley, the execution was flawless. As Gederli struck the ball with ferocity, it veered sharply, evading the Romanian defender who lunged in a desperate attempt to block, soaring over Hoffmann, who had ducked to avoid the ball, and, in a moment of despair for the Romanian players and fans alike, it soared into the left side of the net, just before the goalkeeper could react. Gadli has once again found the back of the net, propelling the German U19 team to a 1-goal lead over the Romanian U19 squad. Witnessing Gadli's spectacular volley that sent the ball soaring into the Romanian goal, Lansing Max exuberantly embraced his assistant coaches on the sidelines. This celebration was not solely for Gadli's magnificent strike, but also for the team's successful breach of Romania's defensive shell, taking the lead. Once the score shifted, Romania found themselves unable to maintain their defensive stance. With only one qualification spot available in each group, Romania had no option but to adopt an offensive approach. This, however, left their defense vulnerable, thereby increasing the likelihood of further German goals. Indeed, following Gadley's opening strike, Romania was compelled to advance their formation in a bid to counterattack. Yet, in the realm of football, mere aggression does not guarantee goals, particularly when the German team was well prepared for Romania's counteroffensive maneuvers. They not only thwarted Romania's attacks, but also posed a constant threat to the Romanian goal through swift counterattacks. Despite Gadley and Hoffmann not exhibiting remarkable speed in their advances, the flanks remained an option. Both players, being strikers, possessed impressive aerial prowess within the penalty area, with the flank players executing breakthroughs and delivering crosses. Gadley and Hoffmann positioned themselves centrally to contest headers, a tactic well aligned with the current configuration of the German squad. Even if Romania anticipated Germany's intentions, they could not effectively counter them. Given that the goal was centrally located, any team's flank defense inherently harbors vulnerabilities. In the center, facing Gadley, who boasts an impressive jumping ability of 92, and Hoffmann, towering at 195 centimeters, Romania found themselves at a significant disadvantage. In the 64th minute, Germany indeed capitalized on a cross from the flank, with Hoffmann contesting a header in the middle, nearly extending Germany's lead. However, Hoffmann's header was somewhat on target yet unfortunate, as it was instinctively parried away by the goalkeeper's swift hand. Gadley barely had the opportunity to make a follow-up shot, as the goalkeeper swiftly seized the ball and pressed it to the ground. Nevertheless, the German team maintained their lead throughout the match. As time passed, Romania grew increasingly anxious, pushing their formation higher and intensifying their offensive efforts. Although more than 20 minutes remained in the game, scoring a goal in football is notoriously challenging and often relies on a stroke of luck. Consequently, the Romanian players' desire to equalize became more frantic, leading to an ever more exposed defense and greater gaps in their half. They were well aware of the risks associated with this strategy. Yet in the face of a deficit, they had no choice but to hope that Germany's counterattacks would falter. Chapter 91. A triumphant advance to the UEFA European Championship finals. Alas, the prayers of the Romanians went unanswered. Not only did they fail to score, but they also conceded another goal in the 70th minute. This setback stemmed directly from Romania's offensive play, which was intercepted by the German team, leading to a counterattack. Hoffmann, Emre Can, and Draxler executed a triangular passing sequence down the right flank, drawing the attention of nearly the entire Romanian defense. Gadley, with his exceptional off-the-ball movement, stealthily positioned himself at the outer edge of the left corner of the penalty area. Ultimately, the attacking midfielder, Emre Can, opted not to pass the ball to the flanking Draxler. Instead, he pivoted and delivered a precise ball into the vacant space at the left corner of the penalty area. Caught off guard by the counterattack, the Romanian defenders, lacking in numbers, turned to see the unmarked Gadley charging into the box, poised to strike. Even if they had wished to rush in to block the shot, it was already too late. In this swift counterattack, Gadley surged across the penalty line, and with all his might, he unleashed a powerful shot from the left corner of the area, sending the ball soaring towards the bottom right corner of the goal. Gadley's impeccable shooting technique enabled him to consciously target the bottom right corner of the goal, as this was the opposite direction to where the goalkeeper would attempt to save. Previously, having observed Gadley's positioning on the left, the Romanian goalkeeper, upon receiving a pass from Emre Can, instinctively lunged towards the left side of the goal. Consequently, Gadley opted to strike towards the bottom right corner, contrasting with the goalkeeper's focal point of defense. Indeed, upon recognizing the trajectory of Gadley's shot, the Romanian goalkeeper, who was diving to the left, was taken aback. He attempted to pivot back to the right, but the shift in his center of gravity momentarily rendered him rigid on the goal line. By the time he regained his balance and dove towards the right, it was already too late. Gadley's impeccable shooting technique was on full display, as this time he faced no interference, allowing him to execute a shot of exceptional quality. The ball rolled past the goalkeeper's outstretched hands from a considerable distance, nestling into the bottom right corner of the net, brushing against the far post. Gadley showcased an impressive performance, netting 2 goals and propelling the German team to a 2-0 lead. With merely around 23 minutes remaining, including stoppage time, the match seemed all but secured. Consequently, shortly after Gadley's second goal, coach Lansing Max substituted him with a defender, opting to conserve energy for the upcoming match. Facing a 2-goal deficit, Romania launched a desperate offensive in the remaining minutes. ultimately scoring in the 89th minute to narrow the gap to 1-2. However, by this juncture, it was too late. They lacked the time to equalize. After 3 minutes of added time, the referee signaled the end of the match, culminating in a 2-1 victory for Germany's U19 team in their second group stage match of the UEFA European Championship qualifiers, securing their second consecutive win and placing them at the top of the group with 6 points. In a subsequent match, Serbia triumphed over Hungary with a score of 1-0, resulting in Hungary's dismal performance of 2 consecutive losses, yielding no points and no goals, thus eliminating them from the tournament. Romania and Serbia, on the other hand, now share 3 points, occupying the second and third positions, respectively. The final group match will see Romania and Serbia clash, while Germany, facing the weakest team in the group. Hungary, already eliminated, only needs to avoid defeat to progress, leaving their prospects bright. After the match, Gadli and his teammates approached the stands to engage with the hundreds of German supporters who had come to cheer for the team. Having scored 4 goals and provided 1 assist across 2 matches, Gadli undoubtedly emerged as the team's standout star, receiving enthusiastic adulation from fans, many of whom sought his autograph and photographs. Gadli himself garnered an impressive 70 experience points, comprising a starting bonus of 200,000, 2 goals amounting to 400,000, and a victory reward of 100,000. That evening and the following day, the German media significantly amplified their coverage of Gadli. After all, while his performance in the first match, a goal and 2 assists, might have been attributed to fortune and extraordinary skill, his consecutive brace in 2 matches, which nearly secured Germany's qualification, is a testament to his true prowess. Much like the previous fervor surrounding Mario Götze, the attention from both the German media and fans towards Bernd Gadli surged dramatically, surpassing even the acclaim he received during his hat-trick in the Bundesliga. The following day brought not only media praise, but also marked another Monday, during which Gadli allocated 8 skill points, enhancing his ball control from 90 to 91, his jumping from 92 to 93, his physique from 82 to 83, his dribbling from 86 to 87, his acceleration from 64 to 65, his bicycle kick from 77 to 78, and his off-the-ball movement from 89 to 90. With his remaining skill points now standing at 68, his off-the-ball movement crossed the 90 threshold, elevating him to a world-class level. Furthermore, with the increase in his physique, Gadli's weight rose by 1 kilogram to 84 kilograms, thereby augmenting his capacity to contend against opposing defenders. After a 2-day respite, on May 30th, the final group match between Germany and Hungary officially commenced. For Hungary, already eliminated, this match was merely superfluous, regardless of their performance. They could not rekindle their hopes of qualification. Moreover, this was neither a World Cup nor a European Championship, nor even the main event of a European Under-21 Championship, but merely the second round of qualifying for the Under-21s, devoid of any honor to contend for. Consequently, Hungary exhibited a significant lack of motivation, deploying a defensive 5-4-1 formation, effectively parking the bus and simply aiming not to concede. As for the solitary forward, he only pretended to be in an attacking position, often retreating to his half to aid in defense, and whenever there was a counterattack, it rarely reached the German penalty area before the ball was intercepted. Throughout the match, Germany dominated Hungary's half, playing with ease and enjoyment. With a draw sufficient for qualification, the German team remained relaxed. Nevertheless, they swiftly took the lead. The primary factor was the towering presence of German striker Philipp Hofmann, standing at an impressive 195 centimeters, surpassing even Hungary's tallest goalkeeper. How could the opposition defend against such a height advantage? In the 25th minute, during a corner kick, Hofmann soared in the penalty area, executing a header that found the back of the net, securing a 1-0 lead. Even after conceding, Hungary remained unhurried, lacking any urgency to launch a significant counterattack. As for them, a win or loss held no value. Both outcomes resulted in elimination. As long as the goal is defended and minimal goals are conceded, the task is deemed accomplished. However, for Gadli, each goal represents a wealth of experience and potentially enhances the chances of victory. Therefore, Gadli continues to diligently position himself, striving to shoot and score. Despite Hungary employing an exceedingly defensive formation, Gadli has demonstrated exceptional prowess in off-the-ball movement, achieving a remarkable 90 in U19 competitions. In the 39th minute, Gadli discovered a fleeting gap within the densely packed Hungarian penalty area and surged forward. The winger, Julian Draxler, timely delivered the ball to Gadeli's feet. What followed was straightforward. Gadeli leveraged his height and weight to shield himself against the approaching defender, expertly controlling the ball with a technique rated at 91. Taking a step to adjust before unleashing a powerful shot into the net. Gadeli's impeccable shooting technique produced an exquisitely angled shot, despite the goalkeeper's valiant attempt to save. He ultimately could not thwart Gadeli's goal, helplessly watching as the ball sailed past his fingertips and into the net. Gadeli once again found the net, assisting the German team in establishing a commanding 2-0 lead. However, Hungary's formidable defensive strategy proved effective, as Gadeli could not secure another goal for the remainder of the match. In the 68th minute, the coach substituted him. Despite this, Hungary did not attempt a counterattack but instead continued to fortify their defenses, striving to prevent Germany from extending their lead. Yet, even this modest aspiration eluded them. In the 84th minute, with little defensive pressure, left-back Nico Schulz boldly surged forward. After executing 2 successive wall passes with teammates, he cut into the penalty area and unleashed a left-footed shot that curled into the far corner, sealing the score at 3-0. The final score was 3-0. As the German U19 national team triumphed over Hungary in the last group match of the second-round qualifiers for the 2012 UEFA European Under-19 Championship, finishing with 3 victories and a total of 9 points, confidently advancing to the tournament finals. This match afforded Gadeli an impressive tally of experience points: 200,000 for starting, 200,000 for his goal, and 30,000 for the win, totaling 700,000. Furthermore, upon the German U19 team's progression to the finals, Gadeli completed his objective of aiding their qualification for the 2012 U19 European Championship, earning a reward of 10 skill points, bringing his balance to 78. This time, Gadeli did not receive a new task, leaving him uncertain as to why. Perhaps new tasks would be assigned upon his next selection for the U19 national team, once the tournament officially commenced. Nevertheless, this did not dampen Gadeli's spirits. Throughout the 3 U19 matches, he achieved 5 goals and 1 assist, propelling Germany to 3 consecutive victories and a prominent advancement to the tournament finals, a performance unparalleled among the 28 teams in the second-round qualifiers. Consequently, following the conclusion of the second round, not only did German media take notice, but even outlets from other European nations reported on Gadeli, heralding him as a new prodigious talent emerging after Mario Götze. His scoring rate appeared even more formidable than that of Götze. His agent, Archie Beck, contacted Gadeli to inform him that several prestigious clubs had expressed interest and were initiating preparations for his potential recruitment. According to FIFA regulations, Gadeli's current contract includes a protection period. During the protection period, as long as the club is unwilling to purchase, Nuremberg can disregard any exorbitant transfer fees offered by other prestigious teams. Even the payment of a buyout clause is rendered futile, as such clauses only become effective after the protection period has elapsed. However, the quandary lies in the fact that prior to this, Gadeli had not exhibited such formidable potential, and the buyout clause that Nuremberg had negotiated was rather modest. Once the contract's protection period concludes, those elite clubs can effortlessly acquire Gadeli for a mere fraction of the buyout fee, which would undoubtedly place Nuremberg at a significant disadvantage. Consequently, Nuremberg is urging Becker to expedite negotiations regarding Gadeli's contract extension with the club. Otherwise, the upper management will be left in a state of unease. Chapter 92. Surging strength after the qualification matches. The UEFA European Under-21 Championship will commence a month later. Following a celebratory banquet, the players returned home for a brief holiday. The upcoming month marks a time of exuberance for the 2012 UEFA European Championship in Poland and Ukraine. This celebration is not solely confined to European media and fans. It is a global festivity. Europe is universally acknowledged as the epicenter of footballing prowess. And the adage "there are no weak teams in Europe" aptly encapsulates the formidable nature of European squads. In truth, aside from the broader participation and heightened influence, the quality of teams and the caliber of competition in the European Championship surpass even that of the World Cup. Gadeli harbored aspirations of participating in the European Championship. However, his brief tenure in the Bundesliga precluded him from receiving a call-up to the national team. On June 3rd, the final round of the Southern Regional League for Germany's U19 concluded, with Nuremberg's U19 squad finishing in 9th place on the leaderboard. Despite Gadeli having made over 5 appearances for Nuremberg's U19 team, the quest to secure the U19 League Championship ultimately ended in disappointment. What lay ahead was the anticipation of watching live broadcasts of the European Championship from the perspective of a professional player. Observing how the continent's elite athletes executed their craft and how forwards orchestrated their goals. The tournament officially commenced on June 8, 2012, with the opening match featuring the host nation Poland against Greece, which concluded in a 1-1 draw. Germany was placed in Group B, commencing their first group match on June 9. Group B was notoriously dubbed the Group of Death, featuring former European champions Germany, the Netherlands, and Denmark, all formidable contenders. Germany and the Netherlands had also reached the semi-finals of the 2010 World Cup, showcasing their formidable form. Denmark, albeit with just one European Championship title to its name, had previously triumphed over Portugal in the qualifiers, proving their mettle. Portugal, bolstered by the world-class talents of Cristiano Ronaldo, commanded respect from every opposing team. The Group of Death was no jest. The first match in Group B further intensified the stakes of this formidable group. The Dutch team, adorned with stars such as Sneijder, Robben, Van Persie, Van Bommel, De Jong, Heitinga, Van der Vaart, and Huntelaar, suffered an unexpected defeat, losing 0-1 to Denmark. This shocking upset sent ripples of trepidation through the media and fans associated with all teams in Group B. The second match saw Germany take the field. The challenges of the Group of Death were evident. Throughout the first half, the attacking trio of Thomas Müller, Zil, Podolski, and Gomez struggled to penetrate Portugal's defense. It was not until the 72nd minute of the second half that midfielder Khedira provided an assist to Gomez, scoring the solitary goal of the match and securing a narrow 1-0 victory for Germany over Portugal. Subsequent matches underscored Germany's steadiness, as they triumphed in all three group stage encounters, advancing to the quarterfinals. In the quarterfinals, Germany achieved a convincing 4-2 victory over Greece, propelling them into the semifinals. However, they faced Italy's impenetrable defense and the explosive Mario Balotelli, who scored twice in the 20th and 36th minutes, leading Germany to concede defeat early. They managed to pull back a goal via penalty in the 90th minute, but it was too late to alter the outcome, resulting in Germany's elimination at the hands of Italy. Yet, Italy, too, could not claim the championship, suffering a devastating 4-0 defeat to Spain in the final, marking the largest margin in European Championship history. Spain emerged as the first team in football history to win 3 consecutive major tournaments: the 2008 European Championship, the 2010 World Cup, and the 2012 European Championship, establishing an unprecedented Spanish dynasty. During the European Championship, Germany's U19 national team convened for training and preparation for the upcoming European U19 Championship. In the weeks leading up to the tournament, Gadli dedicated himself to rigorous training, accruing 5 weeks of skill points, enhancing his ball control from 91 to 96, jumping from 93 to 98, physicality from 83 to 88, dribbling from 87 to 92, acceleration from 65 to 70, bicycle kicks from 78 to 83, off-the-ball movement from 90 to 95, and finishing from 85 to 90, leaving him with a balance of 38 skill points. Attributes exceeding 95 place him among the elite few in football history. His jump of 98 undoubtedly positions him as the best in the world. Additionally, the increase in physicality brought Gadli's weight to 85 kilograms and his height to 188 centimeters. The enhancements in jumping ability, height, weight, and physicality significantly augmented his advantage in aerial duels. As previously mentioned, higher attributes exponentially enhance comparative advantages. For instance, Gadli's current combination of dribbling and finishing, while perhaps not matching Messi, already qualifies him as a master of the sport, rendering him nearly uncontainable by ordinary defenders. In a recent training match following his recovery, Gadli executed a remarkable feat, maneuvering past 3 defenders from outside the penalty area before scoring. Over the course of the 60-minute match, he netted an impressive 5 goals, showcasing his extraordinary prowess. Compared to the previous U19 European Championship qualifiers, there is a palpable sense that Gadli's abilities have seen a significant elevation. Such rapid development in such a short span has astonished his coaches and teammates. Naturally, this has incited a wave of excitement, as there is a belief that the German U19 team could potentially overcome formidable opponents and claim the championship, paving their way to the U20 World Cup. Though media and fans may not place great emphasis on the European U19 Championship or the U20 World Cup for the participating athletes, Being selected is an opportunity to strive for glory and gain invaluable experience and credentials. On the eve of the European Under-19 Championship, following the training session on July 2nd, Gadali's overall experience had risen to level 12, amounting to 3,306,000, automatically upgrading him to level 13 with 650,000. This time, Gadali was fortunate to acquire a rather practical skill, shot power, with an initial attribute of 72. This skill would determine the power and speed of Gadali's shots. The greater the power, the faster the speed, making it increasingly difficult for goalkeepers to save. Consequently, Gadali promptly allocated a skill point to elevate his shot power from 72 to 73. After this upgrade, he was left with 19 out of the 20 skill points gained, resulting in a total of 57 skill points at his disposal. With his enhanced capabilities, Gadali eagerly awaited the commencement of the European Championship to showcase his prowess. Chapter 93, The Clash of Germany and France at the European Championship on July 3, 2012. The 19th European Under-19 Championship officially commenced in Tallinn, the capital of the host nation, Estonia. The 7 group winners from the second round of qualification, along with the host team Estonia, formed 2 groups for the group stage, with the top 2 teams from each group advancing to the semifinals. Additionally, the 2013 World Youth Championship allocated 6 slots to Europe, meaning that the top 3 teams from each group in the final stage of the European Championship would qualify directly for next year's World Youth Championship. In this edition of the European Championship, Spain U19, Greece U19, Portugal U19, and host Estonia U19 were placed in Group A, while Germany U19, England U19, France U19, and Croatia U19 comprised Group B. Germany found itself once again in a challenging group. In the opening matches of Group A, as anticipated, Greece succumbed to Spain, and Estonia fell to Portugal. In the first match of Group B, England drew 1-1 with Croatia, setting the stage favorably for the upcoming encounter between Germany and France. Whichever team emerged victorious in this match would gain a significant advantage in the quest for group advancement. At 17:45 local time on July 3rd, the match between Germany U19 and France U19 officially commenced, marking one of the most formidable clashes in the group stage of this European Championship. The French squad boasted the prodigious talent of Pogba, while the German team featured the 18-year-old sensation Gadali. Although Pogba had long been a household name, Gadali had recently made headlines with his remarkable hat-trick in the Bundesliga and 5 goals across 3 matches in the second round of qualification for the European Championship, drawing attention that rivaled Pogba's. However, as the match began, the French team did not adopt a defensive stance merely due to Gadali's rising fame. Under Pogba's orchestration, they swiftly launched an offensive towards the German half. Their perception of Gadali was still rooted in the performance from over a month prior during the second round of qualification. Yet, Gadali had significantly enhanced his primary skills by 5 points, exceeding the French team's expectations. Merely 4 minutes into the match, Gadali seized an excellent opportunity to shoot. Utilizing his impressive off-the-ball movement, now rated at 95, he effortlessly found space outside the French penalty area before they had fully recognized his threat. Midfielder Emre can deliver a precise through ball to Gadali, although he did not find himself in a one-on-one situation, as he faced a French center-back, Delac. Positioned just outside the penalty area, Gadali's dribbling skill had reached 92, complemented by a dribbling attribute of 90. Thus, upon receiving Can's pass and executing a turn, Gadali surged toward Delac, who stood firm at the penalty area line, blocking his path into the box. Fully aware that any foul within the penalty area could lead to a penalty kick. Thus, he did not retreat, waiting for Gadali to approach, intending to intercept the ball directly. As the two neared each other, Delac had already prepared to seize the opportunity. However, just as they reached an appropriate distance, Delac lunged forward to intercept the ball, only for Gadali to deftly pull the ball away, evading Delac's attempt. In the next instant, he executed a fluid maneuver reminiscent of a perfectly fried dumpling, effortlessly bypassing Delac. Although Delac immediately reached out, tugging and pulling in an attempt to bring Gadali down outside the penalty area, the 188 centimeters tall, 85 kilograms, and 88 physique Gadali shook off Delac's grasp like a young bull, swiftly penetrating the penalty area. At that moment, neither the defenders rushing back from behind nor the French defender approaching from the side could intervene in time. Having shaken off Delac, Gadali surged into the penalty area with the ball, denying them any chance to reposition. He struck the ball directly within the penalty area. The French goalkeeper positioned himself at the near post, but Gadali aimed for the far corner. His exquisite shooting technique, combined with the unimpeded opportunity following his breakthrough, allowed him to find an exceptionally narrow angle, easily eluding the goalkeeper's outstretched fingers and nestling the ball against the far post into the French net. Nearly 4 minutes into the match, Gadley opened the scoring, propelling Germany to a 1-0 lead. This was the UEFA European Under-19 Championship, and the venue was a professional football stadium with a capacity of over 10,000. Although the stands were not entirely filled, this highly anticipated clash between Germany and France drew nearly 7,000 to 8,000 spectators. Among them were around 3,000 fans from both the German and French teams. Not merely local expatriates, but devoted supporters who had traveled from their homelands to witness the European Championship firsthand. Initially, the French had high hopes for Pogba. But to their astonishment, just 4 minutes into the match, Gadley, considered Pogba's greatest rival, had already scored, putting Germany ahead. The 3,000 German fans in the stands erupted in jubilant applause, celebrating Gadley's goal. On the sidelines, German U19 coaches like Ranson Max and Charlie Milo joined in the excitement, exchanging high fives in celebration. Although Gadley had demonstrated a remarkable improvement in training over the past few days, even they were unprepared for his dream start just 4 minutes into the intense encounter against France. This performance was truly extraordinary. Even Gadley himself felt a mix of excitement and surprise, not anticipating that the first goal of the UEFA European Championship would come so swiftly and effortlessly. While he had previously scored 5 goals in a training match that had been against lesser opponents with minimal defensive intensity, scoring in a competitive match was undoubtedly of a higher caliber. He was grateful for the French team's underestimation. After celebrating with his teammates for nearly half a minute, Gadley returned to his half, allowing the French team to resume play from the center circle. Following the restart, the French, having learned their lesson, naturally heightened their vigilance against Gadley. However, trailing in score, they needed to focus on offense while simultaneously tightening their defense against counterattacks from Germany and Gadley's movements. In Chapter 94, the first match showcased a hat trick. Pogba, undoubtedly the most anticipated talent before Gadley's emergence in this U19 European Championship, orchestrated the play. In the 17th minute, French forward Samnik received a pass inside the penalty area and struck the ball decisively, successfully equalizing the score to 1-1. After conceding a goal just 4 minutes into the match, French fans were finally able to celebrate with unrestrained enthusiasm. Although this goal was not assisted by Pogba, it featured 2 pivotal passes from him that transitioned the play, underscoring his undeniable ability to orchestrate the attack. The match continued. Despite the French intensifying their marking of Gadley, they occasionally found themselves helpless against his extraordinary individual prowess. In the 24th minute, Germany earned a corner kick. Gadley, leveraging his remarkable jumping ability of 98, coupled with his impressive physique, leaped high within the penalty area, overpowering 2 opposing defenders to make contact with the ball. Unfortunately, his header was slightly too centered, allowing the goalkeeper to instinctively parry it away, while a quick-thinking French defender cleared the danger. In the 29th minute, Pogba unleashed a powerful long-range shot from outside the penalty area, but his aim faltered, sending the ball wide of the far post. The highly anticipated clash between Germany and France indeed proved thrilling, with both teams evenly matched, and the performances of Gadley and Pogba living up to expectations. The back-and-forth battle was lively. However, Gadley had already showcased his capacity for a hat trick in the Bundesliga, while Pogba struggled to establish himself at Manchester United and was likely to seek new opportunities this summer. The European Championship served as a platform for Pogba to exhibit his talents, with numerous scouts from top 5 leagues observing him from the stands. However, the absence of a contract renewal from Manchester United after last season indicated underlying issues. In today's match, Gadley, having significantly improved over the summer, was beyond what Pogba could compare to. Even though the French had heightened their focus on Gadley, implementing tight defense, U19 players ultimately lacked the defensive experience and cohesion to adequately contain a player with Gadley's off-the-ball movement rated at 95. In the 38th minute, a German counterattack ensued after intercepting a French offensive play. With the French defense stretched thin and unable to adequately cover, Gadley exploited the ensuing space in the penalty area. The ball was perfectly delivered to him by the wing midfielder Kevin Vland, and by the time the French defenders and goalkeeper realized the unfolding situation and attempted to regroup, it was already too late. Gadley, with remarkable composure, utilized his impressive ball control skills rated at 96 to momentarily pause the ball, ensuring a more advantageous shooting stance. After all, the speed of the pass from Vland was rather swift, and there exists a risk of miskicking when striking a rapidly moving ball. The subsequent events unfolded without suspense. With a perfectly timed adjustment, Gadley executed his shot flawlessly, sending the ball into the lower left corner of the net with his exquisite shooting technique. Despite the goalkeeper's utmost efforts to intervene, he was utterly powerless against Gadley's shot aimed directly at the dead corner. Gadley performed a remarkable feat by scoring twice, propelling the German team to a 2-1 lead over France. The atmosphere was electric, as both the spectators in the stadium and those watching from home erupted into resounding cheers, with many in the stands chanting Gadley's name in reverence. Following the restart of the match, the trailing French team, orchestrated by Pogba, launched a counterattack. While Pogba undeniably possesses exceptional individual talent and is undoubtedly one of the elite midfield orchestrators at the U19 level in Europe, he lacks the finishing prowess characteristic of a forward like Gadley. In the 43rd minute, Pogba delivered a brilliantly penetrating pass into the German penalty area. Unfortunately, the French forwards were unable to replicate Gadley's striking finesse, squandering the golden opportunity that Pogba had meticulously crafted, sending the shot wide of the post. A minute into stoppage time, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, with both teams heading into the break with a score of 2-1 in favor of Germany's U19 team. After a 15-minute intermission, the teams resumed play. In the second half, the German squad continued to embody the steadfast spirit typical of their national team, neither retreating into a defensive shell nor recklessly launching into an all-out attack, but rather engaging in a tactical contest with the French side. Beyond the midfield genius of Pogba, France's defense boasted considerable talent as well. In the 51st minute, Gadley received the ball just outside the penalty area and attempted to replicate his first goal by maneuvering past the French defender Varane to score. However, Varane's defense was remarkably composed. He neither recklessly lunged to give Gadley a breakthrough opportunity nor retreated excessively to allow him space for a shot. Ultimately, with assistance from a nearby defender, Varane forced Gadley to pass the ball back to a teammate, extinguishing what could have been a promising scoring chance. Nonetheless, football is an unpredictable sport. Varane could not maintain close vigilance over Gadley at all times. Moreover, defenders are inherently at a disadvantage. They might successfully thwart Gadley's efforts 9 times, but a single lapse could lead to a goal. Given Gadley's impressive off-the-ball movement skills, rated at 95, the young players of France's U19 team found it nearly impossible to achieve a defensive success rate of even 90 against him. During a German attack in the 64th minute, right midfielder Draxler delivered a cross from the flank, and Gadley, anticipating the play, positioned himself advantageously within the penalty area. With an extraordinary jumping ability rated at 98, he leaped above a French centre-back who was several centimeters taller, directing a powerful header towards the goal. Although Gadley did not employ his heading technique, he had diligently practiced it during training sessions. This time, he successfully connected, avoiding the fate of sending the ball soaring over the bar or into the grasp of the goalkeeper. Gadley's header evaded the goalkeeper's outstretched fingers and soared into the net of the French team. In the 64th minute, Gadley completed his hat-trick, propelling the German U19 team to a commanding 3-1 lead in this fierce encounter against France. The German fans, both in the stadium and those watching from home, erupted into jubilant applause and cheers. The commentator for the live broadcast on German television, Andrew Neville, exuberantly exclaimed from the commentary box, "To a hat-trick. Bernd Gadley has achieved a hat-trick. My goodness, it is extraordinary. Absolutely unbelievable." Gadley has completed his hat-trick in the 64th minute of the opening match against France in the European U19 Championship. The midfield prodigy, Pogba, hailed by the French, was entirely overshadowed by Gadley's brilliance. Indeed, Gadley stands as the most remarkable revelation of this U19 European Championship. Chapter 95, An Abundance of Experience. Gadley's remarkable hat-trick propelled the German team to a commanding 3-1 lead over France, leaving the French side in a state of disarray. In response, the French team swiftly substituted 2 attacking players to bolster their offensive efforts. However, in the 69th minute, Germany launched another counterattack, with Gadley nearly evading a defender and penetrating the box for a shot, startling the French squad. Consequently, despite not being a defensive player, Gadley's presence on the field significantly occupied the attention of the French defense, deterring them from committing too many players forward to assist in the attack. By the 75th minute, the French had yet to find the back of the net. At this juncture, Gadley's stamina waned, leading head coach Lansing Max to replace him with substitute striker Philipp Hoffmann. After Gadurley departed the field, the French team finally summoned sufficient strength to launch a vigorous offensive, leaving only a solitary center-back to shadow Philipp Hoffmann in defense. However, it is often the case in football that mere numerical superiority does not guarantee goals. It was not until the 89th minute, when the match seemed on the verge of conclusion, that the French team managed to equalize through a collective assault, culminating in a stunning strike from Pogba just outside the penalty area, bringing the score to 2-3. Pogba's goal was nothing short of spectacular, showcasing his extraordinary talent. Yet, rather than celebrate, he sprinted towards the net, retrieved the ball, and gestured for the German team to hasten their restart from the center circle, as time was running short for them. Despite the French team's fervent efforts in the final stages, with even the last center-back crossing the halfway line, the clock was not in their favor. As the 3 minutes of stoppage time elapsed, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match, and the French team failed to secure a second goal. The German team triumphed in the opening group match with a score of 3-2, marking a victorious debut in the Franco-German clash. Gederli, having executed a hat-trick in his first match, outshone Pogba to emerge as the most anticipated star of the tournament. The experience gained from the Euro Championship finals far exceeds that of the qualifiers, with each start and goal contributing to an impressive total of 400,000. Thus, Gederli's hat-trick earned him an astounding 1,800,000 in experience points, 400,000 for starting, 200,000 for 3 goals, and a 200,000 bonus for winning. Such an accumulation of experience is truly remarkable. If every match could witness a hat-trick, then 2 matches would suffice for promotion, in addition to gaining experience. After the first match, Gadli received a new mission, Mission 17, U19 European Championship champion. Mission details: the host is requested to assist the German U19 national team in securing the championship title at the 2012 UEFA European Under-19 Championship. Success reward: 20 skill points. Failure penalty: none. This ignited Gadli's anticipation and motivation for the forthcoming matches. Following the initial round of group matches, Gadli secured his position at the top of the tournament's scoring chart with 3 goals, garnering significant coverage from major media outlets across Europe. Although the U19 European Championship is not considered a major event, the year 2012 is marked by Spain's dominance in the European Championship and their consecutive victories in 3 world tournaments, alongside the globally anticipated London Olympics. Thus, media attention on the U19 matches was sparse. Nevertheless, Gadli's achievement of a hat-trick attracted considerable attention, and many outlets hailed him as the most surprising revelation in European football this year. However, this newfound attention also resulted in meticulous scrutiny and intense defensive strategies from his opponents. Any player who manages to score a hat-trick in the opening group match would inevitably find it impossible to remain under the radar in subsequent games, as they would be subjected to stringent marking. 2 days later, the second round of group matches commenced. In the first match of the same group, Pogba was seemingly undeterred by Gadli's performance. Instead, it appeared to galvanize him, as he delivered 2 assists and helped France secure a 2-0 victory over Croatia. Subsequently, at 17:30 on July 6th, the second match of Group B in the 2012 U19 European Championship commenced, featuring Germany U19 against England U19. Indeed, every nation's youth team boasts players who their media and fans regard as future stars, and England U19 is no exception. With the prominence of the Premier League and the advanced nature of English media, the recognition of English talents surpasses that of players from other countries. Although Gadli had previously netted a hat-trick in the Bundesliga and scored 5 goals across 3 qualification matches, and had also showcased a hat-trick in the first match of the tournament, he could not match the notoriety of Harry Kane, the Tottenham forward in the England U19 squad. Despite Kane's struggles to establish himself at Tottenham and his recent history of loan spells, the proud English still regard him as a potential global superstar. Conversely, Bernd Gadli represents the proverbial monkey reigning supreme in the absence of a tiger, merely enjoying his time in the comfortable confines of the Bundesliga. Should he find himself in the Premier League, it is likely he would struggle to outperform Kane. Both the media and fans in England viewed this match as an opportunity for Harry Kane to decisively triumph over Gadli, thus proving himself to be the most promising rising star of the tournament. Kane, filled with ambition, although not entirely convinced by the media's and fans' belief that he surpasses Gadli, still wished to showcase his prowess and establish himself as a top-tier talent. Gadli has demonstrated his prowess by scoring a hat-trick in both the Bundesliga and the European U19 Championship, and he is eager to prove his capabilities. particularly in head-to-head encounters. This ambition fuels his competitive spirit, and after the match commenced, he exhibited remarkable dynamism, seizing the opportunity to initiate England's first attack in the second minute when they gained possession. Regrettably, his shot lacked the finesse of Gadley's technique. Although it was powerful and appeared threatening, its trajectory was too straight, allowing German goalkeeper Timo Horn to comfortably secure the ball. Despite the miss, the English fans in the stands perceived Harry Kane's attempt as a significant threat and responded with thunderous applause. The commentators from English television were equally effusive in their praise, extolling Kane's effort to such an extent that those who did not witness the match might have believed his shot found the back of the net. This tendency of the English media to lavish praise on players holding an English passport is well known, often inflating the market value of English players compared to their peers of the same age and skill level. Chapter 96. Consecutive victories ensure advancement due to the lingering animosity stemming from World War II. The hostility between England and Germany is as palpable as that between China and Japan. Thus, every encounter between these two nations on the football field is laden with tension and intensity. This rivalry is one reason why the English media hopes for Harry Kane to outshine Gadley in performance. In addition to Kane's personal quest for goal-scoring opportunities, the English defense implemented stringent measures to closely mark Gadley. While media exaggeration may cloud perceptions, the coaching staff of the England U19 team is acutely aware of Gadley's potential threat. If the French were caught off guard by Gadley's impressive rise in form during the summer break, England could not afford to replicate such a miscalculation in their second match. Consequently, from the very first minute, England assigned centre-back Eric Dier to shadow Gadley closely, with other players ready to provide support based on Gadley's movements. In essence, whenever Gadley entered the English penalty area, there was an assurance that he would be closely followed, with preparations in place for additional defensive support should the primary marker be breached. This level of attention is typically reserved for global superstars. While Gadley may not yet be a world-renowned figure, his remarkable hat trick in the opening match of the U19 European Championship has established him as a superstar at this level, rendering such close marking entirely justified. Gadley's acceleration, speed, reflexes, and agility remain dormant in the face of such close scrutiny from his opponents. It is indeed challenging to seize a moment to showcase his impeccable shooting prowess. However, as the English players expend considerable defensive efforts to tightly mark Gadley, it is inevitable that other German players will find ample opportunities to launch attacks. In the 18th minute, left-back Nico Schulz surged forward to join the offensive play. After executing a couple of wall passes with Kevin Friend and Emre Can, he unleashed a long-range shot from just outside the left corner of the penalty area, curling the ball toward the far corner. Unfortunately, the angle was not particularly acute, and the English goalkeeper Sam Johnstone managed to deflect it, causing the ball to ricochet off the far post and back into the penalty area, where it was subsequently cleared by an English defender. Although the attempt did not result in a goal, German coach Lansing Max seemed to have discovered a new frontier. He observed that as Schulz prepared to shoot, the opposing centre-back Eric Dier, who was closely marking Gadley, was inevitably drawn to the trajectory of Schulz's shot, his gaze following the ball's flight until he finally exhaled in relief upon witnessing the goalkeeper's save. This reflects a common tendency among many. The eyes follow the ball. Particularly when someone takes a shot, everyone is eager to witness the outcome, whether it results in a goal or not. However, during this attack, as Schulz struck the ball and Dier's gaze followed its trajectory, Max observed that Zut did not mirror Dier's fixation on the ball. Instead, he capitalized on Dier's momentary distraction to make an unmarked run into the penalty area. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor him, as Zut's path did not coincide with the ball's rebound off the post, rendering his movement futile. Yet, through Schulz's attempt, Dier's lapse in concentration, and Zut's off-the-ball run, Lansing Max seemed to unearth a novel insight. After observing for another 10 minutes, seizing an opportunity when the ball went out of play, Max suddenly called over the winger Julian Draxler, who was running along the touchline, and quietly relayed a few strategic instructions. Upon receiving the directives, Draxler re-entered the field to convey Max's latest tactical adjustments to the players in action. Subsequently, it became apparent that the German team intensified their long-range shooting efforts, with Zut's formidable presence drawing the attention of England's defense. Midfielders like Brandt, Draxler, and Emre Can found themselves with ample space to shoot. Although the success rate of long-range shots is typically low, Max's strategy was not solely reliant on these attempts to score. One of his objectives was to divert the attention of Eric Dier, who was closely marking Zut. by increasing the number of shots, thereby creating opportunities for Jidzu's off-the-ball runs and follow-up attempts. Undoubtedly, Max's tactical instructions during the match bore a stroke of brilliance. Once the new strategy was communicated, Germany managed only 3 long-range attempts before Jidzu seized a chance for a follow-up. In the 33rd minute, when Emre Can laid the ball off from outside the box, the supporting midfielder Andre Hoffmann surged forward and unleashed a powerful strike from approximately 26 meters out. Dier, who was marking Jidzu, could not help but be drawn to Hoffmann's shot and the trajectory of the ball, allowing Jidzu to slip past him into the small box. Consequently, Jidzu capitalized on the opportunity. Hoffmann's shot was powerful, and although it was directed somewhat straight, goalkeeper Sam Johnstone did not dare to catch it directly. Instead, he merely palmed it away. His intention was to deflect the ball out for a corner, but unexpectedly, the force was too great, causing it to strike the left post and rebound back into the penalty area, right into Jidzu's path. What a chance! The German fans in the stands rose in anticipation, their eyes fixed on Jidzu, while the English supporters erupted in a cacophony of boos, hoping to disrupt Jidzu's follow-up. However, Jidzu's composure disappointed the English crowd. He did not falter. Despite the rebound coming back at high speed and still in midair, Jidzu expertly extended his foot and executed a volley, sending the ball back into the net. An England defender rushing and failed to reach the ball, colliding with Jidzu on the edge of the small box, but it was too late. The ball had already found its way into the English goal. In the 33rd minute, Jidzu scored, giving Germany the lead at 1-0 against England. The German fans, both in the stadium and watching from home, erupted into jubilant cheers, while head coach Lansing Max raised his fist in triumph, exclaiming a resounding "well done." Gadley's goal was a direct result of his tactical adjustments made during the match. Witnessing the success of these adjustments brings unparalleled joy to a coach. After rising from the ground, Gadley celebrated with his teammates. Despite facing stringent defensive measures from the English players, which were significantly more intense than those of the French, the satisfaction of scoring in consecutive matches was not lost on Gadley. However, to feel content would be a fallacy. The experience garnered from the UEFA European Under-21 Championship, which holds immense national honor, far surpasses that of the Bundesliga, making it imperative for him to seize every opportunity to enhance his experience. Consequently, as the match resumed, Gadley continued to make relentless runs, striving to shake off the tight marking of Eric Dier to create shooting opportunities. Yet, having previously allowed Gadley to slip away for a second chance, Dier was acutely aware of his error and dared not lose focus again. Thus, in the ensuing moments, Dier remained glued to Gadley's side. With Gadley struggling to accelerate and break free from Dier's tight defense, the prospect of obtaining a shooting opportunity grew increasingly elusive. In addition to the stringent marking on Gadley, the trailing English side was naturally compelled to launch offensives in pursuit of goals. Their efforts bore fruit just before halftime. In the 42nd minute, England manufactured a corner from a long-range shot. Central defender Jamal Lascelles surged into the box, seized the first touch, and scored with a header, leveling the score at 1-1. Following a minute of stoppage time, the referee signaled the end of the first half, with both teams heading into the break at 1-1. After a 15-minute intermission, the teams returned to the field for the second half. As the second half commenced, the English players persisted in their tight marking of Gadley, with Eric Dier shadowing him closely. Do not even mention shooting. The opportunities to possess the ball were exceedingly scarce. In the 49th minute, Gadley, with his back to the goal, received the ball within the penalty area, intending to pivot and shoot. However, under the close scrutiny of Dier's tight defense, his attempt ricocheted off Dier's calf and out for a goal kick. By the 56th minute, Gadley, positioned just outside the penalty area, executed a deft maneuver to surpass Dier, aiming to penetrate the box for a shot. Unfortunately, Dier, having been outpaced, committed a foul from behind, causing Gadley to lose his balance and control of the ball, which was seized by another defender, Raschke, who executed a timely tackle. Yet, while Gadley was being meticulously marked and denied any significant shooting chances, his German teammates found themselves with numerous opportunities. Although their shooting prowess paled in comparison to Gadley's, the sheer volume of attempts ultimately led to success. In the 63rd minute, Gadley made a lateral run within the penalty area, drawing both center-backs toward the right flank. This left space for the attacking midfielder, Emre Can, who delivered a diagonal pass into the left side of the penalty box. Sven Flanders, the left winger, made an incisive cut into the area, skillfully controlling the ball and deftly maneuvering past the onrushing fullback. Before creating an opening, and unleashing a low shot that found the back of England's net. With Sven Flanders scoring, Germany regained the lead at 2-1. With the scoreline now against them and the second half underway, England was compelled to intensify their offensive efforts. Their situation was considerably more precarious than that of Germany, as they had drawn their opening match against Croatia 1-1. A loss in this match would likely result in their elimination, even if they managed to win their final game. Hence, upon the resumption of play, England escalated their attacking momentum, particularly through Harry Kane, who was expected to deliver. He tirelessly sought opportunities to shoot and score. However, his shooting skills were nowhere near Gadley's level. Despite his evident talent at the tender age of 18, like Gadley, he struggled to secure a starting position at Tottenham and was frequently loaned out. Even with several shooting opportunities in the second half, he failed to convert. Conversely, Gadley found himself with another shooting opportunity in the 72nd minute, following a break in play after an England attack was intercepted. Germany executed a swift counterattack, efficiently moving the ball to the outskirts of England's penalty area. The abruptness of Germany's counter caught England's defense off guard, leaving only 3 defenders, including Deer, to mark Gadley. This created a 3-on-3 scenario involving Gadley, Emre Can, and Draxler. Given Gadley's remarkable off-the-ball movement rating of 95, Deer was unable to maintain effective close marking unless he resorted to physically holding Gadley's shirt, which would inevitably result in a foul. Thus, Emre Can delivered a precise through ball into the penalty area, allowing Draxler to evade the offside trap. Without breaking stride, he executed a lateral pass directed toward Gadley's run. The ball rolled past Deer, who was positioned centrally, enabling Gadley to deftly adjust his trajectory to evade Deer, receiving Draxler's pass on the left side of the penalty area. Before Deer could intervene with a desperate tackle, Gadley executed a precise shot that found the lower right corner of England's goal. The goalkeeper, John Stone, lunged toward the left, but could only watch in vain as the ball nestled into the net. A magnificent brace. Gadley astonishingly scored a second goal, extending Germany's lead to 3-1, bringing his total tally to 5 goals. In just 2 matches, his remarkable performance has utterly captivated all German fans, both in the stadium and those watching from home, who erupted in fervent applause and cheers. Commentator Andrew Neville showered Gadley with accolades, hailing him as the brightest star of the current UEFA European Under-21 Championship. Once Gadley and his teammates finished their celebration and the match resumed, England, trailing by 2 goals, had no choice but to push forward aggressively, striving to equalize and even overturn the deficit. However, in the realm of football, every goal is indeed a hard-fought endeavor. Despite the English team's relentless efforts, scoring proved to be a formidable challenge. Under the pressure of the German defense, they found themselves with scant opportunities to shoot. Those few chances were further squandered by the poor shooting skills of the English players. In the 77th minute, observing that England had yet to find the net, Max substituted Gadley with substitute striker Philip Hoffmann, conserving energy for the next match. Following the departure of Gadley, the defenders of the England team exhaled with considerable relief, emboldened to venture forward in their offensive endeavors. Yet, despite this newfound audacity, the England squad found themselves unable to secure a goal, and in the 84th minute, they narrowly escaped conceding another counterattack goal to the German side. Regrettably, Philip Hoffmann's shooting prowess faltered, as his final attempt, hindered by the last defender of England, veered off target and was valiantly parried by goalkeeper John Stone, preventing the score from escalating to 4-1. Had that scoreline been achieved, it would have signified a resounding triumph, an utter rout of England. Alas, that outcome eluded them. By the conclusion of the match, England had failed to net even a single goal, and Germany too could not extend their lead. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee signaled the end of the match, with the German U19 team triumphing over the England U19 squad with a score of 3-1, securing victory in their second group match of the European Championship. In a scenario where both England and Croatia had drawn 1 and lost 1, accumulating merely 1 point, the German U19 team, with 2 consecutive victories and 6 points, had already advanced to the semifinals. The final match would merely determine whether Germany would finish first or second in their group. A perfect record in the group stage would undeniably grant them the top position, setting them up to face the second-place team from Group A, thereby securing a more favorable opponent. Consequently, after the match, the already qualified German team engaged in a prolonged celebration with their supporters in the stands. In this match, Gadurli secured a starting position, earning a remarkable 400,000 experience points, along with 2 goals contributing an additional 800,000 and a victory bonus of 400,000, culminating in a total of 1.6 million experience points. This propelled his overall experience to 13 levels, amounting to 3.66 million. Should he replicate such a performance in another match akin to this encounter with England, an upgrade would be imminent. Following the match, numerous German and European media outlets reported on Germany's consecutive victories leading to early qualification, as well as Güderli's impressive feat of scoring twice once again. In the U19 European Championship, Germany's U19 team emerged victorious in 2 consecutive matches, advancing from a challenging group, with Güderli dazzling by netting 5 goals across these games. He currently occupies the top position on the U19 European Championship scoring leaderboard, establishing himself as the tournament's most radiant star. In the second round of the B group matches held yesterday afternoon, the German U19 team triumphed over the England U19 team with a score of 3-1, securing their place in the semi-finals ahead of schedule. Güderli, who achieved a hat-trick in the first match, continued to excel in the subsequent game, scoring twice to aid Germany in their victory over England. Having amassed 5 goals in 2 group matches, Güderli is 2 goals ahead of the second-place contender, making him a strong candidate for the Golden Boot in this tournament. Notably, these 5 goals were not scored against weaker opponents, but rather against formidable teams such as France and England. Under the spotlight of Güderli's brilliance, even the likes of Pogba from France and Kane from England seem less exceptional. Undoubtedly, Güderli stands as the most prodigious talent of this U19 European Championship. If this trajectory continues, I am filled with anticipation regarding Güderli's performance in the upcoming Bundesliga season in the UEFA Europa League. Perhaps we are witnessing the emergence of a superstar, following in the footsteps of Messi and Ronaldo. Although Güderli is merely 18 years old and still possesses a youthful naivety, his rapid ascent from the Nuremberg U17 team to U19, U23, and the first team, culminating in his selection for the German U19 national team in the European Championship qualifiers and the main tournament, reveals an extraordinary pace of development over the past 6 months that shows no signs of abating. The limits of Güderli's potential remain unknown, and we express profound concern for his future. As the European Championship progresses, we will continue to assign reporters to cover each of Güderli's matches, bringing you the latest updates on his performances. Chapter 97. Dominance and Strength. On July 9th, the final match day of the European Under-19 Championship group stage, which also happened to be a Monday, Gadli allocated 9 skill points to enhance his abilities. He elevated his ball control from 96 to 97, his jumping from 98 to 99, his physique from 88 to 89, his dribbling from 92 to 93, his acceleration from 70 to 71, his bicycle kick from 83 to 84, his off-the-ball movement from 95 to 96, his fried ball technique from 90 to 91, and his shooting power from 73 to 74, leaving him with a remaining balance of 48 skill points. To prevent any match fixing or collusion, the last 2 matches of the group were held simultaneously. In Group A, the concluding fixtures pitted Portugal against Greece and Estonia against Spain. As expected, the hosts, Estonia, fell to Spain with a score of 0-2 after 90 minutes. However, the surprise came when Portugal lost 2-3 to Greece, evoking memories of Greece's victory over Portugal in the finals of the 2004 tournament, a moment that encapsulated the legendary Greek saga. With this unexpected victory, Greece surpassed Portugal to claim the second spot in Group A, securing their progression to the semi-finals. While Spain naturally topped the group, the Spanish senior team, having triumphed in 3 consecutive world championships, forged an unparalleled Spanish dynasty, invigorating the U19 players to secure first place in their group. Consequently, for the teams vying for advancement from Group B, the consensus was to prefer facing Greece over Spain. Germany found itself in a similar predicament. According to the schedule, in order to face Greece, the second-place team from Group A, Germany needed to secure the top position in Group B. Currently, with a perfect record of 2 wins and 6 points, Germany stood at the forefront of Group B. A draw in their final match would suffice to clinch the top spot. If it were the Chinese team, they might rally with slogans advocating for a draw while aiming for victory. Typically, they would end up losing. However, the Germans were resolute. Before the last round of group matches commenced, Lanz and Max issued a strict edict to the team. Losing was not an option, and even a draw was unacceptable. Germany demanded nothing short of victory. Forget about merely aiming for a draw. They intended to unleash a relentless offensive to obliterate Croatia. securing an indisputable third consecutive win to claim the group title and set the stage for a semi-final encounter with the dark horse, Greece. Croatia, also a former member of Yugoslavia, boasted commendable player talent. In this edition of the European Under-19 Championship, Croatia had performed admirably, drawing 1-1 with England in their first match and narrowly losing 0-2 to France in the second, showcasing their resilience. Yet, being situated in the so-called group of death was Croatia's greatest misfortune. No matter how one compared, Croatia was undeniably the weakest team in this formidable group. In France, there is Pogba. In England, there is Harry Kane. In Germany, there is Brent Guedioui. However, Croatia lacks a highly anticipated super talent or a charismatic leader. With only 1 point accrued in the first 2 matches, Croatia yearned to engage in a fierce contest against Germany in their final group match, striving for a sufficient goal difference. This desperate strategic approach destined Croatia to be overwhelmed by Germany's counterattacks. If Germany did not possess Guedioui, a striker of impeccable shooting prowess, it might have been a different story. Yet, with Guedioui on the field, the offensively compelled Croatian team could not hope to defend their goal effectively. Everyone could foresee how Croatia would approach the final group match, including coaches like Lansing Marks from the German side, who adapted their tactical formations accordingly. Unsurprisingly, when the match between Germany and Croatia commenced, the Croatians deployed a 4-1-3-2 formation, with a playmaking midfielder rather than a defensive one, committed to offense. The German team, on the other hand, set up in a 4-2-3-1 defensive counterattacking formation, deliberately tightening their defense to lure the opposition into the open for counterstrikes. The Croatians were aware of Germany's intentions, yet having secured only 1 point in the previous matches, their only hope of advancing to the semi-finals hinged on a significant victory over Germany, while simultaneously wishing for England to triumph over France in another match. This compelled them to press forward as a unit and launch an all-out assault. The Croatian players displayed commendable technical skills, and their offensive efforts in the early stages of the match were relatively vibrant. Defensively, they were particularly vigilant in marking Guedioui, the tournament's leading scorer, preventing him from easily receiving the ball and launching counterattacks. Within the first 20 minutes of the match, both teams had several shooting opportunities, yet none were on target, leaving the score at 0-0. Even Guedioi's shot in the 12th minute was skewed due to interference from a Croatian defender. However, this stalemate was only temporary. By the 26th minute, as Germany intercepted the ball and executed a swift counterattack, Croatia's defense finally faltered. This time, it was not Guedioi's shot that breached their defenses. Rather, his movement during the counterattack distracted several Croatian defenders, forcing them to divert their attention to prevent him from receiving the ball and shooting. Consequently, their defensive focus was compromised, failing to intercept the breakthrough by winger Sven Flander. After overcoming the Croatian fullback on the left flank, Flander cut inside in. While both the center-back and the goalkeeper were preoccupied with guarding Flander's acute angle shot, he delivered a back pass, sending the ball to the penalty spot. This location was not where Guedioui was making his run. Rather, it was the position of attacking midfielder Emre Can, who surged in from behind. Guedioi's movement created an opportunity for Emre Can to strike, as he surged in from outside the penalty area, meeting Flanders' reverse pass with a deft shot that sent the ball curling towards the bottom right corner of the goal. Although Croatian goalkeeper Simon Sluga, who had previously positioned himself to thwart Flanders' attempt from the left side of the goal, had returned to the center, he found himself utterly helpless against Can's shot aimed at the bottom corner. He managed a desperate attempt to save, but it was far from sufficient, and he could only watch in despair as the ball skimmed along the grass and nestled into the net. Emre Can had given Germany the lead, 1-0 against Croatia. In the face of this setback, Croatia found themselves in a dire situation, compelled to press forward with fervor, forsaking all defensive strategies and relying solely on the fickle hand of fortune to prevent Germany's counterattacks from yielding further goals. Remarkably, luck appeared to favor Croatia. In the 31st minute during a German counter, Julian Draxler, infiltrating the penalty area, inexplicably squandered a golden opportunity presented by Guedioui, sending the ball soaring over the crossbar from a mere 5 meters out. This miss became a running joke among spectators, suggesting that even an elderly lady could have converted that chance. Draxler collapsed to the ground, his face a portrait of abject embarrassment, while his teammates, coaches, and fans were left in disbelief. Only the Croatian players and their supporters reveled in a sense of fortunate survival, convinced of their team's extraordinary luck. However, this moment of reprieve was merely a fleeting anomaly, as the ensuing match would reveal that Germany, having previously triumphed over formidable opponents like France and England. And possessing strategic superiority was not a foe Croatia could withstand. Relying on luck alone would not suffice. In the 37th minute, Croatia's defense finally succumbed to Gadli's relentless pursuit. Following a disruption of Croatia's attack, Germany launched a swift counter, exploiting the vulnerabilities in the Croatian backline, which was stretched thin and unable to cover all angles. Draxler, seeking redemption for his earlier miss, delivered a precise pass to Gadli, allowing him to execute a seamless shot from within the penalty area. By the time Gadli completed his strike, the Croatian defender who had initially lost his position rushed in an attempt to block, but it was too late. Goalkeeper Sluga was once again left powerless against Gadli's shot, aimed directly at the unreachable corner. Gadli has finally found his scoring touch in the match against Croatia, netting a goal and propelling the German team to a 2-0 lead. His total tally in this European Under-21 championship has now risen to 6 goals. In many tournaments, such a number is often sufficient to secure the Golden Boot. However, the match is far from over, and Germany still has at least one semi-final to contest. Given Gadli's current form, there is a widespread belief that his goal count will not remain at 6. Of course, whether he will secure the Golden Boot will be determined only after the conclusion of the tournament. Croatia, now facing a dire situation trailing by 2 goals, finds its chances of advancing from the group stage and into the semi-finals dwindling to almost nothing. Nevertheless, this does not imply that they will relent. Apart from striving for advancement in the current European Championship, they also have the opportunity to vie for a place in the World Cup, where the top 3 from each group can qualify. Thus, even a draw or a narrow loss could still present a chance for progression. Consequently, as the match resumed, Croatia launched an unrelenting assault. As a former member of Yugoslavia, Croatia's football prowess is indeed commendable. Just before the end of the first half, in the 43rd minute, Croatia finally breached Germany's defense through a well-orchestrated series of passes and movements, culminating in a shot from their forward, Pongresi, who successfully found the back of the net. This goal brought Croatia back into contention, narrowing the deficit to 1-2, and igniting a spark of hope among the Croatian supporters. However, time was running short for both teams in the first half. Shortly after Croatia's goal, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half, with Germany's U19 team holding a slender lead of 2-1 as they headed into the break. After a 15-minute intermission, the teams returned to the pitch. The tactical approach for the second half mirrored that of the first, with Croatia, having no alternative, continuing their offensive onslaught while Germany adopted a composed strategy of defensive counterattacks. Although Croatia managed to score once in the first half, it was primarily a result of their individual brilliance. In terms of discipline, however, the Germans exhibited superior organization. Their tightly knit defense functioned like a well-oiled machine, neutralizing the majority of Croatia's advances, even when the Croatian players occasionally showcased their talent. Their finishing lacked the precision needed to convert opportunities into goals. In contrast, the German side consistently posed a threat to Croatia's backline through their counterattacking prowess. Particularly noteworthy is Gadli's remarkable shooting prowess, which instills a sense of trepidation in all. In the 57th minute of the second half, the German team once again advanced through a counterattack, delivering the ball to Gadli's feet. This time, Gadli found himself just outside the penalty area with a Croatian defender, Jozo Simunovic, positioned directly in front of him, rendering any attempt to shoot impossible. However, Gadli refrained from passing the ball to a teammate, as Simunovic was the sole obstacle before him. Instead, he opted to attempt a breakthrough, with an impressive dribbling skill rating of 93 and a finesse of 91. Gadli executed an impeccable maneuver, successfully bypassing Simunovic and leaving him in his wake. Gadli surged into the penalty area with the ball at his feet. Just as he prepared to shoot, perhaps in despair over the current score or eager to clear the ball, Jozo Simunovic, who had just been bypassed, aggressively pulled Gadli down from the side within the penalty box. There was no doubt that Simunovic faced the severe consequences of a yellow card and a penalty awarded by the referee. Such a blatant foul elicited no protests from Simunovic or his Croatian teammates, who could only passively accept the decision. It was clear to all that if the German team converted this penalty, leading 3-1, Croatia's chances of equalizing would be virtually extinguished. The penalty was naturally entrusted to Gadli himself. Not only had he been the one to create the opportunity, but his exceptional shooting ability had been clearly recognized by Lansing Max as the team's primary penalty taker. Even penalties earned by other teammates were handed over to him. Without any doubt, Gadli executed a perfect shot, placing the ball into the top right corner of the net. although goalkeeper Slugudov in the right direction. He was far from reaching it, helplessly watching the ball find its way into the net. As the ball flew into the goal, German commentator Andrew Neville exuberantly shouted, "Tor! It's in! A dead corner! A brace!" Gudeli has scored from the penalty he created, marking his second goal. This is his 7th goal in 3 matches. While the second top scorer has only managed 3, Gudeli has nearly secured the title of top scorer of this European U21 championship and possibly even the best player. In my opinion, Gudeli is the greatest talent Germany has seen in the last decade. Even Mario Götze, at the age of 18, did not exhibit Gudeli's brilliance. Before the television, Marcus and Isabella nodded in agreement, with Isabella applauding and telling her husband, "The commentator is right. Brandt is indeed Germany's greatest talent, far surpassing Mario Götze." Marcus nodded as well, his face beaming with pride and excitement. In the stadium, after so many goals, Gudeli was no longer as exhilarated as he had been with his first. His teammates shared the same sentiment. They celebrated with a subdued high five and embraced briefly before returning to their half of the field in under 20 seconds, allowing the Croatians to restart the game from the center circle. While reason told the Croatians that trailing by 2 goals made a comeback exceedingly difficult, the unpredictable nature of football remained. Who could have anticipated that Manchester United would score twice in stoppage time to overturn the Champions League final in 1999? Upon the resumption of the match, the Croatian players clung to a glimmer of hope, launching a desperate counteroffensive. Simultaneously, the head coach made 2 substitutions, withdrawing a defensive midfielder in favor of an additional forward, thus transitioning to a 4-3-3 formation focused on aggressive attacking. Additionally, a more assistive fullback was introduced. With the exception of the 2 center backs, all players advanced beyond the halfway line to join the offensive efforts. However, even with their bolstered ranks, Croatia struggled to create significant scoring opportunities against Germany's formidable defense. When chances did arise, they failed to capitalize. In the 64th minute, Croatia generated a promising opportunity, sending the ball into an open space at the edge of the penalty area. Forward Stipe Perica evaded his marker, positioning himself before the ball, and with a deft touch, he sidestepped an approaching German defender, penetrating the box. Had Perica seized the moment to shoot decisively, he might have found the back of the net, given the threatening nature of his position. Yet, in a moment reminiscent of Balotelli's contemplative pause during the Euros, Perica seemed lost in thought. Instead of shooting immediately, he took 2 additional steps, nearing the 6-yard box, and by the time he contemplated a shot, he was met by a precise tackle from German defender Antonio Rudiger, who cleared the ball. Another center back, Matthias Ginter, subsequently booted the ball out of the penalty area, averting the danger. Perica, having lost possession, was subsequently tripped by Rudiger and lay on the ground, beseeching the referee for a foul that warranted a penalty. However, the referee dismissed his pleas, focusing instead on the ball as it exited the box. Croatia squandered a golden opportunity to score. Missteps, it seems, come with their own consequences. Perica's moment of reflection on life was not merely a missed chance. It inflicted a blow to Croatia's morale. Even if his teammates refrained from overt criticism, their internal grievances would undoubtedly linger. Consequently, in the 72nd minute, during a subsequent offensive play, Perica once again found himself in a favorable position. Yet his teammate Miskic opted not to pass the ball and instead attempted to maneuver through the defense himself. Unfortunately for Miskic, his endeavor failed, as he was decisively dispossessed by German defensive midfielder Johannes Geis, who swiftly intercepted the ball. Miskic sought to reclaim possession, but found himself physically restrained by Geis, who left no opportunity for a foul before distributing the ball, allowing the German team to launch a rapid counterattack. Following a series of swift passes, the ball eventually found its way to Gvardiol just outside the penalty area. However, this time Gvardiol refrained from attempting to breach the defense, uncertain of his success. Moreover, he possessed superior alternatives and more effective strategies. Although Götze's shooting prowess was remarkable, the overall team dynamic of Germany influenced his decisions, leading him to favor collective offensive maneuvers over reckless individual attempts when the opportunity for assured success arose. Consequently, when confronted with the interception attempts of the Croatian defenders, Götze refrained from going solo. Instead, he executed a deft lateral pass, delivering the ball to the vicinity of the penalty area, a mere 5 meters away. Kevin Flandre, making a rapid inward run from the flank, surged into the box and, anticipating the tackle of the Croatian defender Grupek, unleashed a powerful shot without pausing to control the ball, finding the back of Croatia's net. Chapter 98. Aerial assault of exceptional height in the 72nd minute. Jidzu assisted Flandre in scoring Germany's fourth goal, establishing a commanding 4-1 lead over Croatia. This scoreline essentially signified the conclusion of any suspense in the match. Shortly after Gadelli assisted Flandre in scoring, Lance and Marx substituted Gadelli with a reserve striker to conserve energy for the upcoming semifinals. During the remaining minutes of the match, the German team, intentionally holding back, failed to score again, while a demoralized Croatia could not find a way to redeem themselves. Ultimately, the final score was a resounding 4-1 in favor of Germany, who triumphed over Croatia and advanced from Group B with a perfect record of 3 victories and 9 points. Proudly moving on to the semifinals of this year's U19 European Championship, where they are set to face the second-place team from Group A, Greece. In this match, Gadli scored 2 goals and provided 1 assist, contributing to a net victory of 3 goals for his team. Consequently, his total experience accrued amounted to 2,400,000 for starting, 800,000 for the 2 goals, 200,000 for the assist, and 600,000 for the victory bonus. This remarkable achievement elevated his overall experience to level 13, totaling 5,865,000, thereby facilitating an automatic upgrade to level 14 with 867,000 experience points. Regrettably, during this upgrade, Gadli's fortune was not particularly favorable as he received the random new skill of defensive marking with an initial attribute of 27. Naturally, Gadli refrained from squandering skill points on this skill, opting instead to allocate all 20 points gained from the upgrade into his skill point reserve, thereby increasing his total skill point balance to 68. Following the match, Gadli's impressive performance, featuring another 2 goals and an assist, brought his total goal tally to 7, earning him significant acclaim from the German media. In the eyes of professionals, Gadli's prospects now surpass those of Mario Jidzu. However, as he gained fame later than Jidzu, his recognition among fans remains inferior. After all, Gadli's participation in the UEFA European Under-21 Championship cannot compare to Jidz's experience in the UEFA European Championship, where he has already established himself as a national team player. Gadli remained indifferent to these matters, as long as the system progressed steadily without mishap, surpassing not only Jidzu but also potentially eclipsing Messi and Ronaldo in the future seemed inevitable. In another match of the same group, England's U19 team triumphed over France's U19, securing second place in their group and advancing to the semifinals. Thus, the quartet of finalists for this U19 European Championship was revealed, comprising Spain as the first in Group A, Greece as the second, Germany as the first in Group B, and England as the second. The semi-final matchups pitted Spain, the top team from Group A, against England, the second from Group B, while Greece, the second from Group A, faced Germany, the first from Group B. Compared to the formidable clash between Spain and England, Germany appeared to have drawn the favorable lot. Even though Greece had previously orchestrated the legendary triumph of the 2004 European Championship, no media or fans regarded them with any seriousness. After a 2-day respite on July 12th, the first semi-final featuring Germany's U19 against Greece's U19 commenced. The Greek team, having ousted Portugal to reach the semi-finals, evidently possessed some unique attributes. Their secret closely mirrored their strategy during the 2004 European Championship, employing a robust defensive formation. They focused on solidifying their defense while executing counterattacks or capitalizing on set-piece opportunities for aerial assaults. Faced with the offensively potent German team and the prodigious Gadli, who had netted 7 goals in 3 matches, the Greeks were understandably reluctant to venture forward. From the very first minute of the match, the Greek team established their defensive posture, retrenching most of their players within a 30-meter radius of their goal, thereby adopting a fortified defensive strategy. Breaking through such a compact defense is a global conundrum, and even the German team found it challenging. Lacking distance shooting specialists, Germany's attempts were hampered as Gadli, despite his flawless shooting technique, struggled to deliver the necessary power in his long-range efforts. Fortunately, he possessed an impressive vertical leap of 99. And with his height of 188 centimeters, weight of 85 kilograms, physique rated at 89, and off-the-ball movement scoring a 96, Gadli posed a credible aerial threat within the penalty area. Moreover, in this match, coach Max Lansing opted for a 4-1-3-2 formation instead of the traditional 4-2-3-1. Alongside Gadli, Another forward was the towering Philipp Hoffmann, standing at 195 centimeters, making him the second tallest player on the field, only a centimeter shorter than the Greek goalkeeper. The combination of Hoffmann's height and Gadley's leaping ability created a tangible aerial threat to the Greek defense, even if Gadley's heading skills were not exceptional. And his scoring rate from headers fell short of that from ground shots. The Greeks could not ignore the vulnerability on the flanks, allowing Germany to repeatedly deliver crosses into the penalty area. In the opening moments, merely 5 minutes in, the right-back Gene Zimmer surged forward to deliver a cross into the penalty area, although Gadley found himself surrounded by two Greek defenders vying for the first touch. His towering stature of 89 and robust physicality allowed him to assert his position. As he leapt to meet the incoming ball, aiming for a header, misfortune struck. Despite his elevation surpassing that of the Greek defenders, one of them discreetly obstructed the referee's view and pulled Gadley down, preventing him from reaching his peak and executing a comfortable header. Ultimately, while he did make contact with the ball, it lacked power, merely grazing off his head before gently drifting towards the goal, where it was easily gathered by the Greek goalkeeper, Stefanos Kapino. Although this attempt did not find the back of the net, it nonetheless posed a threat and granted Gadley a sense of engagement in aerial duels within the box. The remainder of the match unfolded with the Greeks maintaining a dense defensive formation, while the German side relentlessly pursued aerial assaults. Besides Gadley's leaping ability, Philipp Hoffmann's height also provided a significant advantage within the Greek penalty area. Despite the Greeks exerting every effort to defend and managing to hold the score at 0-0 for a considerable half-hour, it must be acknowledged that their overall defensive capabilities were commendable, enabling them to advance past Portugal in the group stage. However, perfection in defense is an illusion, and both Hoffmann's stature and Gadley's spring offered the Germans an edge over the Greek backline. With two towering forwards stationed in the Greek penalty area and wingers persistently delivering high crosses, even the most modest of headers would likely yield a couple of threatening opportunities. In the 35th minute, Philipp Hoffmann struck first, capitalizing on the German winger's cross, utilizing his height advantage. He leapt high within the box to secure the first touch and headed the ball into the Greek net. The Germans took the lead, 1-0 against Greece. Typically, one would expect that in a semi-final, an elimination match where a single outcome determines the victor, the trailing side would respond immediately to seek an equalizer after falling behind. Wouldn't they? Otherwise, despite the most ardent defense, the score would remain at 0-1, inevitably leading to elimination. However, the Greek team is known for its composure. After Hoffmann scored with a header, they did not succumb to panic or recklessness. Instead, they maintained their defensive integrity, thwarting any attempts by Gadley to capitalize on the opportunity to score. The remainder of the first half was dominated by the steadfast defense of the Greeks, preventing Gadley from finding the net for the first time. Following a 15-minute intermission, the teams resumed play, yet the Greeks continued to prioritize defense, resolutely guarding their penalty area and thwarting the Germans' attempts to lure them into a counterattack. The Greeks had a clear strategy: to wait until Gadley's stamina waned, necessitating his substitution, before launching their own offensive. As long as they preserved a scoreline of 0-1, trailing by a single goal, they retained the possibility of equalizing after Gadley's departure. Conversely, should they venture forward while Gadley remained on the pitch and succumb to a counterattack, falling behind by 2 goals would spell the end of their campaign. Thus, it was not a matter of cowardice on the part of the Greeks. Rather, they were guided by their strategic considerations, and one must concede that their tactical approach was indeed sound. Consequently, the German team was compelled to confront the Greek defensive blockade, resorting to aerial bombardments in their attempts to score. The Greeks executed their plan effectively, managing to neutralize Gadley during the first half, conceding only 1 goal. Yet, such a defensive posture is inherently reactive and unforgiving of errors. The ball remained within the Greek penalty area, and any misstep could be seized upon by Gadley, jeopardizing all their efforts. In the 64th minute of the second half, Gadley's remarkable leap of 99 finally bore fruit. A long-range shot from outside the German penalty area was deflected out of bounds by a Greek player, resulting in a corner kick. During this corner, not only Gadley and Hoffmann advanced, but also 2 other towering center-backs, both adept at heading the ball, joined the fray in the penalty area. Given Germany's height advantage over Greece, the influx of players vying for the header rendered it impossible for the Greeks to maintain tight marking on Gadley. Consequently, only the center-back Triantafylopoulos was tasked with closely shadowing him. However, despite being a center-back, Triantafylopoulos stood at only 185 centimeters, 3 centimeters shorter than Gadley. Their weights were comparable. Yet Gadley's physical attributes, rated at 89, afforded him significantly greater strength in skeletal and muscular confrontations. Coupled with Gadley's exceptional off-the-ball movement rated at 96, it was a challenge for Triantafylopoulos to keep pace. After the corner kick taken by the midfielder Kevin Frand, the ball soared high, veering towards the back post. Consequently, Gadley initially retreated 2 steps towards the back post, prompting Triantafylopoulos to follow suit, utterly convinced. To him, the ball appeared too lofty. There was no chance of reaching it at the front post, nor even in the center. Only at the back post could it be contested. Therefore, Gadley's retreat was beyond question, and he subsequently dashed towards the back post. The Greek goalkeeper Capino, stationed on the goal line, also began to shift towards the back post, anticipating a header from Gadley or another player. However, after retreating 2 steps and drawing both Triantafylopoulos and the goalkeeper backwards, Gadley suddenly halted, swiftly maneuvering around Triantafylopoulos to return to the center. Before Triantafylopoulos could react, Gadley had already eluded him, leaping majestically in the central area of the penalty box, soaring above all others within the area, and met the descending ball with a powerful header directed towards the front post of the goal. Gadley's leap was remarkable. Having evaded the closely guarding defender and propelled by an impressive burst of speed, he soared to an astonishing height, nearly aligning his head with the crossbar of the goal. This elevation is such that even a player standing at 2 meters tall might find it challenging to reach such heights. Gadley, a seemingly ordinary center forward standing at 188 centimeters, astonished many with his impressive leap. However, mere height is insufficient. Ultimately, the objective is to score. Fortunately, during this aerial display, Gadley managed to direct the ball into the net. The angle of his header was not particularly acute, yet the predicament lay in the fact that the goalkeeper had already positioned himself at the far end of the goal. Unbeknownst to him, Gadley returned to the center, soared to great heights, intercepted the ball mid-flight, and directed it towards the front of the goal. Even if the goalkeeper, Capino, had wished to intervene, it was evidently too late. Consequently, Capino refrained from making a save, merely shifting his feet before resignedly abandoning the attempt. Standing on the goal line and helplessly watching the ball sail into the net he was meant to protect, Gadley finally capitalized on a corner kick opportunity amidst the formidable bus formation of the Greeks, scoring a goal that propelled the German team to a 2-0 lead. While scoring from a corner through a header is not an uncommon feat, Gadley's execution was nothing short of extraordinary. He leapt to astonishing heights, leaving spectators both in the stadium and before their screens gasping in awe. The German commentator, Andrew Neville, was equally astounded, exclaiming, "Tour, the goal is in. Gadley has scored again. Goodness, this is an aerial strike from outer space." Gadley soared so high that his head nearly grazed the crossbar. Such elevation is a rarity in the world of football, achievable only by players towering over 2 meters, yet Gadley, standing at 188 centimeters, managed this remarkable leap, rendering him nearly impossible to defend against. His leaping ability is, without a doubt, unparalleled in the realm of football. It is unlikely to find another player of his stature who can leap higher than Gadley, with such remarkable vertical prowess. His aerial dueling capability within the penalty area is formidable. Coupled with his exquisite shooting technique, it is only natural that Gadley has emerged as a super striker. After executing the header and witnessing the ball cascade into the net, Gadley was visibly elated. This goal served as a testament to the terrifying nature of his impressive jump, rated at an astonishing 99. Should he further hone his heading skills alongside this leaping ability, his dominance in aerial confrontations within the opponent's penalty area could be likened to that of an aerial king. With impeccable shooting finesse, who could possibly thwart his efforts? Thus, Gadley sprinted along the baseline, reaching the sideline camera to unleash a triumphant roar, expressing his exuberance. Shortly thereafter, his teammates surrounded him, celebrating together. They too were astounded by Gadley's leaping ability, expressing their admiration and astonishment at his remarkable goal. Gadley's goal not only stunned the world but also thrust the Greek team into a desperate predicament. Had the score remained 1-0, they could have comfortably awaited their opportunity to counterattack after Gadley was substituted. After all, a single goal could have equalized the match, and with a stroke of luck, an equalizer in the dying seconds was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, with the score now at 2-0, the Greeks found themselves trailing by 2 goals, which rendered their composed defensive strategy untenable. Even if they managed to avoid conceding further goals and miraculously scored during stoppage time, it would still amount to defeat. Thus, Following the celebration of Gadli and his teammates, the beleaguered Greek side was compelled to launch an offensive as the match resumed. Nevertheless, even amidst their counteroffensive efforts, they maintained a vigilant watch over Gadli, ensuring he could not easily exploit counterattacks. This strategy inadvertently constrained their own resources, preventing them from committing fully to the attack. Given their already inferior strength compared to Germany, and the constant threat posed by Gadli, the quality of Greece's offensive maneuvers was predictably lacking. By the 75th minute, Greece had yet to breach the German goal, failing to reclaim even a single point. At this juncture, the referee opted for a substitution, replacing Gadli with a defensive midfielder to bolster their defense. After Gadurli's departure from the field, the Greeks were finally emboldened to launch an aggressive assault. However, the fortified German defense proved impenetrable, leaving the Greek team devoid of any opportunities to score, and thus unable to salvage even a modicum of pride throughout the match. In fact, during the 85th minute, a Greek defender received a red card for thwarting a German counterattack, resulting in his immediate ejection from the game. Yet, this expulsion bore little consequence for the overall outcome, as the Greeks were unable to secure victory regardless. The difference of one player was inconsequential. Following 4 minutes of stoppage time, the referee signaled the conclusion of the match, with the German U19 team triumphantly defeating the Greek U19 squad 2-0, thereby advancing to the finals of the 2012 U19 European Championship. This match afforded Gadurli an impressive accumulation of experience, a starting position, a goal, and a victory bonus, totaling an enviable $1.2 million. After the match, the players approached the stands to engage in enthusiastic interactions with the German fans who had traveled from afar. Gradually, Gadeli emerged as the most beloved player of the team, with numerous fans eagerly requesting autographs and photos, relishing the treatment befitting a superstar. Having scored 8 goals in just 4 matches, Gadeli leads the scoring chart by a considerable margin, with the second-place contender managing only 4 goals, effectively securing the Golden Boot ahead of time. However, it remains uncertain how many goals he might score in the final. Such a remarkable performance is undoubtedly phenomenal. To call him the premier star of this European Under-19 championship would not be an exaggeration. Not only German fans, but even supporters from Greece sought Gadeli for his signature, a testament to the impact of his stunning aerial goal. Even rival fans have been captivated. Chapter 99, final against Spain. Hours after Germany's U19 team advanced to the final, the results of the other semi-final were revealed. Spain's U19 team and England's U19 team ended their match in a 2-2 draw after 90 minutes of regular play. In the subsequent 30 minutes of extra time, both sides managed to score yet again, concluding the match at 3-3 and leading to a penalty shootout. Spain ultimately triumphed, defeating England's U19 team with a score of 4-2, thus securing their place in the final of this European Championship. They will face Germany's U19 team in a battle for the championship title. That evening and the following day, news of Gadeli's soaring goals spread throughout Europe, as Germany's U19 and Spain's U19 teams prepared to clash in the final. Although most reports were not front-page news, Gadeli's goals attracted the attention of many new fans. Particularly, one fan's playful video mocking Gadeli's extraordinary aerial header sparked a wave of humorous tributes from European supporters, showcasing just how high and fearsome he can leap. In no time, Gadeli's fame soared, with many who previously paid little attention to the European U19 Championship now aware of the emergence of a super striker, having scored 8 goals in 4 matches and capable of jumping to the height of the crossbar. This exceptional talent certainly warrants attention. Although the level of competition may be somewhat modest, the fact that they have reached the final piques the interest of fans from both Germany and Spain. Spain's recent success with their senior team winning the European Championship has ignited fervor among domestic supporters for national team matches. Meanwhile, Gadeli's allure has led various media outlets to herald him as a prodigy surpassing Mario Götze, garnering intrigue from many fans, while some express concern for Götze's legacy. Particularly, Borussia Dortmund fans scoff at such comparisons. They regard Götze as the most talented player of the younger generation, far surpassing Gadli. They are eager to witness the final and observe Gadli's performance. In addition to the media from Spain and Germany, journalists from several other European nations have also been dispatched to cover the event. As a final match, this contest is held at the Tallinn Olympic Center, which accommodates over 40,000 spectators. Besides the local citizens of Tallinn, the majority of attendees are naturally fans from Germany and Spain. However, given that this is merely a U19 level match, interest is somewhat limited, especially since neither team represents the host nation. Consequently, out of the 10,000 available seats. Approximately 30,000 are filled, with around 10,000 being German supporters. Marcus and Isabella, the parents of Gadley, are among the crowd of 10,000. This marks Gadley's first appearance in the finals of a significant competition. While they could have skipped the group and semi-final rounds, their presence was deemed essential for the final, where victory and the trophy were within reach. Consequently, Marcus and Isabella took time off to support their son, eager to witness his inaugural championship. On the evening of July 15th at 19:30, with the referee's whistle echoing, the final of the 2012 UEFA European Under-19 Championship commenced at the La Coque Arena in Tallinn, Estonia, featuring the German U19 team against Spain's U19 squad. In recent years, Spanish football has experienced an extraordinary surge, with the senior team clinching 3 consecutive world titles and the U19 team securing 5 UEFA U19 championship titles in 2002, 2004, 2006, 2007, and 2011. From the senior squad to the youth teams, Spain's possession-based football has been strikingly effective, leaving other nations struggling to breathe under its dominance. The Spanish U19 team is equally filled with prodigious talent, boasting 3 forwards, Jess Rodriguez from Real Madrid, Gerard Deulofeu from Barcelona, and Paco Alcácer from Valencia. Alcácer had already made his mark with the Spanish U19 team, contributing to their success in the 2011 UEFA U19 Championship. The midfield features the young talent Jess Suso from Liverpool, renowned for his early prominence. As the match commenced, Spain swiftly seized control of the ball, employing their signature possession-based strategy for both attack and defense. During offensive plays, the Spaniards showcased their adept individual skills and cohesive passing, meticulously managing the ball and only launching attacks when opportunities arose or when the German defenders faltered. In defense, unlike the Greek team's compact approach, Spain initiated their press from the midfield, regaining possession and maintaining control rather than adopting a defensive shell. Such a tactical approach is deeply rooted in the philosophy of the Spanish national team and FC Barcelona. The recent influx of young Spanish talent has ensured the effectiveness of this strategy. As the match unfolded under the influence of Spain's U19 style, Germany's possession percentage dwindled. In the first 30 minutes, Germany managed a mere 32 possession, while Spain dominated with 68, more than double that of their opponents. Germany's only shot on goal in that period came from Gadley outside the penalty area, which, though on target, was parried away by the goalkeeper. To counter Spain's formidable possession game, Germany focused on enhancing their defensive coordination, employing a compact backline and meticulous team defense to stifle Spanish attacks. Despite Spain's high possession, their offensive efforts were limited against Germany's organized defense, with both teams only managing a single shot on goal in the first 20 minutes, which failed to hit the target. It is important to note that this is merely the Spanish U19 team, lacking the presence of world-class midfield maestros like Xavi and Iniesta to dictate the pace of the game and deliver incisive passes. Consequently, while Spain enjoyed superior possession, their attacking prowess was diminished under Germany's vigilant defense. Meanwhile, Germany's offensive attempts were stifled due to limited opportunities to support Gadley, who was closely marked by the Spanish defense, which sought to sever his connections with teammates and prevent passes directed towards him. The stakes of the final heightened the caution of both teams, resulting in a somewhat subdued first half-hour of play. However, as the match progressed, a vulnerability in the Spanish team became apparent: fatigue. It is noteworthy that Germany had played their semi-final prior to Spain and had a longer rest period. The Germans triumphed over Greece with a decisive 2-0 victory within 90 minutes, while Spain had endured a grueling 120-minute battle against England, culminating in a penalty shootout. This not only meant less recovery time for Spain, but also an exhausting semi-final. As the match wore on, Spain's U19 players, lacking extensive tournament experience, began to falter under Germany's pressing. In the 36th minute, when forward Jess Rodriguez received the ball outside the penalty area but found himself unable to advance against Germany's defense, he attempted to pass to fellow forward Deulofeu. However, under the pressure from German midfielder André Hoffmann, his pass went awry, veering off target and landing between Deulofeu and German defender Matthias Ginter. Seizing the opportunity, Ginter swiftly intercepted the ball. Despite Deulofeu's best efforts to reclaim possession, Ginter executed a well-timed tackle, redirecting the ball to left-back Nico Schultz, who, without hesitation, glanced forward and delivered a precise ground pass to Gadley near the center circle. Nearby, Gadley was closely marked by 2 Spanish center-backs. And given the considerable distance to Spain's penalty area, his speed and stamina were insufficient to sustain a long sprint. Consequently, Gederli refrained from lingering on the ball. After receiving a pass from Schultz, he took a single step to adjust before delivering the ball to the rapidly advancing winger, Kevin Frand, together with Emre Can and Draxler. They surged forward, launching a swift counterattack for Germany, boasting a 4-against-3 advantage. The pivotal moment of this counter was the crucial tackle by center-back Ginter and the decisive pass by fullback Schultz, which caught the previously advancing Spanish players off guard, leaving Spain's defense stretched thin and vulnerable to Germany's opportunistic assault. In the stands, the German fans, initially disheartened by their team's lack of ball possession and the unsightly display, suddenly erupted with excitement, their cheers resonating through the air as they rallied behind their team. Conversely, the Spanish supporters responded with a cacophony of boos aimed at the suddenly surging German side, hoping to disrupt their momentum. However, neither Frand on the wing nor Gederli, Emre Can, and others advancing through the center were swayed by the hostile atmosphere. Upon encountering a Spanish fullback's interception, Sven Frand opted not to attempt a breakthrough, but instead passed the ball back to Emre Can in the middle. As a center-back approached to challenge Emre Can, he deftly sent the ball to the unmarked winger Draxler. The numerical superiority of 4-against-3 was overwhelmingly in Germany's favor, barring any passing errors. The defensive line of Spain simply could not withstand the pressure. Fortune favored the German side, for they indeed avoided any mispasses. With continuous passing and rapid forward thrusts, coupled with the defensive disadvantage faced by Spain, it was inevitable that gaps would appear in their defense. This allowed Gederli, boasting an impressive off-the-ball movement rating of 96, to find himself unmarked as he charged into the penalty area. Draxler, advancing down the right flank, delivered the ball into the box before the Spanish center-back Joni could close the gap. Joni's desperate slide to intercept the ball was in vain as it rolled past him and into the path of Gederli on his left. Another center-back, who had previously attempted to intercept Emre Can, sought to overtake Gederli to thwart the play, but Gederli skillfully used his arms to shield himself, receiving the pass from Draxler. With a deft, uninterrupted strike, Gederli unleashed a shot, though he faced a push from the opposing center-back at the moment of his shot. Gederli's robust physique enabled him to maintain his balance and execute the attempt. Moreover, his impeccable shooting technique produced an exceptionally acute angle. Despite goalkeeper Kepa Arrizabalaga's unwavering focus on Gederli's strike, as the ball was propelled from his foot, he desperately realized that it was simply too far out of reach. Gederli executed a shot that darted towards the bottom left corner of the net. Although Arrizabalaga responded with a timely save attempt, the strike was too cunning, leaving him powerless. He could only watch as the ball rolled past his fingertips, a mere half-meter away, before nestling into the goal beside the post. Amidst Spain's seemingly formidable possession and rhythmic passing, in the 36th minute, the German team intercepted the ball and launched a swift counterattack, culminating in Gederli's strike that opened the scoring, granting Germany a 1-0 lead. Previously, Spain's exceptionally high possession rate and passing finesse had confined the German team to their own half, subjecting them to relentless pressure, leaving every German supporter feeling quite oppressed. However, it was unexpected that the team would score first through such an efficient counterattack. Consequently, when Gederli found the back of the net, eluding the goalkeeper's grasp, the German commentator Andrew Neville erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "Tor! The ball is in. Burnt Gederli. Once again, Gederli. He has opened the scoring," giving Germany a 1-0 lead. Truly deserving of the accolades from numerous coaches and experts, Gederli's tally in this European Under-21 championship has soared to an astonishing 9 goals. The German team has seized the initiative in this final. We may well be on the brink of victory. Indeed, in a final, even a single goal lead constitutes a significant advantage, for it is a solitary match, unlike the group stage where a loss could be rectified in subsequent games. A defeat in the final stands irrevocable, devoid of opportunities for redemption. Given the immense pressure of the finals, some players may experience psychological collapse when trailing in the score. Therefore, Gavi's goal significantly altered the psychological dynamics for both teams. The Spanish players, who had maintained control of the ball and dominated the German team, were struck as if by a thunderclap, feeling a profound blow to their morale. Conversely, the German players, who had suffered under Spain's relentless pressure and possessed a meager ball possession, were suddenly filled with euphoria, rushing to celebrate with Gavi following his goal. The spectators mirrored this emotional upheaval. Spanish fans were left in disbelief, clutching their heads in despair, while German supporters erupted in jubilant cheers, applauding and embracing one another, regardless of their acquaintanceship. Undoubtedly, the most elated were Gavi's parents, Marcus and Isabella. Isabella, in particular, was seen screaming and clapping. Her hands reddened from the fervor of her applause, not only due to the German team's leading goals, but also because the scorer was her son, Bernd Gadli. The surrounding fans were unaware of their identities. Seeing Isabella so elated, they assumed they were just ardent supporters of the German team, thrilled by their advantage, unaware that they were Gadli's parents. The jubilant Gadli and his teammates celebrated for over half a minute before the referee intervened at the insistence of the Spanish players, compelling them to cease their celebrations and return to their half, allowing the Spanish team to restart the game from the center circle. Upon resuming play, the Spanish side, eager to equalize, accelerated their offensive tempo. However, the goal-scoring German team was invigorated, refusing to be subdued by the Spanish pressure, and instead intensified their midfield pressing and attacking rhythm. The match tempo surged, becoming significantly more exhilarating. The Spanish team was genuinely intent on scoring quickly to level the game before halftime, yet they found themselves thwarted by the German defense. Lacking a breakthrough artist akin to Barcelona's Messi, they struggled against the dense German defensive setup. Conversely, the German team capitalized on counter-attacking opportunities, posing a constant threat to the Spanish goal. In the 41st minute, Gadli, possessing the ball just outside the Spanish penalty area, nearly evaded the last defender, Joni, to penetrate the box for a shot. It was Joni's decisive side tackle that halted Gadli's advance, preventing him from breaking through and shooting. Although this action earned him a yellow card, it was deemed a successful defensive maneuver. The subsequent free kick taken by the German team failed to find the net, as Emre Can's efforts soared over the crossbar. In the following minutes, neither side could create significant threats. After 1 minute of stoppage time, the referee signaled the end of the first half, with both teams heading into the break with a score of 1-0, the German U19 team enjoying a slender lead. After a 15-minute intermission, both teams resumed play without any substitutions or tactical alterations, maintaining the rhythm established in the first half. The Spanish team, having regained some stamina, started the second half with vigor, generating several threats towards the German goal. However, their forwards lacked the precision of Gadli. Talents like Jess Rodriguez and Gerard Deulofeu, despite their brilliance, paled in comparison to Gadli, whose shooting prowess seemed almost superhuman. Rodriguez, currently second in the scoring charts with 4 goals, found himself overshadowed by Gadli, who had netted 9, more than double his tally. This disparity was evident. Although the Spanish team enjoyed higher possession, more attacking opportunities, and numerous shots, they struggled to convert their advantages into goals. As time elapsed, trailing on the scoreboard, the Spanish formation pushed higher, leading to increased urgency in their play. Furthermore, the physical toll of a final that might culminate in a penalty shootout began to manifest in their energy levels, resulting in a rise in errors. In the 73rd minute of the second half, the anxious Spanish midfielder Campana, in possession of the ball, failed to notice his teammates' positioning and opted for a solo effort against German defender Antonio Rudiger, aiming to penetrate the box for a shot. Rudiger, retreating while defending, refrained from rashly advancing. As Campana approached, preparing to break through or find a gap to shoot, German midfielder Johannes Geis stealthily closed in from behind, and in a moment of unawareness, he deftly poked the ball away. Campana, caught off guard, lost control of the ball and stumbled over Geis's leg. On the ground, Campana immediately signaled to the referee for a foul, asserting that Geis should be penalized for a free kick. However, the referee disregarded his plea. Geis's intervention was calculated, as the ball rolled perfectly to another midfielder, Andre Hoffmann, who promptly distributed it before the Spanish players could reclaim possession. The German team launched another counterattack. This time, the Spanish side, having learned from their previous mistakes, intensified their marking of Gadli, preventing him from receiving the ball easily. Yet, the Germans did not direct the ball to Gadli. Instead, they executed a wall pass between winger Sven Flan and attacking midfielder Emre Can on the left flank. Flan then delivered a cross into the Spanish penalty area. Despite the Spanish center-back Osid closely tracking Gadli, and another center-back, Joni, shifting to mark him as well, Gadli, with his impressive stature of 89, withstood the challenges posed by both defenders. He leapt into the air, utilizing his remarkable jumping ability of 99, and outmaneuvered the two for a powerful header, directing Flan's cross toward the Spanish goal. Prior to this, Gadli had attempted 2 headers, one from a counterattack and another from a corner kick. Gadli's remarkable jumping ability, rated at an impressive 99, provides him with a significant advantage during aerial duels. However, his attempts at scoring with headers on 2 occasions were thwarted due to his less-than-adequate heading technique, resulting in both efforts soaring over the crossbar. At last, in the 73rd minute, during a cross from the flank, Gadley successfully directed a header within the goalposts, although the angle was not particularly acute. The force of the cross from Binfland was considerable, allowing Gadley to propel the ball with even greater velocity towards the goal. Despite goalkeeper Arizabalaga's attempts to make a save, even grazing the ball with his fingertips, he ultimately failed to alter its trajectory. The ball merely brushed against Arizabalaga's fingertips, slightly changing direction before resolutely entering the Spanish net. In the 73rd minute, Germany countered effectively with another cross from the wing, leading to Gadley scoring a header, thereby extending their lead to 2-0. In the final match, holding a 2-goal advantage at the 73rd minute is indeed formidable. Consequently, upon witnessing Gadley leap to contest the header and successfully score against the Spanish team, the German commentator Andrew Neville was so overwhelmed with excitement that he stood up, microphone in hand, and exclaimed passionately, "Tor! The goal is in. Once again. It has Bernd Gadley. Gadley has scored again. A brace." By the 73rd minute, Gadley had accomplished a remarkable feat, propelling Germany to a 2-0 lead. And his tally for this European Under-19 championship had reached an extraordinary 10 goals, surpassing the double-digit threshold, a milestone no player in previous tournaments had achieved. Gadley established an unprecedented new record, marking this final as distinctly his own. Indeed, to score twice in a final and assist his team in gaining a 2-0 advantage was a source of immense elation for Gadley himself. In the stands, the Marcus couple was so overwhelmed with joy that tears streamed down their faces, leaving surrounding fans in utter astonishment. Seated beside Isabella was a young female supporter in her 20s named Deborah, who, while applauding Gadley's brace, inadvertently noticed Isabella in tears. Momentarily taken aback, she gently patted Isabella's arm and smiled, saying, "Auntie, you needn't be so emotional. It's merely a U19 match. While Gadley's achievement is impressive, there's no need for tears." Isabella wiped her tears and replied with a smile, "You have no idea. Gadley is my son." Deborah was instantly taken aback, her voice rising in astonishment as she exclaimed, "What did you say? Bernd Gadley is your son?" Isabella nodded vigorously, proudly proclaiming, "Indeed. My husband and I specifically traveled from Dithford to witness his first final and championship in person." At this moment, Deborah became exceedingly excited. She let out a squeal and leapt into Isabella's arms, embracing her tightly as she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness. I can't believe I am sitting here watching the match alongside Gadley's mother. Your son is truly remarkable. We are destined to win." The surrounding German fans then realized that this couple, who had been overly animated every time Gadley touched the ball, were, in fact, his parents. It was no wonder they were so invested in Gadley's performance, shedding tears of joy at his goals and dazzling displays. Everyone began to engage in conversation with Marcus and Isabella, showering praises upon Bernd Gadley's performance, filling them with a profound sense of pride and respect. On the field, after a brief celebration with his teammates, Gadley resumed play. While trailing 0-1 might have allowed for some composure, falling behind 0-2 left the Spanish players feeling increasingly anxious. They were compelled to escalate their offensive rhythm in a desperate attempt to equalize the score and push the match into extra time. Otherwise, they would face defeat in this final. Meanwhile, the German team naturally tightened their defense and adopted a counter-attacking strategy. Given that this match was the final and the last game of the European Under-21 Championship, head coach Lansing Marx opted not to substitute Gadley, allowing him to remain on the pitch as a constant threat to the Spanish defense. With Gadley on the field, even if his stamina and speed were waning, the Spanish defenders dared not commit fully to their offensive maneuvers for fear of being caught off guard by his counterattacks in conjunction with his teammates. As the match progressed, Gadley's physical limitations became increasingly apparent. He could barely muster the energy to run, merely shuffling around the midfield. Nonetheless, as anticipated by Marx, the Spanish defense remained hesitant to push forward, effectively stymied by Gadley's presence in their backline. However, it must be acknowledged that the Spanish players possessed considerable talent. Stimulated by the deficit of 2 goals, a spark of determination ignited in the final moments of the match. In the 84th minute, forward Jess Rodriguez received a pass from a teammate within the penalty area. Confronted by the imposing defense of Matthias Ginter, he issued a simple pass and instead executed a couple of deft tricks to sidestep Ginter. Although he did not completely evade the defender, He skillfully created a more favorable angle for a shot. Before Ginter could reposition himself to block the trajectory, Rodriguez decisively unleashed a strike from approximately 13 meters away, successfully sending the ball into the German net and narrowing the score to 1-2, now just one goal adrift. This goal reinvigorated the Spanish fans in the stands, who erupted in thunderous cheers and jubilant screams, releasing the frustration built from being 2 goals down. The Spanish players, buoyed by this newfound momentum, launched a more fervent assault in the ensuing minutes. However, as previously mentioned, the Spanish team, having endured a grueling semifinal, was struggling with fatigue. As the match approached its conclusion, several players began to show signs of exhaustion, leading to an increase in errors. While the German team maintained a defensive posture, they were not merely entrenched in a rigid formation devoid of counterattacking opportunities. If a chance arose to secure victory, the Germans would not hesitate. Lars Stindl kept Ginter on the field precisely to preserve the potential for a counterattack. As time dwindled and the score remained 1-2, the Spanish players grew increasingly anxious, neglecting their defensive responsibilities. Apart from the final defender, Johnny, who remained focused on marking Ginter, the others had already crossed the halfway line to join the offensive effort. Even Johnny's attention was not consistently fixed on Ginter. Due to inadequate physical fitness, Gadley had long ceased to run, merely ambling about in the midfield like an invisible specter. Even goalkeeper Kepa Arrizabalaga had wandered outside the penalty area, displaying an eagerness to join the offensive fray. In this context, the clock ticked to the 89th minute, and the fourth official raised the electronic board indicating 4 minutes of added time. This extension felt somewhat excessive for the match, providing Spain with a glimmer of hope to equalize. Naturally, the German fans expressed their dissatisfaction, unleashing a chorus of boos towards the officiating crew, signaling that the added time was unjustly prolonged. Nevertheless, the game continued unabated. One could easily imagine the anxious mindset of the entire Spanish team at this juncture. Consequently, in the 91st minute, forward Jess Rodriguez seized the ball at the edge of the German penalty area, attempting to replicate his previous success by breaking into the box for a shot. However, this time his endeavor was thwarted, as defenders Antonio Ardiger and Julian Brandt collaborated to dispossess him. The ball was nudged away and landed at the feet of another center-back, Matthias Ginter. He glanced up briefly before unleashing a powerful kick that sent the ball soaring toward the midfield. As the ball soared through the air, it became apparent that Gadley had unexpectedly evaded Spanish defender Johnny, positioning himself on the right side of the midfield, near the landing spot of Ginter's clearance. Prior to Ardiger and Brandt's intervention in Rodriguez's play, Gadley had stealthily slipped past Johnny, who was preoccupied with the offensive action, and had sprinted into a favorable position. To Gadley's surprise, he found himself presented with a golden opportunity. Upon witnessing the ball hurtling toward his location, both Johnny and the advancing Spanish left-back, Lex Grimaldo, paled and dashed toward Gadley. Other Spanish defenders hastily retreated, bracing to thwart Gadley's counterattack. German players Florian Wirtz and Emre can also surge forward, prepared to offer support to Gadley. Yet, only Gadley himself understood the limitations of his current state. With the match progressing to this point, neither his stamina nor his speed could sustain a lengthy dribble. He knew he would be caught by either Johnny or Grimaldo long before covering 20 meters. Additionally, having observed earlier that Spanish goalkeeper Kepa Arrizabalaga had ventured outside the penalty area, Gadley resolved to attempt a long-range shot from midfield. His shooting power registered at a mere 74, which was rather modest. As the match progressed to this point, his stamina waned, leaving him uncertain whether he could loft the ball into the Spanish goal. Nevertheless, a trial was imperative. After all, his shooting technique was impeccable, provided there was no interference. Even from a distance near the midfield, he possessed a substantial likelihood of directing the ball within the confines of the goalposts, as long as it did not descend prematurely into the grasp of the goalkeeper, thereby presenting a genuine opportunity for a goal. Thus, in response to the lofty ball dispatched by Ginter, Gadley refrained from heading it to the advancing right winger, Draxler, nor did he prepare for a lengthy dribble. Instead, he effortlessly utilized his remarkable ball control, rated at an astonishing 97, to cushion the ball down with grace. Such a high rating in ball control could easily earn him the title of the foremost exponent of this skill in the world of football. Gadley's touch was executed with a sense of artistry that instinctively evoked admiration. Of course, what was even more awe-inspiring was the ensuing shot. As Gadley received the ball, both Johnny and Grimaldo were less than 5 meters away from him, leaving him with little time to act. Thus, instead of receiving the ball with his back to the attacking direction, Gadley faced the center circle, deftly controlling the ball sideways. In that moment of receiving the ball, he executed a seamless turn, adjusting it to a position suitable for a direct shot. He grounded himself on his left foot, lifted his right, and assumed the posture for a long-range strike. This elegant display of skill is one of the reasons Godry's control was so mesmerizing and admirable. It was effortless and fluid. Though Johnny and Grimaldo sprinted with great speed, they ultimately failed to intercept Godry's shot. As they charged forward, with Johnny even leaping to block the trajectory, Godry unleashed the ball with all his strength. The sphere soared into the air, gliding past the outstretched foot of Johnny, ascending high towards the goal of the Spanish team. Goalkeeper Kepa Arrizabalaga had not anticipated that Godry would take a shot from midfield. He assumed Godry would pass to the faster Draxler for a flank counterattack, positioning himself to exploit aerial opportunities in the box. Consequently, as Arrizabalaga began retreating towards the penalty area after his teammate lost possession, his pace was unhurried. Little did he expect that Godry would strike from midfield without hesitation. By the time Arrizabalaga ambled back to the edge of the penalty area, he subconsciously believed that the likelihood of Godry finding the target from such a distance was minimal. The threat seemed negligible. However, in the next instant, upon observing the ball's trajectory, Arrizabalaga was struck with alarm, realizing it was indeed heading directly towards his goal. In a state of panic, he quickly retreated as the ball soared through the air. Yet, his earlier positioning was too advanced. He could not match the speed of the ball's flight. Just as he reached the line of the small box, the ball arced gracefully over his head, just beneath the crossbar, and into the net. Arrizabalaga managed a desperate leap to save, but it was futile, far too late, merely a token effort as he watched the ball settle into the goal. This was a stunning long-range strike exceeding 50 meters, a magnificent world-class goal. Consequently, when Godry took his shot, the spectators and commentators alike had already risen to their feet. Commentator Andrew Neville raised his voice in excitement. Beautiful. Godry controlled the ball with such ease. It was simply artistic. Wow, Godry has shot directly. He unleashed a powerful shot from the right flank of the midfield. As the ball soared through the air, Neville fell silent for several moments, but with each passing second, as he observed the trajectory of the ball and the position of goalkeeper Kepa Arrizabalaga, his heart raced ever faster. At last, the ball found the back of the net just before Arrizabalaga could intervene. In that exhilarating moment, Andrew Neville could finally muster all his strength to roar at the top of his lungs. A goal has been scored. An extraordinary long-range strike. Gadley netted a stunning long-range effort in the 91st minute of injury time, completing a hat trick and securing a 3-1 victory for Germany. We are destined to win. How astonishing. Gadley delivered a breathtaking long-range goal in the UEFA U19 Championship final, completing his hat trick. Undoubtedly, this match belonged to Gadley. Bernd Gadley emerged as the brightest star of this U19 European Championship. Chapter 101. U19 European Championship champions. Not only Andrew Neville, but all German fans present and watching from home were overwhelmed with excitement. That phenomenal long-range shot in stoppage time not only sealed a 3-1 victory for the German team, but also allowed Gadley to complete his hat trick, bringing his total tally to an astonishing 11 goals. It is worth noting that Gadley achieved this in just 5 matches. This is the U19 European Championship, not a community-level amateur competition. Scoring 11 goals in 5 matches, averaging over 2 goals per game. Who could deny his extraordinary talent? To put it in perspective, the second-place scorer, Rodriguez, has managed only 5 goals, less than half of Gadley's total. As the match drew to a close, with victory and the championship within reach, the emergence of such a prodigious talent as Gadley sent waves of exhilaration through all German fans. Whether present in the stadium or watching on television, they expressed their joy with applause, cheers, shouts, table thumping, and toasting with beer, releasing their pent-up excitement. The 10,000 German fans in the stands, following their applause and cheers, began chanting Bernd Gadley's name in reverence. Even the local Estonian citizens in Tallinn applauded Gadley for his remarkable goal, with some young fans becoming his admirers. A few Spanish fans, too, offered respectful applause for Gadley's goal and his hat trick in the final. Winning over the opposing fans is the ultimate affirmation of a player's prowess. Exhausted after exerting every ounce of energy to achieve that shot, Gadley found himself completely spent. This marked his first time starting a match and playing over 90 minutes. And his stamina could no longer sustain him. Had it not been for the final 20 minutes, during which he predominantly strolled rather than ran, one might have feared that his last shot would transform into a feeble attempt, rendering him incapable of even striking the ball. Fortunately, He ultimately executed the shot and successfully found the net, witnessing the ball soar past the goalkeeper and nestle into the goal. The exhausted Gadley could muster no energy to sprint in celebration. Instead, he raised his fists in a triumphant shout before collapsing onto the grass with a joyful smile. Soon, his teammates, coach, and substitutes rushed over, piling on top of him in a celebratory heap. The German team's jubilation lasted nearly a full minute, only to be curtailed by the referee in response to protests from the Spanish team. However, the match did not resume immediately, for Gadley was utterly spent and unable to rise, prompting Lonson Max to substitute him with the reserve forward, Philipp Hoffmann. Gadley's ambition to complete the entire match as a starter ultimately remained unfulfilled, and he even required the assistance of his teammates to leave the field. However, this detail went unnoticed by many. The audience showered Gadley with respectful applause, honoring his hat trick and his extraordinary long-range shot during stoppage time. Upon the resumption of play, the Spanish team, trailing by 2 goals, was compelled to launch a desperate and all-out offensive. Their defenders crossed the halfway line, and in the final moments, even goalkeeper Arrizabalaga joined the fray to contest a header in an attacking maneuver. Yet, after Gadley scored in the 91st minute of stoppage time, Spain found itself with insufficient time to respond. Despite the delay caused by Gadley's celebration, which prompted the referee to extend the stoppage time to 95 minutes, Spain failed to secure even a single goal. As the final whistle blew amidst the cheers of German supporters, the U-19 German team triumphed over the U-19 Spanish team with a 3-1 victory, claiming the championship of the 2012 U-19 European Championship thanks to Gadley's hat trick. In that fleeting moment when the final whistle sounded, Johannes Geis, the last player to possess the ball, lifted it and kicked it into the stands, where it was eagerly snatched by the jubilant German fans. All the German coaches, substitute players, medical staff, and others waiting on the sidelines rushed onto the field, embracing the players in a fervent celebration. Even Gadley, who had been exhausted moments before, rose from the bench to join in the jubilant festivities, spurred on by the thrill of victory. In contrast, the Spanish players sat dejectedly on the ground, enviously watching the exuberant celebrations of their German counterparts. Commentator Andrew Neville excitedly declared, "The referee has blown the final whistle. The match is over. We are champions. The German team has won the 2012 U-19 European Championship." Bernd Gadley, with an impressive tally of 11 goals in 5 matches, undoubtedly emerged as the tournament's top scorer. Furthermore, I believe there is no contest for the title of best player. It is undoubtedly Gadley's as well. His performance was nothing short of dazzling, standing out distinctly amongst his peers in this tournament. No other players of the same age, be they France's Pogba, England's Harry Kane, or Spain's Jess Rodriguez, could compare to Gadley. This victory marks Gadley's first significant championship in his career, yet I am certain it will not be his last. It is merely the beginning of Gadley's conquest in the world of football. I hold high hopes for Gadley's professional future and firmly believe he will achieve great success in the forthcoming Bundesliga and UEFA Europa League seasons. As Gadley rushed onto the field, he celebrated with his teammates while absorbing the experience and rewards from the match. In this game, Gadley earned a starting bonus of 400,000 experience points, along with 3 goals that contributed an additional 200,000 experience points, and a victory bonus of 400,000, totaling 2,000 experience points. Furthermore, Gadley completed the task of aiding the German team in securing the U-19 European Championship, which granted him an additional reward of 20 skill points, raising his skill point balance to 88. In addition to this, Gadley received an unprecedented hidden reward, the title of the tournament's top scorer. According to the system, when the host achieves the title of top scorer in a formal competition, excluding qualifiers, playoffs, and preliminaries, a corresponding reward is bestowed, though no task is issued. And the reward is not skill points, but experience points. The reward for each top scorer is equivalent to 10 times the experience points for each goal scored in that tournament. In the U-19 European Championship, each goal scored by Gadley is worth a remarkable 400,000 experience points, culminating in a total of 4 million experience points as the reward for being the top scorer. This surge in experience propelled his total to 14 levels and 67 million, automatically elevating him to level 15 with 166 million. Fortuitously, he unlocked the skill of the bicycle kick, which boasts an initial attribute of 48, indicating that Gadley previously lacked proficiency in this particular move. However, this skill proves to be quite advantageous for Gadley, who plays as a striker. Given his current renown, it is increasingly challenging for him to find unmarked space within the penalty area to shoot at the goal. In situations where he is facing away from the goal, the bicycle kick presents itself as an effective shooting method. Although its attribute is relatively low and requires a substantial 52 skill points for full enhancement, Gadley has resolved to gradually invest in it. After allocating 1 skill point to elevate the bicycle kick from 48 to 49, he found that his 20 newly acquired skill points had dwindled to 19, thereby increasing his total skill point balance to 107. The accumulation of skill points instills in Gadley a sense of burgeoning wealth. Gadley was blissfully unaware that further surprises awaited him. After celebrating briefly with his teammates, he was surrounded by several prominent European television networks granted access to the pitch, eager to conduct interviews with him. Having executed a hat trick in the final, Gadley undoubtedly emerged as the media's darling. Approximately 20 minutes after the interviews concluded, the organizers completed the construction of the podium and the award ceremony officially commenced. Before the crowning of the champions and the distribution of medals and trophies, several individual player awards were announced. The first accolade presented was the Golden Boot, awarded to the top scorer. With an impressive tally of 11 goals across 5 matches, more than double that of the second-place contender, there was no room for dispute. Thus, the system promptly awarded Gadley the title of top scorer the moment the final whistle blew. The official presentation of the trophy was merely a formality. Amid the jubilant applause and cheers from the German fans, Gadley received the Golden Boot from the president of the Estonian Football Association. Next, the Golden Glove Award for the best goalkeeper was presented. Although the Spanish goalkeeper, Kepa Arrizabalaga, conceded 3 goals to Gadley in the final, he had previously showcased exceptional skill, making numerous saves in both the group and knockout stages, ensuring Spain's progression to the final. Consequently, the award for best goalkeeper was bestowed upon Arrizabalaga, perhaps also serving to balance the scales and offer consolation to the Spanish team, as Germany's goalkeeper had the opportunity to lift the more prestigious championship trophy. Following the Golden Glove, the most significant accolade, the Golden Ball, awarded to the tournament's best player, was announced. This award is determined by official evaluation of all players, taking into account more than just goals or assists. For instance, in the 2002 World Cup, the Golden Ball was awarded to Germany's goalkeeper, Oliver Kahn, rather than Ronaldo, who led Brazil to victory. However, on this night, Gadley, who delivered a hat trick to secure Germany's championship and scored a staggering 11 goals throughout the tournament, averaging over 2 goals per match, was indisputably the tournament's best player. This conclusion was beyond question, agreed upon by all who assessed the performance. Even the Spanish team, as the final adversary, acknowledged that Brunt Gadley was the standout player of the U19 European Championship. The organizing committee, without any complications, directly announced that the Ballon d'Or of this tournament, awarded to the best player, was indeed Brunt Gadley. This recognition was anticipated by Gadley, as his remarkable performance left no room for doubt. There was no other player whose prowess could rival his. However, what Gadley did not foresee was that upon the announcement of his name by the UEFA vice president as the recipient of the tournament's Ballon d'Or, a hidden reward was unexpectedly bestowed. Much like the tournament's top scorer, the best player also received a significant experience reward of 4 million, elevating Gadley's total experience to an impressive 15 levels and 661,000 points. This unexpected boon delighted Gadley. Amidst the resounding applause of the crowd, he accepted the prestigious golden trophy representing the best player of the tournament from the hands of the UEFA vice president, adding yet another significant accolade to his personal honors. Subsequently, after presenting commemorative medals to the officiating referees of the final, the German team lined up to graciously escort the Spanish players as they ascended the stage to receive their silver medals. The Spanish athletes appeared despondent and disheartened. Some, upon receiving their medals, promptly removed them upon descending the stage. This reaction is entirely understandable, as any player reaching the finals aims for the championship. And it is inconceivable to consider the objective of reaching the finals as merely to secure a silver medal. Moreover, this was the Spanish team, who had recently triumphed in the European Championship, achieving an unprecedented trifecta of major titles in world football. Although these U19 players did not touch the trophy of the European Championship, it undoubtedly elevated their spirits. Their goal in this tournament was the championship. Unexpectedly, not only did they fail to claim the title, but they also witnessed the emergence of the prodigious Brunt Gadley, who scored an astounding 11 goals in 5 matches, showcasing an extraordinary talent. After the silver medals were awarded, Lansing Marx began leading the German U19 players onto the podium to receive their champions' gold medals. Gadley's medal was personally bestowed upon him by UEFA President Platini, who, during the ceremony, offered words of encouragement, urging him to continue striving towards the pinnacle of the Bundesliga and to one day grace the Champions League victory podium. Once all the medals had been awarded, the assembled crowd gathered upon the stage. Although not the captain, Gadley was propelled to the forefront by his teammates, standing alongside captain Andre Hoffmann. Gadley's contributions to this year's UEFA European Under-21 Championship have been immensely significant, leading everyone to unanimously nominate him to lift the trophy alongside captain Hoffmann. Gadley did not desire to take the spotlight, yet he found himself compelled to step forward due to the encouragement of others. In the end, Hoffmann proclaimed, "Gadley, quickly, raise your glass with me, or we shall all be unsettled." Thus, it culminated in Gadley and Andre Hoffmann standing side by side. As Hoffmann received the trophy from UEFA President Platini, he held it aloft, with Gadley grasping one ear in a gesture of camaraderie. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd and the anthems celebrating our victory, in a flurry of black and white confetti, Gadley and Hoffmann together elevated the trophy of the 2012 UEFA European Under-19 Championship. The German U19 national team triumphed as the champions of the 2012 U19 European Championship. Following the awards ceremony, the team took turns posing with the trophy on the podium, later engaging with the ecstatic fans gathered in the stands. The atmosphere was electric, with Marcus and Isabella enthusiastically capturing moments of Gadley with their newly acquired camera. That night, the entire team celebrated at the hotel until the early hours, reveling in their triumph. Though the European Championship may not hold the highest prestige, it is nonetheless a significant continental event, deserving of coverage, especially in light of the newly crowned champions. Consequently, both European and many Asian and American media outlets reported on the German U19 team's victory. The headlines proclaimed, "Germany claims U19 European Championship title with a 3-1 victory over Spain. Brilliant Gadley scores 11 goals in 5 matches, securing both the Golden Ball and Golden Boot." In a stunning display during the final held last night in Estonia, the German team defeated Spain 3-1 to clinch the championship. The 18-year-old talent from Nuremberg, Brilliant Gadley, achieved a hat trick, including a breathtaking goal from over 50 meters in the 91st minute of stoppage time, astonishing the audience. Gadley also became the first player in the history of the U19 European Championship to surpass 10 goals, setting a remarkable record of 11 goals in 5 matches. An achievement likely to stand for a considerable time. An examination of Gadley's remarkable development over the past year reveals his rapid ascent from Nuremberg's U17 to U19, U23, and the first team, eventually joining the U19 national team. It is fair to assert that prior to August of last year, Gadley was merely an ordinary young player, devoid of distinction. However, since that pivotal month, he has embarked on an extraordinary trajectory of growth and progress, unparalleled in the realm of football. According to experts, Gadley is a rare prodigy, a late-blooming genius of a century. Should he continue to progress at this remarkable rate without faltering, it is entirely conceivable that he could ascend to the status of a legendary footballer. Perhaps, in the wake of Messi and Ronaldo, we shall witness the emergence of yet another exceptionally gifted global talent. Such expectations are undeniably lofty. It is essential to recognize that, at this juncture, both Messi and Ronaldo have solidified their roles as pivotal leaders within their respective teams, having attained the pinnacle of individual achievement in the form of the Ballon d'Or. Can such accolades truly be compared to those of a young player who has yet to establish himself in the Bundesliga? Yet, this media outlet has indeed made such claims, garnering considerable support from many. Even among Borussia Dortmund fans, some have wavered in their convictions, asserting that Gadley surpasses Mario Götze, representing the greatest talent of Germany's younger generation. However, few media outlets have drawn direct comparisons between Gadley and the likes of Messi or Ronaldo. The majority still regard him as being on par with talents such as Mario Götze, Paul Pogba, and Harry Kane. After all, football history is replete with astonishingly gifted individuals. Excelling in youth leagues and scoring prolifically does not necessarily guarantee success on the grand stages of top-tier leagues, the Champions League, or the World Cup. Gadley aspires to reach the heights of greatness alongside Messi and Ronaldo, yet the journey ahead remains arduous. Chapter 102. the renewed contract with an exorbitant buyout clause. As the celebrations for the championship continued deep into the night, the clock struck July 16th, marking yet another Monday. Before retiring for the night, Gadley expended 10 skill points, elevating his ball control from 97 to 98, his jumping ability from 99 to a perfect 100, his physicality from 89 to 90, his dribbling from 93 to 94, his acceleration from 71 to 72, his bicycle kick skill from 84 to 85, his off-the-ball movement from 96 to 97, his fried ball technique from 91 to 92, his shot power from 74 to 75, and his overhead kick from 49 to 50, leaving him with a balance of 97 skill points. Consequently, Gadley's physicality has surpassed the 90 threshold, elevating his athletic prowess to a world-class level, enabling him to engage in physical confrontations even against the most formidable center backs and defensive midfielders. Furthermore, the enhancement of his jumping ability to a perfect 100 has added yet another feather to Gadley's cap of exceptional skills, as it has transitioned from the skill list to the perfect skills list. Following the skill upgrades, Gadley's system profile attributes are as follows. Host, Bernd Gadley. Nationality, Germany. Date of birth, September 6, 1993. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 85 kilograms. Level, 15. Experience, 5. 661. 000 skill points, 97 ball control, 98 physicality, 90 dribbling, 94 tackle, 32 crossing, 57 acceleration, 72 marking, 27 bicycle kick, 85 off-the-ball movement, 97 fried meatballs, 92 rainbow dribble, 48 shooting power, 75 scissor kick, 50 goalkeeper defensive positioning, 6 perfect skills, shooting. Jumping. Currently, Gadley possesses not only the perfect skills of shooting and jumping, but also an increasing number of skills nearing perfection, such as ball control rated at 98, off-the-ball movement at 97, and dribbling at 94. All these attributes can be elevated to their maximum values within just a few weeks. By that time, the next season of the Bundesliga will have only just commenced. Gadley expressed immense anticipation for the forthcoming events. After a restful night, he boarded a plane back to Berlin the following day. Although this championship paled in comparison to the prestige of the European Championship or the World Cup. Over 1,000 Berlin fans gathered at the airport to warmly welcome Gadley and Andre Hoffmann as they descended the gangway, showering them with applause and cheers for hoisting the trophy together. Upon returning to the training base of the Football Association, a celebratory banquet was organized in a hotel. At the banquet, all prominent figures in German football extolled Gadley's performance and encouraged him to persist, aiming to lead the German U20 team to victory in the World Youth Championship next year and ultimately become a leading figure in German football, steering the national team towards a 4th World Cup triumph. However, some lamented the unfortunate failure of the German U23 national Olympic team to qualify for the London Olympics, suggesting that had Gadley been included, they might have achieved commendable results. Yet, it was a matter of the past, and Gadley could only await the next Olympic Games. Fortunately, in 4 years, during the 2016 Rio Olympics, Gadley would still be just 22, well within the eligible age for the U23 team. By then, he would likely be more seasoned, enhancing the chances of the German U23 team clinching gold in Brazil. Of course, that was a matter for the future. For now, after the banquet, the players returned home to enjoy a well-deserved break and watch the Olympics. However, unlike his teammates, Gadley would not be watching the Olympic opening ceremony from home. Although the first round of the Bundesliga and the German Cup would commence after the Olympics, the Nuremberg club, having ranked lower in the previous season, was not starting from the group stage of the Europa League, but rather from the qualifying rounds. The 2012 to 2013 Europa League featured 3 qualifying rounds and 1 playoff, involving clubs from lesser-ranked leagues and cup champions, such as Nuremberg, which finished 7th in the league. As a member of one of the top 5 leagues, Nuremberg benefited by entering at the 3rd qualifying round, exempting them from the first 2. Nevertheless, their first qualifying match commenced on August 2nd, coinciding with the ongoing Olympics. Moreover, prior to the matches, the team needed to undergo preseason training, focusing on physical conditioning, tactical preparations, and friendly matches to assess the new season's lineup. Thus, while Gadley was still competing in the U19 European Championship, Nuremberg had already begun their training camp, granting Gadley a few extra days of leave. Even so, he could not wait at home for the Olympic opening and returned to the club shortly after a brief respite to commence preseason training. Upon his return, Gadley was met with congratulations from his teammates for his remarkable performance in the U19 European Championship, where he netted 11 goals in 5 matches, akin to a divine revelation. On July 23rd, a Monday, Gadley expended 9 skill points, enhancing his ball control from 98 to 99, physicality from 90 to 91, dribbling from 94 to 95, acceleration from 72 to 73, bicycle kick from 85 to 86, off-the-ball movement from 97 to 98, and volleying from 92 to 93. With his shooting power rising from 75 to 76 and acrobatic shooting from 50 to 51, leaving him with 88 skill points remaining. On July 25th, the first round of the football group stage commenced ahead of the Olympic opening ceremony. On July 27th, the London Olympics officially began, and Gadley, along with his teammates, watched the live broadcast of the opening ceremony at their training base. On July 30th, another Monday, Gadley once again used 9 skill points, raising his ball control from 99 to a perfect 100, physicality from 91 to 92, dribbling from 95 to 96, acceleration from 73 to 74, bicycle kick from 86 to 87, off-the-ball movement from 98 to 99, volleying from 93 to 94, shooting power from 76 to 77, and acrobatic shooting from 51 to 52. With 79 skill points remaining, thus, Gadley's ball control reached its maximum potential, greatly benefiting his ability to receive passes from teammates. With impeccable ball control, he could effortlessly manage the ball regardless of his teammates' passing speed or height, eliminating the risk of mistakes, even under close marking. His flawless ball control allowed him to execute dribbling maneuvers, catching defenders off guard and scoring after penetrating the defense. Although his early progress was gradual, as time passed and more skills approached perfection, Gadley's prowess became increasingly formidable. Following the addition of another perfect skill, on the morning of August 1, 2012, Nuremberg held a press conference to announce the successful renewal of Gadley's contract. Following his outstanding performances in the last few Bundesliga matches and his extraordinary leadership in guiding Germany U19 to victory in the European Championship, his agent, Archie Beck, secured favorable renewal conditions for Gadley. The new contract became effective on August 1, 2012, with a 5-year term and an annual salary of €1 million, placing him among the highest earners in the Nuremberg squad, alongside key players like Peckhart and Didavi. While this salary level was far from rivaling stars from Bayern Munich or Borussia Dortmund, it represented a significant expenditure for a Nuremberg team with an average first-team salary of only €300,000. Gadley's previous performances alone would not have warranted such a contract. However, his rapid improvement during the summer and his astonishing display in the U19 European Championship gave his agent the leverage to negotiate these terms with the club. Given the interest from clubs like Bayern Munich, Borussia Dortmund, Arsenal, and Liverpool, Nuremberg had little choice but to comply. Firstly, Gadley had yet to achieve significant acclaim, and his rapid development was ongoing. Thus, they were reluctant to let him depart. At the very least, it would be prudent to bolster Gadley's prowess and credentials, as such enhancements would ensure that, even in the event of a transfer, they could secure a more substantial fee. Conversely, should they refuse to acquiesce to the conditions set forth by Beck and Gadley, the latter would inevitably decline to renew his contract. Although there exists a protective clause for youth players, Nuremberg could temporarily retain Gadley. However, the buyout clause in Gadley's initial professional contract was relatively modest. After 2 years, a significantly higher buyout fee would come into effect, allowing other clubs to acquire Gadley for a mere fraction of his worth, ultimately leading to greater losses for Nuremberg than the slight increase in his current salary. Hence, offering Gadley a renewal at an annual salary of €1 million is not solely an expression of faith in his future, but is also a response to the dauntingly high buyout clause that Gadley himself agreed to. Defying the objections of Archie Beck, Gadley unilaterally consented to a staggering buyout clause of €100 million. This figure eclipses even the record transfer fee of €96 million, set when the Portuguese superstar and Ballon d'Or winner Cristiano Ronaldo transferred from Manchester United to Real Madrid. Nuremberg is confident that no club would dare to meet such an exorbitant buyout fee to forcibly acquire Gadley. The buyout clause will only activate after 2 seasons, during which no club can claim Gadley without offering a transfer fee that satisfies Nuremberg. Despite his unwavering confidence in Gadley's potential, agent Archie Beck does not believe that Gadley will reach Ronaldo's heights in the near future. He perceives the €100 million buyout as a binding contract that effectively restricts Gadley's mobility, as long as Nuremberg does not consent to a transfer. However, unbeknownst to him, Gadley, equipped with a systematic advantage, remains resolutely confident and thus agreed to these terms. The public is aware of the negotiations, and the fans of Nuremberg are understandably exhilarated. According to the new contract, as long as Nuremberg refrains from permitting Gadley's transfer, he is assured of remaining with the club for at least 2 seasons. They will continue to witness Gadley's extraordinary talent at the Grundig Stadium and observe his development. No one is foolish enough to believe that Gadley could remain at Nuremberg indefinitely, as the club is not one that can afford exorbitant salaries typical of elite teams. Nevertheless, being the launching pad for a budding superstar is an accomplishment in itself. Media attention is inevitably drawn to the astronomical buyout figure, which, for an 18-year-old who has only played a handful of Bundesliga matches and has made just 1 starting appearance, is alarmingly excessive. Some media outlets have criticized Nuremberg for imposing draconian contracts on young players, aiming to bind them to the club. There have been media inquiries regarding the competence of Archibek, who, as one of the most renowned agents in Germany, has seemingly allowed Nuremberg to impose such stringent termination clauses on Gadley, which many perceive as a demonstration of his ineptitude. This has left both Nuremberg and Beck feeling somewhat aggrieved. Ultimately, an anonymous club official disclosed to the press that this termination clause was a concession made by Gadley in his pursuit of the club's highest salary. Without such a clause, how could Nuremberg possibly offer top-tier compensation to an 18-year-old player with merely 5 appearances in the Bundesliga? Similarly, representatives from Beck's agency have revealed that he opposed this condition, asserting that it was Gadley's unilateral decision to acquiesce, leaving Beck with no recourse. Gadley's unwavering confidence left Archibald Beck utterly perplexed. This reflects a significant notion. Gadley firmly believes that in 2 years, he will command a transfer fee of 100 million euros. Such an assertion is indeed daunting. Some media outlets, fans, and football analysts who initially held high hopes for Gadley have since criticized him for his arrogance and inflated self-regard. When approached for an interview, Gadley simply smiled and remarked, "Let us wait and see." Chapter 103. The debut of the new season in the Europa League. Following the renewal of his contract, Gadley felt a weight lifted, allowing him to focus on his development in Nuremberg, aspiring to leave a legacy of significant championships for his nurturing club and devoted fans. At this juncture, he is not yet suited for a grand club. Instead, his role in Nuremberg offers him a core position and the freedom to express himself, affording him ample playing time and opportunities to score, thus gaining invaluable experience. However, the sole challenge lies in his relative inexperience. He must surpass the seasoned striker Pekard in actual matches. Gadley possesses ample confidence in this regard. His performance during the U19 European Championship has already surpassed that of Pekard, though he still requires validation through competitive Bundesliga play. Even in the U19 level, including the European Championship, there remains a notable gap compared to the Bundesliga. Without real match experience, even if Gadley outshines Pekard in preseason training, Dieter Hecking would be hesitant to replace Pekard with him. Nonetheless, Gadley believes it will not take long before he ascends to the position of starting striker. It is evident that head coach Dieter Hecking harbors a considerable amount of faith in Gadley, as he has placed the injury-prone backup striker, Egler, who was nearly sidelined due to Gadley's emergence, on the transfer market. Gadley's number has now changed from the 50, which represented a marginal role, to the coveted number 8 jersey left behind by Egler. In addition to Egler, Nuremberg has experienced other personnel changes during the summer transfer window. Some have departed while others remain, but the majority of the squad is comprised of last season's players. Gadley feels a pang of regret for the attacking midfielder Didavi, who, having just renewed his contract, has announced his impending departure. This has given Gadley a poignant understanding of the transient nature of football life. In the realm of mid-tier clubs, it is indeed a formidable challenge to retain players for the entirety of their careers. Nevertheless, life must go on, and the new season has officially commenced. Following Dieter Hecking's announcement of Gadley's inclusion in the Europa League squad, Gadley has also received his new season's objectives. Task 18. Europa League debut objective. The host is required to make his debut in the Europa League during the 2012 to 2013 season. Success reward: 10 skill points. Failure penalty: none. Task 19. First goal in the Europa League objective. The host is to score his inaugural goal in the Europa League during the 2012 to 2013 season. Success reward: 10 skill points. Failure penalty: none. From Gadley's perspective, these tasks possess an inherent benevolence, as they align with his intentions even in the absence of formal objectives. However, the prospect of earning additional skill points serves as a delightful enhancement to his endeavors. On the evening of August 2nd at 1945, the first leg of the third qualifying round of the 2012-2013 Europa League, featuring St. Patrick's Athletic against Nuremberg, commenced at the home ground of St. Patrick's in Dublin, the capital of Ireland. Unsurprisingly, Gadley did not secure a spot in the starting lineup, with Peckhardt retaining the position of central striker. Nevertheless, Gadley remained unperturbed on the bench, fully aware that Peckhardt would not hinder his rise. St. Patrick's, a team from the Irish Premier League, had advanced from the first round of Europa League qualifying, with their first match having begun on July 3rd. Thus, in terms of match readiness, having successfully navigated through 2 qualifying rounds, St. Patrick's, playing at home, was in a significantly better position compared to the visiting Nuremberg, who were embarking on their first match of the new season, with the absence of their organizational linchpin, Abbey. Following the addition of Nuremberg, the midfield control of St. Patrick's has significantly diminished. From the very first minute, amidst the cheers of over 20,000 home fans, St. Patrick's entered the fray, launching an offensive against Nuremberg. Despite Nuremberg being a formidable team from one of the top 5 leagues, St. Patrick's, having successfully navigated through 2 qualifying rounds, approached the match with considerable confidence. Their aspiration was to defeat Nuremberg and advance to the playoffs. A further triumph in the playoffs would lead them to the group stage of the Europa League. The schedule, which favored the away leg last, posed a challenge for St. Patrick's, compelling them to take the initiative on home turf, aiming to establish a significant advantage before the second leg on the road. Moreover, the Irish League garners little international attention, making the Europa League an exalted platform for them. A stellar performance against Nuremberg, a club from the Bundesliga, would not only elevate their stature but also present a golden opportunity for the players to make a name for themselves. Thus, the morale among St. Patrick's players was notably high. Just 6 minutes into the match, seizing the moment when Nuremberg had yet to find their rhythm, St. Patrick's advanced into the heart of Nuremberg's penalty area. Employing a 4-2-3-1 formation, their striker, Chris Fagan, is not the towering figure like Peckhardt or Ji Zhu, standing at a mere 173 centimeters with a slender build. Such stature on the grand stage of the Europa League as a starting striker indicates remarkable skill. His forte lies in off-the-ball movement and dribbling, reminiscent of Messi's style. While his technical prowess may not rival Messi's, his playing style certainly echoes it. The goal in the 6th minute bore his signature. He initially created space at the right corner of the penalty area, upon receiving a pass from a teammate. He faced Nuremberg's center-back, Nielsen. Rather than retreating, he executed a series of deft bicycle kicks that left the unprepared Nielsen bewildered. Without waiting for Nielsen to regain possession, Chris Fagan unleashed a shot from approximately 14 meters out. The goalkeeper, Sch Fair, naturally positioned himself to guard the near post, while Fagan aimed for the far corner. The ball evaded Sch Fair's reach, soaring into the net's far side. Amidst the cheers of over 20,000 fans, St. Patrick's took a commanding 1-0 lead. Only after conceding this goal did Nuremberg awaken from their stupor, gradually showcasing the prowess characteristic of a top-tier league team, and began to push back against St. Patrick's offensive. However, being the first match of the new season, all players were still finding their rhythm. Not only were there numerous mistakes, but even when opportunities to shoot arose, they seldom found the target. Throughout the first half, Nuremberg managed a mere 6 shots, with only a pitiful 1 actually on goal. This solitary attempt on target came from a corner kick, executed by central defender Tim Close, rather than the center-forward Peckhardt. Peckhardt had 2 shots and 1 header in the first half, all of which missed the mark, failing to pose any threat, much to the dismay of head coach Dieter Hecking. Naturally, under Nuremberg's overall dominance, St. Patrick's was also unable to score. Both teams entered halftime with a score of 1-0, with St. Patrick's leading thanks to a lightning-fast goal just 6 minutes into the match. During the halftime break, Dieter Hecking hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against substituting Peckhardt. He resolved to grant Peckhardt a bit more time to demonstrate his superiority over Gadley as a starter. However, this decision would soon prove to be misguided. After a 15-minute intermission, the teams resumed play. Not long into the second half, in the 53rd minute, the formidable Nuremberg was presented with an excellent opportunity to score. Although it was St. Patrick's who initiated the attack, Nuremberg intercepted and launched a rapid counterattack. The right midfielder Eswain engaged in a wall pass with a teammate on the flank, utilizing his speed to bypass the opposing fullback. Before delivering a low cross into the penalty area, Swain opted for a ground ball rather than a high cross, sending the ball directly into the box. The center forward Peckhardt, making a run into the area, reached the near post and prepared to shoot, prompting Dieter Hecking on the sideline to brace himself for celebration. Positioned approximately 14 meters from the goal within the penalty area, based on Gadeli's training and performance, it was nearly certain that if Gadeli were to take the shot, it would find the target. Regardless of whether the goalkeeper might save it, at the very least, the shot should hit the goal frame to have a chance of scoring. Yet, Peckhardt inexplicably misfired, sending Swain's well-placed cross out of bounds, effectively easing the pressure on St. Patrick's. The hundreds of Nuremberg fans who had risen in anticipation of celebration sighed in disappointment and took their seats again. On the sidelines, Dieter Hecking muttered a fierce reprimand and angrily turned to the substitutes bench to say, "Gadeli, warm up." The moment Gadeli witnessed Peckhardt's miss, a strong premonition surged within him. The coach would undoubtedly reach his limit with Peckhardt's performance and would opt to substitute him. Sure enough, the next moment, he heard Dieter Hecking calling for him to warm up, the implication unmistakable. Gadeli sprang to his feet, rushing to the sidelines to commence his warm-up, preparing himself for his imminent entry into the match. Meanwhile, Peckhardt, who had squandered a golden opportunity by misfiring his shot, was left in disbelief, his head cradled in his hands as he lamented his mistake. Upon regaining his composure and turning to resume play, he noticed Gadeli being summoned by the head coach to warm up. The significance of this was not lost on Peckhardt. Throughout the summer U19 European Championship, Gadeli had exhibited exceptional prowess, and Peckhardt's only consolation lay in the fact that the U19 tournament differed from the Bundesliga and the Europa League, being a youth competition with a lesser intensity compared to senior matches. Furthermore, the club's decision to renew Gadeli's contract, granting him a salary equal to Peckhardt's, only intensified the pressure on him. In the opening fixture of the new season's Europa League, Peckhardt was granted a starting position, yearning to perform brilliantly and solidify his place as a first-choice player, thereby relegating Gadeli to the bench. However, to his dismay, despite several attempts, he failed to direct any of his shots on target, and his latest effort, a seemingly certain goal, was astonishingly missed. Coinciding with the coach's call for Gadeli to begin warming up, time was slipping away for Peckhardt. In a state of agitation, he displayed his urgency in the following minutes, frequently raising his hand to request the ball from his teammates, eager to score. In the 57th minute, Peckhardt finally received a pass from a teammate while positioned with his back to the goal inside the penalty area. Yet, he found himself tightly marked by St. Patrick's central defender, Kenny Brown, making it difficult for him to turn and shoot effectively. According to their usual attacking strategy, Peckhardt ought to have executed a backward pass to a player positioned outside the box for a long-range shot or relayed the ball to a teammate in a more advantageous position. However, driven by his desperation to score, he leaned into Kenny Brown, attempting a forced half-turn shot instead. Brown, having anticipated Peckhardt's intention, swiftly intervened, blocking the attempt. The ball ricocheted to the right side of the penalty area, landing at the feet of a St. Patrick player, who initiated a counterattack. Peckhardt's final attempt at a shot was thwarted. Not only did he fail to find the frame of the goal, but he was also denied even a corner kick as his effort was intercepted by the opposing defender. Unable to bear the spectacle any longer, Dieter Hecking promptly informed the fourth official of his intention to make a substitution. Subsequently, after a tussle at midfield that resulted in the ball being kicked out of bounds, the 58th minute of the second half saw Nuremberg finally make a change, substituting the underperforming Peckhardt with the number 8, Bernd Gadeli. As Peckhardt exited the field, his mood was dismal. He could not even muster the courtesy to exchange a high-five with Gadeli and merely walked past him. As a fellow competitor, Gadeli understood Peckhardt's frustration but was resolute in seizing this opportunity to shine. Having honed his skills during the U19 European Championship and experienced a meteoric rise in performance over the summer, Gadeli was confident that he would become the offensive linchpin for Nuremberg in the new season, wielding unprecedented freedom to shoot and poised for a remarkable breakthrough. Gadeli's appearance on the field is a culmination of widespread anticipation. Despite having played only a handful of matches last season, with just one as a starter, he made a remarkable impact by scoring a hat-trick in that very match. Additionally, he played a pivotal role in securing the championship for Germany's U19 team at the UEFA European Under-19 Championship. Therefore, when Gadeli took to the pitch, the hundreds of Nuremberg fans accompanying the team erupted in applause, chanting his name, filled with high hopes for his performance. given that it is currently the Olympic season. National television resources are predominantly allocated to the games, resulting in this match's broadcast in Germany being handled by Bavarian State Television 1, where Nuremberg is located. The commentator, none other than Frederick, who had covered Nuremberg's matches last season, expressed his frustrations with Pichard's every misstep, eagerly hoping for Dieter Hecking to substitute Gadelli in. At last, Pichard was indeed replaced, and Gadelli was brought on. Frederick joyfully announced, "Nuremberg has made a substitution." Pichard, who had failed to register a single shot on target throughout the match, was finally taken off, making way for Bernd Gadelli, who had dazzled in the last Bundesliga match with a hat-trick and had scored 11 goals in 5 appearances at the U19 European Championship, leading Germany's U19 to victory. I deemed this a wise substitution. Gadelli's ability to seize opportunities far surpasses that of Pichard. What do you think, Smith? The last question posed by Frederick was directed at his commentary partner, God Smith. Smith nodded in agreement, stating, "Pichard's performance today has indeed been disappointing. He had several chances to shoot, yet not once did he manage to hit the target, which is rather absurd." Reflecting on Gadelli's shooting in both the Bundesliga and U19 European Championship, if given the opportunity, the likelihood of him hitting the target is significantly high, unlike Pichard, who squandered chances. Thus, Pichard should have been substituted for Gadelli much earlier. The only lingering question now is whether Gadelli can adapt to the pace of the UEFA Europa League, considering that the U19 European Championship does not fall within the realm of professional competitions, being merely a youth tournament. Frederick confidently remarked, "I believe Gadelli can." Gadelli indeed possesses remarkable capabilities. At this moment, the strength he has cultivated through weekly training sessions over the summer has transformed him significantly. Without delving into intricate skills, his physique, boasting an impressive 92, places him among the elite in the realm of global football. He can hold his ground against renowned defensive titans, not to mention lesser-known Irish players. Coupled with his towering height of 188 centimeters and weight of 85 kilograms, he is more than capable of standing toe-to-toe with formidable defenders in both UEFA Europa League qualifiers and even Champions League knockout rounds. Consequently, upon entering the field, Gadelli exhibited no trepidation, boldly advancing into the penalty area to engage head-on with Irish players in their mid-20s who are in the prime of their careers. The only concern lies in the nature of this European battle. The psychological pressure surpasses that of domestic leagues, resulting in a heightened pace that even exceeds that of the Bundesliga. Gadelli's reaction time is somewhat sluggish and requires adjustment. Nevertheless, within less than 10 minutes on the pitch, in the 64th minute, Gadelli nearly scored for Nuremberg. Gadelli has reached an astounding 99 in off-the-ball movement, making him as elusive as an eel, rendering the defenders of St. Patrick utterly incapable of containing him. A mere momentary lapse in concentration allows Gadelli to slip away, finding space to maneuver. On this occasion, he created an opening for himself within the penalty area and received a pass from the attacking midfielder, Franz, before attempting a shot. However, Franz's pass was not a ground ball, but rather an aerial one. Even though Gadelli possesses an impeccable ball control attribute of 100, showcasing flawless stopping skills, it still took him a fraction of a moment to bring the ball under control. After positioning the ball, Gadelli glanced up to assess the goalkeeper's stance before taking his shot. This fleeting moment of observation, lasting less than half a second, allowed Connor Kenna, a defender from St. Patrick, to surge in from the side and make contact with Gadelli just before he struck the ball, thus interfering with his shot and leading to an inaccurate strike. Although Gadelli managed to direct the ball within the goal frame, he failed to find the elusive corner, resulting in a shot that was too straightforward and was met with a valiant save from goalkeeper Brandon Clark, who deflected the ball out of bounds. Despite Gadelli's failure to score, his effort posed a significant threat, compelling the goalkeeper to execute a remarkable save, which was a stark contrast to Pichard's previous attempts that failed to even reach the goal frame. Consequently, both the Nuremberg fans in the stands and Dieter Hecking on the sidelines applauded Gadelli's attempt, offering their encouragement. Gadelli, naturally, remained unfazed. He understood that despite his impeccable shooting skills, it was impossible to score with every attempt. The myriad factors influencing a goal on the football pitch are numerous, and each goal requires a modicum of luck. This recent shot faltered because he momentarily glanced up to assess the goalkeeper's position, causing a slight delay that allowed the opposing defender to intervene. The next step was to quicken his shooting pace. As the match progressed, Gadelli gradually acclimatized to the rhythm of the game. St. Patrick's had undoubtedly conducted thorough research on Nuremberg prior to the match, meticulously examining Gadley's profile. Even if the players on the field had not previously regarded him with due seriousness, they became acutely aware of his prowess following this shot, leading to stringent defensive measures against him in the ensuing match. However, Gadley's current prowess was formidable, while teams from the top 5 leagues might manage to contain him. Facing an Irish team proved to be a decidedly less challenging endeavor for him. His skills extended far beyond just shooting, with numerous techniques exceeding the 90 threshold. In the 75th minute, Gadley found space just outside the penalty area to receive a pass from a teammate. Before him stood St. Patrick's defensive midfielder, Greg Bolger, with central defender Connor Kenna positioned behind to provide support against Gadley's potential breakthrough. Given this scenario, many anticipated that Gadley would opt to pass the ball. Even Bolger, in front of him, gestured to his teammates to mark the nearby Nuremberg players in anticipation of a possible pass. Unexpectedly, at the very moment Bolger's attention wavered, Gadley unleashed his bicycle kick skill, which had reached a commendable attribute rating of 87. While this level cannot be deemed the pinnacle of footballing excellence, it is certainly remarkable, particularly against opponents who are merely domestic players from Ireland, rather than seasoned defenders renowned in the top 5 leagues. Due to having divided his attention prior to the encounter with Borg, he was inadequately prepared for Gadley's breakthrough, resulting in a somewhat flustered response, utterly oblivious to the direction of Gadley's advance. Consequently, he was skillfully outmaneuvered by Gadley and fell to the ground, prompting the commentator Frederick to exclaim with enthusiasm, "Excellent! Magnificent!" Gadley, with the ball at his feet, skillfully maneuvered past Borg on the right flank, encountering the formidable challenge posed by centre-back Connor Kenna. His impressive dribbling, rated at 96, allowed him to maintain exquisite control over the ball throughout his feints and breakthroughs against Borg. With a deft bicycle kick, he left Borg in his wake. As he approached the edge of the penalty area, Kenna, already burdened by the psychological pressure of witnessing Borg's swift defeat, faced Gadley's superior dribbling skill, rated at an astonishing 94. The moment proved too overwhelming for Kenna, who was easily unsettled by Gadley's swift movements, losing his balance entirely. Gadley maneuvered past Connor Kenna on his left. Although Kenna immediately spun around and attempted to drag Gadley down, the latter's impressive physique, towering at 92, coupled with his remarkable athleticism, allowed him to withstand Kenner's interference. With a deft motion, he positioned Kenner behind him and decisively took a shot. This time, Gadley did not glance up to assess the goalkeeper's position. During his advance, he had already gauged the goalkeeper's stance with a sidelong glance. In the frenetic pace of the match and within the confines of the penalty area, Gadley understood the imperative to seize the moment and shoot. Otherwise, the next instant could see his opportunity thwarted by the opponent. This notion is easily comprehensible. If a sprinter completes 100 meters in 10 seconds, that equates to running 10 meters per second. Even if a footballer is slightly slower, running 7 to 8 meters per second is still plausible, covering 3 to 4 meters in half a second. Within the penalty area, how far can players be from one another? Thus, even a half-second hesitation could result in the loss of a precious opportunity. In this instance, Gadley refrained from glancing up to assess the goalkeeper. Instead, he skillfully maneuvered past Connor Kenner before decisively unleashing a shot. Chapter 104 marks the debut of the European competition, where Gadley demonstrated his prowess by scoring twice. The intensity of the senior team's match, particularly in European contests, is markedly heightened compared to the U19 European Championship, as the opponents exhibit swifter reflexes. The defender from St. Patrick, exhibiting remarkable speed, was already surging in from the side as Gadley executed a bicycle kick that sent Borg tumbling. Just as Gadley broke past Connor Kenner and prepared to shoot, the opposing player lunged in from the side, poised to intercept and thwart Gadley's attempt. Fortunately, Gadley's shot was executed with commendable decisiveness. He neither squandered time assessing the goalkeeper nor hesitated after bypassing Kenner. Upon leaving Gadley's foot, the ball narrowly evaded the outstretched toes of St. Patrick's right back, Ian Birmingham, as it darted along the grass towards the bottom left corner of the goal. Gadley's shot, enhanced by his exquisite shooting technique, was executed brilliantly, showcasing the desired power and angle. Consequently, despite goalkeeper Brandon Clark's valiant efforts to make a save, he was ultimately powerless to intervene, helplessly watching as the ball nestled into the net, grazing the left post. In the 75th minute of the second half, Gadley, who had come on as a substitute, skillfully maneuvered past 2 defenders to penetrate the penalty area and scored, securing a 1-1 draw for Nuremberg in their away match, while simultaneously marking his inaugural goal in the UEFA Europa League. Although this goal was scored during the qualification round and does not contribute to the official UEFA scoring charts, it undeniably stands as a genuine achievement in European competition. Gadley netted his inaugural goal in the UEFA Europa League, igniting a wave of exhilaration as he surged out of the penalty area and executed a fervent sliding celebration along the sideline. Before he could rise to his feet, his teammates, rushing to join in the jubilation, tumbled him to the ground in a jubilant heap. The Nuremberg supporters, both in the stadium and in front of their television screens, erupted in fervent cheers as Frederick in the Bavarian state television broadcast booth exuberantly shouted, "Tor for Bernd Gadley. He will never disappoint." The substitute's goal marked his first in the Europa League, leveling the score at 1-1 and granting Nuremberg a vital away goal, a significant advantage in the two-legged qualification round. Gadley's rapid progress is truly remarkable, and I am confident that his future is boundless. After celebrating for nearly half a minute, Gadley and his teammates returned to their half, allowing St. Patrick to commence play from the center circle. Upon resuming the match, St. Patrick, understandably dissatisfied with the equalizer, launched a counterattack in hopes of regaining the lead. After all, the sequence of home and away fixtures did not favor them. If they could not secure victory on their home turf, how could they place their hopes on an away match? They must secure a victory in their home match during the first leg to have any chance of defeating Nuremberg over two legs and advancing to the playoffs. Given this, Nuremberg would naturally welcome their opponents to push forward, revealing more vulnerabilities in their defense, thus creating opportunities for scoring. With Gadley's current ability to maneuver without the ball, the more sparse the opponent's defensive line, the greater his chances of finding space to receive the ball and shoot. However, the course of a match does not always unfold as one desires. Luck plays a significant role. Today, St. Patrick was favored by fortune. In the 82nd minute, St. Patrick pushed their attack to the edge of Nuremberg's penalty area, but struggled to penetrate it. In this scenario, attacking midfielder Christoph Wullister, unable to find a teammate, suddenly unleashed a long-range shot from approximately 27 meters out on the right side of the field. This attempt was somewhat desperate, as it seemed to lack a clear trajectory, likely veering towards the left sideline. Goalkeeper Schaefer merely instinctively stepped to the left, preparing to watch the ball sail out of play, when, by chance, as Wullister shot, Nuremberg's defensive midfielder Ballack rushed in, attempting to intercept the ball. Unexpectedly, Ballack made only a slight touch, redirecting the ball, which was initially headed for the left sideline, towards the right goal. Caught off guard, Schaefer, who had shifted his weight to the left, found himself unable to react in time to recover and defend the right side. The conflict of balance rendered him momentarily rigid on the goal line, leaving him helpless as he watched the ball enter his own net. Ballack's well-intentioned intervention had inadvertently resulted in an own goal, transforming a routine clearance into a catastrophic blunder that shifted the scoreline from a draw to a deficit. The entire Nuremberg team stood in stunned silence, while the players from St. Patrick erupted in joyous celebration. The home crowd responded with applause and cheers. This goal was indeed a serendipitous stroke of luck. On the stadium's electronic scoreboard, the goal was attributed to Ballack, marking it as his own goal. Ballack, clutching his head in disbelief, struggled to comprehend the situation. He had intended to clear the ball, but instead contributed to his team's misfortune, causing them to fall behind. Ultimately, it was Schaefer, the goalkeeper, who approached Ballack to offer consolation, helping him regain composure and refocus on the match. This own goal significantly boosted the morale of St. Patrick's players and supporters, who were not content with a mere 2-1 lead. They continued to press forward aggressively, aiming to extend their advantage. After all, a score of 2-1 was precarious, as Nuremberg had an away goal. In the second leg in Germany, Nuremberg could progress with a simple 1-0 victory over St. Patrick. Feeling fortunate, the players of St. Patrick, believing they were under divine favor, did not retreat defensively in the final minutes. Instead, they continued their offensive efforts, seeking to increase their lead. However, this mindset ultimately led to their downfall. Had they compacted their formation and engaged in a dense defense within a 30-meter radius of their goal, Gadley might not have found any advantageous opportunities. Yet, with their opponents unwilling to settle for a 2-1 victory and instead pushing forward to seek a more substantial scoreline, Gadley had no reason to hesitate. His remarkable off-the-ball movement, rated an impressive 99, is not mere decoration. In a relentless quest for space, the 88th minute arrived, just on the cusp of injury time, when Gadley and his teammates finally seized another opportunity to shoot. St. Patrick paid dearly for their audacious offensive strategy as their attack was intercepted in the front line. leading to a swift counter from Nuremberg. Ultimately, Nuremberg found themselves in a 3-on-3 situation in the attacking zone, while St. Patrick's defenders were caught in a dilemma, unable to effectively intercept Gadley's run. As Gadley surged into the penalty area, he received a cross from the winger, Robert Mack. Despite enduring the grappling of the opposing defender, Kenny Brown, he struck the ball without hesitation, directing it towards the bottom right corner of the goal. Even amidst the rapid movement of the play and Brown's interference, Gadley, with a physicality rated at 92, managed to withstand the challenge, executing a shot that was both powerful and precise, with a devilishly acute angle. Although the goalkeeper, Brandon Clark, was well prepared and anticipated the trajectory, he ultimately failed to make contact, watching in despair as the ball slipped past his hands and nestled into the bottom corner, brushing against the post. In the 88th minute, Gadley scored again during the counterattack, completing a brace and leveling the score for Nuremberg. This goal was nothing short of a dramatic equalizer. Furthermore, Nuremberg had secured 2 vital away goals. Should the match conclude at this score, Nuremberg's chances of advancing to the next round would be significantly greater than those of St. Patrick. Consequently, as Gadley's shots soared into the net, fans of Nuremberg, both in the stadium and before their screens, erupted with uncontainable excitement. The commentator, Frederick, exclaimed at the top of his lungs, "It's a goal! A brace! Bernd Gadley scores twice." In his debut match in the UEFA Europa League, he achieved this feat not as a starter, but as a substitute. Gadley's scoring efficiency is nothing short of astonishing. This goal not only equalized the score at 2-2, but also granted Nuremberg the advantage of 2 away goals. Fortunately, Dieter Hecking substituted Peckhardt for Gadley. Otherwise, Nuremberg would likely have faced defeat on the road. Now, securing a draw with 2 away goals places Nuremberg in a far more favorable position for advancement than St. Patrick. As the commentator remarked, the significance of this goal and scoreline is evident to all involved. The players, coaches, and supporters of Nuremberg engaged in wild celebrations. The players of St. Patrick felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, and then they grew anxious. The players of Galway celebrated for scarcely half a minute before facing protests from the St. Patrick's team, prompting the referee to intervene, bringing an abrupt end to their revelry as they returned to their have to await the opponent's kickoff. Once the match resumed, St. Patrick's launched a desperate counterattack, pushing forward with fervor and engaging in a frenzied offensive. Gadley returned to his defensive zone, utilizing his physicality and the advantages of his jumping prowess to assist his team in defense. Time was fleeting for St. Patrick, especially as Nuremberg utilized substitutions during stoppage time to delay the match. Amidst the cheers of over 20,000 home fans, St. Patrick was unable to alter the score until the final whistle. After 3 minutes of added time, the referee signaled the end of the match. In the first leg of the third qualifying round of the 2012-2013 UEFA Europa League, Nuremberg secured a 2-2 draw against St. Patrick, gaining an advantageous position for the return leg. Following the match, Gadley reflected on the experience of the Europa League qualifiers, which bore similarities to the U19 European Championship. However, without a victory, there was no bonus to be earned. Thus, Gadley's experience from this match amounted to a substitute appearance, resulting in 200,000 for the participation and an additional 800,000 for his 2 goals, totaling 1 million. In addition to match experience, Gadley also accomplished 2 significant milestones: his UEFA Europa League debut and his first goal in the competition, earning a total of 20 skill points, raising his balance to 99. Upon completing his existing tasks, new objectives emerged. Task 20. Progress to the main stage of the UEFA Europa League. Task details. Please assist Nuremberg in overcoming the qualifying and playoff rounds to advance to the main stage of the 2012-2013 UEFA Europa League. Success reward: 10 skill points. Failure penalty: none. Post-match, Gadley's performance received unanimous acclaim from the German media. The UEFA Europa League qualifiers saw Nuremberg secure a 2-2 draw away against St. Patrick, with Gadley scoring twice as a substitute. Fans were equally exhilarated, believing that the club's decision to renew Gadley's contract was astute, as he truly had the potential to become a superstar nurtured by Nuremberg. Upon returning to Germany, the team resumed training after a day of rest. On Monday, August 6th, Gadley invested 8 skill points, enhancing his physicality from 92 to 93, dribbling from 96 to 97, acceleration from 74 to 75, bicycle kicks from 87 to 88, off-the-ball movement from 99 to its maximum of 100, and his shot power from 77 to 78, while improving his acrobatic shots from 52 to 53, leaving him with a remaining balance of 91 skill points. Gadley has acquired yet another skill at maximum perfection, with system attributes updated as follows. Host, Bernd Gadley. Nationality, Germany. Date of birth, September 6, 1993. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 85 kilograms. Level, 15. Experience, 7. 311. 000 skill points, 91 physicality, 93 dribbling, 97 tackle, 32 crossing, 57 acceleration, 75 marking, 27 bicycle kick, 88 fried meatballs, 95 rainbow dribble, 48 shot power, 78 scorpion kick, 53 goalkeeper positioning, 6 masterful skills, shooting, jumping, ball control, off the ball movement. Subsequently, during a 60-minute inter-squad training match on August 7th, Gadley astoundingly scored 5 goals with his head and feet, while also providing 2 assists, propelling the first team to a resounding 8-1 victory over the substitutes. This performance showcased Gadley's formidable prowess and relentless progress. Thus, after the afternoon training session on August 8th, when Dieter Hecking unveiled the squad list for the following day's home clash against St. Patrick's in the second leg, Gadley was named in the starting lineup, relegating the original starting striker, Peckhardt, to the bench. Gadley clenched his fists in secret. His prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation should he secure a starting position. It was likely that Peckhardt would find himself relegated to the bench indefinitely. On the evening of August 9, 2012, at 20:45, the match between Nuremberg and St. Patrick in the second leg of the UEFA Europa League third qualifying round commenced at Nuremberg's home ground, the Grundig Stadium, following the referee's whistle. Despite coinciding with the Olympic Games, the stadium was filled to capacity, brimming with enthusiastic Nuremberg supporters. For a team often oscillating between the Bundesliga and lower divisions, opportunities to participate in European competitions are rare. Moreover, having drawn their last match 2-2 away from home, Nuremberg held the advantage of 2 away goals, significantly enhancing their chances of progression in the second leg. Many spectators were also eager to witness the performance of Bernd Gadley. Whether it was during the final matches of the previous Bundesliga season, the U19 European Championship over the summer, or the opening match of the new season in the Europa League, Gadley had consistently showcased astonishing talent and form. It is noteworthy that he was still under 19 years of age. Without even considering his statistics from the European Championship, he had already delivered an impressive record of 5 goals and 1 assist in 5 Bundesliga matches, alongside 2 goals in 1 Europa League match. With 7 goals across 6 first-team fixtures, averaging over 1 goal per match, it is no wonder that such a young prodigy piqued curiosity. As the match commenced,